Chapter 1. A Dream of a Century. Am I the Celestial Master of Leisure? No, I am Chen Haoyu. In a luxurious hospital room at Kangen Hospital, Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Just moments ago, he had experienced an exceedingly long dream in this dream, he assumed the identity of a Taoist Celestial Master named Celestial Master of Leisure during the late Song and early Yuan dynasties, living a full 122 years, to the point where he could scarcely distinguish whether he was Chen Haoyu or the Celestial Master of Leisure. Could it be a fabrication? The centuries' worth of experiences and vast knowledge of mystical arts had become deeply embedded in his consciousness, and he could even sense a powerful flow of energy surging. Within him clearly the magical prowess cultivated by the Celestial Master of Leisure in his dream. Yet if it were true, Chen Haoyu distinctly recalled that he had been struck by a car while attempting to save a young girl, and now he lay in a hospital bed. What on earth is happening? Chen Haoyu closed his eyes and silently recited the tranquil heart mantra, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. After approximately 5 minutes, he touched the prayer beads that had long hung around his neck, only to find that they had completely lost their former luster, realizing immediately what had transpired in the dream. The Celestial Master of Leisure was an extraordinary talent in the realm of cultivation, achieving the title of Celestial Master of Longhum Mountain by the age of 42. In pursuit of ascension to immortality, he diligently cultivated for an additional 80 years, ultimately attaining the legendary primordial spirit. He had believed that a single opportunity would suffice to fulfill his desire, only to discover that the celestial realm did not exist in this world. The notion of becoming an immortal was merely a falsehood propagated by the Taoists to glorify their doctrine. The Celestial Master's mindset shattered entirely, leading him to succumb to madness during one of his cultivation sessions. Before his demise, he infused his primordial spirit into a bead, which fortuitously ended up in Chen Haoyu's possession. After being struck by the car, a spurt of blood had landed on the bead, causing the Celestial Master's primordial spirit to emerge and merge into Chen Haoyu's consciousness. One might say that Chen Haoyu had now fully transformed into a Taoist Celestial Master endowed with the magical powers of the Celestial Master of Leisure. This Celestial Master of Leisure was quite foolish to believe in the cultivation of immortality. Now, all of it has become my advantage. Chen Haoyu straightened his posture, channeling the magical energy within his dantian as it circulated throughout his body. A series of crisp sounds resonated, and he felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment from within. You have finally awakened. A gentle, cool voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. He opened his eyes and turned to regard the speaker, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a doctor in her 20s, approximately 1.7 meters tall. Even clad in a white coat, she could not conceal her alluring and voluptuous figure. Yet, her demeanor exuded the quintessential aura of a cool, aloof woman, complemented by a face of breathtaking beauty that could only be described as ethereal. Goodness, if this woman were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly possess the charm to keep a monarch from attending court. Even the so-called courtesans of the dream world paled in comparison to her in both beauty and grace. Chen Haoyu regained his senses and inquired, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The beautiful woman approached his bedside and replied, "My name is Su Yuyao, and I am an internal medicine doctor at Kangen Hospital. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I was the one who struck you with my vehicle, causing you to remain unconscious for a full 100 days. What? 100 days? Chen Haoyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He had believed he had merely been unconscious for a day or two, never imagining that so much time had elapsed. Could this be what they call the legendary 100-day foundation? Su Yao affirmed, indeed, exactly 100 days. Chen Haoyu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Su Yao. Had it not been for his selfless act of saving that 6-year-old girl in the rain, she might have become a murderer, haunted for life by the guilt. Chen Haoyu looked at Su Yao, a playful smile gracing his lips, and quipped, "Dr. Su, it seems I've saved a little girl for you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Su Yao nodded, "Certainly. Mr. Chen, what would you like?" Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers, unabashedly stating, "At the very least, give me this amount. In the grand scheme of things, food is of utmost importance. You hit me, so you must compensate. It is only just. Not to mention, I saved a little girl in the process." Chen Haoyu, now desperately impoverished, needed a plan for his future. Su Yuyao responded, 200,000? Chen Haoyu was taken aback and then replied, yes. You will cover the medical expenses for these 100 days, and then provide me with an additional 200,000. His two fingers had originally indicated 20,000, but Su Yuyao had completely misunderstood his intention. This Kangen hospital truly lived up to its reputation as the premier private hospital in Yanhai. The doctors were indeed quite affluent. Seeing Chen Haoyu's audacious request, Su Yuyao's brows furrowed, and her impression of him plummeted. Mr. Chen, you're in a luxury ward, and the daily cost is 1,200. Even if you were to be discharged today, I would need to pay 120,000. Chen Haoyu, puzzled, asked, so what? Su Yuyao explained, I borrowed even the 120,000 from a close friend. Do you truly believe I could manage to come up with 200,000? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu was left dumbfounded. Aren't you the attending physician? How could you not afford 200,000? Su Yuyao clarified, I only started working 2 years ago. My monthly mortgage and car loan total over 20,000. It would be exceedingly difficult for me to muster 8,000. However, Mr. Chen, I can issue you an IOU. I will repay you as soon as I have the means. Chen Haoyu, with a despondent expression, lamented, I am so destitute that I cannot even afford bond. After 100 days in the hospital, my rent has exceeded its term. By the time you earn money, I fear I will have starved to death on the streets. Su Yuyao inquired, what about your family? Chen Haoyu shrugged, I am an orphan. Otherwise, after such a long time, surely someone would have come to visit me. Su Yuyao quickly responded, I am sorry. Chen Haoyu replied, there is no need for apologies. Since I have no money for food and no place to stay, I suppose I shall remain in this hospital room. Yudat Su Yuyao was left speechless, her frustration palpable. She was now absolutely certain that the hero before her, who had risked his life to save the little girl, was nothing but a scoundrel. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have opted for a more casual arrangement for him in a hospital room. Now, the situation had escalated dramatically. Chen Haoyu crossed his left leg over his right and gazed triumphantly at Su Yuyao, utterly indifferent to her disdainful glare. Yet, one must admit, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Even in her anger, she exuded a breathtaking allure. It was only Chen Haoyu, a master from Longhu Mountain with over a century of steadfastness, who could resist her charms. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since succumbed to her enchanting presence, rather than demanding money from her. Chapter 2. He is still alive. As Su Yuyao and Chen Haoyu faced off, a sudden, heart-wrenching wail echoed down the corridor. Dad, how could you just die? What kind of wretched hospital dares to call itself the best in Yanhai? Bah! My father was in the emergency room for less than 5 minutes before he died. You are playing with lives. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Yao momentarily disregarded Chen Haoyu and turned to leave. Wait for me, he called, descending from the hospital bed and slipping on his slippers to follow her. In the corridor, a crowd had gathered, mostly patients. A female doctor clad in a white coat was conversing with a middle-aged man, rotund and in his 40s. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman, frail and motionless in a wheelchair, eyes closed. Chen Haoyu murmured, sensing something amiss with the old man's condition. He immediately harnessed his inner power, focusing it at his brow to activate the legendary heavenly EYE.IN myths. The heavenly eye is a skill reserved for the highest celestial beings, with the most notable being Erlang Shun. His heavenly eye could pierce through the cycles of reincarnation and the essence of all things, even capable of physical attack. Of course, these are mere fabrications of storytellers. In reality, the heavenly eye serves but one purpose: to assist practitioners in perceiving the vital energies of life force, death aura, auspicious chi, and malevolent energy pervading the world. Various sects possess their own methods to unlock the heavenly eye, yet it requires profound mastery of inner power. In today's world, where spiritual energy has dissipated and pollution reigns, it is rare to find a Taoist adept capable of cultivating such power, let alone awaken the heavenly. It is quite possible that Chen Haoyu is the sole individual in this realm who has achieved this feat. So the old man is indeed still alive. Chen Haoyu mused, observing through his heavenly eye that the old man's life force persisted, though his body was in a state of apparent Death doubted if he could remove the obstruction from the man's throat and stimulate his heart. He might yet save him as for the middle-aged man. He was clearly a nouveau riche, currently in need of funds. If he were to save this elderly gentleman, it would surely yield a considerable profit for himself. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Chen Haoyu's eyes. "Sister Qing, what is happening?" Su Yao inquired, approaching the female doctor, who was named Qin Xingqing, a colleague and close friend of hers. The old gentleman was brought in without any signs of life. "I attempted resuscitation, yet I was unable to revive him," Qin Xingqing stated. "Nonsense." The middle-aged man fumed. "My father was clearly still breathing when he arrived at the hospital. He even spoke to me before being taken to the emergency room." Qin Xingqing retorted angrily, "You're speaking absurdities. The old gentleman had been in a coma for 15 minutes. How could he possibly have conversed with you?" Pointing at Qin Xingqing, the middle-aged man declared, "You are shirking responsibility. I demand an explanation today, or I will take legal action." Su Yao stepped forward to examine the old gentleman's eyes, checked his breathing, and listened to his heartbeat with a stethoscope. She shook her head in resignation and said, "Qingjia, you should report to the director." "Wait." Before Su Yao could finish, Chen Haoyu interjected, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask your surname?" The middle-aged man replied, "I am Dong Hua." "And you are?" Chen Haoyu straightened his back and proclaimed, "I am Chen Haoyu, the greatest physician in the world." Dong Hua erupted in fury. "You should return to the neurology department and get treatment for your delusions." "Ha! Ha ha ha!" Despite knowing it was not the time for laughter, the crowd could not help but chuckle. Unfazed by Dong Hua's rudeness, Chen Haoyu calmly stated, "Your father is not dead." Dong Hua paused, bewildered. "What did you say?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I said your father is not dead. If I intervene, I can bring him back from the brink in a minute." Su Yao admonished, "Chen Haoyu, the old man has no breath or heartbeat. Stop speaking recklessly." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow. "Dr. Su, the absence of breath and heartbeat does not equate to the absence of life." "Mr. Dong, I ask you, how much will you offer if I bring your father back?" Without hesitation, Dong Hua responded, "Whatever you desire, I will provide." Chen Haoyu extended a single finger. "This amount?" Dong Hua inquired. 1 million? "No problem." "Goodness." Chen Haoyu nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. This nouveau riche was even more generous than Su Yao. He had initially suggested 10,000, and this man had raised it 100-fold, completely disregarding the value of money. "Deal." Chen Haoyu would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. He agreed and swiftly approached the old gentleman. Su Yao questioned, "What do you intend to do?" "To save a life, of course, and earn a little money in the process." As he spoke, Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers of his left hand and pressed them against the old gentleman's heart. A stream of mystical energy flowed into the meridians of the old man. Simultaneously, his right hand was busy, forcefully tapping the old gentleman's back. Wow! Approximately 10 seconds later, the old gentleman suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a stream of dark blood. Amidst the black blood was a round object that resembled a dumpling. "I thought I was going to suffocate," the old gentleman exclaimed, then began to gasp for air. "My goodness, is this for real?" It is truly astonishing that a person who has lost all breath and heartbeat has been revived. This young man, truly a divine healer, bringing back the dead to life. The onlookers, patients who had gathered to witness, gasped in disbelief. Qin Xingqing regarded Chen Haoyu with an expression of incredulity. As the attending physician for the elderly gentleman, no one understood his condition better than she did. It could be said that the elderly gentleman had been deceased for at least 5 minutes. How could he possibly be revived? Su Yao was equally stunned. She had just examined the elderly gentleman and found no signs of life whatsoever. Yet, here he was, undeniably alive. She was eager to uncover the secret behind Chen Haoyu's miraculous feat. Moreover, how did he discern at a glance that the elderly gentleman was not truly dead? In that moment, Su Yao, who had previously labeled Chen Haoyu as a scoundrel, was now filled with curiosity about him. Dong Hua, in a blend of excitement and disbelief, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Father, you have returned to us." The elderly gentleman replied, "What nonsense is this? I merely choked on a tang yuan. How could I meet the king of hell?" Dong Hua nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, you are correct." Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and inquired, "Mr. Dong, when shall I receive the 1 million you promised?" 1 million? Dong Hua displayed a puzzled expression and asked, "What 1 million?" Chapter 3 Dare to Owe Money to a Sorcerer? Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Dong Hua's countenance. With narrow eyes, a hooked nose, and downward-turned lips, it was evident that this individual harbored a small-minded and exceedingly greedy disposition. Dong Hua's father bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Mr. Dong, what do you mean?" Chen Haoyu inquired. Dong Hua replied, "Brother, one must not be overly greedy. You saved my father, for which I am immensely grateful. However, 1 million is far too much. I cannot produce such a sum." With a faint smile, Chen Haoyu retorted, "Then why did you previously claim to give me 1 million? Were you merely boasting?" Dong Hua insisted, "I never stated I would give you 1 million. Do not wrongfully accuse me." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This man was attempting to evade responsibility. How disappointing. I had thought him to be affluent, but he turned out to be a shameless scoundrel. The most detestable are those who cut off the bridge after crossing it. Qin Xingqing, profoundly appreciative of Chen Haoyu's assistance, interjected, "I heard you say that if this gentleman could save your father, you would agree to give him 1 million. Dong Hua retorted sharply, "What does that have to do with you? I have yet to seek trouble with you. My father is clearly alive, yet you claim he is dead. If I were to heed your words, he would be alive and dragged to the crematorium. You must provide me with an explanation in this matter." Qin Qingqing indeed found herself at a loss for words, having been chastised by Dong Hua. "Enough," Chen Haoyu said coolly. "I shall not require the money. As for Dr. Qin's oversight, let us not pursue it further. Mr. Dong, what do you think?" Dong Hua grinned widely, responding, "Agreed. Brother, your medical skills are truly impressive. I hold you in high regard." Chen Haoyu reciprocated the smile, giving him a thumbs up, saying, "Mr. Dong, you are remarkable. I consider myself quite thick-skinned. Yet in comparison to you, I find myself lacking. What a reminder that there are always those who surpass us." Laughter erupted among the crowd at Chen Haoyu's jibe towards Dong Hua. Even the aloof Su Yuyao could not suppress her amusement. Dong Hua's expression darkened as he asked, "Are you looking for trouble?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all. I merely feel we share a certain kinship. Mr. Dong, having met today, I wish to impart a piece of advice." Dong Hua inquired, "What advice?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Your heart is in grave distress. It is likely to manifest within the hour. Western medicine may not save you. Only traditional Chinese medicine can. Fortunately, I possess the ability to treat this specific ailment." Dong Hua scoffed, "Are you merely after money?" Chen Haoyu nodded, stating, "Indeed. I ask for a modest sum. Pay me 100,000, and I shall save your life." From Dong Hua's appearance, it was evident that his financial fortunes had recently plummeted. He seemed to incur losses at every turn. To say 1 million was out of reach would be an understatement. Even 10,000 could cost him dearly. Had this fellow uttered a few kind words, Chen Haoyu might not have demanded such a considerable amount. However, he audaciously dared to play tricks with Chen Haoyu, who naturally would not allow him to have an easy time. Historically, practitioners of the arcane arts have always been a uniquely formidable presence. Regardless of whether one is a commoner or a wealthy aristocrat, offending a sorcerer seldom ends well. This is particularly true for those who have honed their craft. A proficient sorcerer need only circle around your ancestral grave, and your fate is sealed. Who would dare to provoke such individuals? Dong Hua snorted, declaring, "Fine, I'll wait an hour and see how my heart condition manifests." Chen Haoyu retorted with a cold smirk, "I advise you to prepare the money first. If I don't see the payment, I will not provide treatment." With that, Chen Haoyu turned and walked away. Unbeknownst to anyone, a talisman composed of magical energy swiftly penetrated Dong Hua's body, nearly invisible to the naked eye. This was the legendary heart-eating talisman, a type of advanced talisman. As its name implies, anyone afflicted by this talisman would experience pain in their heart akin to being gnawed by ants. Generally, it takes a sorcerer a month or longer to successfully create a heart-eating talisman. However, due to Chen Haoyu's integration with the essence of the transcendent master, his magical power was extraordinarily pure and robust, allowing him to reach the realm of talisman manifestation with ease. Thus, with just a flick of his finger, he could complete the heart-eating talisman. The sole drawback was that the durability of magically condensed talismans is significantly inferior to that of normal talismans. Even the transcendent master could maintain its effect for no more than 3 days, while Chen Haoyu could manage merely a day. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to deal with someone like Dong Hua. As for Chen Haoyu's words, not only Dong Hua, but others also harbored disbelief. "Brother Zhang, do you think this young man truly possesses such extraordinary abilities? It's impossible. He likely said that to save face. I think so too. To diagnose someone with a heart condition at a glance and predict an imminent attack without any instruments is something even a screenwriter wouldn't dare to write. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chen Haoyu returned to the ward. Damn it. What kind of thing dares to play tricks with me? Do they really think I'm a pushover? Chen Haoyu cursed under his breath before sitting cross-legged on the bed, entering a meditative state. His 100-year dream life had profoundly altered Chen Haoyu's character and habits. Once an orphan, though ambitious, he had always carried an air of insecurity. In the past, faced with a goddess like Su Yuyao, he would have blushed deeply, unable to even dare to glance in her direction. Yet now, not only could he engage with her normally, but he could also tease her unabashedly, reflecting the extent of his transformation. Meanwhile, Qin Xingxing and Su Yuyao returned to the office. Yuyao, when did this Chen Haoyu awaken? He just regained consciousness less than half an hour ago. That's splendid. With him awake, a checkup will be a breeze for you. It's actually going to be more troublesome. This person is a rogue. Can a rogue really bring the dead back to life? Don't be ridiculous. This time, I must express my profound gratitude to that individual. It would be wise for you to refrain from associating with him. Observing Qin Xingxing's skepticism, Su Yuyao succinctly recounted how Chen Haoyu had solicited money from her. Qin Xingxing chuckled, remarking, this person indeed possesses a certain charm. Yuyao, how do you suppose Chen Haoyu discerned that the old gentleman was not deceased? Su Yuyao's enchanting eyes sparkled as she pondered. Perhaps the old gentleman was in a state of apparent death at that moment. His breathing and heartbeat were so faint that we could not detect them with our instruments. It was only under the intense stimulus from Chen Haoyu that he revived. As for how he realized the old gentleman was merely feigning death, I shall inquire after I conclude my tasks. Qin Xingxing glanced at the time and said, it is nearly time for lunch. I shall go buy him a dish as a token of gratitude. Su Yuyao nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go together. Chapter 4. The betting agreement. An hour later, Su Yuyao and Qin Xingxing entered Chen Haoyu's hospital room, bearing a sumptuous meal. At that moment, Chen Haoyu remained lost in his own thoughts. His eyes were gently closed, a smile gracing his lips as he sat cross-legged on the bed. His hands resting on his thighs, thumbs lightly touching. He exuded an air of serene comfort, imbued with an aura of mystery and grandeur. Su Yuyu felt that at that moment, Chen Haoyu resembled the revered statue of Taiji in the Qingping Taoist temple on the outskirts of Yan'ai City. As if stirred by the sound of their entrance, Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. This was a manifestation of his inability to fully control his magical power, resulting in a momentary overflow. Su Yuyao and Qin Xingxing, witnessing this fleeting golden light, thought for a moment that it was merely a figment of their imagination. Is this my lunch? Chen Haoyu inquired, a smile illuminating his face. This smile instantly dissipated the solemnity of his demeanor. Su Yuyao placed the meal on the table and replied, this is what Sister Qing brought for you. Qin Xingxing added, Mr. Chen, I am truly grateful for your help in saving that elderly gentleman. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. You need not thank me. I did it for profit, not out of kindness. Qin Xingxing chuckled, even if it was a mere act of convenience. I must acknowledge this favor. As Chen Haoyu opened the lunchbox and began to eat, he remarked, you are far more humane than this Dr. Su. She bumped into me and even considered not paying. It's quite absurd. Su Yuyao furrowed her brows and retorted, I never said I wouldn't pay. I merely said I would owe it for now. Chen Haoyu scooped a mouthful of rice and countered, if you don't pay me, I cannot afford rent or food. What do you propose I do about that? Su Yuyao shot back, if you had no money, how have you lived until today? Chen Haoyu replied, I begged as a child, and as I grew, I read fortunes. I was arrested by the police over a dozen times, accused of promoting feudal superstition. Can you believe it? Our ancient art of divination has spanned millennia. Which dynasty in history lacked an astrological bureau? How has it now become feudal superstition? It is utterly ridiculous. Su Yuyao commented, it seems you are quite the frequent visitor to the police station. Chen Haoyu replied proudly, indeed. I am well acquainted with all the police stations, large and small, in Yan'ai City. Su Yuyao inquired, and then what happened? Chen Haoyu continued, when fortune-telling became untenable, I opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. However, my exceptional medical skills obstructed the profits of many clinics, leading to my subsequent arrest by the police. Su Yuyu became intrigued. On what grounds did they arrest you? Chen Haoyu explained, they claimed I lacked a medical practitioner's license. Consequently, I spent 2 years acquiring both a Chinese medicine qualification and a psychology certification. Just as I obtained these credentials, before I could truly flourish, you collided with me. Alas, truly unfortunate times. Su Yu replied with a hint of annoyance, I am the one who is truly unfortunate. That day, a patient urgently required surgery, and in my haste, I encountered this situation. Chen Haoyu chuckled. My master once mentioned that this year, I am fated to encounter romance. Since you have bumped into me, it signifies our connection. Perhaps we. Hehe, you understand? Su Yuyao replied with a cold smirk. Dream on. Qin Qingqing interjected, Mr. Chen. I advise you to abandon any notions regarding Yuyao. Do you have any idea how many suitors are vying for her attention? They could line up from Qingshi Street to Hongda Square. Su Yuyao gently nudged Qin Qingqing and said, Sister Qing, what are you talking about? Chen Haoyu took a sip of water, suppressing the rice in his mouth, and declared, Thus, I require money. Qin Qingqing remarked, You are quite pragmatic. Mr. Chen, I have a question. How did you ascertain that the old gentleman was not deceased? Chen Haoyu replied, When a person dies, it is like a lamp extinguished. What does extinguished mean? It lacks vitality. However, I observed a faint hint of color in the old gentleman's pallid complexion, which led me to conclude that he was still alive. He could not divulge the esoteric matters of opening one's celestial eye. Even if he did, few would believe him. Therefore, Chen Haoyu chose to explain it through the lens of traditional Chinese medicine. Su Yuyao inquired, What method did you employ to revive him? Chen Haoyu responded, A little stimulation to his heart, and resolving the obstruction in his throat, and voil, all is well. Su Yuyao remarked, You possess quite the audacity. Chen Haoyu proudly asserted. How else could one practice traditional Chinese medicine? Su Yuyao scoffed, Unfortunately, your strategy fell short, and you still failed to extract money from him. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, You underestimate me. As a renowned master, if I cannot handle a mere nouveau riche, how shall I navigate the world henceforth? Su Yuyao asked, Are you implying that his heart truly has issues? Chen Haoyu affirmed, Certain cardiac conditions are beyond the scope of Western medicine, and can only be addressed through our traditional practices. Su Yu laughed derisively, You are delusional. Chen Haoyu, feeling a spark of inspiration, proposed, How about a wager? If this fellow named Dong Hua indeed seeks my treatment, you shall temporarily provide me shelter in your home for 3 months without any rent. I assure you, regardless of whether I earn money within that time, I will vacate. As for the 200,000, just return it to me within 3 years. Su Yuyao queried. And if he does not come? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu responded, Then I shall be discharged by noon tomorrow. Your incident of colliding with me will be considered settled. Su Yuyao agreed. Very well. Words alone carry no weight. Chen Haoyu proposed, Let us formalize it in writing. Soon, Su Yuyao drafted a contract and signed her name. To ensure the resolution of Chen Haoyu's predicament, she even procured red ink to affix her thumbprint. Chen Haoyu scrutinized the contract, confirming its accuracy before signing and imprinting his thumbprint, thus sealing the agreement. Both parties retained a copy of the contract, and for the first time, a radiant smile graced Su Yuyao's face. This smile resembled a blooming rhododendron, so exquisite that it left Chen Haoyu entranced. Alas, what a captivating yet perilous beauty! Observing Chen Haoyu's expression, Su Yuyao retracted her smile and coldly inquired, What are you staring at? Chen Haoyu, with unabashed confidence, replied, If you do not gaze upon me, how would you know I am gazing at you? Furthermore, your striking beauty is surely meant to be admired. I was merely appreciating the view. Su Yuyao scoffed. What a shameless flatterer. Chen Haoyu retorted, Incorrect. Compared to that blundering fool Dong Hua, my audacity pales in comparison. A soft chuckle escaped Qin Qingqing, who had been observing the exchange, unable to contain her amusement. This Chen Haoyu is truly delightful. Chapter 5. Dong Hua has become honest. Just after Chen Haoyu finished his meal, a series of anguished screams echoed through the corridor. Qin Qingqing let out a soft exclamation, saying, This sound is somewhat familiar. It seems to be Dong Hua. Su Yu glanced at Chen Haoyu, who shrugged and remarked, I knew you had your eyes on me. Which is why you concocted an agreement to live together. Oh, you are truly a reserved woman. Su Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, Even if it is Dong Hua, it does not necessarily mean he has come to seek your help. Chen Haoyu chuckled, Well, let's wait and see. After a while, Dong Hua, supported by 2 nurses, staggered into Chen Haoyu's hospital room. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and he clutched his chest, grimacing in agony. A crowd of onlookers gathered outside, whispering among themselves, I can't believe it. Could it really be heart disease? How uncanny. Precisely an hour has passed. Is this young man truly a miracle worker? Qin Qingqing inquired, Mr. Dong, what seems to be the problem? My chest hurts. As if something is gnawing at it, Dong Hua's voice was hoarse, his words causing the flesh on his face to quiver rhythmically. Qin Qingqing cast a shocked glance at Chen Haoyu before continuing. Have you ever experienced angina or any heart-related issues? Dong Hua replied, never. Qin Qingqing suggested. Then let us conduct an examination. No. Dong Hua struggled to raise his head and implored Chen Haoyu, please, help me. With an air of nonchalance, Chen Haoyu replied, I believe you should get an x-ray and let a Western doctor treat you. It might not even cost 20,000 to cure your heart ailment. If I were to treat you, it would be 100,000. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Haoyu moved his fingers slightly. Ah, Dong Hua cried out in pain, collapsing to the floor. Su Yu wished to speak, but, upon seeing the icy glint in Chen Haoyu's eyes and his haughty demeanor, swallowed her words. What exactly does Chen Haoyu do? How can his presence be more commanding than my father's? Su Yu was internally astonished. Dong Hua was nearly in tears, murmuring, I beg you, save me. Chen Haoyu inquired, have you brought the 100,000? Dong Hua hastily replied, I have it on my phone. Chen Haoyu scanned the room and asked Su Yuyao, where is my phone? Su Yuyao retrieved a phone from the bedside drawer, stating, your phone was broken, so I bought you a new one. Chen Haoyu acknowledged her with an O, opened the phone, located his payment code, and approached Dong Hua with a smile, saying, transfer the money first, then we can proceed with the treatment. Dong Hua painstakingly scanned Chen Haoyu's payment code, sending him 100,000. Chen Haoyu whistled, raised his eyebrows at Su Yuyao, and declared, I have one. Su Yuyao pursed her lips, urging, you should treat him first. Chen Haoyu asked, do you happen to see my acupuncture bag? Su Yuyao inquired, is it that black bag? Chen Haoyu nodded affirmatively, indeed. Su Yuyao gestured towards the drawer below, saying, it is there. Chen Haoyu opened the drawer and extracted a black cloth bag, its surface adorned with an intricately embroidered dragon, vivid and lifelike. Upon unfastening the bag, he discovered an array of golden needles, meticulously arranged within. Each needle, as slender as a strand of hair, bore peculiar engravings that clearly indicated their extraordinary origin. Most striking, however, were the 9 golden needles at the top of the pouch. Varying in length, each needle's tip was exquisitely fashioned into a dragon, a testament to unparalleled craftsmanship. Qin Qingqing gazed at them with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, so beautiful. Su Yuyao nodded in agreement, remarking, these golden needles must be the work of a master artisan. Chen Haoyu assisted the nurse in seating Dong Hua upon a chair, then rolled up his T-shirt to reveal a rather rotund chest. Goodness, he is quite portly. Chen Haoyu remarked, as he withdrew an 8-centimeter golden needle from the pouch and deftly inserted it into Dong Hua's heart area. With a flick of his finger, the needle trembled as if it possessed a life of its own. Ah! The once agonizing Dong Hua suddenly felt a warm current flowing around his heart, significantly alleviating his pain, and he could not help but emit a sound of comfort. In truth, Chen Haoyu had the ability to dispel the talisman with mere thought. The elaborate act of using golden needles for acupuncture was merely a means to align the situation with traditional Chinese medicine, for talismans were often associated with feudal superstition. And Chen Haoyu was keen to avoid any entanglements with the law. Moreover, he wished to convey to everyone the considerable effort he had invested in resolving the matter. If it were resolved too easily, it might lead others to believe that Dong Hua's expenditure of 100,000 was unwarranted, which was far from Chen Haoyu's intention. Mr. Dong, you may speak now. How do you feel? Chen Haoyu inquired. Dong Hua replied, I've never felt such comfort before. Chen Haoyu continued, in addition to your heart issue, there is also a presence of cold energy within your body. To justify this 100,000, I shall assist you in resolving that as well. Dong Hua promptly responded, all right, thank you. Chen Haoyu flicked the golden needle, which had begun to still, causing it to quiver once more as a gentle warmth circulated within Dong Hua's body. After approximately 2 minutes, Chen Haoyu withdrew the needle, instructing, immediately go to the restroom to expel the cold energy from your body. Upon hearing this, Dong Hua wasted no time, rushing into the restroom within the ward. Bang, bang, bang. The restroom echoed with 3 resounding sounds. Moments later, Dong Hua emerged with a look of sheer relief. Chen Haoyu, reclining with his legs crossed, asked, how do you feel? Do you sense your body has become lighter? Dong Hua nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I feel as if I have rejuvenated by a decade. Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable, living up to the title of the world's greatest healer. Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, after all, it is 100,000. I cannot allow you to incur a loss. Upon your return, make sure to exercise diligently, aiming to shed at least 30 to 40 pounds. If you continue to gain weight, Your heart may struggle to maintain the normal circulation of vital energy and blood. Dong Hua replied, Indeed, I shall diligently pursue weight loss. Chen Haoyu handed him a trash bag containing leftover food, saying, Please dispose of this. You may take your leave now. Dong Hua promptly accepted the bag, bowed respectfully to Chen Haoyu, and expressed, Thank you, Mr. Chen. With that, he departed, feeling invigorated. My goodness, this is truly astonishing. Are these two engaged in a clever act? After all, the elder was on the brink of death. Such theatrics seem implausible. Could it be that this young man is genuinely a miraculous healer? After all, how many young individuals can claim such a title? Chapter 6. The goddess's defense broken after everyone departed. Chen Haoyu closed the door to the ward, his face radiant with a smile as he gazed at Su Yuyao and remarked, It seems that I have emerged victorious. Su Yuyao replied coolly, Earning 100,000 yuan and sending someone away in high spirits. Chen Haoyu, you truly are remarkable. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chen Haoyu's eyes as he inquired, What do you mean by that? Su Yuyao continued, Is his heart truly afflicted? You shouldn't assume everyone is a fool. I have some acquaintance with traditional Chinese medicine. Yet I have never heard of anyone resolving cardiac issues and internal coldness with a single golden needle in under 5 minutes. Not even the esteemed physicians of Yindu could achieve such a feat. She suspected that Chen Haoyu might have employed some obscure method to induce a heart problem in Dong Hua, only to subsequently remedy it himself. This approach would serve to vent his frustrations while simultaneously netting him a tidy sum, a double victory. Indeed. Isn't it often said that beautiful women are both attractive and dim-witted? This woman is no exception. How can she be so astute? Chen Haoyu silently chastised himself, though his face betrayed a smug grin as he declared, Dr. Su, regardless of the circumstances, you still lost. Starting tomorrow, we shall cohabit. According to the conventions of online novels, we shall initially encounter various conflicts, after which you will discover my many virtues and fall hopelessly in love with me, leading us to a scandalous life together. Haha. It's the quintessential narrative for protagonists. Su Yuyao retorted with a cold laugh. Even if every man in the world were to perish, I would still not find you appealing. Chen Haoyu smiled wryly. Those heroines in online literature often say the same thing at first. Su Yuyao huffed, Qingjie. This man is nothing but a rogue. Let us leave. Seeing that they were genuinely about to depart, Chen Haoyu hastily called out, Wait, I wish to be discharged. Su Yuyao halted, stating, That is not permissible. I will arrange for a physical examination this afternoon, and you may only leave once I confirm that you are in good health. Chen Haoyu feigned surprise, grinning, I knew it. You are concerned for my well-being. Get lost. Su Yuyao retorted, her patience entirely exhausted, as she slammed the ward door shut. Back in her office, Su Yuyao's anger still simmered as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, Encountering such a scoundrel is utterly infuriating. Qin Qingqing chuckled, I find him rather amusing, and he seems quite compatible with you. Su Yuyao could hardly believe her ears, exclaiming, Qingjie, you must be mistaken. Qin Qingqing replied, Yuyao, ever since you joined our hospital 2 years ago, you have given off an air of aloofness. No matter the person or situation, you remain unnaturally composed. Yet today, faced with Chen Haoyu, you exhibited intense emotional fluctuations, even becoming quite agitated. This suggests that you are not entirely immune to the world. Su Yuyao clarified, I merely did not expect him to be so shameless. Qin Qingqing countered, however, you cannot deny that this man possesses exceptional medical skills. Without further ado, the mere fact that he effortlessly pierced Dong Hua's body with delicate golden needles indicates a level of skill not typically found in conventional Chinese medicine. Su Yuyao paused for a moment, nodded, and conceded, I must admit he possesses some remarkable abilities. To this day, Su Yuyu remained perplexed as to how Chen Haoyu had caused Dong Hua's heart to falter within a mere hour. Qin Qingqing inquired, What do you intend to do next? Are you really considering taking him in? Su Yuyao offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness, replying, I am at a loss regarding how to proceed. After some contemplation, Qin Qingqing suggested, Why not rent him an apartment? Su Yuyu responded, Do you believe he would agree to that? Certainly not, Qin Qingqing replied. Given the rare opportunity to cohabit with a goddess like you, I would not acquiesce either. With a resigned sigh, Su Yuyu declared, Let us take it one step at a time. A comprehensive examination proved to be an exceedingly tedious endeavor, and even with Su Yuyao's assistance as an insider, Chen Haoyu did not complete all the tests until 8 o'clock that evening. Gazing at the bowl of vegetable and tofu soup before him, Chen Haoyu lamented, Most of my examination results are normal. My health is quite robust. Dr. Su, could you possibly bring me some meat? Su Yuyao replied. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, you should recognize that a light diet is beneficial for you. What benefit? Chen Haoyu exclaimed, tossing down his chopsticks in frustration. I am going out for a grand feast right now. Su Yuyao countered. I am your attending physician. If you disregard my advice, you will be responsible for the medical expenses over the next 100 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu's demeanor shifted from anger to radiant delight, as he proclaimed. For us Taoists, vegetable and tofu is the finest fare. I adore it. Su Yuyao shot him a sidelong glance, stating, then savor it slowly. I am on night duty and must attend to my rounds. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Su, Chen Haoyu replied. Once Su Yuyao departed, Chen Haoyu promptly discarded the vegetable and tofu into the trash and summoned a KFC delivery on his phone. 15 minutes later, he stealthily exited the ward, indulging in his meal outside and disposing of any incriminating evidence before returning. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, an elderly voice reached his ears. Turning around, he observed an elderly man with a head of white hair, seemingly having twisted his ankle, leaning against the wall and gradually lowering himself to the ground. Chen Haoyu hurried over, asking, Are you all right, sir? The elder, though advanced in age, possessed a keen gaze and an air of indomitable spirit, unmistakably a former soldier. I ventured out for some fresh air and a stroll, but alas, I seem to have twisted my foot. It appears I can no longer defy the passage of time, he said with a wry smile. Chen Haoyu assisted him to his feet, chuckling. One may age physically, but one's spirit must remain youthful. The elder gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well said. Chen Haoyu then asked, Which ward are you in? I can escort you there. The elder replied, Room 2106. Chen Haoyu was taken aback, exclaiming, What a coincidence. I am in 2015. The elderly man remarked, Are you the young man who fell into a coma for over 3 months to save the little girl? Chen Haoyu couldn't help but smile. Hearing you say that makes me feel quite heroic. The old man laughed heartily. Such selfless acts of saving others indeed deserve to be called heroic. Chen Haoyu replied, Then I thank you for your kind words. Supporting the elderly man, he guided him into room 2106, ensuring he was comfortably settled. Sir, allow me to fetch a doctor for you. No need. This minor sprain is inconsequential. I can hardly feel any pain. Not feeling pain does not signify all is well. How about this? If you trust me, I can take a look. Young man, are you a doctor as well? One might say so. Chapter 7. Physiognomy is not deception. Upon hearing this, the elderly man couldn't help but chuckle and asked, What does it mean to predict? Chen Haoyu replied, I am, in truth, a Taoist and possess some medical knowledge. The elder inquired, A Taoist? The kind that can calculate and divine? Chen Haoyu modestly responded, I have a bit of skill in fortune-telling. The elder furrowed his brow and remarked, Young man, it is better to remain grounded in reality. In the elderly man's view, fortune-telling equated to deceit and trickery. Initially, he held a favorable impression of Chen Haoyu. But upon learning of his fortune-telling ability, his opinion plummeted. Observing the nameplate on the elder's bedside, which read Su Jiangwo, Chen Haoyu introduced himself, Elder Su. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Haoyu, and I am not here to deceive you under the guise of fortune-telling. Since you do not trust me, I shall take my leave. Wait, Su Jiangwo scrutinized Chen Haoyu and said, Today, I heard that a young patient revived an elderly man deemed dead by doctors. Could that be you? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, Indeed, that was I. Su Jiangwo continued, If you possess such remarkable medical skills, why resort to fortune-telling and deception? Chen Haoyu's demeanor shifted slightly. He spoke earnestly. Elder Su, our lineage of the mystical arts has been passed down for millennia, and there exists a rationale for its endurance. Admittedly, many individuals exploit fortune-telling to swindle others, but they are not of our sect. Fortune-telling does not equate to deception. I hope you can comprehend this. Su Jiangwo appeared taken aback by Chen Haoyu's audacity to express his displeasure. After a brief moment of surprise, he grew somewhat irate and challenged. Since you claim that fortune-telling does not equal deception, are you bold enough to give it a try? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu seated himself in the chair before Su Jiangwo and stated, A divination costs 2,000. Should I err, I shall compensate you with the same amount. Su Jiangwo, amused by the boldness, replied, Very well, you are quite straightforward. At that moment, Su Yuyao entered the room. Elder, a patient mentioned you twisted your ankle? Huh? Chen Haoyu. What brings you here? Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, I am here to give Elder Su a lesson. A lesson? Su Yuyao was perplexed. Su Jiangwo scoffed, Such bravado. Dr. Su, I trust you haven't divulged my matters to him? Of course not, Su Yu responded. Su Jiangwo continued. Good. Young Chen, I shall not be unfair. See if you can ascertain how many children I have. Chen Haoyu carefully examined Su Jiangwo's features, a prominent forehead, a straight nose, and thick, well-defined eyebrows indicated a lineage of many offspring. The only flaw was a lack of fullness in the lower eyelids, marred by 2 distinct scars, suggesting the loss of 2 children. You originally had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Unfortunately, your eldest son and eldest daughter could not be preserved, leaving you with 2 sons and 1 daughter. Stunned, Su Jiangwo stood up abruptly, exclaiming, How did you know? His first childbirth had been a set of twins, a son and a daughter, which had brought him joy. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, as his wife had unexpectedly suffered a severe hemorrhage just before the due date. By the time they reached the hospital, it was too late. Su Jiangwo has only retained his wife, while his 2 children are lost. This remains a lifelong regret for the Su couple. So much so that they have not disclosed the existence of their 3 children. It is astonishing that Chen Haoyu is aware of this. Chen Haoyu did not respond verbally. Instead, he produced his phone and displayed a payment QR code, stating 2,000. Although Su Jiangwo is somewhat advanced in years, he typically conducts transactions using his smartphone. He lifted his phone, scanned Chen Haoyu's QR code, and sent him 2,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu stood up, smiling. I'm short on cash lately. Thank you for the 2,000. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Jiangwo cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, Do not employ the strategy of feigned retreat with me. Let us continue. Damn, this old man is truly clever. Chen Haoyu resumed his seat, saying, Then let us proceed. Su Jiangwo inquired in a solemn tone, What are my 2 sons and daughter doing? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, Your eldest son possesses a composed demeanor and is likely engaged in politics, holding a significant position. Your second son, with a more exuberant character, caused you considerable trouble in his youth. He is now a businessman with a fortune around a modest target. Your daughter is presumably a researcher, contributing significantly to the nation's technological advancement. The Su family truly boasts 3 exceptional talents, a testament to your educational prowess. Su Jiangwo stared in disbelief and asked, You haven't conducted any prior investigation on me, have you? Chen Haoyu replied, I have been in a coma for over 100 days. I awoke this morning, underwent examinations in the afternoon, and concluded them only at 8 tonight. I had no time to investigate you. Besides, how could I possibly uncover information about a distinguished scientist like your daughter? Su Jiangwo conceded, That is indeed valid. Chen Haoyu gestured towards his phone, saying, Pay up. Su Jiangwo promptly transferred 2,000 yuan, stating, Now for the 3rd question. Wait, Chen Haoyu interjected, I only answer 3 queries a day. You'd best think carefully before asking. Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough of the preamble. Tell me, how many grandchildren do I have? Chen Haoyu opened his mouth, declaring, That is exceedingly simple. Your eldest son has blessed you with a grandson and a granddaughter, while your second son has provided you with 2 grandsons. Ha ha ha. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily, saying, You are mistaken. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, asking, How have I erred? Su Jiangwo clarified, My second son has only given me 1 grandson. Return my money. At this point, Su Yuyao understood. The 2 were engaged in a wager. Chen Haoyu was fortune-telling for the elder Su, earning 2,000 for accurate predictions and losing 2,000 for incorrect ones. It was evident that Chen Haoyu had been right in the first 2 readings, but the 3rd had gone awry. Previously, when Chen Haoyu mentioned being apprehended by the police several times for fortune-telling, Su Yuya thought he was merely spouting nonsense. Now it appeared that he possessed genuine skills in divination, albeit with some room for improvement. Chen Haoyu displayed a peculiar expression, stating, Old Su, I have already mentioned that your second son is exuberant and a billionaire. Do you truly believe he has only 1 child? The smile on Su Jiangwo's face vanished. His gaze fixed intensely on Chen Haoyu as he inquired, Are you suggesting that he has an illegitimate child? Chen Haoyu replied, Judging by the child's appearance, he should be around 5 years old. Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow and retorted, On what basis should I trust you? Chen Haoyu chuckled, Let us put it on speaker. Call him, and we shall unveil the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiangwo immediately dialed his second son, Su Hai. Hello, Dad? Is something wrong? Su Hai answered, I'm fine. Can you talk right now? Yes, I'm alone. You rascal. How dare you cause such a ruckus out there, and even father a child? You've utterly embarrassed me. Su Jiangwo scolded without reservation. Chen Haoyu gave him a thumbs up, thinking how convincingly the old man played his part. Dad, what are you talking about? Suhai replied, bewildered. Spare me the nonsense. The child is already 5 years old, and I, as the grandfather, am just now learning of this? What kind of affairs are you managing? Tell me, how will you explain this to your wife and child in the future? Suhai fell silent for a moment before asking, Dad, how did you find out? Damn it, Su Jiangwo cursed, his temper flaring as he hung up the phone. Chapter 8. There are no ghosts in this world. Chen Haoyu chuckled and remarked, Old Su, the 3 divinations have concluded, and you have lost. Su Jiangwo transferred the money to him and inquired, Does the art of fortune-telling truly exist in this world? Chen Haoyu put away his phone and smiled, saying, If it did not exist, then why would the Book of Changes be revered as the foremost classic of the Xia dynasty, the source of the Great Way? Old Su. Behind all things in the universe lies an eternal, unchanging rule. Master this rule, and you shall become divine. Su Jiangwo asked, Have you mastered it? Su Yuyao, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Old Su. Do you believe that someone who comprehends the rules of all things could be so impoverished that they cannot afford a meal? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, Miss Su, I am merely staying at your place for a couple of days. There's no need to be so antagonistic towards me. Su Jiangwo glanced at Chen Haoyu and then at Su Yuyao, chuckling, Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao immediately realized that Su Jiangwo had misunderstood her relationship with Chen Haoyu. Just as she was about to explain, Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, Old Su. Your insight is truly remarkable. Love is a most peculiar thing. Some individuals may spend a lifetime together without ever developing affection for one another, while others, upon their first meeting, instinctively know the other is the one they have been seeking. Yuyao and I belong to the latter category. Su Yuyao widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Chen Haoyu, do you have no shame? Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, For the sake of love, what is shame? Old Su, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he raised an eyebrow at Su Yuyao and turned to exit, leaving her so infuriated that she felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Su Jiangwo remarked thoughtfully, This young man, Chen, is indeed enigmatic and extraordinary. Su Yuyu suggested, Old Su, let us check on your ankle. Su Jiangwo lifted his foot and moved it a bit, letting out a muffled grunt. We should indeed take a look. 2 nurses accompanied Su Jiangwo to the surgical department, while Su Yuyao entered Chen Haoyu's hospital room. Do you know who Old Su is? Chen Haoyu, engrossed in a game, glanced at her and replied, A retired major general from the Yinxi military region. Su Yuyu was taken aback, If you know this, how dare you swindle him out of money? Chen Haoyu set his phone down, disgruntled, Your choice of words is inappropriate. I provide fortune-telling services, and he compensates me. Can that truly be described as swindling? Furthermore, what significance does a major general hold? Since the establishment of the nation, there have been at least 2,000 generals of the rank of major general or higher. As for me, Chen Haoyu, a revered master of the mystical arts, there have only been a handful throughout a millennium, such as Zhang Sanfeng and Liu Bowen, who can be likened to me. In comparison, my status is far more illustrious. Su Yuyao laughed outright. Oh, esteemed master, can you summon a ghost for me to see? Chen Haoyu scoffed. The notion of ghosts and deities is merely a ruse concocted by ancient Taoist masters to elevate their own status and standing before ordinary people. Su Yuyao's interest was piqued, and she curiously asked, Are you suggesting that there are no ghosts in the world? Chen Haoyu affirmed, Certainly. If ghosts truly existed, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. The ancients spoke of spirits, which in truth represent the energy of yin and malevolent forces. The human body possesses both yin and yang energies. Only when these are in harmony can one enjoy health and longevity. Should the malevolent energy infiltrate the body, disrupting this delicate balance, a myriad of issues may arise. Conversely, an excess of yang energy can yield similar consequences. Su Yuyao inquired further, Why do so many people online claim to have seen ghosts? Chen Haoyu gestured to his head and replied, When malevolent energy invades the brain, it conjures images of the malevolent spirits they imagine. Those with mental health issues may even experience hallucinations. Su Yuyao nodded in understanding. Chen Haoyu continued, In the eyes of us accomplished practitioners of the arts, there is no distinction between nobles and commoners, for they are all mere mortals, while we have transcended the mundane. Suddenly, Su Yuyao pointed to the ground, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, whose 1,000 yuan is this? Where is it? Chen Haoyu immediately bent down to search. With a chuckle, Su Yuyu laughed heartily. Chen Haoyu, you truly are detached from the world. Chen Haoyu pressed his lips together and insisted, In Taoist practice, one must possess 4 elements: wealth, technique, land, and companionship. My earnings are also for the sake of cultivation. Su Yuyo, realizing the charm of this scoundrel, replied, I understand. Rest well, and I shall arrange for your discharge tomorrow. The following morning, Su Yuyao, accompanied by a group of doctors, came to conduct rounds. Chen Haoyu, who had been meditating, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. Glancing at the time, he was astonished to find it was already 7 in the morning. He marveled inwardly at the passage of time. Indeed, cultivation transcends the concept of time. What felt like a brief meditation had turned into 8 hours, showcasing the remarkable efficacy of the cultivation method known as the carefree classic, created by the renowned master Xiaoyao. A professor in his 60s examined Chen Haoyu's medical records from the previous day and expressed his astonishment. After 100 days of coma, you awaken with a physique significantly stronger than that of an average person. This is quite extraordinary. Young man, have you practiced martial arts? Chen Haoyu straightened his back and declared, in terms of martial arts, I should be unrivaled in the world. Once again, boasting. Su Yuyao was left speechless. The old professor smiled. It seems you are a fan of martial arts. Chen Haoyu replied, men who do not appreciate martial arts typically lack spirit. However, I am not exaggerating. I truly am unparalleled. Master Xiaoyao lived for over 120 years, possessing not only formidable powers, but also being an exceptional martial artist. He mastered the techniques of various schools, lacking none. Of course, the martial arts referred to here are not as fantastical as those depicted in martial arts novels. Nor do they involve any mystical energy or internal force. The cinematic feats of scaling walls or lethally striking someone from 20 meters away do not exist in this realm. Ancient martial arts, akin to national arts, practice the cultivation of vital energy and strength, though the levels of mastery are not classified as meticulously as in national arts. When Chen Haoyu claims to be an unrivaled martial arts expert, it is not a mere fabrication. He has inherited the legacy of the carefree master and possesses extraordinary magical power, which is akin to the emergence of a grandmaster like Zhang Sanfeng in this world. Even those who have honed their skills to the pinnacle of transformation would likely find themselves no match for him in 3 exchanges. Such is the nature of magical power, which resides on a higher plane than mere physical strength. Chen Haoyu acknowledges the second place. However, it is unlikely that anyone would dare claim the first. The old professor, thinking Chen Haoyu was jesting, remarked, very well. This esteemed expert of the world, congratulations, you may be discharged today. Chen Haoyu clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, thank you very much. The old professor returned the gesture and replied, no need for such courtesy. Haha. Witnessing the playful exchange reminiscent of characters from martial arts films between the elder and the youth, the doctors could not help but burst into laughter. Su Yuyo shot Chen Haoyu a glance, thinking to herself, this guy is truly a spectacle. Chapter 9. A divination of 200,000 after the inspection concluded. Su Jiangwo entered with a middle-aged man. This man, in his 40s and standing at about 6 feet tall, had his hair meticulously styled. He bore a resemblance to Su Jiangwo, yet lacked the gravitas, exuding a more carefree and casual demeanor. It was evident that this individual was Su Hai, the one rumored to have an illegitimate child. Old Su, I am about to be discharged from the hospital. What brings you here? Xiao Chun, this is my second son. Su Hai, I would like to request a divination for him, Su Jiangwo stated. Old Su, aren't you skeptical of such matters? Su Hai interjected. I am not so rigid in my beliefs. You won 6,000 from me yesterday, which indicates you possess genuine skill. My son, now over 40, has never been a source of peace for me. I am concerned he may encounter troubles, hence my request for you to assess him. Chen Haoyu glanced at Su Hai, who was also observing him, his gaze rife with distrust. You may have deceived my father, but you cannot fool me. Tell me, how did you know I have a son? Su Hai coldly demanded. With a swift kick, Su Jiangwo reprimanded his son. Be quiet. Su Hai, looking aggrieved, retorted, Father, this kid is barely in his 20s. How could he possibly be as extraordinary as you claim? You must have been duped. Chen Haoyu smiled gently. Why would I deceive the elder for a mere 6,000? Surely, you underestimate my integrity. With a scoff, Su Hai replied, 6,000 is just the beginning. Once my father fully believes you, the stakes will undoubtedly rise. Chen Haoyu nodded. You are correct. To read your fortune, you must offer me at least 100,000. Su Hai, now amused, pointed at Chen Haoyu. Father, did you hear that? This kid has admitted it. Silence. Su Jiangwo chastised Su Hai. Turning to Chen Haoyu, Xiao Chun, what is the reasoning behind this? Chen Haoyu replied with a smile. Old Su, the fate of a person is ever-changing, and no one can predict it with absolute certainty. I can only provide a general overview. However, concerning such a pronounced calamity as yours, I can discern it clearly. If you trust me, offer me 100,000. If not, consider my words mere nonsense. Su Hai challenged, what if you abscond with the money? Chen Haoyu responded, that would merely reflect your poor judgment. Su Hai sneered, in my entire life, I have never encountered someone like you. Chen Haoyu countered, likewise, I have never met a businessman, after 2 decades in the industry, so frivolous and impatient. Su Hai threatened, do you really think I want to make you regret this? Chen Haoyu shook his head dismissively, with your demeanor. You overestimate your own significance, Su. Su Jiangwo frowned. Su Hai, this is not your place to speak. Xiao Chun, I will pay the 100,000. Chen Haoyu replied. The terms have now changed. I require 200,000. You scoundrel. Su Hai erupted in fury. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Jiangwo, calmly stating, Old Su, I do not favor your son. 200,000 is your final opportunity. Will you give it or not? Su Jiangwo, gazing into Chen Haoyu's profound and frigid eyes, gritted his teeth and stated, I will. Father, shut your foul mouth. Su Hai was about to speak when Su Jiangwo interrupted him sharply, commanding, hand over the money. Su Hai, unable to defy, could only cast a resentful glance at Chen Haoyu before transferring the 200,000. Chen Haoyu pocketed his phone and remarked indifferently, Mr. Su, do not feel as though you have incurred a loss. Were it not for the respect I hold for old Su, even if you offered me 20 million, I would not deign to engage with you. Su Jiangwo seized the opportunity to inquire, Young Chen, there is no need for pleasantries. What calamity is he truly facing? Chen Haoyu replied, if my calculations are correct, Mr. Su, you must have taken on a municipal project, am I right? Su Jiangwo turned to Su Hai, who nodded, stating, it's the Longmen Bridge in Yan'ai. It's set to be completed in half a month. Completion? Chen Haoyu scoffed, you think a shoddy construction like yours can be completed? What an international farce. Su Jiangwo's expression shifted dramatically as he asked, are you implying that there are issues with the construction of the Longmen Bridge? For a construction company, a public welfare project must never falter. If it does, not only the Su family, but even families 100 times more powerful would face dire consequences. If the Longmen Bridge is indeed a shoddy construction, once discovered, the entire Su family would be doomed. Su Hai furrowed his brows, asserting, Father, do not heed his nonsense. That is impossible. While I may have my flaws, I would never cut corners on a public welfare project. Chen Haoyu countered, you may not. But does that mean others share your principles? In the face of profit, not everyone can uphold their integrity. Su Hai insisted. The one responsible for constructing the Longmen Bridge is Xiaowi's elder brother. He is not short on funds. Su Jiangwo questioned, Xiaowi is the mistress you are keeping outside? Su Hai faltered, responding, Father, do not speak so harshly. She is the mother of your grandchild. Chen Haoyu was amused by Su Hai's ignorance, saying, Mr. Su, you should immediately engage several reliable third parties to inspect the Longmen Bridge. They can determine within 2 hours whether it meets the standards. Su Hai retorted, what if the results prove you are merely spouting nonsense? Chen Haoyu replied, not only will I return the 200,000, but I shall also grant you an additional 100,000. Conversely, should the results align with my predictions, I would appreciate another 100,000. Su Hai agreed, no problem. The two exchanged contact information, and Su Hai hurriedly departed. Su Jiangwo, filled with concern, asked, Young Chen, how confident are you? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, absolutely 100%. Mr. Su's brother-in-law is in deep debt and has, through his position, siphoned at least 20 million from the project. Su Jiangwo expressed his astonishment. You could even deduce that? Chen Haoyu remarked, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Su is but a pawn in a grander scheme. There are far more formidable players behind this incident. Hee, Elder Su, do not forget that your eldest son is the very core of the Su family. Upon hearing those final words, Su Jiangwo felt as if his mind had exploded. It is common knowledge that the successor of the Su family is none other than his eldest son, Su Jiang, who holds a prominent leadership position in a city in another province. At this moment, Su Jiang is at a critical juncture in his ascent. If it were to suddenly surface that Su Hai was involved in a shoddy project, the consequences would be dire. Clearly, the intention of the adversary is to engage in a relentless battle against the Su family. With this thought, a palpable aura of menace surged within Su Jiangwo as he inquired, Xiao Chen, can you deduce who it is? Chen Haoyu shook his head and replied, Elder Su, I am no oracle. How could I possibly know? Su Jiang's opponents are formidable individuals, and Chen Haoyu would not recklessly put himself in harm's way. This is a fundamental tenet of the mystic arts, to resolutely avoid placing oneself in precarious situations. Only in the most desperate of circumstances should one extinguish danger at its inception. Chapter 10. Taking advantage of the goddess Su Jiangwo had completely placed his trust in Chen Haoyu, stating, regardless of the circumstances, the Su family owes you a significant favor. Not at all, Chen Haoyu interjected with a wave of his hand. I provided a fortune reading for your son, and he compensated me. We are even now. As long as you believe the expenditure was worthwhile, that is all that matters. Su Jiangwo regarded Chen Haoyu with a thoughtful gaze and replied, well then, thank you. You're welcome, Chen Haoyu responded with a smile. An hour later, after completing the discharge formalities, Chen Haoyu followed Su Yuyao as they exited the hospital. Within the confines of the elevator, Chen Haoyu couldn't help but admire Su Yuyao, exclaiming, how did you come to be so stunning? Dressed in a white lab coat. Su Yuyu was already breathtaking, but in a light blue dress, she was utterly enchanting. Her figure was particularly captivating, with graceful curves in all the right places. Complemented by her elegant and noble demeanor, not even celestial beings would remain unaffected by her allure. Su Yuyu remarked coolly, your choice of words to praise women is quite exquisite. Chen Haoyu chuckled, apologies, I never received formal education as a child. Su Yuyu cast him a sideways glance, choosing to ignore him thereafter. Upon exiting the hospital, they beheld a luxurious sports car adorned with an abundance of roses parked before the entrance. A well-dressed gentleman in his 30s, exuding an extraordinary charm, stood there holding the flowers with a smile. Chen Haoyu could intuitively deduce that this man was one of Su Yuyao's admirers. To prevent any misunderstandings, he promptly took a step back. Unexpectedly, a hand grasped him firmly. Where do you think you're going? Su Yuyao asked, smiling at Chen Haoyu. To his astonishment, it seemed she intended to use him as a shield against her admirer. Chen Haoyu quickly understood the playful glint in her eyes and said, I suddenly feel an urge to use the restroom. Too late. Su Yuyao directly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's, stating, since you're staying with me, you must help me fend off these bothersome suitors. Otherwise, we each go our separate ways. After all, you're fine now, and I'm not afraid of heading to court. Chen Haoyu exclaimed, wow, Su Yuyao. You're quite ruthless. Surprisingly, this was the first time Su Yuyao had been scolded. Rather than feeling anger, she found it intriguing, her smile widening. Haven't you heard? The most venomous hearts belong to women. Chen Haoyu scoffed. Aren't you worried about digging your own grave? Many romance novels feature scenarios where a female lead randomly selects a man as a pretend boyfriend, only for them to develop genuine feelings for each other. Su Yuyu replied, if you possess the charm to make me fall for you, I wouldn't mind if our act became reality. Chen Haoyu felt a stir within him and said, in that case, do not blame me for collecting a bit of interest first. What do you mean? Before Su Yuyao could grasp Chen Haoyu's words, his arm encircled her slender waist, bringing them even closer together. Su Yuyao's body quivered, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her heart. How dare this rascal take advantage of me? Chen Haoyu gently squeezed Su Yuyao's waist and murmured, how delightful. Their voices were soft, and they were so close that their faces beamed with smiles. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly assume they were a couple, including the handsome man observing them. At that moment, the smile on his face had vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Who was this man? Why was Su Yuyao, who usually remained indifferent towards men, so intimately close to him? The handsome man's gaze was fixed on Chen Haoyu, had a glance the power to kill. Chen Haoyu would surely have felt like a porcupine by now. Yuyao, it's been a while, the handsome man greeted as Su Yuyao approached, his expression transforming into a warm spring breeze. Su Yuyao slightly furrowed her brows and replied, Mr. Shan, I have mentioned numerous times not to call me Yuyao. I do not wish for my boyfriend to misunderstand. The handsome man turned to Chen Haoyu and said, I am Shun Dong from the Shin Group. May I inquire your surname, sir? Chen Haoyu responded, I am honored to introduce myself as Chen Haoyu. Shin Dong inquired, Yuyao has always claimed to have a boyfriend. I initially thought it was merely an excuse, but it seems I was mistaken. Chen Haoyu's following response was pivotal, and Su Yuyao gently squeezed his arm, urging him to respond appropriately. What boyfriend? Mr. Shun, I believe you are mistaken, said Chen Haoyu. Su Yuyao's expression stiffened, her nails digging painfully into Chen Haoyu's arm, nearly prompting him to cry out in distress. Haoyu, what are you saying? Su Yuyao expressed her discontent. Chen Haoyu sighed and said, Yuyao, I know you have feelings for me, but I need some time, as I truly cannot ascertain my feelings for you. Excuse me? Dong nearly faltered upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words. What did this mean? Su Yuya was pursuing him, and yet he was hesitant? This was a plot no drama script would dare to write. Su Yuya was equally taken aback by Chen Haoyu's unexpected declaration, but she steeled herself to continue the charade, stating, "Regardless, I am committed to you for life." Chen Haoyu replied, "Yu, I am but a scoundrel. I cannot forsake an entire forest for you." Without hesitation, Su Yu declared, "As long as you are by my side, I care not for anything else. For the time being, you shall stay with me." Chen Haoyu sighed again, saying, "I have neither wealth nor power. I genuinely do not understand what you see in me." Su Yu responded, "I do not concern myself with your money. I simply admire you as a person." Chen Haoyu chuckled wryly, "Very well, let us cohabit for a while. If it proves unsuitable, we shall part ways." Su Yu nodded happily, "All right." Meanwhile, Dong stood in stunned disbelief. The aloof goddess he admired was willing to pursue this man. Clad in a simple shirt worth mere dollars, it surpassed his wildest imagination. "Yu, do you truly wish to live with him?" Dong asked incredulously. "Of course." Su Yu affirmed. "Mr. Shen, I greatly appreciate your affection, but we are simply not suited for one another. Haoyu, let us depart." "Very well." Chen Haoyu responded with a sound of acknowledgement, wrapping his arm around Su Yu as they made their way to the parking lot. Dong stood there, dumbfounded for quite some time, before finally retrieving his phone and dialing a number. "I want to investigate Chen Haoyu. I require all his information." At that moment, Dong's expression was one of utmost displeasure. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Yu coldly remarked, "How long do you intend to hold me like this?" Chen Haoyu did not release his grip. Instead, he embraced her even more tightly, his face brimming with affection as he replied, "Until the ends of the earth." "You should reserve such words for other women," Su Yu retorted, stepping on Chen Haoyu's foot. "Ouch." Chen Haoyu winced in pain, his face contorting as he clutched his foot, hopping about incessantly. "Su Yu, you are far too ruthless." "Thank you for the compliment," Su Yu replied, displaying a triumphant smile. Chapter 11. The Sharp Angle Menace. Just a trifle. Inside the vehicle, Chen Haoyu sat in the passenger seat, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, the 2,200,000 yuan Range Rover was impressive. Its interior far surpassed that of other cars. Yet, it astonished Chen Haoyu that such a stunning beauty as Su would opt for a 5-meter-long Range Rover instead of a sports car. "Miss Su, I fail to comprehend why you would choose such a vehicle. It seems somewhat incongruous with your persona. And what type of car do you believe would suit me?" she inquired. "A Bentley, a Porsche, a Maserati." "Surely, the spaciousness and safety of a sports car would surpass that of a Range Rover?" "That is certainly not the case. This is precisely why I refrain from purchasing them. As a physician, my foremost considerations in a vehicle are safety and practicality." "Truly wise," he remarked. "Now I understand why you earn such a high salary yet cannot afford even 200,000. Is it all tied up in car loans?" "And the rent for the apartment," she added. Chen Haoyu fell into a moment of silence. After departing from the hospital, the vehicle traversed approximately 5 kilometers when Chen Haoyu suddenly exclaimed, "Stop." Su Yu furrowed her brows, questioning, "What is it?" He pointed towards a traditional Chinese medicine clinic by the roadside, stating, "I wish to go there." Glancing over, Su noticed a large sign proclaiming rooms for rent adjacent to the clinic, and she quickly deduced his intentions. Finding a suitable parking spot, Su Yu followed Chen Haoyu towards the clinic. Upon reaching the entrance, he abruptly halted, turning his gaze toward the corner of a nearby hotel. "What is it?" Su Yu inquired, following his line of sight. With a smile, he replied, "The Sharp Angle Menace. No wonder this clinic is available for rent. It seems the malevolent energy is obstructing its feng shui. Then why would you still consider renting?" she asked. "Of course I would rent. As a renowned master of celestial arts, I possess countless methods to counteract the Sharp Angle Menace. This clinic has a large area and an excellent location. I suspect the rent is rather steep," she remarked. Chen Haoyu, brimming with confidence, asserted, "I am now a wealthy man. Renting an apartment is certainly within my means." Upon entering the clinic, a disheveled middle-aged man approached them. Without needing to look closely, Chen Haoyu could tell this individual possessed a visage indicative of financial loss. "Are you two here to rent a room?" the man inquired directly. Chen Haoyu nodded, affirming, "Indeed." The man stated bluntly, 2 years, 300,000, no negotiations. Chen Haoyu was taken aback, chuckling, given the size and location of the premises. 15,000 a year is not exorbitant. However, I do not understand why a 2-year lease is necessary. I have rented it from the landlord for 4 years straight, with 2 years and 3 months remaining. The 3 months will be my gift to you, the man explained. Understanding dawned on Chen Haoyu. Ah, I see. In that case, 28,000. The middle-aged man, displaying a strong personality, replied, I have already stated, no negotiations. Not a bit of flexibility? None whatsoever. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Chen Haoyu took 2 steps outside and noticed that the middle-aged man showed no intention of keeping him there. He sighed and said, All right, brother, you win. The middle-aged man inquired, Are you truly going to rent it? Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, 300,000 for 2 years and 3 months. It's a fair deal. The middle-aged man asked, When shall we sign the contract and make the payment? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu placed his ID card on the counter and said, Now. Su Yue, standing nearby, was taken aback by Chen Haoyu's decisiveness and quickly asked, Aren't you going to look at other properties? Chen Haoyu responded, Nothing is worth as much as what I desire. The middle-aged man gave him a deep look, retrieved a pre-printed rental contract from the drawer, and said, I hope you do not come to regret this. After glancing over the contract and ensuring everything was in order, Chen Haoyu signed his name and declared, I, Chen Haoyu, never regret the decisions I make. The entire process from entering the clinic to signing the contract took less than 10 minutes. Su Yue was left speechless. It felt like a child's play. The middle-aged man handed the keys to Chen Haoyu and gave him a brief tour before leaving. Chen Haoyu spread his arms wide with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, From this day forth, I, Chen Haoyu, shall finally set forth on a grand journey. Su Yue muttered. What a fool. Chen Haoyu, with keen ears, retorted, You're the foolish one. This clinic is splendid, 200 square meters, 3 separate consultation rooms, and the decor is quite exquisite. 300,000 for 2 years is not expensive. Su Yue asked, Where did you get 300,000? Chen Haoyu replied proudly, This morning. I calculated a fortune for Su Lao's son, Su Hai, and earned 200,000, coupled with the 100,000 from yesterday. It perfectly covers the rent for this clinic. Su Yue remarked, Chen Haoyu, you truly are remarkable. Even Su Lao and his son have been deceived by you. Chen Haoyu retorted, What do you mean deceived? I earn my money through skill. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw a text message indicating a payment of 100,000. He shook his phone and said, Did you see that? Su Hai just sent me another 100,000. Which proves my calculations were spot on. Su Yue asked in surprise, What exactly did you calculate for him? Chen Haoyu grinned and replied, Curious to know? Upon seeing his mischievous expression, Su Yue, not in the mood, said, Not interested. You carry on. I'm leaving. Wait. Chen Haoyu exclaimed, realizing the importance of her presence. Su Yue, you can't just abandon me. Locking the clinic's door, Shin Dong closely followed Su Yue. At Kangen Hospital, Su Hai's face was pale as he lowered his head in silence. Su Jiangwo's expression was one of utmost displeasure. The test results had come in, confirming Chen Haoyu's assertions. The Longmen Bridge was indeed a thoroughly shoddy construction project. Once operational, it would likely collapse within a year. Su Jiangwo spoke in a low tone. Have all relevant personnel been detained? Su Hai nodded and replied, From the responsible parties to the subcontractors, they have all been apprehended. Su Jiangwo then inquired, What about your uncle? Su Haidao, they've also been apprehended. Father, what should we do? According to the agreement I signed with the government, there is only 1 month left for the project. If I cannot complete it, I will not only earn nothing, but will also be liable for a penalty of 50 million. With a sharp crack, Su Jiangwo struck Su Hai across the face. At a time like this, you're still thinking about money? Let me tell you, the Su family stands on the brink of survival. Even if it means selling everything we have, you must resolve this issue. Otherwise, your elder brother will be implicated by your folly. Su Hai covered his face and asked, Father, what should I do? Su Jiangwo replied, Call the police. Let those who should be apprehended be caught, and let those who should compensate do so. You must make it known to the outside world that you, Su Hai, are not the one responsible for this shoddy construction. Only then can the Su family preserve its reputation. With a sorrowful expression, Su Hai lamented, But my construction company will be finished. Su Jiangwo coldly stated, It's better for the company to perish than for you to end up in prison or for your brother to lose his position. After you left, Xiaochen revealed to me some insights. He said this situation is far from simple. The target is not you, but rather your elder brother. Do you understand? Su Hai's expression shifted as he replied, I understand now. Father, how do you know Chen Haoyu? He seems incredibly astute. Su Jiangwo remarked. Xiaochen even deduced that you have an illegitimate child. How could he not be remarkable? From now on, you must treat him with the utmost respect. A person of such caliber, in ancient times, would be akin to a national advisor, revered even by emperors. Su Hai nodded, assuring, rest assured. I will cultivate a good relationship with him. Father, I will call my brother and resolve this matter promptly. Su Jiangua acknowledged with a grunt. Go on, then. After Su Hai departed, Su Jiangua stood by the window, the playful smile of Chen Haoyu echoing in his mind. For divinations, all strikingly accurate. The power and mystery of Chen Haoyu shattered all of Su Jiangua's previous perceptions. Could it be that fate truly exists in unseen threads? Chapter 12. You may call me the culinary deity. Chen Haoyu sat in Su Yuyo's car, embarking on a visit to the residence he once rented. The insufferable landlady, unable to reach him, had long since cleared out his belongings. The apartment had been leased to a pair of university students 2 months prior. To avoid provoking Chen, she had not discarded his possessions but instead stored them in the basement storage room. Chen Haoyu packed his clothes, laptop, and some ancient Taoist texts into a travel bag, discarding everything else as mere refuse. As he settled back into the car, he caught a glimpse of the landlady still berating him in the rearview mirror. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, what a disgrace. A dragon finds itself in shallow waters, tormented by shrimp. A tiger falls to the ground, bullied by dogs. Here I am, a dignified celestial master, reduced to being verbally assaulted. This is utterly absurd. Su Yuyao smirked slightly and remarked, aren't you quite formidable? Why not employ the same tactics you used against Dong Hua to deal with her? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and replied, though her words are harsh and unreasonable. She has, after all, provided me with a place to call home. Moreover, even after my disappearance for 100 days, she did not touch my belongings. A true man distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. I cannot retaliate against her. At this point, Chen Haoyu suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly added, besides, Dong Hua has heart problems. That has nothing to do with me. Su Yuyao gave him a meaningful glance and said, is that so? Of course, Chen Haoyu affirmed. Su Yuyu responded with an "oh," implying, if you say so, then it must be true. Chen Haoyu felt a pang of frustration. This woman was far too clever, managing to trick him so effortlessly. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Half an hour later, the car turned into a luxurious community named Long Tingju. Chen Haoyu checked and discovered that this community was less than 7 kilometers from Kangen Hospital, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Had he known Su Yuyu would have to take such a long detour, he would not have allowed her to drive him. The environment of Long Tingju was quite splendid, with a separation of pedestrians and vehicles, and greenery covering 50% of the area. Even in the first-tier city of Yanhai, it was a renowned establishment. Su Yuyu rented apartment 801 in Unit 1 of Building 12, spanning 208 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, spacious and luxuriously decorated. Chen Haoyu took a tour and couldn't help but exclaim, this is truly remarkable. Su, my beautiful friend, your monthly rent must be quite substantial, no? 20,000. Su Yuyao replied. Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up, saying, you women really are ruthless with yourselves. With a car worth over 2 million and a spacious flat exceeding 200 square meters, Su Yuyu would need at least 35,000 yuan each month just for these 2 expenses. Although Kangen Hospital is the finest private hospital in Yanhai, with attending physicians earning upwards of 50,000 a month, it could hardly sustain Su Yuyao's extravagant lifestyle. I value the privacy and security that Long Tingju offers, Su Yuyao stated. Chen Haoyu nodded and remarked, given your striking beauty, it is indeed essential to have enhanced security. Su Yuyu replied, now that a rogue has moved into the house, even the finest security at Long Tingju is rendered useless. Chen Haoyu pointed at himself and asked, are you referring to me? Su Yuyu responded, who else could it be? Chen Haoyu, feeling indignant, stated, you are insulting me. Su Yuyao coolly replied, if you cannot tolerate it, you are free to leave. Chen Haoyu chuckled, saying, do you wish for me to depart? Not a chance. 3 months, 90 days, I shall not be absent for a single day. Su Yuyu gestured toward a nearby bedroom and said, that one is yours. The bathroom and shower are each for our own use. No problem, he affirmed. Without my permission, you cannot enter my room. Rest assured, I have no intention of doing so, she retorted. You would do well to purchase a washing machine. I do not wish to share one with you. No need to buy one. I prefer hand washing. I do not like using machines, he replied. You are not to bring anyone else into this place. Of course. Su Yuyao elaborated extensively, and Chen Haoyu nodded continuously. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he helplessly suggested, perhaps, during your leisure time, you could draft a rental agreement. You are overwhelming me with so much information that I cannot retain it all. Su Yuyao contemplated and said, that can be arranged. You may tidy up your room. Chen Haoyu responded, there is not much to tidy. My clothes in the basement have grown moldy. I will purchase new ones this afternoon. Additionally, I have some books in my laptop. Su Yuyao, I too must lay down some ground rules. Su Yuyao inquired, go ahead. Chen Haoyu declared, you may enter my bedroom at will, but you must not touch my books. Su Yuyao curiously asked, are your books particularly valuable? Chen Haoyu affirmed, indeed. These volumes are Taoist texts, annotated by many esteemed Taoist masters from the past. To outsiders, they may appear worthless, yet for those of us who pursue the Tao, they are of utmost significance. Su Yuyao nodded, saying, understood, I shall remember that. Chen Haoyu extended his hand with a smile, saying, then may our cohabitation be enjoyable. Su Yuyao, ignoring his hand, coldly retorted, if you leave, I will be far more content. With that, she returned to her bedroom, retrieved a change of clothes, and entered the bathroom. Having worked a night shift, she felt utterly exhausted and could no longer endure it. You truly have faith in me, Chen Haoyu shrugged, placing his suitcase in his bedroom. After a brief tidying up, he realized he was somewhat hungry. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 12:30. He entered the kitchen and, discovering fish, meat, and vegetables in the refrigerator, began to prepare a meal. In dreams, the carefree master was renowned for his culinary prowess. From the royal palace to the bustling streets, he had savored every delicacy, mastering them all. By the age of 40, his culinary skills had reached their zenith, surpassing even the finest imperial chefs. Chen Haoyu inherited the legacy of the carefree master, which naturally included his culinary skills. Once merely an average cook, he felt an immediate sense of inspiration the moment he grasped the knife. In just half an hour, he presented a delectable dish of Westlake vinegar fish, a stir-fried tomato and egg, and a bowl of cabbage and vermicelli soup, all freshly prepared. As Su Yuyao emerged from the bathroom after her shower, she was greeted by the sight of 2 dishes and a soup on the dining table. Astonished, she exclaimed, you can cook? Chen Haoyu set down his rice with a sense of pride and replied, of course. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Standing before you is the world's greatest chef. You may call me the culinary deity. Having long been immune to Chen Haoyu's boasts, Su Yuyao merely rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. However, Chen Haoyu, feeling mischievous, adopted a playful demeanor and said, wow, Su Yuyao, you're not wearing a bra. Startled, Su Yuyao let out a shriek and instinctively covered her chest, her goddess-like aloofness vanishing entirely. Chen Haoyu burst into laughter, saying, I was just teasing you. Frustrated, Su Yuyao clenched her teeth, yet found herself powerless against his antics. Chapter 13. The announcement of utter excellence. After a while, Su Yuyao dried her hair and proceeded to the dining room for a meal. Observing Chen Haoyu remaining motionless, she remarked, well, I must admit, you still possess a touch of gentlemanly grace. Chen Haoyu picked up a bowl, took a mouthful of rice, and replied, of course. With a stunning beauty like you, I certainly have to wait. After all, beauty is indeed a feast for the eyes. Were it a less attractive woman, I would rather starve than share a meal. Su Yuyao sighed, saying, Chen Haoyu, at times, I genuinely wish I could sew your mouth shut. Chen Haoyu retorted, let us save that for after dinner. In this world, one must cherish both beauty and exquisite cuisine. Su Yuyao picked up her chopsticks, stating, then allow me to ascertain whether your cooking truly qualifies as culinary art. She selected a piece of fish, dipped it into the sauce, and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in delight. She felt an exquisite harmony of the fish's freshness and the soup's sweet and sour notes, creating a unique flavor that lingered delightfully on her palate. After sampling the tomato and egg dish and sipping the cabbage and vermicelli soup, she exclaimed in astonishment, your skills rival those of a 5-star chef. Chen Haoyu smirked and said, please, spare me the insults. Those so-called 5-star chefs could only aspire to be my apprentices. I'm not boasting. If the seasonings in your kitchen were of a higher quality, the dishes I prepare would taste at least twice as good. Su Yuyao replied, I believe you. Therefore, I shall entrust the task of cooking for the next 3 months to you. Wait, Chen Haoyu caught on, saying, you flatter me and expect me to cook? Su Yuyao, your expectations are rather lofty. Su Yuyao responded, let us agree to a day each. However, I must warn you, my culinary skills are far inferior to yours. Chen Haoyu replied, even if it's dark cuisine, I shall eat it without hesitation. As Su Yuyao ladled soup, she affirmed, that works. After finishing their meal, Su Yuyao watched television for a while before taking a nap. Chen Haoyu borrowed the car keys from Su Yuyao, drove the Range Rover to the Government Affairs Hall, and successfully applied for the clinic's business license. One must commend the efficiency of the current government departments. After verifying the information, The documents would be ready by tomorrow morning. Having secured the necessary paperwork, Chen Haoyu proceeded to the antique street in the southern suburbs of Yanhai. Here, he visited several shops specializing in ritual implements, needing to purchase items such as brushes, cinnabar, yellow paper, and jade to create talismans. Previously, lacking magical abilities, his talismans were utterly ineffective, mere deceptions. He felt no injustice in facing the law for such actions. However, circumstances had changed. Having received the teachings of the Transcendent Master, Chen Haoyu was fully capable of crafting various types of talismans. Half an hour later, having acquired all necessary materials, he drove to the newly rented traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Once the door was closed, Chen Haoyu picked up a piece of inferior Hitian jade and began to carve. It is worth noting that the tools he employed for this carving were not knives, but rather his own magical prowess. Talisman generally falls into two categories. One is the ordinary talisman crafted with cinnabar on yellow paper, and the other is the jade talisman painted with various precious stones. The former merely requires some magical power, while the latter necessitates profound mastery of such power. The primordial spirit of the celestial being of leisure was crystallized after over a century of cultivation, and upon merging with Chen Haoyu, it elevated his magical prowess to a level comparable to that of ancient Taoist Celestial Masters. Thus, drawing a jade talisman was effortlessly within his capabilities. Within a brief span of half an hour, Chen Haoyu successfully created several jade talismans of diverse functions, along with more than a dozen ordinary talismans. He placed one of the dispelling jade talismans on the inner side of the doorframe, effortlessly neutralizing the malevolent energy emanating from the sharp angles of the hotel across the street. After purchasing a sheet of drawing paper from a nearby store, Chen Haoyu used a brush to inscribe a notice. This clinic specializes in treating difficult and miscellaneous ailments, excluding terminal illnesses. 3 patients per day, registration fee 3,000 yuan. Consultation fee 10,000 yuan. Consultation hours, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. If unable to cure, full refund. Satisfied with his work, he promptly affixed the announcement to the entrance. The proprietor of the adjacent shop, a middle-aged man named Zhang Nan, weighing no less than 200 pounds, chuckled upon seeing Chen Haoyu's notice. Brother, a registration fee of 3,000 yuan and a consultation fee of 10,000 yuan? Your prices surpass those of nationally renowned medical experts by a significant margin. In terms of medical skill, I am leagues ahead of those specialists. Their registration fees exceed 1,000. Why should mine be any lower? Ha ha ha, quite audacious. But what else with the limit of 3 patients? It's merely literal. I will see only 3 patients a day. 3 patients at 9,000 yuan totals 45,000 a week. Over a month, that amounts to 180,000. Nearly equal to my annual income. However, I suspect you might not have any visitors. If no one comes, then so be it. I'm not relying on this for sustenance. After conversing with Zhang Nan for a while, Chen Haoyu took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Nan shook his head, murmuring, "This young man is crazed for money." On his way back, Chen Haoyu purchased a few hairy crabs and returned to the Long Tincture community. Su Yuyo had already awakened and was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. She wore a V-neck t-shirt that accentuated her perfect figure, paired with denim shorts that revealed her slender, straight legs. If previously Su Yuyo exuded elegance and aloofness, she now radiated sensuality and allure. Setting down the bag, Chen Haoyu remarked, "Miss Su, I wish to discuss something with you." Without lifting her gaze, Su Yuyu replied, "Speak." Chen Haoyu continued, "Would it be possible for you to wear slightly more modest clothing in the future?" Furrowing her brow, Su Yuyao questioned, "What do you mean?" He explained, "I am a vigorous man, and you are a stunning beauty. If you dress too revealingly, I fear I might lose control, which would be rather awkward." Su Yuyu glanced up at Chen Haoyu, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she teased, "Do you have the courage for that?" Chen Haoyu remarked, "Of course there is. But I cannot act upon it." Su Yuyo inquired, "Are you afraid of imprisonment?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and replied, "As a member of the mystical order, it is not the law that restrains me, but rather the heavenly principle." Chen Haoyu, do you realize what trait of yours is most irksome? Before he could respond, Su Yuyo stated, "It's your boasting." Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "I now truly comprehend the meaning of a true confidant is hard to find. And a kindred spirit is even rarer." Su Yuyao coolly remarked, "Your confidants and kindred spirits may very well reside in a psychiatric hospital." Chen Haoyu responded, "No matter where they are, as long as they exist, that suffices. My traditional Chinese medicine clinic opens tomorrow, this afternoon. I intend to indulge in some hairy crabs to celebrate. Dr. Su, I wonder if you would do me the honor?" Su Yuyo, who adored hairy crabs, replied nonchalantly. That honor is worth bestowing. Chen Haoyu grinned and said, all right then. As Chen Haoyu entered the kitchen bearing the hairy crabs, a radiant smile illuminated Su Yuyo's face. She realized that having such a humorous and charming individual in her home was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 14. How did you do it? Accompanied by a large hairy crab and 3 side dishes, Su Yuyao produced a bottle of red wine, and the two began to drink. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Su Yuyu suggested, I am going for a stroll around the community. Would you care to join me? Chen Haoyu gestured affirmatively and replied, of course. I would like to familiarize myself with the surroundings. They each slipped into a pair of athletic shoes and commenced their walk within the community. The Longtingja community spans an extensive area, featuring 16 residential buildings, each exceeding 200 square meters, alongside 20 standalone villas, each valued at approximately 300 million yuan, an astonishingly high price. As they ventured into the villa district, Chen Haoyu surveyed the environment and remarked with a smile. The feng shui here is rather commendable. It seems to have benefited from the guidance of a sage. Su Yuyo inquired, in what way? Chen Haoyu explained. In the realm of feng shui, the ideal residence is one that is nestled against mountains and near water, flanked by the protective embrace of the azure dragon and the white tiger. Su Yuyao, puzzled, questioned, but this is the city. Where are the mountains and water? Chen Haoyu chuckled. In the absence of natural mountains and water, one must create them. Observe how each villa boasts a swimming pool in front and an artificially crafted hillside behind, with large trees standing guard on either side. Thus, these villas are enveloped in a harmonious blend of water and mountains. Although it cannot compare to naturally occurring feng shui, achieving such a layout in the city center is quite impressive. Su Yuyao gazed at Chen Haoyu in astonishment, saying, You truly have an understanding of these matters? Chen Haoyu replied proudly, Indeed. The 5 arts of metaphysics, mountains, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination, are all subjects I endeavor to study. Medicine and feng shui are merely 2 branches of this vast tree. Su Yuyao retorted, If you are so knowledgeable, how come your circumstances are still so dismal? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Su Yuyao, your tongue is as sharp as ever. A hint of a smile played at the corners of Su Yuyao's mouth as she responded, Thank you for the compliment. After meandering for over half an hour, they prepared to return when they suddenly noticed a group of 4 or 5 people gathered in a nearby small park. An elderly man clad in a white lab coat lay on the ground. Su Yuyao's expression changed, and she began to run, exclaiming, Something has happened. Chen Haoyu hastened to follow her. Upon arriving at the small park, Su Yuyao observed that the elderly man had a flushed complexion and had fainted. Nearby, a young man in his early 20s with dyed blonde hair was anxiously dialing a phone number. Su Yuyao announced loudly, I am a doctor. Please step back and do not obstruct the airflow. The bystanders promptly retreated 10 meters upon hearing her. After finishing his call, the blonde-haired young man, upon learning that Su Yuyao was a doctor, urgently said, My grandfather has high blood pressure and heart disease. He suddenly fainted when he tried to get up. Doctor, you must save him. Su Yuyao checked the elderly man's eyelids and assessed his very weak breathing, asking, Do you have any? The young man panicked, responding, I didn't bring any. Give me 5 minutes, I'll rush home to get some. Su Yuyao urged, Hurry. The young man turned and sprinted towards the villa district with utmost speed. At that moment, the elderly man's face and limbs began to convulse, his already pale complexion turning even more ashen. Su Yuyao's expression changed dramatically as she hurried to loosen the collar of the old man, ensuring his breathing remained unobstructed. With clenched fists, she struck his chest forcefully, employing a desperate method of resuscitation in the absence of a defibrillator, a last resort indeed. Just as her fists made contact with the elderly man's chest, Chen Haoyu seized her wrist. What are you doing? Su Yuyao exclaimed in alarm. With a calm demeanor, Chen Haoyu replied gently, Let me take over. Frowning, Su Yuyao insisted, Don't be ridiculous. I have complete confidence, Chen Haoyu stated. How much do you have? Taken aback, Su Yuyao stepped back 3 paces and said, You proceed. Truly, as the attending physician at Kangen Hospital, he demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. Chen Haoyu silently admired this and immediately crouched down, placing 2 fingers on a vital point on the old man's chest. A trickle of mystical energy flowed like water from his fingertips into the elderly man's heart meridian. After a brief rotation, Chen Haoyu lifted his hand and tapped the old man's heart. As if resurrected, the old man sat up abruptly. Well done. Upon witnessing the elderly man's revival, the onlookers erupted in applause. Su Yuyu gazed at Chen Haoyu in disbelief, asking, How did you accomplish that? To have saved a man in cardiac arrest without any tools. Merely using 2 fingers in less than 15 seconds, left Su Yuyao, hailed as the most beautiful medical genius of Yindu Medical College, utterly astonished. Little did she know that Chen Haoyu's mystical power was the essence of concentrated spiritual energy, the finest remedy in the world, far surpassing any quick-acting heart-saving pill. Chen Haoyu took the old man's hand and felt for his pulse, smiling as he said, "Old sir, you are just fine now. Shall we rest in the pavilion?" The old man nodded and replied, "Young man, thank you." Chen Haoyu assisted him in standing, saying, "You were not saved by me alone." The old man looked at Su Yuyao, who said, "I did not contribute much. I cannot take credit." The old man responded, "As long as you possess the compassionate heart that saved me, I owe you my gratitude." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Let us not dwell on that. Let us find a seat in the pavilion for a while." "Agreed," the old man replied. Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao helped the elderly man to the pavilion where they settled down. Through their conversation, they learned more about him. His name was Chen Guangyao, 72 years old, and one of the most renowned antique collectors in Yanhai, operating a valuable antique shop, a true affluent individual. The young man who rushed home for quick-acting heart-saving pills was Chen Guangyao's only grandson, Chen Qinghe. Due to his parents' indulgence, this young man, despite his age, had taken a wrong path, spending his days mingling with a group of dubious friends, much to Chen Guangyao's dismay. Chen Haoyu remarked, "Old chum, your recent episode was entirely due to excessive anger. At your age, with your health in decline, it would be wise to maintain a balanced mindset and refrain from losing your temper indiscriminately." Chen Guangyao pointed at the approaching Chen Qinghe and remarked, "I am utterly exasperated by this young rascal." Chen Haoyu chuckled softly, "Your grandson may exhibit a touch of rebelliousness, yet he harbors a profound filial piety towards you." "Filial piety?" Chen Guangyao retorted angrily, "Had it not been for stumbling upon you 2 lovebirds, I would have been driven to my wit's end by him." Upon hearing the term lovebirds, Chen Haoyu cast a playful glance at Su Yuyao, who responded with a disapproving glare and turned her head away. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Chen Qinghe gasped, his face alight with relief. Chen Guangyao snorted and replied, "I would have preferred if you had truly made me lose my temper." Chen Qinghe promptly begged for forgiveness. "Grandfather, this is entirely my fault. Please do not harbor any anger towards me." Chen Guangyao inquired, "So, are you still planning to go racing tonight?" It turned out that the old gentleman's vexation stemmed from Chen Qinghe's intention to race on the Panchur Highway with a group of affluent youngsters. Chen Qinghe straightened his back and promptly vowed, "I absolutely will not go." Chapter 15. A rift with the Cheng family, you had better follow through on your words. Chen Guangyao remarked, gesturing towards Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao. "This time, my survival is largely thanks to them. Since we are all contemporaries, you must extend your heartfelt gratitude to them. Of course, I am grateful for their assistance." As Chen Qinghe spoke, he abruptly halted. His gaze fixated on Su Yuyao. Previously, overwhelmed by anxiety, he had merely perceived her as somewhat attractive, without paying much heed. Now, however, upon witnessing her, Chen Qinghe found himself utterly captivated by her enchanting beauty and her poised, elegant demeanor. She was breathtaking. Chen Qinghe vowed that in his more than 20 years of life, he had encountered numerous beautiful women, yet none could rival Su Yuyao. Even the acclaimed beauty of the entertainment industry, Luo Beer, paled in comparison to her allure. Su Yuyao, having encountered many such infatuated looks, felt a wave of distaste wash over her, her beautiful eyes flashing with discontent. Chen Guangyao kicked Chen Qinghe and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Snapping back to reality, Chen Qinghe quickly apologized, "I am sorry. I simply did not expect Miss Su to be so stunning." Chen Haoyu nonchalantly interjected, "Whether Miss Su is beautiful or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you are in dire straits." Chen Qinghe was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu cast a penetrating gaze at him and replied, "Your aura is dark, your eyes lack clarity, and misfortune looms overhead. This forebodes a calamity, a classic sign of impending doom." Su Yuyao's expression shifted, and she hurriedly nudged him, saying, "Chen Haoyu, do not spout such nonsense." Chen Haoyu shrugged and stated, "I am merely speaking the truth." Chen Qinghe, incensed, pointed at Chen Haoyu and exclaimed, "How dare you curse me?" The harshness of Chen Haoyu's words was so jarring that even Chen Guangyao exhibited signs of displeasure. With a smile, Chen Haoyu addressed Chen Qinghe, "My divination skills far surpass my medical expertise. If you do not believe me, that is your prerogative. Just let it go." Chen Qinghe persisted, "Is the world so simple? You owe me an apology." Chen Guangyao interjected sternly, "Qinghe, Mr. Chen is my savior. although he spoke solely of the life-saving incident. His failure to demand an apology from Chen Haoyu indicated his considerable irritation towards him. Chen Haoyu's smile faded, and he calmly responded, "My apologies, Cheng Lao, for overstepping my bounds. However, considering I saved your life, should you not express your gratitude?" Chen Guangyao inquired, "Indeed. How would you like me to show my gratitude?" Chen Haoyu extended a single finger and stated, 100,000. Su Yuyu retorted angrily, "Chen Haoyu, are you obsessed with money?" The notion of leveraging a life-saving favor for financial gain was entirely beyond Su Yuyao's moral threshold, causing her fleeting positive impression of Chen Haoyu to plummet. With an unperturbed expression, Chen Haoyu replied to Su Yuyao, "The mystic arts emphasize karma. I wish to remain unencumbered by the Cheng family's entanglements. Resolving this with monetary compensation seems most appropriate." "Very well," she agreed. Cheng Guangyao, rather incensed, declared without hesitation, "Let this matter be resolved with 100,000. I shall profit from it." "Chenghe, transfer the funds." Chen Haoyu placed his phone on the stone table and activated the payment code. Chenghe cast him a fierce glare and reluctantly transferred the sum of 100,000, scoffing, "Is that sufficient?" Chen Haoyu smiled faintly. Retrieving a talisman he had crafted earlier that afternoon from his pocket. "For 200,000, I can help you evade this crisis. Will you buy it?" Chenghe erupted with laughter, pointing at the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand. "Do you truly think I am so foolish as to purchase such a trinket for protection?" Chen Haoyu merely acknowledged him with a hum, turning to Cheng Guangyao and inquiring, "For 200,000, I can secure your grandson's life. Old Cheng, will you buy?" "I won't." Cheng Guangyao began to refuse, but upon meeting the gentle and profound gaze of Chen Haoyu, he hesitated momentarily. Having navigated the antique business for a lifetime, Cheng Guangyao was aware of certain esoteric truths. He understood that there indeed existed some exceptionally skilled fortune-tellers in the world, primarily overseas, revered by high society. Particularly in Hong Kong and various Southeast Asian nations, such talents were most prevalent. Could this young man before him possess such abilities? With a mindset of better to believe than to disbelieve, Cheng Guangyao swallowed the words he was about to utter and stated, "I will buy." Chenghe exclaimed, "Grandfather, do not be deceived by him." Cheng Guangyao retorted coldly, "Enough of your nonsense, just buy it." Chen Haoyu gestured toward the phone on the stone table. Smiling at Chenghe, "Transfer the funds." Fuming, Chenghe's face turned a shade of iron, gritting his teeth, "Just wait. This matter is far from over between us." Chen Haoyu replied with a smirk, "First, send me the money." With no other choice, Chenghe begrudgingly transferred another 200,000 to Chen Haoyu. Only then did Chen Haoyu contentedly pocket his phone and hand the talisman to Cheng Guangyao, stating earnestly, "If you wish to avoid mourning a loved one, ensure he wears this for 24 hours. Should he refuse and calamity befall him, I shall not be held accountable." Cheng Guangyao nodded, "Understood. I am aware you two do not hold me in high regard, so I shall take my leave." Chen Haoyu smiled faintly and rose to depart. Su Yuyao nodded at Cheng Guangyao before following suit. The journey home was shrouded in silence. Upon arriving, Su Yuyao coldly remarked, "In 10 minutes, you earned 300,000. Chen Haoyu, you truly are a master of profit." Chen Haoyu retorted, "Why do you not mention that in those 10 minutes, I saved 2 lives?" Su Yuyao conceded, "Yes, I acknowledge you saved old Cheng, but what of Chenghe?" Chen Haoyu pointed to his own eyes, "My ability to read fortunes is infallible." Su Yuyao countered, "Even if Chenghe were indeed in peril, that does not justify the means by which you profit. Selling a talisman for 200,000. You are treading the line of legality." Chen Haoyu replied, "I am not selling the talisman to you. Why direct your ire at me? Besides, people buy talismans for a reason, to save lives and to avert potential misfortune. A talisman has saved Cheng's life. Do you consider 200,000 to be too exorbitant? If I were to sell it to those affluent magnates, they would gladly part with 20 million. Su Yuyao scoffed. They would never fall for such a ruse. By the way, you just got discharged this morning. Where did you acquire the talisman? Chen Haoyu proudly replied, "I made it this afternoon." "You truly are impressive," Su Yuyao retorted, fuming as she retreated to her bedroom. Chen Haoyu, however, was indifferent to her anger. He whistled, glanced at the 300,000 on his phone, and felt quite pleased. Chapter 16. Something happened to Chenghe after enjoying a warm shower. Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom and picked up a copy of the I Ching. As an orphan, he had resided in the Sunshine Orphanage in Yanhai since he could remember. At the age of 9, Chen Haoyu was abducted by human traffickers. Fortunately, he encountered his master, the Taoist Wu Hui. After rescuing Chen Haoyu, Wu Hui took him as his disciple. This scenario resembled that of a protagonist in a martial arts novel. Regrettably, Wu Hui was not an otherworldly sage. He possessed some martial skills, but they were sufficient only to defeat a handful of petty thugs. His knowledge of fortune-telling and medicine was mediocre, yet he consistently presented himself as a practitioner of the mystical arts. One moment he claimed to be a disciple of Wudong, and the next he asserted his affiliation with Longhu Mountain. Even now, Chen Haoyu remained unaware of the true origins of this old man, having lived together for 7 years. Chen Haoyu learned a myriad of eclectic subjects from Wu Hui. When Chen Haoyu turned 16, Wu Hui fell gravely ill. Despite exhausting their life savings of 23,000 yuan, Chen Haoyu was unable to save him. He lacked the funds even for the funeral arrangements. In desperation, he approached Mama Wu, the head of the Sunshine Orphanage. Without a moment's hesitation, Mama Wu assisted Chen Haoyu in organizing Wu Hui's burial. Noticing that Chen Haoyu had nowhere to stay, she took him back to the orphanage. Wu Hui had bequeathed 2 items to Chen Haoyu, a collection of Taoist texts and a pendant containing the essence of the immortal Xiaoyao. He often claimed that these texts were rare editions, annotated by generations of masters. Foolishly, Chen Haoyu believed him. After Wu Hui's passing, in an effort to raise funds for the funeral, he even attempted to sell one of the books at an antique shop, only to be promptly ejected. Later, upon conducting an online search, Chen Haoyu discovered that these books were merely reprints from the 1970s and, to his dismay, pirated copies. Despite their lack of value and their dilapidated condition, Chen Haoyu could not bring himself to discard them. He kept them close and would occasionally peruse them. He felt that in reading these texts, he could almost envision Wu Hui's wrinkled face, unattractive yet comforting. After an hour of studying the I Ching, Chen Haoyu rubbed his eyes and stood up. His comprehension of the I Ching, having inherited the complete legacy of the immortal Xiaoyao, had undergone a remarkable transformation. If previously he had not even brushed the surface of the I Ching, now he had truly entered its inner sanctum. What delighted Chen Haoyu the most was the newfound ability he seemed to possess, an extraordinary photographic memory. The annotations within the I Ching, which he merely glanced at, were etched in his mind, punctuation included. To further test his extraordinary ability, Chen Haoyu retrieved a medical text, Ben Xiao Gong Mu, that the immortal Xiaoyao had never read. After 5 minutes, he closed the book and silently recited the content, astonished to find that he had memorized the descriptions of the 12 medicinal herbs word for word. Chen Haoyu was both thrilled and astonished. He felt a surge of newfound prowess. In the dead of night at Villa number 16 of Longing residence, taking advantage of Cheng Guangyao's deep slumber, Cheng Qinghe stealthily slipped away, driving his extravagant Lamborghini, worth 3 million, at breakneck speed to the rocky hills of Pancher Mountain on the outskirts of Yanhai. Pancher Mountain was a favored locale for street racers. The government had constructed a winding road, Pancher Road, stretching 16 kilometers, where affluent heirs from Yanhai often engaged in exhilarating racing competitions. Tonight, a daring group from the neighboring Ling'an city had arrived to challenge Yanhai. For these wealthy heirs, they could lose their heads or bleed profusely. But never could they lose face. Cheng Qinghe was renowned for his exceptional racing prowess among the elite of Yanhai, and upon hearing of this challenge, he eagerly accepted. This was precisely why he was determined to reach Pancher Mountain. With his remarkable skills, Cheng Qinghe effortlessly triumphed over the challengers from Ling'an, winning a staggering 3 million in bets. After reveling in the bar for over 2 hours amidst the praises of his peers, Cheng Qinghe, accompanied by his neighbor and friend Zhang Quan, departed. As they drove, Cheng Qinghe retrieved the talisman sold to him by Chen Haoyu, inquiring, Zhang Quan, "Do you know what this is?" Zhang Quan examined it seriously before bursting into laughter. "Isn't this just a talisman? Chen Ge, do you still believe in such things?" Cheng Qinghe, exasperated, replied, "Don't even get me started. Last night, my grandfather was duped into spending 200,000 on this worthless trinket, claiming I was facing a calamity. It nearly drove me to madness." Zhang Quan exclaimed, "Is that true? Chen Ge, can you track down that guy? Let us teach him a lesson together." Cheng Qinghe, slapping his thigh, declared, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. His name is Chen Haoyu, and he resides in Longting residence. Gather a few brothers by 3 this afternoon. I want him to swallow this talisman." Zhang Quan responded, "No problem. That scoundrel dared to deceive my grandfather. Chen something is simply asking for trouble." As the conversation concluded, an unexpected event occurred. A delivery van, for reasons unknown, veered off course, crashing through the median and colliding violently with Cheng Qinghe's Lamborghini. The impact flipped the Lamborghini, sending it tumbling 3 times before it finally came to a halt. Cheng Qinghe and Zhang Quan were left bloodied and unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, Chen Qinghe faintly perceived the talisman seemingly glowing. What? Qinghe was in a car accident. Chen Guangyu was jolted awake by a call from Yanhai First People's Hospital. He rushed to Chen Qinghe's room only to find it empty, his face turning ashen. The first thought that crossed his mind was of Chen Haoyu's enigmatic visage. A calamity. A portent of doom. All had come to pass. My grandson. Is he all right? Chen Guangyu's voice trembled. Aside from a fractured arm and facial abrasions, Mr. Cheng was not in grave condition. However, the young man who had been in the car with him had died on the spot. Doctor, I apologize for the trouble. I shall be there shortly. Half an hour later, Chen Guangyu arrived at the Yanhai First People's Hospital and encountered Chen Qinghe, who was receiving an intravenous drip. At that moment, Chen Qinghe had completely lost his former elegance. Half of his face was swathed in gauze, leaving only his eyes exposed, resembling a mummy. Upon seeing Chen Guangyu, a flicker of light finally emerged from his lifeless gaze. He exerted himself to raise his right hand, revealing a talisman tightly clutched in his grip. Chen Guangyu hastily accepted it, and upon opening it, he discovered that a third of the talisman had been burned away, with the mysterious symbols inscribed in vermilion completely vanished. In that instant, Chen Guangyu felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Chen Haoyu. He realized he had encountered a true master of the mystical arts. Spending 300,000 to secure the lives of both grandfather and grandson, the Qing family had indeed struck a monumental bargain this time. Chapter 17. The Ultimate Fist. As the sun began to rise, Chen Haoyu gradually awakened from his meditative state. The previous night, he had immersed himself in the compendium of Materia Medica, reading until the early hours of the morning, having completed the entire volume. This was not merely a testament to Chen Haoyu's prowess, rather. It was due to the profound knowledge that the immortal Xiao Dao possessed regarding over 90% of the herbs contained within the text. The remaining 10% required only a single reading for Chen Haoyu to thoroughly memorize their appearances, characteristics, and effects. Even more astonishing was his ability to extrapolate and draw connections, enabling him to concoct numerous prescriptions with these herbs, truly remarkable. Upon glancing at his phone, Chen Haoyu noted the time. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. This indicated that he had only been in meditation for 3 hours. Yet those 3 hours proved to be more rejuvenating than 10 hours of sleep he had previously experienced. He felt as though he were on the brink of becoming superhuman. Dressing in a t-shirt, athletic shorts, and sneakers, Chen Haoyu opened his door and ventured outside to exercise. A minute later, Su Yuyao emerged from her bedroom. Clad in her own athletic attire, her dark hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, exuding an effortless charm while still radiating breathtaking beauty. Silently, she approached Chen Haoyu's room, glancing at the compendium of Materia Medica and I Ching on the desk, murmuring to herself, "This fellow is quite studious." Satisfied that she had found no illicit items, she felt a sense of relief. Instead of jogging, Chen Haoyu made his way to the small square he had visited the previous night. There, he found more than a dozen elderly individuals exercising. Each glowing with health and exuding an air of distinction. Clearly, they hailed from affluent backgrounds. This was unsurprising, as those of modest means could scarcely afford to reside in such a neighborhood. Finding a secluded corner, Chen Haoyu stretched his body before closing his eyes, spreading his legs apart and embracing the air as if cradling a large ball. This was the initial posture for the ultimate fist. The immortal Xiaoyao was not only an unrivaled practitioner of magic, but also an unparalleled martial arts master. He had synthesized all the martial disciplines he had encountered, crafting a unique style known as the ultimate fist, which embodied the concept of boundless potential. The ultimate fist harmoniously combines both internal and external training, enhancing vitality akin to traditional martial arts while wielding formidable lethality, surpassing the ferocity of styles like Baji and Xingyi. A millennium ago, the immortal Xiaoyao had traversed the martial world with this technique and had even participated in the resistance against the Yuan dynasty. Regrettably, the imperial court was feeble and ineffective. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, he retreated into seclusion, contemplating the path to immortality. Similar to Tai Chi, the ultimate fist is divided into standing postures and moving forms. The former consists of 12 stances, while the latter encompasses 36 movements. Chen Haoyu devoted over half an hour to perfecting the standing postures. To onlookers, his practice merely appeared as a series of static poses, maintaining each stance for 2 to 3 minutes, a sight that seemed rather foolish. Some elderly spectators could not suppress their curiosity, casting glances in his direction. "Old show, what is that young man doing? It seems like he is practicing standing postures." The saying goes, training martial arts without practicing the fundamentals is a futile endeavor. Here, the The term fundamentals refers to stances. I have heard that some masters of traditional martial arts practice their stances daily. If what you say is true, then this young man must be a master, right? Yet, observing his rather foolish demeanor, he might just be a novice. Amidst the chatter, Chen Haoyu finally made his move. Each of his actions was remarkably fluid. Yet the tempo was heavier and slower than that of Tai Chi, giving the impression that he was burdened by a mountain while executing his punches. Devoid of any aesthetic appeal. After witnessing a few of Chen Haoyu's moves from the Wuji style, the elders quickly diverted their gaze, their faces etched with disappointment. They had initially thought he was a master of traditional martial arts, only to find him lacking in prowess. Such simple movements were even inferior to the elderly version of Tai Chi. Little did they know that, akin to Tai Chi, the more gentle the practice of Wuji, the more formidable it becomes in application. Each of Chen Haoyu's movements was infused with immense power. The slower the action, the greater the force. Unfortunately, there are too few discerning individuals in this world. To truly perceive the intricacies of Chen Haoyu's Wuji, one would need to be a master of internal energy. After performing the Wuji 3 times, Chen Haoyu pressed his hands down and exhaled deeply. This breath was remarkably prolonged, lasting a full 3 minutes before he was finished. Upon returning home, he found Su Yuyao, who had already completed her morning run, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Chen Haoyu entered and directly inquired, "Is there something for me?" Su Yuyao placed 2 fried eggs on a plate and replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead and eat." Chen Haoyu grinned, saying, "Thank you. However, it would be best if you could prepare a bowl of noodles for me as well. This is hardly sufficient." Su Yuyao responded, "There is bread and milk on the dining table." Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers and replied, "All right." After changing his clothes and washing his hands, he sat down opposite Su Yuyao to eat. Neither of them spoke during the meal. Upon finishing breakfast, Chen Haoyu suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Su Yuyao, don't you think we resemble a couple who has had a quarrel?" Su Yuyao furrowed her brows slightly and replied, "I do not appreciate such jokes." Chen Haoyu countered, "Then you should not use me as a shield. I really did not like the unpleasant incident at the hospital yesterday." Su Yuyao stood up and said, "We'll see." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Then I shall also see." Sheesh, does she really think that being beautiful allows her to act as she pleases? What a delusion. I shall not indulge such a flaw. Noticing that it was already 8 in the morning, Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and chuckled, "Miss Su, are you planning to drive out today?" Su Yuyao replied, "Not in the morning, but I will be going for a spa in the afternoon. If you want to use the car, then you will be responsible for washing all the dishes." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem. I will wash the dishes right away. I promise to return the car before noon." After tidying up the kitchen, Chen Haoyu drove the Range Rover to the administrative hall. After waiting in line for half an hour, he finally obtained the business license. On his way back to the clinic, he made a stop at the bank, transferring 300,000 into the account of the Sunshine Orphanage. After the passing of Master Wu, Chen Haoyu spent 2 years at the orphanage. It was not until he turned 18 that he ventured out to seek employment. The orphanage housed over 30 children, and the meager funds provided by society and government were merely sufficient for their sustenance. Chen Haoyu aspired to earn a living to ensure those little ones could lead a better life. Unfortunately, acquiring wealth is no simple task. Lacking formal education and capital, his skills in martial arts, fortune-telling, and medicine were merely rudimentary. It could be said that he possessed no specialized talents. In desperation, Chen Haoyu was left with no choice but to undertake unskilled labor. He worked as an extra, on construction sites, as a security guard, a delivery person, a salesperson, and even a fortune teller. Over the years, he held more than 20 different jobs. At one point, he juggled 3 part-time positions simultaneously. Nevertheless, no matter how arduous or challenging his circumstances, Chen Haoyu consistently deposited 5,000 into the Sunshine Orphanage's account each month. Now that he has acquired wealth and is unlikely to face financial difficulties in the future, it is only natural for him to ensure that Mama Wu and those little ones enjoy a better life. Chapter 18. Hypnosis? No, it's enchantment. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chen Haoyu received a call from Mother Wu. "Xiaoyu, what have you done? How do you have so much money?" Mother Wu's voice was tinged with anxiety. With a chuckle, Chen Haoyu replied, "Mom, I've struck it rich. This 300,000 is merely a trifle. From now on, I shall contribute 50,000 to the clinic each month. Please prepare more delightful meals for the little ones." Mother Wu insisted, "You need to clarify things for me. What have you been doing all this time? Why do you always have your phone off when I call? I went to your place, and you weren't there. I thought you had been arrested again." Thinking quickly, Chen Haoyu explained, "Mom, I went with a group to the mountains of Vietnam to excavate agarwood. Agarwood? The extraordinarily expensive wood? Indeed, we were exceptionally fortunate and unearthed a piece of premium agarwood, selling it for over 20 million. My share was 1,500,000. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? How could I? I just returned to the country yesterday, and the first thing I did was spend 30,000 to rent this clinic, preparing to practice traditional Chinese medicine. I am in the clinic right now. If you don't believe me, we can video call. That's unnecessary. I trust you. However, you're not a child anymore. It would be wise to save some money for marriage rather than constantly thinking about the clinic. We are much better off than before. Rest assured. I will never lack funds in the future. Oh, Mom, I must go. Patients are arriving at the clinic. Once I finish this busy period, I will come to see you and the kids. All right, take care. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu exhaled deeply. Aside from the unrepentant master, he feared Mother Wu the most. This was not because she possessed any formidable power, but rather because she genuinely cared for him. Having navigated the complexities of society to this point, Chen Haoyu had developed a resilient heart. The disdain, criticism, and even insults from outsiders did not faze him in the slightest. It was the people who treated him well that he held in the highest regard. Thus, he always placed great importance on Mother Wu's words, for in his heart, she was akin to a mother. Excuse me, young man, are you the doctor at this clinic? A distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered and inquired. Chen Haoyu nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man continued. I noticed the announcement outside claiming to specialize in difficult and obscure illnesses, with a registration fee of 3,000 yuan. I am curious to know who the medical expert is here. Taken aback, Chen Haoyu responded, this clinic is mine, and I am the sole doctor here. The middle-aged man appeared greatly disappointed. I apologize for the intrusion. Wait, Chen Haoyu said, glancing at the BMW parked outside. Sir, you must have just come from Kangen Hospital. Correct? If those so-called experts could resolve your issues, you likely would not have sought out my clinic, would you? You're right, the middle-aged man conceded. Chen Haoyu remarked. Do you not find it regrettable to forego an opportunity that might resolve the issues simply because of my youth? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment and replied. The girl is 15 years old and suffers from severe depression. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu responded, bring the child in. The middle-aged man, taken aback, asked, can you truly heal her? Chen Haoyu stated, a physician does not shut the door on their patients. If you trust me, come in. If not, leave. The man sensed that this young individual possessed an extraordinary eloquence, exuding a calmness and confidence typically found in those of higher social standing, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man promptly exited. After a while, he returned with a graceful middle-aged woman and a beautiful girl of around 10 years old. The girl's complexion was poor, her eyes were red, and her face pale, indicating a prolonged lack of rest. Unsurprisingly, these two were undoubtedly his wife and daughter. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, the middle-aged woman furrowed her brows slightly, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Chen Haoyu inquired about the situation. It turned out that the couple's names were Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing. They were university classmates who had entered matrimony after graduation, welcoming their daughter Yihan 3 years later. Yi Ziyuan owned 3 five-star hotels in Yanhai, leading a comfortable life. However, 6 months prior, their usually cheerful and optimistic daughter Yihan suddenly became taciturn, her academic performance plummeting. Since she attended a private school and returned home only once a week, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing had not noticed the problem in a timely manner. Later, when they discovered their daughter's condition had worsened, the couple panicked and took her to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with moderate depression. After 4 months of treatment in the psychiatric department of Kangen Hospital, her condition not only failed to improve, but also deteriorated further. With no other options, Yi Ziyuan had to discharge his daughter. Passing by Chen Haoyu's clinic, Wang Jing inadvertently noticed a striking announcement outside. Intrigued, she urged her husband, Yi Ziyuan, to enter and seek help, leading to the events that had just transpired. After listening to Yi Ziyuan's account, Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled with insight. Every mental illness has an origin. You mentioned that the child's depression appeared suddenly. Do you know what triggered it? Yi Ziyuan's face contorted with bitterness as he replied, we have asked her before, but Shaoan did not respond, only crying incessantly. We inquired with her teachers and classmates at school, but found no instances of bullying or similar issues. For the past 2 months, Shaoan has scarcely uttered a word. Wang Jing asked, Dr. Chen, can you cure her? Chen Haoyu rose and said, let us assess further. Come to the consultation room. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances and hurriedly led their daughter to consultation room 1. Chen Haoyu instructed Yi Han to sit on the edge of the bed, leaning against Wang Jing. "Xiaohan, look into my eyes," he said. Yi Han lifted her gaze to Chen Haoyu, momentarily entranced. She felt as though there was a whirlpool within the depths of his eyes, threatening to draw her very soul inside. Chen Haoyu gently spoke. "Xiaohan, you seem weary. Why not take a rest? When you awaken, all will be well." Yi Ziyuan was astonished to observe his daughter, who typically struggled with sleep, closing her eyes and drifting off after hearing Chen Haoyu's words. This was hypnosis. Yi Ziyuan could not suppress a gasp. Previously, due to his daughter's insomnia, he had inquired about hypnosis from a psychiatric expert at Hong Kong Hospital. The expert had revealed that every individual proficient in hypnosis was, without exception, a master of the mind, with such individuals numbering scarcely 20, primarily serving the affluent. Yi Ziyuan had not anticipated that the young man before him possessed such abilities, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Wang Jing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Haoyu cast a glance at Yi Ziyuan and remarked, "It is merely a simple technique of hypnosis. Is it truly necessary to react with such astonishment?" In truth, this was not hypnosis at all, but rather a form of soul enchantment from the mystical arts, a stark contrast between celestial and terrestrial realms. Yi Ziyuan apologized. "My apologies. I was merely a bit overwhelmed." Chen Haoyu instructed, "Lay the child flat on the bed. I have questions to pose to her." "Understood," Wang Jing replied, carefully placing the child upon the bed. Chapter 19. It's just a beastly thing. Not a big deal. As Chen Haoyu was about to inquire further, a significant thought struck him, prompting him to ask, "Have you made the payment?" Yi Ziyuan paused for a moment before responding, "I will arrange that immediately." "How much is it?" Chen Haoyu retrieved his phone, opened the payment code, and stated, "The registration fee along with the hypnosis fee. Let's start with 20,000. Yi Ziyuan promptly scanned the code, transferring 50,000 to Chen Haoyu, saying, "Dr. Chen, I appreciate your assistance." Upon seeing the amount, Chen Haoyu chuckled. "You seem intent on testing my limits." Yi Ziyuan earnestly replied, "Your successful hypnosis has instilled hope within me. I cannot guarantee a complete resolution of severe depression, but I am fully confident in significantly alleviating the child's condition. At the very least, we can reduce it from severe to moderate, or even mild," Chen Haoyu assured. Yi Ziyuan responded joyfully, "If that is the case, it would be truly wonderful. Now, both of you, please move to the back. Regardless of what I say to the child, you must remain silent. Understood?" Chen Haoyu instructed. They nodded in agreement and stepped behind him. To prevent any external interruptions, Yi Ziyuan exited to close the consultation room door. Chen Haoyu settled beside Yi Han, gently touching her forehead with the tip of his right index finger, softly asking, "Xiaohan, can you hear me?" Yi Han's brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am your guardian spirit." "Really? Are you the night spirit?" "Yes, I am your night spirit." Seeing her daughter, who had remained silent for 2 months, finally speak, Wang Jing was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She quickly covered her mouth, fearful of making a sound. "Night spirit, can you take me to heaven? Why would you want to go there? Is life on earth not good?" "Life here is not good at all. Xiaohan, I am your protector. Please tell me, what person or situation has made you feel this way? I can help." After a prolonged silence, Yi Han finally spoke. "My English teacher, Kater, is a bad person." This revelation sent shockwaves through Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing, their bodies tensing in shock. Chen Haoyu frowned and pressed on. "In what way is Kater bad?" "He often makes me go to his dormitory, undresses me, and takes pictures." With a swift motion, Chen Haoyu turned to see Yi Ziyuan's eyes ablaze with fury, his fists clenched, veins bulging. It was evident he was seething with anger. Yet, it was understandable. Any parent would struggle to contain their rage upon hearing their daughter had been subjected to such vile misconduct. Yi Ziyuan refrained from erupting in anger, demonstrating remarkable self-control. Giving Yi Ziyuan a warning glance, Chen Haoyu asked, "Xiaohan, when did this begin?" "In February of this year." "How many times has this occurred?" "Once a week. Sometimes twice." "Why did you not inform your parents about this?" "He took pictures of me and threatened that if I told anyone, he would post them online for everyone to see." I am filled with trepidation. "It's all right now. Xiaohan, I am your night spirit. You must trust me. I will surely aid you in vanquishing this villain." "Thank you, night spirit." After their conversation concluded, Chen Haoyu rose from his seat and escorted the tear-streaked couple, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing, out of the examination room. "You scoundrel, I want his life," Yi Ziyuan exclaimed, striking the table with his fist, his face ablaze with fury. Chen Haoyu took a seat and remarked, uttering threats is futile. As the saying goes, a heart ailment requires a heart remedy. Unless we deal with that rogue, your daughter's depression will remain unhealed. Yi Ziyuan gritted his teeth and declared, 3 days. Give me 3 days, and I will certainly resolve matters with Katter. The fact that Yi Ziyuan could manage to establish 3 5-star hotels in Yanhai speaks volumes about his remarkable background, indicating he operates across both the legitimate and underworld spheres. Otherwise, survival in the high-end hotel industry would be impossible. Moreover, Chen Haoyu noted that Yi Ziyuan seemed to possess some martial prowess, as his punch had left a small dent in the table. In the era of the legendary Celestial Master, that would barely qualify one as a novice disciple of a small sect. Wang Jing tugged at Yi Ziyuan's sleeve, seemingly cautioning him against speaking recklessly. Yi Ziyuan took a deep breath, saying, Dr. Chen, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. It is a natural reaction. If I were in your position, I would have dispatched that foreign scoundrel by tonight. Wang Jing interjected, Dr. Chen, you jest. We live in a society governed by law. Chen Haoyu replied, Indeed, we do live in a society bound by law. What does a lawful society emphasize? Evidence. As long as the police cannot find any evidence. It matters not if you were to kill 100 men. Rest assured, I adhere to professional ethics and will keep your matters confidential. It is merely the act of eliminating a beast. It is not a significant issue. The legendary Celestial Master harbored a deep-seated animosity towards evil, having undoubtedly eradicated countless nefarious beings. Should Katter's actions come to the attention of the Master, he would surely meet a most gruesome fate. Having experienced everything the Master endured in his dreams, Chen Haoyu was naturally unperturbed by the notion of taking a life. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged astonished glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. This young doctor does not appear to be an ordinary individual. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. How could a master of hypnosis be anything but extraordinary? Wang Jing inquired, Dr. Chen, if that beast receives the punishment he deserves, will my daughter recover? Certainly not. My treatment plans consist of 2 options. One is more aggressive, while the other is more conservative. The former requires a greater financial investment but saves time, potentially yielding results within a month. The latter is less costly but necessitates at least a year. Will both methods yield success? As long as you assist the child in eliminating her afflictions, I am confident I can reduce her condition from severe depression to mild depression. However, whether she can achieve a complete recovery will depend on her innate resilience. I can only guarantee a 70% success rate at most. Dr. Chen, could you elaborate on these 2 treatment plans? Chen Haoyu hesitated momentarily before stating, before discussing the treatment options, I have a question for you. Do you believe in Taoism? Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged a glance, nodding in agreement as they spoke. We trust you. Chen Haoyu replied, that simplifies matters. The radical treatment involves my drawing a heart-cleansing talisman to significantly alleviate Xiaohan's internal unrest, agitation, and anxiety. Subsequently, she would visit me once a week, during which I would recite the heart-cleansing incantation, and within a maximum of 4 weeks, the issue would be resolved. The conservative approach entails weekly recitations of the heart-cleansing spell, gradually dissipating those negative emotions, which would take approximately a year. Chapter 20. The 200,000 calming talismans. Calming talisman? Calming incantation? Were it not for Chen Haoyu's undeniable prowess as a physician, the couple might have suspected they were in the presence of a charlatan. Yi Ziyuan inquired, astonished, Doctor Chen, are you quite certain you are not jesting? Chen Haoyu had anticipated their incredulity and replied, allow me to speak candidly. I do not possess any skills in hypnosis. That practice hails from the West and lacks true sophistication. What I employed earlier was a technique from the mystical arts, far surpassing hypnosis in efficacy. As for the calming talisman and incantation, they indeed exist. This couple, proprietors of a 5-star hotel, wielded considerable influence and connections, mingling predominantly with the affluent and powerful. Chen Haoyu divulged these esoteric methods solely to thoroughly impress them, with the straightforward intention of elevating the reputation of his clinic. Realization dawned upon Yi Ziyuan. No wonder Xiaoan was able to respond to your questions even while asleep. It seems such miraculous arts truly exist in this world. Dear, let us opt for the radical treatment. Wang Jing nodded in agreement. Very well. Chen Haoyu smiled. The calming talisman is priced at 200,000 per piece, while the calming incantation is 5,000 per session. Yi Ziyuan responded, no problem. compared to over 1 million spent at Kangen Hospital's psychiatric department. This 200,000 is quite reasonable. After receiving the payment, Chen Haoyu retrieved the calming talisman he had crafted the previous day from his drawer, stating, "Let us commence the treatment now." Wang Jing asked, "May we observe?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Certainly. The application of the calming talisman is swift." Returning to the examination room, Chen Haoyu approached the child's bedside and affixed the talisman firmly to her forehead. In truth, the talisman could activate autonomously in the presence of malevolent entities. However, for the sake of achieving the most perfect and striking visual effect, Chen Haoyu deliberately invoked his mystical powers to energize the calming talisman. Instantly, the talisman radiated a luminous glow akin to delicate streams of water, which flowed into the child's mind. "My heavens!" Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing gasped, visibly shaken and incredulous. They realized they had encountered a true master of the mystical arts. The brilliance flickered for nearly a minute before gradually dimming. Yi Han seemed to sense something, a hint of a smile gracing her small face. Chen Haoyu softly remarked, "The child has been deprived of restful sleep for an extended period, resulting in her extreme lethargy. I have induced a deep slumber, akin to replenishing her lost vitality. It is best to allow her to awaken naturally." Yi Ziyuan, filled with excitement, declared, "Understood. Dr. Chen, your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever encounter difficulties, my wife and I shall offer our utmost assistance." Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formality. You have compensated me for my services. We are square. Also, please refrain from disseminating the techniques I employed. They fall under the realm of superstition. Should this knowledge become widely known, I fear I might find myself in quite a predicament." Yu Ziyuan nodded in understanding. "I comprehend." Chen Haoyu remarked, "Moreover, expedite the removal of the refuse and subtly inform Yi Han. Once the root of the ailment is eradicated, coupled with the efficacy of the heart-calming mantra, the likelihood of Yi Han's complete recovery will significantly increase." A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Ziyuan's eyes as he responded, "I shall do so." Chen Haoyu then prescribed a tonic for the mind, instructing Wang Jing to prepare it for the child each evening. Yi Ziyuan and his wife expressed their profound gratitude, exchanging contact information with Chen Haoyu. As they departed, Yi Ziyuan presented him with a diamond card for the brilliant hotel, stating that its bearer could enjoy the highest level of service offered by the establishment. Meanwhile, Cheng Guangyao arrived at Su Yuyao's doorstep bearing gifts, pressing the doorbell. "Who is it?" "Dr. Su." "Hello, this is Cheng Guangyao." The door clicked open, and Su Yuyao, surprised, exclaimed, "Old Cheng, what brings you here? Please, come in." Cheng Guangyao entered the living room, placing the gifts on the coffee table, and looked around before inquiring, "Dr. Su, is Dr. Chen not at home?" Su Yuyu replied, "He should be at the clinic now." "Old Cheng, do you need to see him for something?" Cheng Guangyao stated, "I am here to express my gratitude." Su Yuyao, astute and perceptive, immediately connected this to Cheng Qinghe, asking, "Did the talisman that Chen Haoyu provided prove effective?" Cheng Guangyao sighed and said, "Last night, Cheng has stealthily left to race with others. On his return, he collided with an out-of-control van. A friend who was with him in the car died on the spot, while Qinghe narrowly escaped." Su Yuyu responded, "But that does not necessarily prove the talisman's efficacy, does it?" Cheng Guangyao produced the charred talisman, stating, "Qinghe mentioned that during the incident, he saw the talisman's light. After arriving at the hospital, it ended up like this." Su Yuyao examined the talisman closely, murmuring, "Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to draw talismans?" "How can that be?" Cheng Guangyao asserted, "Dr. Su, Dr. Chen is indeed a genuine master of the metaphysical arts. I was blind to his true nature and should not have misjudged him. I have come today to apologize, express my gratitude, and to request another talisman." Su Yuyu set the talisman down and said, "Old Chen Haoyu's clinic is not far from the community. If you wish to see him, I can accompany you." Cheng Guangyao replied cheerfully, "That would be most helpful." 10 minutes later, they arrived at Chen Haoyu's clinic. Upon seeing the notice outside, Cheng Guangyao remarked, "Indeed, extraordinary individuals engage in extraordinary endeavors." Su Yuyu displayed a peculiar expression, whispering, "I truly admire this old fox." Pushing open the door to the clinic, they found Chen Haoyu seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. For reasons unknown, Su Yuyao felt a surge of irritation at the sight of Chen Haoyu's nonchalant demeanor, exclaiming, "Chen Haoyu, how dare you charge a registration fee of 3,000 yuan? Are you not afraid of the health authorities paying you a visit?" Chen Haoyu rose from the rocking chair and replied, "With hundreds of traditional Chinese medicine clinics in Yanhai, if I do not create a spectacle, who would come to seek my treatment?" Su Yuyao inquired. Will there be any patients today? Chen Haoyu, with a playful smile, extended a finger and replied, to your disappointment, indeed there is one. I sold him a tranquil talisman, earning over 200,000. Su Yuyao pursed her lips and remarked, what a cunning merchant. Chen Haoyu responded, if I were a rogue trader, it is unlikely you two would seek my assistance. Chen Guangyao interjected, Dr. Chen, I apologize for my rudeness last night. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and said, you paid me, and I ensured your grandson's safety. We are even now. Su Yuyao, taken aback, asked, are you aware of what happened to Qing Xiao? Chen Haoyu clicked his tongue and replied, of course. He must have sneaked out last night to participate in a street race, and on his way home, he met with an accident resulting in 1 fatality and 2 injuries. Am I correct? Chapter 21. Chen Guangyao shocked. Chen Guangyao was utterly astounded by Chen Haoyu's actions. He inquired, Dr. Chen, was all of this calculated by you? Does it truly matter? Chen Haoyu retorted, then continued. What is significant is whether your beloved grandson can learn from this ordeal. If he fails to remember, not even 100 talismans can safeguard his life. Chen Guangyao nodded, acknowledging the truth in Chen's words. Dr. Chen, I wish to purchase a talisman from you. Chen Haoyu regarded him thoughtfully and replied, the talisman has a time limit. Its effectiveness lasts at most half a month. After that, it becomes ineffective. Taken aback, Chen Guangyao asked, is there a talisman with a longer duration? Chen Haoyu explained. The longer-lasting option is the jade talisman. The higher the quality of the jade, the more abundant its spiritual energy, thereby extending its efficacy. However, it cannot exceed 2 years. The most formidable protection comes from enchanted artifacts, which can last for decades. Unfortunately, the conditions for their creation are exceedingly stringent, making them rare and elusive. Su Yuyao interjected. Are you suggesting that the artifacts sold by those masters in the tourist areas are fraudulent? Chen Haoyu chuckled and responded, for a practitioner of the arts. An enchanted artifact is as vital as the Rui Jingu Bang in the hands of Sun Wukong. Do you believe that Sun Wukong would part with his magical staff for a mere few hundred or $1,000? That would be a laughable notion. As for those so-called masters in the tourist areas, you may ponder whether they are mere tricksters or true practitioners. Chen Guangyao sighed, truly. A single sentence from you is worth more than a decade of study. Mr. Chen, are you capable of crafting a top-tier jade talisman? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied. Old Cheng, you should relinquish that hope. Only the highest-ranking masters in the mystical arts can create such talismans, and there have been merely 2 or 3 dozen in the past millennium. Moreover, even if someone like Zhang Sanfeng or Zhang Daoling were to produce such a talisman, do you think you could afford it? Such items are invaluable for preserving life. Once available on the market, even with a mere 2-year validity, the price would not be less than $100 million. In truth, Chen Haoyu, possessing the legacy of the celestial being, could indeed create a top-tier jade talisman if he were willing to expend his spiritual energy. However, there were 3 significant challenges. First, high-quality jade filled with spiritual energy is exceedingly rare. Second, it would require an immense expenditure of his vitality, which would take him at least 6 months to replenish. Third, the preciousness of such a talisman means that if word spread, it would not only complicate matters for him but also endanger the possessor of the talisman. It would be more prudent to procure inferior jade and create several talismans, providing greater cost-effectiveness. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Chen Guangyao nodded in agreement. You are right. I have been greedy. Chen Haoyu remarked, Old Cheng, whether talismans or enchanted artifacts, each has its limitations. For instance, the talisman from last night could not withstand knives or blunt instruments. A single stab to a vital point, even with a tenfold enhancement of the talisman's efficacy, would still result in certain death. Therefore, if one desires peace and joy, it is the individual that is of utmost importance. Chen Guangyao sighed and smiled wryly. This truth is not lost on me. Regrettably, I must admit that I had been overly indulgent towards Qinghe, which has led to his current unruly demeanor. I sincerely hope that this lesson will temper his behavior. Chen Haoyu chuckled, suggesting, perhaps it would be wiser to send him to the military for 2 years of rigorous training. Chen Guangyao's eyes lit up as he remarked, that is indeed a splendid idea. The army serves as a formidable crucible. Any individual who enters it, regardless of their previous arrogance, will be reformed. After Chen Guangyao departed, Su Yuyao commented, you were rather mischievous to have suggested such a dubious idea to old Qing. If Qinghe were to find out, he would surely confront you. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, that young lad insulted me last night. I merely offered him a minor lesson. Su Yuyao retorted, you are indeed rather petty. Chen Haoyu scoffed, If I were truly petty, Chen Haoyu would have met a far worse fate by now. Su Yuyo inquired. Did you genuinely foresee that Chen Haoyu would encounter a calamity? Chen Haoyu smirked. The darkness on his brow was palpable. If I couldn't discern that, it would be quite a failure on my part. Su Yuyo pressed further. So, what method did you employ last night to save old Cheng? With a playful glint, Chen Haoyu responded, have you been eager to ask me that all along? Su Yuyo furrowed her brow slightly. You may choose to share or not. Chen Haoyu stated. It's getting late. If you treat me to a fine meal, I shall disclose the method. Without hesitation, Su Yuyo agreed. It's a deal. After securing the clinic, Su Yuyo drove Chen Haoyu to an upscale Western restaurant. Upon perusing the menu, Chen Haoyu was taken aback, as it was entirely in English. What an absurdity to have an English menu on the land of Xia, he exclaimed, irked. For he had not even completed elementary school and thus had no grasp of the language. Su Yuyo, appreciating Chen Haoyu's candidness, offered, allow me to translate for you. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just double whatever you order for yourself. And if it's steak, I prefer it well done. Understood, Su Yuyo replied, engaging fluently with the nearby waiter. After noting the orders, the waiter nodded and, as he departed, cast a disdainful glance at Chen Haoyu, incensing him further. Moments later, dishes of pizza, steak, foie gras, caviar, vegetable salad, and juice were served. Su Yuyo remarked, I didn't order you two of everything. Only the pizza is an extra. So you want go hungry. Chen Haoyu, cutting into his steak, acknowledged, though I am not particularly fond of your unilateral decisions, I must thank you. Su Yuyo replied coolly, should I then express gratitude for your magnanimity? No need for that, Chen Haoyu said. Beautiful women always deserve special treatment. With that, he placed the freshly cut steak in front of Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo glanced at the steak that Chen Haoyu had sliced and remarked, do you often indulge in steak? You seem quite skilled. Chen Haoyu picked up her portion of steak and began to cut it once more. To be honest, this is my first time dining in a Western restaurant. In the past, I was so impoverished that merely having enough to eat was sufficient. I could hardly afford to come here. As for cutting steak, for someone like me who has slaughtered dozens of cattle, it is hardly a challenge. Su Yuyo, astonished, inquired, you have really killed cows? Chen Haoyu replied with pride, of course. I have held many jobs, and working in a slaughterhouse is merely one of them. Su Yuyo responded, you truly are a jack of all trades. At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly emerged from behind Chen Haoyu. Brother Yu, is that really you? Chen Haoyu's body trembled as he turned to see a lovely girl in a white dress standing there, accompanied by a handsome young man. Chapter 22, Chen Haoyu's first love. Qian. It has been a long time. How have you been? Chen Haoyu rose, greeting her with a smile. Such formality. Su Yuyo observed Chen Haoyu's demeanor. Her curiosity piqued. She sensed that there was a unique connection between him and the beautiful girl. Otherwise, Chen Haoyu would not exhibit such behavior. Su Yuyo's intuition proved correct. The girl was named Jiang Qian, a former student of Yanhai University. Chen Haoyu had once assisted her in evading the harassment of some thugs while delivering food, leading to their eventual closeness. One was an academic prodigy, while the other had not even completed middle school. The outcome was predictable. I'm doing well, Jiang Qian replied. The handsome man beside her sensed something amiss and quickly interjected, Qian, who is this gentleman? I don't recall you ever mentioning him. Chen Haoyu extended his hand. I am Chen Haoyu. Are you Jiang Qian's boyfriend? The handsome man shook his hand and introduced himself, Zhang Ming, Jiang Qian's fiancé. We are getting married next week. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Congratulations, then. Jiang Qian turned to Su Yuyo and remarked, this sister is quite beautiful. Yuge, is she your girlfriend? Oh, she. Chen Haoyu was about to explain when Su Yuyo stood up, declaring, I am Yu Haoyu's girlfriend, Su Yuyo. A hint of disappointment flickered in Jiang Qian's eyes as she replied, hello, Miss Su. Su Yuyo suggested, since we are all acquainted, why not share a meal together? Jiang Qian shook her head. No, we just finished eating. You go. Miss Su, goodbye. Chen Haoyu gazed at her intently. Goodbye. After Zhang Ming and Jiang Qian departed, Su Yuyo gazed at Chen Haoyu, who was engrossed in his meal. Chen Haoyu sensed her scrutiny and looked up, asking, why are you staring at me? With elegance. Su Yuyo lifted her juice. What do you think? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and replied candidly, Qian was my first love. We dated for half a year and got along well. Unfortunately, the gap in our family backgrounds was too vast, and it ended without resolution. Was that detailed enough? Su Yuyo nodded. You have good taste. I can tell she is a very innocent and good girl. Chen Haoyu said with pride, of course. I rarely misjudge people. Su Yuyo remarked. You now give me the impression that you have completely moved on. Chen Haoyu smiled. Your looks, figure, and demeanor surpass Jiang Qian's. With a girlfriend like you, who would dwell on an ex? Su Yuyao retorted. Chen Haoyu, I was just trying to help you, you know? Chen Haoyu shrugged. We are even now. Su Yuyao scoffed. Your tongue is indeed merciless. It's no wonder Jiang Qian left you. As soon as she spoke, a wave of regret washed over Su Yuyao, and she hastily glanced at Chen Haoyu. A flicker of melancholy crossed Chen Haoyu's eyes as he sighed. You are right. Someone like me should never seek a girlfriend. Su Yu quickly clarified, Chen Haoyu, that's not what I meant. Indeed, you are exceptionally talented, surpassing the vast majority of your peers. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yuyao and asked, do you truly believe that? Su Yuyao nodded and replied, of course. A radiant smile illuminated Chen Haoyu's face as he responded, I share the same sentiment. Why not consider me as your genuine boyfriend? Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, swiftly realizing she had fallen into his trap. I was mistaken. I shouldn't have tried to comfort someone as heartless as you. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Throughout my life, I have faced countless setbacks and challenges, and I have long since reached a state of indifference. A mere heartbreak could hardly sway my resolve. Su Yu gazed intently at Chen Haoyu and remarked, your smile is rather disingenuous. Chen Haoyu took a hearty bite of his pizza and calmly replied, at least it's better than weeping. At that moment, Su Yuyao felt an overwhelming curiosity to learn more about Chen Haoyu's past. Humorous, passionate, talented, and enigmatic. These descriptors could all apply to him. Yet, she keenly sensed that this was not the true essence of Chen Haoyu. Behind that smile, there must be something more concealed. For the first time in many years, Su Yuyao found herself deeply intrigued by a man. After their meal, they exited the restaurant. Su Yuyao inquired, can you now tell me how you cured Mr. Qing? Chen Haoyu had already prepared his response, Qigong. Su Yuyao, somewhat irritated, retorted, Chen Haoyu, if you don't wish to share, then just refrain from mentioning Qigong. I assure you, it is true. I possess some knowledge of Taoist Qigong. Stimulating Mr. Cheng's heart with it can act as a defibrillator. Did you also use Qigong to revive Mr. Dong in the hospital? Astute. Can I learn it? Of course. I'll teach you tonight. The adept master of carefree arts is well-versed in various martial disciplines and knows many methods of Taoist energy cultivation, though few can successfully practice them. Even upon mastery, the effects are merely to nourish internal organs and enhance physical health, entirely distinct from the mystical energies depicted in martial arts novels. It is far from possible to transfer one's internal energy to another. Chen Haoyu was confident that Su Yuyao could never master it, which is why he falsely claimed it was Qigong. Aren't you heading back now? Not yet. I'm going to the mall to buy clothes. Since I have nothing else to do, I'll act as your advisor. Forget it. I have no desire to accompany you. Why not? You are too beautiful. I fear those lecherous men might take an aversion to me and conspire against me. Nonsense. Come on, let us go. I'll take you to the mall. Perhaps the greatest dread for men worldwide is accompanying women on shopping trips. Once, women who would tire after just a few steps could, when shopping, walk for an entire day in high heels without feeling fatigued. Su Yuyao, the aloof beauty, was no exception. She seems to have mistaken Chen Haoyu for a model, dragging him through over 10 clothing stores and making him try on more than 30 outfits, nearly driving him to madness. Sudame, I have enough clothes, thank you. Chen Haoyu said, his hands burdened with a multitude of bags. There is an upscale boutique nearby with exquisite designs. Let us take a look. I am merely a penniless soul, unaccustomed to high-class venues, and there is no need for me to purchase such fine apparel. Will you accompany me in this endeavor? As long as you agree, this shall be the final store, and I shall cover the cost of your garments. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile illuminated Su Yuyao's face as she replied, then I must thank you, Mr. Chen. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu felt a sense of impending trouble. Why had he just agreed to buy her clothes? Could this woman be leading him into a trap? Chapter 23. She possessed that rather unsavory virus upon entering the store. Chen Haoyu casually glanced at the price tags of several garments and was utterly taken aback. Good heavens, a single dress costs over 3,000. Is this truly a clothing store? It feels more like highway robbery. Mr. Chen, you are free to reconsider, Su Yuyao remarked, playfully waving the purple gown in her hand. Chen Haoyu patted his chest and declared, it's merely a few tens of thousands, a trivial matter. Feel free to indulge. Su Yuyu replied. Then I shall not hold back. With fervor, she selected 7 or 8 pieces and retreated into the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged wearing a V-neck purple gown. Wow. Absolutely stunning, exclaimed the female attendant, covering her mouth in astonishment. Chen Haoyu, too, was visibly captivated. if Su Yuyo had previously exuded an air of aloofness. This purple gown bestowed upon her an aura of dignity and elegance. Why must a woman be so breathtakingly beautiful? What do you think? Su Yuyo inquired. Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, Su Yuyo, you may have chosen the wrong profession. You ought to be a star or a model. Rather than wielding a scalpel. Su Yuyo chuckled, are you flattering me? In the words of a film, even in the eyes of an enemy, you are a she sure. In fact, you surpass her in beauty by a margin, Chen Haoyu responded. The attendant chimed in, Miss, your boyfriend speaks the truth. I am unsure of she sure's beauty, but she cannot possibly compare to you. Thank you. I shall try on more clothes, Su Yuyu replied. What constitutes the standard of true beauty? Chen Haoyu had been uncertain until he beheld Su Yuyo. It was evident that no matter the style or color of the attire, once adorned by her, it radiated breathtaking beauty. It is not the person that enhances the garment, but rather the garment that accentuates the individual. Su Yuyo relished the astonished glances from Chen Haoyu. They bestowed upon her immense satisfaction. Su Yuyo? A crisp voice called from behind. Turning, Su Yuyo encountered a striking woman in her 20s, her figure undeniably alluring. Yet, this allure paled in comparison to Su Yuyo's exceptional beauty. The most distasteful aspect was that she was linked arm in arm with a middle-aged, portly man in his 40s. This man, with his protruding belly resembling that of a pregnant woman, fixed his lecherous gaze upon Su Yuyo, exuding an air of lasciviousness. The sight of the woman alongside the corpulent man instantly extinguished Su Yuyo's previously buoyant mood. Han Sue-lan, long time no see, Su Yuyo said coolly. Han Sue-lan, a classmate from university, had a relationship with Su Yuyo that was fraught with animosity. Throughout their 4 years of university, Su Yuyo was universally recognized for her beauty and talent, which fueled Han Sue-lan's jealousy. This was particularly exacerbated by the fact that the campus heartthrob she adored not only ignored her, but pursued Su Yuyo for 4 years, driving Han Sue-lan to the brink of madness with envy. Su Yuyo possessed a tranquil demeanor, eschewing social interactions. Thus, she naturally refrained from engaging in the superficial pleasantries with Han Sue-lan. Consequently, the relationship between the two remained exceedingly strained. Is this your boyfriend, Su Yuyo? Han Sue-lan appraised Chen Haoyu, scrutinizing his attire and the clothing bag he held, all items evidently worth less than 500 yuan. A flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. Su Yuyo cast a glance at Chen Haoyu, neither affirming nor denying, simply stating, his name is Chen Haoyu. Han Sue-lan extended her hand towards Chen Haoyu, introducing herself, hello, Chen Haoyu. I am Han Sue-lan, a university classmate of Su Yuyo, and this is my husband, Zhang Kuan, the president of Riafeng Building. Chen Haoyu's countenance shifted, instinctively retreating a step as if avoiding a viper. He replied, hello. Inwardly, he cursed, contemplating how a woman afflicted with syphilis dared to extend her hand towards him. Han Sue-lan furrowed her brows in irritation, retracting her hand in a huff. Seeing his wife's discomfort, Zhang Kuan, visibly displeased, remarked, so, you are Chen Haoyu? You don't seem very gentlemanly. Chen Haoyu gestured towards Su Yuyo, saying, she is quite strict and has a bit of a cleanliness obsession, forbidding me from close contact with dubious women. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Su Yuyo's lips. Despite his numerous flaws, he certainly had a way with words. Han Sue-lan seethed. Whom are you referring to as dubious? My apologies, I misspoke. It's just that we were previously unacquainted, and it would be prudent to maintain distance to avoid raising unnecessary suspicions with Yuyo, Chen Haoyu clarified. Zhang Kun sneered. Just a pauper clad in clothes worth merely 200 to 300 yuan. What are you trying to feign? Chen Haoyu replied. I may be somewhat impoverished, yet I maintain my integrity. Su Yuyo nearly erupted in laughter, while a nearby waitress quickly lowered her head, biting her lip to suppress her amusement. Wishing to avoid offending the customers, Zhang Kuan trembled with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Haoyu, exclaiming, who are you implying is unclean? Chen Haoyu hastily waved his hands. Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. That was not my intention. Han Sue-lan interjected with a cold smile. Mr. Chen, you seem to regard Su Yuyo as a goddess. It appears she has not divulged certain matters from her university days to you. Intrigued, Chen Haoyu glanced at the icy Su Yuyo and inquired, what do you mean? Han Sue-lan continued, allow me to enlighten you. Your goddess once engaged in a romantic affair with a younger student from the countryside during her junior year, which shocked the entire university. She is far from pristine. Su Yuyo retorted coldly, Han Sue-lan, your own filth is enough. Must you also sully others with your sordidness? It is truly shameless. Han Sue-lan responded. What is done is done. Why fear the opinions of others? Chen Haoyu chuckled. I thought it was something significant. Isn't it merely a first love? I have one too. Miss Han, may I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Zhang? With pride, Han Suilan declared, he is my husband. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked in astonishment, you are married? Han Suilan gently caressed her abdomen and replied, I am pregnant. We will marry next month. Zhang Kuen's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he said, all right, Suilan, let's pick out some clothes. There is nothing more to discuss with this pauper. Chen Haoyu, touching his nose, advised, Miss Han, I strongly suggest you confirm whether Mr. Zhang is divorced. And Mr. Zhang, I recommend taking Miss Han to a hospital for a health check. It is not merely to verify the pregnancy, but, more importantly, to ensure there are no undesirable viruses. Zhang Kun was still pondering the implications of Chen Haoyu's words when Han Suilan had already grasped the meaning entirely. Pointing a finger at Chen Haoyu, she scolded vehemently. How dare you slander me? I will sue you for defamation. Chen Haoyu stepped back, pulling Su Yuya with him, and quickly said, Miss Han, please do not act impulsively. You are likely in the early stages. Treatment is quite manageable. Su Yuya, puzzled, inquired, what is wrong with her? Chen Haoyu replied, syphilis. Chapter 24. Su Yuyao's first love. The two attendants at the clothing store immediately distanced themselves from Han Suilan, retreating 5 meters. Zhang Kuen's expression shifted dramatically as he quietly shifted 3 steps to the left. Han Suilan, on the verge of fury, declared, Chen Haoyu, I shall sue you for defamation. Darling, why are you keeping such a distance from me? Do you believe his words? Zhang Kuen hurriedly replied, of course, I do not believe him. However, it is prudent to exercise caution. Chen Haoyu cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Kuen and interjected, you two are quite amusing. One pretends to be pregnant while juggling several men, one of whom is a foreigner afflicted with syphilis. The other feigns divorce. Surrounded by numerous lovers yet restrained by a fierce wife at home, too fearful to leave. He chuckled, I advise you both to tread carefully. Do not let things spiral out of control, or it may lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, the curious attendants and several customers nearby regarded them with bemusement. Zhang Kuen, feeling humiliated, erupted in anger, you are spouting nonsense. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu shouted, your wife is coming. Where? Zhang Kuen, startled, hurriedly hid behind a clothing rack. Chen Haoyu smiled mischievously, I was merely teasing. I do not even know your wife. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Han Suilan, incensed, stomped her foot and turned to leave. You wait for me. Zhang Kuen shouted, quickly pursuing her. Chen Haoyu called out, Mr. Zhang, mind the syphilis. You wouldn't want to catch it. Otherwise, your wife might just boil you alive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuen's pace slowed considerably. Ha ha. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. Truly two foolish individuals. Su Yuyu remarked, you certainly have a talent for deception. Do you ever prepare a script? How did you know I was deceiving? Could it be that Han Suilan truly has syphilis? Indeed. Otherwise, why would I distance myself from her by 3 paces? How could you discern that? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Some individuals can be diagnosed with just a glance. Furthermore, your classmate exhibits a prominent jianmen and a wandering gaze, which are clear signs of an ill-fated romantic destiny and one that is not singular. Engaging with so many men, it is quite normal for her to contract syphilis. Is it serious? Not particularly, it is merely in the early stages. If she would heed my advice and visit a hospital, it could be easily resolved. Then she should express her gratitude to you. Let it be. That woman harbors ill intentions, and I wish to have no entanglement with her. You would do well to keep your distance as well. I understand. At that moment, a female attendant approached, inquiring, Ma'am, would you like to continue trying on clothes? Su Yuyu replied, no more trying. I have chosen the purple one. The attendant pursed her lips and turned to Chen Haoyu, saying, Sir, I believe those garments would make your girlfriend look celestial. Would you like to purchase a few more for her? Chen Haoyu chuckled. You certainly possess a way with words. All right, please wrap up the few outfits she tried on. Su Yuyu nudged him and said, Are you out of your mind? With so many clothes, how could I possibly wear them all? Chen Haoyu, perceiving her subtle hints regarding the financial aspect, chuckled. Consider it a token of gratitude for your kindness in taking me in. With that, he followed the female attendant to the counter. Su Yuyu bit her lip and murmured, How utterly vain of me to suffer for appearances. Had I known, I would have refrained from trying on so many garments. The total cost for the 7 outfits amounted to 26,000 yuan. Compared to high-end fashion brands, that was relatively modest. On the way home, Chen Haoyu laughed. What a coincidence. I encountered my first love, and you bumped into a classmate. Su Yuyao snorted and replied, "If you wish to inquire about my first love, you may as well be direct, no need for circumlocution." Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up and said, "Astute. I am genuinely curious as to why you broke up with him." Su Yuyao retorted, "He was the one who ended things with me." "Humph," Chen Haoyu scoffed. "If you don't wish to discuss it, then so be it." Su Yuyao shot him a glance and asked, "You don't believe me?" Chen Haoyu replied, "With your captivating beauty, how could any man willingly part with you? He would find that credible unless he were blind." Su Yuyao calmly explained, "He is from a rural background, quite handsome, and possesses an admirable demeanor. Through sheer diligence, he was accepted into Yindu Medical College. However, during our time together, I discovered he was involved in an improper relationship with a wealthy woman. After some investigation, I learned that his tuition and living expenses were funded by her. Consequently, I returned all his gifts and ended our relationship." Upon hearing Su Yuyao's account, Chen Haoyu simply said, "Oh," without offering any commentary. Su Yuyao had anticipated that he would respond as others had, denouncing the man and championing her plight. Instead, his silence surprised her, prompting her to ask, "What is your opinion of my first love?" Chen Haoyu sighed and replied, "A desperate measure." Su Yuyao inquired, "What do you mean?" A glimmer of insight shone in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he explained, "Your ex-boyfriend must come from a poor family and likely faced an insurmountable obstacle that forced him to rely on that wealthy woman. A rural youth who managed to gain admission to Yindu Medical College demonstrates resilience and determination. The only reason he would willingly become a kept man is if he were in dire need of funds, likely to support a beloved family member. If it were merely for himself, I believe he would not have resorted to such actions." Su Yuyao gazed at Chen Haoyu, who was leaning against the passenger's seat. Incredulity etched on her face, and asked, "Did you deduce that, or is it mere conjecture?" What Chen Haoyu had just articulated was in perfect alignment with the reality of the situation. After their breakup, Su Yuyao learned that his mother had fallen gravely ill and required surgery, the cost of which exceeded 1 million yuan. For a university student who relied on part-time work to cover tuition fees, this sum was nothing short of astronomical. Left with no other options, he reluctantly sold himself to a wealthy woman. Chen Haoyu chuckled, remarking, "Is there even a need to calculate this? Anyone who has faced a similarly painful decision can empathize with his past predicament." Su Yuyao remained silent for a considerable time before asking, "If it were you, would you do the same?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "I would not." Su Yuyao stated coolly, "If you don't, your loved one will perish." Chen Haoyu smiled, asserting, "I would resort to robbery to secure the funds first and save the person. A man should not demean himself by becoming someone as kept man." Su Yuyao countered, "But what if you were caught?" Chen Haoyu, brimming with confidence, responded, "Well, the money would already be spent and the surgery completed. If I were apprehended, I would simply serve my time. I am quite familiar with detention centers. Being incarcerated is no different from returning home. The best part is, I would receive free food and lodging there. Ha ha ha." Chapter 25. The grand gesture from Cheng Lao. Su Yuyu was not amused by Chen Haoyu's attempts at humor. She seemed to sense the underlying helplessness conveyed in his playful words. After spending 2 days together, Su Yuyao had gained a profound understanding of Chen Haoyu's character. Despite his sharp tongue, his integrity was commendable. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was shrouded in a thin veil of mystery, obscuring his true self. While one might label him as intelligent, there were moments when his foolishness was glaring. In pursuit of wealth, he was capable of undertaking any endeavor. Conversely, there were times when he displayed remarkable astuteness, even wisdom, demonstrating a deep perspective on issues. Take, for instance, Su Yuyao's first love. Anyone privy to the situation would readily condemn the male counterpart. Only Chen Haoyu could empathize with the young man's predicament and analyze the situation with objectivity. Were he an elder, such insight would be expected, but given his youth, it was astonishing that he could perceive matters so clearly, an ability not commonly possessed. Su Yuyu suspected that this individual was undoubtedly harboring his own stories. In a standalone villa in Yanhai, Yi Ziyuan finished a phone call on the balcony and returned to the living room. "Has Xiaohan awakened?" he inquired softly upon seeing Wang Jing emerging from their daughter's room. "Not yet. She is sleeping soundly," Wang Jing replied. "This is a positive sign, indicating that Dr. Chen's treatment is effective," he remarked. "Indeed," Wang Jing agreed. Previously, even in slumber, Xiaohan's brow would be furrowed, but now her expression is serene. "Honey, how do you plan to deal with Cadel?" Yi Ziyuan's expression darkened, a glint of severity flickering in his eyes as he stated, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will not let him go." Wang Jing frowned and said, "If anything were to happen to Cadel, Dr. Chen would surely know it was you. I have some concerns, she added. Yi Yuan then asked, what is your impression of Dr. Chen? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jing replied, he is enigmatic, certainly not an ordinary person. Do you believe he might pose a threat to us? He continued. Wang Jing shook her head, saying, since Dr. Chen can create talismans like the Qingxin talisman, he is undoubtedly capable of crafting aggressive ones as well. If he wished to confront us, it wouldn't be a daunting task. Moreover, I sensed his deep anger upon learning of Caitl's actions toward Xiaohan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have urged you to deal with him. I share your thoughts, Yi Yuan affirmed. This man is enveloped in mystery and strangeness. He can only be a friend, not a foe. Furthermore, our daughter's ongoing treatment relies on him. Dear, if any trouble arises, I will take full responsibility. You must care for our daughter. Wang Jing's eyes instantly welled with tears. She embraced Yi Yuan tightly, imploring, promise me, you must not come to harm. Yi Yuan gently stroked his wife's hair, assuring her, do not worry. At that moment, a soft voice floated from the bedroom. Mama. Wang Jing's body tensed, and she asked, darling, did you hear that? Yi Yuan was filled with a mixture of surprise and joy as he said, Xiaohan seems to be calling for you. The two hurried into their daughter's bedroom. Yihan had already awoken, sitting on her bed, gazing dreamily at Wang Jing and saying, Mom, I'm hungry. Upon hearing her daughter's first proactive request for food in half a year, Wang Jing was instantly moved to tears, replying, I will make you something right away. Yi Yuan sat at the foot of the bed, embracing Yihan, and inquired, darling, did you sleep well? Yihan nodded and replied, I slept very well. Dad, I had a dream about my guardian spirit, the night elf. He was so handsome and promised to help me fight off the bad guys. Yi Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Haoyu had entered Yihan's dream? This was utterly astonishing. Is there anything else bothering you, sweetheart? He asked. My head feels cool. But in a pleasant way, it's quite clear, Yihan responded. Yi Yuan understood that the calming talisman was taking effect and said, that's wonderful. Come, let us wash our hands and get ready for dinner. Okay, Yihan agreed. After 6 long months, the family of 3 finally enjoyed a comforting meal together. Yihan not only displayed none of her previous melancholia but also shared a small joke at the dinner table, causing Yi Yuan and Wang Jing to burst into laughter. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with gratitude for Chen Haoyu. Su Yuyao's culinary skills were commendable, while they could not compare to Chen Haoyu's. It was indeed remarkable for a stunning beauty to achieve such proficiency. After dinner, Su Yuyu pointed to a gift and said, this is a token of appreciation from old Cheng. Chen Haoyu asked, what is it? Su Yuyao shook her head, replying, I haven't looked. Chen Haoyu opened the tote bag, revealing 2 boxes, one red and one blue. Inside the red box lay a pair of light red jade earrings, translucent and exquisitely beautiful. The blue box contained a bracelet made of agarwood, which, judging by its color, grain, and luster, could certainly be deemed top tier. A premium agarwood bracelet is a rare commodity in the market, with a price tag exceeding 200,000. Chen Haoyu frowned and remarked, old Cheng's gift is quite valuable. Su Yuyu examined the jade earrings and said, Swarovski brand, ice-type red jade, their price should range from 150,000 to 200,000. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, are you quite familiar with jade? Su Yuyu replied, my aunt is the CEO of a jewelry company, and I work part-time as a jewelry designer. Chen Haoyu inquired, since your aunt is the head of the company, why are you still struggling financially? Can't she lend you a hand? Su Yuyao shot him a glance and said, I have my own hands and feet. Why would I need charity from others? Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up, saying, impressive. Su Yuyao questioned, these 2 gifts are worth at least 300,000 on the market. And you're just going to accept them? Chen Haoyu responded without hesitation, of course not. I've already stated that I owe nothing to the Cheng family. He presented me with such an extravagant gift, ostensibly as an expression of gratitude, yet in reality, it is merely a means for him to forge a connection with me. To put it plainly, it is for the sake of my protective talisman. Su Yuyu furrowed her brows and inquired, what will you do? If you return the gift, it would be a disgrace to Elder Cheng. But if you keep it, when matters arise within the Cheng family, it may be difficult for you to remain uninvolved. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment and replied, isn't this old fellow suffering from a heart condition? Tomorrow, I shall present him with a jade talisman. Su Yuyu remarked, did you not mention that only the grand masters of the mystical sects can craft jade talismans? Chen Haoyu clarified, that refers to the supreme jade talismans. What I intend to give is a health talisman made from inferior Hittian jade. While its spiritual energy may be lacking, it provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer, greatly benefiting one's health, with a shelf life of approximately 6 months. If sold in my clinic, it would fetch at least 500,000. That old coot has struck gold. Su Yuyao expressed skepticism. Does this health jade talisman truly possess such remarkable efficacy? You are not merely boasting, are you? Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, believe it or not. Su Yuyo then asked, could you let me experience it first? Chapter 26. The goddess practices Qi Gong. Wait for a moment. Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom, retrieving a jade talisman from the drawer, which he handed to Su Yuyao. This is a health talisman I crafted. If you hold it in the palms of your hands, you should feel a hint of coolness. Su Yuyao placed the jade talisman in her palms, closed her eyes, and earnestly attempted to perceive its essence. I don't feel anything, she remarked. Chen Haoyu smacked his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget an important detail? Unlike ordinary talismans, this jade talisman requires activation. He took the talisman back from Su Yuyao, laid it in his left palm. And with his right index finger, he channeled a flicker of spiritual energy and gently tapped the talisman. Instantly, the talisman emitted a dazzling light, which gradually dissipated. Su Yuyu gasped, covering her mouth. This defies logic. Chen Haoyu returned the talisman to her, saying, have you not heard the saying? The pinnacle of science is metaphysics. Try again. All right. Su Yuyu eagerly placed the talisman between her hands. This time, she indeed felt a wisp of coolness, subtle yet akin to a gentle breeze. Chen Haoyu, you truly are a master of the metaphysical arts. The evidence before her compelled Su Yuyao to accept the existence of such mystical practices. Chen Haoyu reclaimed the talisman and placed it in a blue box before continuing. The so-called metaphysics is not as wondrous as you might think. If figures like Liu Bowen or Zhang Sanfeng were to traverse into the modern world, regardless of their prowess, they would merely be met with the consequence of a few bullets. Thus, you can entirely categorize talismans and divination as alternative sciences. Su Yuyao chuckled. Did you not claim to be a celestial master of metaphysics? Why this sudden humility? Are you worried about being subjected to experimentation? Chen Haoyu shrugged. My primary concern is that you might fall in love with me. Su Yuyu scoffed. Dream on. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. Tonight, I shall indulge in my dreams. Here, take this earring as a gift. Su Yuyao shook her head. It's too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Chen Haoyu replied. If you refuse, then so be it. This trinket indeed pales in comparison to you. Once you become my girlfriend, I shall bestow upon you a pair of imperial green jade earrings. Su Yuyo shot him a glare. Are you never going to stop? Chen Haoyu hastily replied, I am done. Su Yuyo then inquired. You previously promised to teach me Qi Gong. Is that still valid? Chen Haoyu stood up. Of course it is. I will print out the essentials of Qi Gong for you. If you are interested, you may practice. However, I must caution you that those who can truly master Qi Gong are exceedingly rare. Do not become overly engrossed. Su Yuyao acknowledged. I understand. 10 minutes later, a comprehensive Qi Gong manual of 1,500 words was produced. Su Yuyao examined it for quite some time, realizing that the teachings were exceedingly profound. As a medical genius, she could not grasp even a fraction of its meaning. After Chen Haoyu spent over an hour explaining it, Su Yuyao found herself even more bewildered. Chen Haoyu, are you attempting to deceive me? Should I deceive you, may the heavens strike me down and erase my name from existence. Do not worry, I believe you. Refrain from making such solemn oaths. There are two approaches to practicing Qigong. One is the external to internal method, and the other is the internal to external. For instance, the three major internal martial arts, Xingyi, Baguazhang, and Taijiquan, belong to the former category as they cultivate internal energy through the circulation of qi and blood, making them relatively accessible for beginners. The Qigong secret I possess, however, pertains to the latter method, requiring one to first sense the qi before engaging in practice, which is exceedingly challenging for novices. How does one sense qi? This phenomenon is something one must comprehend intuitively. It cannot be articulated clearly. During their practice, the two inevitably engaged in physical contact, which brought Chen Haoyu a secret delight. Yet, ultimately, their endeavors yielded no fruitful results, and Su Yuyu completely abandoned her aspirations of practicing Qigong. Nevertheless, this experience drew them closer together, at the very least. The usually aloof Su Yuyo could no longer maintain her icy demeanor in Chen Haoyu's presence. At 1 a.m, Cadel stumbled out of a bar, intoxicated. Just as he was about to get into his vehicle, a motorcycle suddenly sped towards him. The rider came to a sudden halt before Cadel, brandishing a gleaming dagger that gently grazed his throat. After accomplishing his task, the motorcyclist swiftly departed. Cadel clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground as blood seeped through his fingers. The entire ordeal transpired in less than half a minute. indicating the assailant was an experienced hand. An hour later, the police arrived at the scene. Upon discovering the victim was a foreigner, they were immediately overwhelmed with concern. The following morning, Chen Haoyu was practicing his martial arts in the park when he overheard a group of elderly individuals discussing the murder of an English teacher outside a bar. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and confirmed that the victim was Cadel, prompting him to curse in frustration. Damn, that Yuan must have lost his mind. Regardless, Cadel was still a foreigner. It would have been better to orchestrate an accident than to commit such a blatant murder. The police have a reputation for solving homicides. If Yuan had not cleaned up his tracks properly, trouble would surely ensue. After breakfast, Chen Haoyu accepted a ride from Su Yuyo to the clinic. As he brewed a pot of tea, Yuan entered, visibly troubled. Good morning, Dr. Chen. Mr. Yi. Wait, last night's incident was not your doing. Upon noticing Yuan's pallid complexion, Chen Haoyu exhibited a hint of surprise. Yuan was equally astonished and inquired, How did you know? Chen Haoyu replied, I possess some knowledge of physiognomy. Yuan, impressed, remarked, Dr. Chen, you truly are remarkable. To be frank, I also sought assistance. The initial plan was to stage an accident, but before I could act, Cadel met a tragic end outside the bar. Chen Haoyu stated, his death is well-deserved. For scoundrels like him, 1,000 cuts would be too lenient. Yuan gritted his teeth and responded, indeed. Such a demise is far too merciful. Please, have a seat. Chen Haoyu invited Yuan to take a seat, then poured him a cup of tea, saying, regardless of the circumstances, the root of the illness has been eradicated, which is undoubtedly a positive development for the child. Has there been any improvement since your daughter awoke yesterday? Yuan replied with palpable excitement, indeed. There has been significant progress. I feel as though she has returned to her former self, radiating the same cheerful optimism as before. During dinner, Xiaohan even shared a joke with us. Dr. Chen, your Qingxin talisman is simply remarkable. Chen Haoyu was confident in the efficacy of the Qingxin talisman for treating depression, yet he remained uncertain about the extent of its effects. I initially thought further treatment with the Qingxin incantation would be necessary, but it seems that may no longer be required. Please, I will bring her back in a few days. I kindly ask you to take another look. Yuan added. I suggest you first take the child to the hospital for a thorough examination. Although I hold little regard for Western medicine, I must concede that it possesses unique strengths in certain areas. Very well, Yuan responded. Dr. Chen, this is a modest token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. He retrieved a check from his pocket and handed it to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu waved his hand, stating, I only accept treatment fees. Not gratitude. That is the policy of the clinic. Observing that Chen Haoyu was not merely being polite, Yuan sheepishly took back the check, saying, All right then. Dr. Chen, when you have time, my wife and I would like to invite you to dinner. Chen Haoyu replied, Let us discuss that once the child has fully recovered. Chapter 27. The child's soul has been lost. Yuan expressed his gratitude to Chen Haoyu once more before departing from the clinic. Not long after his exit, a young couple entered, cradling a wailing child. The little one was merely 2 or 3 years old, and with a single glance, Chen Haoyu discerned that the child was afflicted with a condition known as soul loss, or in the vernacular, the soul had gone astray. Doctor, could you please examine what is wrong with our child? The woman implored, her face etched with anxiety. Chen Haoyu approached the child, gently pressing his finger to the child's forehead, channeling his energy to dispel a portion of the malevolent aura. Instantly, the child's cries ceased, leaving the young couple in astonishment. For an entire week, the child had been inconsolable during the day and restless at night, plagued by night terrors. The couple had consulted several hospitals, where doctors invariably prescribed tranquilizers, yet to no avail. Upon seeing the notice outside Chen Haoyu's clinic proclaiming its expertise in treating difficult ailments, they decided to take a chance. Despite the exorbitant consultation fee, Chen Haoyu inquired, May I ask your surname? The young man replied, My name is Chu Hong, and this is my wife, Gong Huihui. Dr. Chen, what exactly is happening? Why did the child stop crying the moment you touched him? Chu Heng asked, his brow furrowed in concern. With a gentle smile, Chen Haoyu replied, It is merely a small technique. He continued, Mr. Chu, think carefully, have you taken your child to any unclean places recently? Chu Hong pondered for a moment before responding, We went to the countryside last week to pay respects to our ancestors. Chen Haoyu was taken aback. You brought the child along? Chu Heng nodded affirmatively. Gong Huihui interjected, Dr. Chen, is there a direct connection between this ancestral worship and our child's distress? Chen Haoyu elucidated. The child is young and has a frail constitution, lacking in vital energy. The site of ancestral worship is often heavy with yin energy and malevolent spirits. Once this energy invades the child's body, it can lead to a disruption in the balance of yin and yang. Gong Wei pressed her lips together and asked, "Is this akin to the soul loss mentioned in some mysterious and suspenseful online novels?" Chen Haoyu affirmed, "Indeed," with a sudden burst of frustration. Gong Wei struck Chu Heng's arm, exclaiming, "I told you we shouldn't have taken her there. For the sake of your pride, you insisted on going. And now look, the child has lost her soul. Are you pleased?" A look of regret washed over Chu Heng's face as he lamented, "I thought such matters were mere superstitions. I never imagined they could be real. Dr. Chen, if you can discern that our child has lost her soul, surely you can also retrieve it?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "You seem to have read too many novels. In this world, there is no such thing as a soul-retrieving ritual." Panic-stricken, Chu Heng exclaimed, "What shall we do?" Chen Haoyu waved a hand reassuringly. "Do not fret. Allow me to finish. As the Taoists say, the dual souls of heaven and earth are ever present. Yet only the life soul resides within the body. The notion of soul loss is merely a Taoist expression. In reality, it signifies that malevolent energy has invaded and harmed the life soul. Scientifically speaking, it equates to psychological distress. Once we dispel the malevolent energy and administer some calming remedies, all shall be well." Chu Heng inquired, "How do we dispel this malevolent energy?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I have my methods. Mr. Chu, shall we discuss the matter of fees?" Chu Heng nodded vigorously and replied, "I apologize, I forgot to settle the payment. May I inquire about the cost?" Chen Haoyu responded, "The registration fee is 3,000. And the treatment fee is 2,000, totaling 5,000. "No problem." Chu Heng promptly took out his phone, scanned the payment code that Chen Haoyu had affixed to the table, and transferred 5,000 yuan. Upon receiving the payment, Chen Haoyu retrieved the talisman from the drawer and led Chu Heng and Gong Wei to the consultation room, saying, "Please lay the child flat on the bed." "All right." Gong Wei replied, carefully placing the child onto the bed. The little one, having left the warmth of his mother's embrace, began to cry once more. Chen Haoyu stepped forward with a smile and said, "Little one, hold on a moment. If you cry again, you won't look so lovely." Perhaps understanding Chen Haoyu's words, the previously wailing infant not only ceased his cries but also smiled at him. Chu Heng and Gong Wei exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. Little did they know, Chen Haoyu had just employed a calming incantation. This so-called calming incantation is not some strange spell, but rather a blend of magical energy and a gentle, soothing tone that enters a person's ears, achieving the effect of tranquilizing the mind. The younger the child, the more susceptible they are to the calming incantation. Chen Haoyu waved the talisman in front of the little one and then pressed it against his forehead. Magical energy surged forth, illuminating the talisman with a soft glow. Had Chu Heng and Gong Wei possessed clairvoyance, they would have seen wisps of dark energy being absorbed by the talisman, with each bit of darkness consumed. The talisman's brightness dimmed slightly. Once the dark energy completely dissipated, the glow of the talisman extinguished entirely, with 1/3 of its surface now blackened, resembling the charred remnants of a fire. Gulp. Chu Heng swallowed nervously and whispered, Wei, did you see anything?" Gong Wei, her face a picture of shock, replied, "It resembles the talisman techniques depicted in movies." Chen Haoyu casually discarded the now powerless talisman into the trash bin and turned to the couple, stating, "The child should no longer have any issues. After you return home, simply administer some calming medicine." Chu Hong had already concluded that this doctor was an extraordinary figure and quickly said, "Dr. Chen, could you prescribe a traditional Chinese medicine?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Traditional medicine is far too bitter. Such a young child would have difficulty swallowing it. It would be better to use Western medicine." Chu Heng nodded in understanding, saying, "I see. Thank you, Dr. Chen." The couple took their child and left the clinic with heartfelt gratitude. Seeing the trio leave, the shopkeeper, Zhang Nan, curiously entered the clinic and remarked, "Brother, there are indeed people coming for treatment." Chen Haoyu shifted into boastful mode, saying, "Boss Zhang, running a clinic is akin to doing business. The key lies in the hype. Just look at my announcement. Isn't it sufficiently eye-catching?" Zhang Nan replied, "The hype is indeed substantial, but the crux lies in whether you can cure illnesses." Chen Haoyu proudly declared, "By a fortunate coincidence, the person standing before you is a miraculous doctor capable of curing all ailments." Zhang Nan raised his thumb and remarked, "Brother, you are remarkable." Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly and replied, "It's nothing extraordinary, merely third in the world. Zhang, as a guest, please come in, sit down, and enjoy a cup of tea." This is tea I just purchased yesterday, and it is quite splendid. Zhang Nan responded, then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Chapter 28. Live streaming to expose fraud. As Chen Haoyu and Zhang Nan enjoyed tea and engaged in conversation at the clinic, a young man was broadcasting live not far from them. This man, He Jiahong, known by his online moniker Brother Hong, was famed for his striking looks and sharp tongue. He was one of the most renowned internet celebrities in a network company in Yanhai, boasting over 6 million followers. At that moment, He Jiahong instructed his assistant, Huzi, to direct the camera towards the announcement outside Chen Haoyu's clinic. Approximately 30,000 fans tuned into the live stream. He Jiahong proclaimed, the registration fee is 3,000, and the consultation fee is 10,000. Treating only 3 patients a day, and if I fail to cure them, I will refund the money. What do you all think of this? The comments flooded in. What a typical gimmick. Is this how clinics now operate under the guise of healing? How has the world devolved to this? Such audacity. I dare say no hospital in all of Shagwa would make such claims. 3,000 for registration and 10,000 for a consultation, not counting the treatment fees. Good heavens, no wonder they limit themselves to 3 patients a day. If it were me, treating just 1 a day would make me a millionaire. Brother Hong, hurry in there and expose him. This is infuriating. With a righteous demeanor, He Jiahong declared, clinics are meant for healing, not for profit. I am going to confront this audacious so-called miracle doctor and unmask his fraudulent facade. Please support me with rocket emojis. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of rocket emojis soared through the live stream. Ha ha ha. You all are fantastic. Now, let us go live and expose this fraud. With that, He Jiahong, accompanied by Huzi, strode confidently into Chen Haoyu's clinic. Which one of you is the doctor? He called out. Huzi pointed the camera inside the clinic, taking a sweeping shot while deliberately skipping over Chen Haoyu and Zhang Nan, who were quietly sipping their tea. Broadcasting without consent is an infringement of personal rights, and He Jiahong had no desire to face legal repercussions. Chen Haoyu stood up, surprised, and asked, who are you? Is this a live broadcast? Without hesitation, He Jiahong replied, indeed. Please have the doctor here come out. I am the only doctor at this clinic, Chen Haoyu responded. He Jiahong chuckled, you're the doctor? Ha ha ha, don't joke with me. This is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and judging by your age, you seem younger than I am by a few years. What on earth is going on? Brother Hong was not yet 30. Could this practitioner of traditional medicine truly be in his 20s? The voice did indeed sound remarkably youthful. Unfortunately, he could not capture his face, otherwise he would have been curious to see what he looked like. The modern world truly harbors all sorts of individuals, even those daring enough to impersonate practitioners of traditional medicine. The comments continued to flood the stream. Chen Haoyu frowned and said, my age has no bearing on my medical skills. Moreover, are you here to seek treatment or to broadcast? If it's the latter, I kindly ask you to leave. He Jiahong raised an eyebrow and replied, I am here to seek treatment while simultaneously live streaming. Chen Haoyu suddenly realized and said, I understand now. It turns out the profits have come to my head. Sensing the precarious situation, Zhang Nan hurriedly remarked, brother, you carry on. I shall take my leave. Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, all right, take care, boss Zhang. Fearing that the camera might capture him, Zhang Nan covered his face as he departed. He Jiahong inquired, you are Dr. Chen, correct? Would you be willing to join my live stream? Without any hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, not interested. He Jiahong chuckled and said, no worries. I have been feeling unwell lately. Could you please take a look? Chen Haoyu gazed intently at He Jiahong and remarked, are you here to expose fraud? He Jiahong explained, if you truly possess skill, it would not be fraud but rather a demonstration of your medical prowess. If you lack ability, then perhaps you should close your clinic to avoid causing harm to others and yourself. Well said. Support Brother Hong. Just talking is of no use. I'll send 10 rockets. The fans in the live stream became lively once more. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, understood. The question is, who determines the truth? If I say you are ill and you claim otherwise, it amounts to mere words. Who serves as the judge? He Jiahong replied, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. At the beginning of the live stream, I shared my condition. You can check my pulse, and if your assessment aligns with my situation, I shall consider you formidable. Chen Haoyu gestured towards the payment code on the table and said, then please pay 3,000 yuan. He Jiahong was taken aback. You demand payment before treatment? Chen Haoyu retorted, which hospital charges a consultation fee only after the examination? He Jiahong laughed in disbelief. All right, that's bold. Taking out his personal phone, He Jiahong transferred 3,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu. What kind of person is this? It's outrageous to demand 3,000 yuan before even treating me. I am from Yanhai. Once I expose this person's true nature, I shall smash his clinic. The fans were incensed by Chen Haoyu's actions. Chen Haoyu invited He Jiahong to sit down and, while taking his pulse, asked, "What is your surname?" He Jiahong replied, "My humble surname is He. The fans call me Brother Hong." Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Please extend your other hand." He Jiahong complied. After examining his pulse, Chen Haoyu smiled. "Your spleen and stomach are quite weak, likely due to drinking a few days ago. You must have had several bouts of diarrhea this morning. It's commendable that you still chose to come here to expose fraud under such circumstances." He Jiahong stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, You are my fan?" Chen Haoyu casually remarked, "I don't know any of you internet celebrities. How could I possibly be your fan?" Judging by your reaction, I must have passed your test, correct?" He Jiahong pressed his lips together and said, "You were right. Goodness, this fellow is impressive." As soon as Brother Hong commenced the live stream, he recounted his condition, which was precisely in alignment with what the doctor had stated. Were it not for my knowledge of Brother Hong's character, I might have thought they were colluding in a performance. It appears that this young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner possesses considerable skill, at the very least in pulse diagnosis. The fans in the live stream expressed their astonishment at the results of this test. Chen Haoyu remarked to He Jiahong, "Your issues are minor. A bit of medication will suffice. However, your assistant's situation is quite serious." He Jiahong's complexion changed, and he hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong with Huzi?" Huzi was not merely his assistant but also his maternal cousin. Having grown up together since childhood, the news of Huzi's health concerns filled He Jiahong with unease. Huzi furrowed his brow and said, "I just had a physical examination a month ago, and all my indicators were normal." Chen Haoyu replied calmly, "Just because it was normal a month ago does not guarantee it remains so now." Chapter 29. The one with the illness is your assistant. He Jiahong, without uttering a word, glanced once more at the payment code on the table and transferred 3,000 yuan, saying, "Please check Tiger's pulse." After speaking, He Jiahong rose to retrieve Tiger's live-streaming phone. Chen Haoyu interjected, "No need for that. His complexion already reveals everything. You must take him immediately to Kangen Hospital for a gastric examination. If my observation is accurate, he is likely suffering from stomach cancer. Fortunately, it is in the early stages, and a surgical removal should suffice." In disbelief, He Jiahong remarked, "You can ascertain that Tiger has stomach cancer at an early stage just from a glance? Dr. Chen, are you sure you are not jesting?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If I am mistaken, I shall return you 12,000. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted like bamboo shoots after a rain. To determine cancer with a mere glance? Surely, even a miraculous doctor cannot achieve that. His tone suggested an unwavering confidence. This was the doctor's own assertion, indicating he possessed some level of certainty. I cannot believe this is true. If it is indeed the case, a hospital examination will confirm it, won't it? Yes, Brother Hong, hurry and take Brother Tiger for a checkup." He Jiahong, without needing to view the comments, could already surmise the fans' reactions. "Dr. Chen, we will go for the examination right away. If you are correct, it would be akin to saving Tiger's life, and I shall express my gratitude accordingly." Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for excessive gratitude. You pay me for the consultation. There is no debtor and creditor between us." Once He Jiahong departed, Chen Haoyu tidied up the clinic and promptly closed the door. Zhang Nan poked his head out and inquired, "Brother, what is going on?" Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "All settled. I earned 6,000 yuan in registration fees from them. Today, I have reached my limit and shall close the clinic." Zhang Nan had initially thought Chen Haoyu was destined for failure, but was astonished to learn he had profited 6,000 yuan. "You truly have a knack for medicine." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, stating, "Did I not mention? I am the world's foremost miraculous physician. Goodbye, Boss Zhang." Watching Chen Haoyu's retreating figure, Zhang Nan muttered under his breath, "Are people really this gullible nowadays?" He Jiahong hurriedly brought Tiger to Kangen Hospital. The internal medicine outpatient building was already teeming with patients. He Jiahong swiftly picked up his phone and made a call. "Ching Ching, I need your help. I am in the outpatient department, extremely busy. If there is something urgent, speak quickly. Please let me cut in line." "That's impossible. Everyone is waiting." "What do you think cutting in line is? It will only take a minute of your time. I merely want to get a CT scan of Tiger's stomach." "What is the matter?" "A doctor from a clinic claimed he has stomach cancer." "Is that true? Quickly bring Tiger to consultation room 206. I will prepare the necessary paperwork for you." After hanging up, He Jiahong and Tiger swiftly arrived at consultation room 206. where they met Qin Qingqing. Qin Qingqing offered her apologies to the patient and handed her CT order to He Jiahong, instructing him to proceed to the first-floor lobby to make the payment and then promptly head to the CT room, assuring him that the results would be available by noon. He Jiahong nodded in agreement, stating, "All right." In critical moments, my wife proves to be quite dependable. It was revealed that He Jiahong and Qin Qingqing were in a romantic relationship, having been together for 3 years and nearing the stage of discussing marriage. Qin Qingqing shot him a playful glare and urged, "Less chatter, hurry and take Huzi along." As He Jiahong and Huzi made their way for the CT scan, Chen Haoyu arrived at Kangen Hospital. This morning, he had learned from Su Weiying that Chen Guangyao had arranged for Cheng Qinghe to be transferred to Kangen Hospital. Thus, Chen Haoyu purchased a basket of fruit en route to visit Cheng Qinghe, intending also to present a health talisman to Chen Guangyao. Following the room number provided by Su Weiying, Chen Haoyu quickly found himself in the presence of Chen Guangyao and Cheng Qinghe. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Guangyao asked, surprised. Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "I came to pay a visit to young Master Cheng." Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, Cheng Qinghe seemed to have shed his previous arrogance, expressing, "Mr. Chen, thank you for saving my life. I, Cheng Qinghe, am clear about my debts. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, and I shall do my utmost." Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly and said, "What matters could a mere clinic doctor like me possibly have? Young Master Cheng, after such a harrowing experience, what are your thoughts?" Cheng Qinghe responded, "One only has one life. I shall no longer engage in perilous endeavors. Once I recover, I plan to assist at the antique shop." Chen Haoyu nodded, remarking, "As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Your ability to think this way is a testament to the second chance life has granted you." Chen Guangyao interjected, "It is not fate that has given him a second life, but you." Chen Haoyu replied, "Elder Cheng, I have already stated that I owe nothing to the Cheng family. That talisman was purchased by you for 200,000. It bears no connection to me. Why then must you bestow gifts upon me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guangyao instantly grasped Chen Haoyu's intentions, saying, "Mr. Chen, it was merely my heartfelt gesture." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "We practitioners of the mystic arts prefer to remain unencumbered by karmic ties. Initially, I intended to return the item to you, but Su Weiying advised against such a course, deeming it too impersonal. Therefore, I shall offer you a token of reciprocity." Before Chen Guangyao could refuse, Chen Haoyu produced a blue box and placed it on the table, declaring, "Inside is a health talisman. Given your heart condition, wearing it should prevent any issues for at least 6 months." Chen Guangyao inquired in astonishment, "Mr. Chen, did you not mention that the duration of effectiveness for talismans is quite brief?" Chen Haoyu clarified, "This talisman is crafted from Hitian jade, specifically made for you using my own spiritual energy. While its potency may not be strong, it is sufficient to maintain your health. Elder Cheng, please take good care of young Master Cheng. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Chen Haoyu turned to depart. Chen Guangyao promptly followed him to the elevator before returning. Once the door was closed, Chen Guangyao opened the box, revealing a jade piece lying quietly within. As a venerable magnate in the realm of antiques, Chen Guangyao possessed an extraordinary eye for quality, immediately discerning the lackluster nature of this piece of Hitian jade. However, upon lifting it, he felt a gentle, warm current flowing from the jade into his very being. The flow was subtle, yet undeniably present. What a remarkable jade talisman! Chen Guangyao mused, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. Cheng Qinghe inquired, "Grandfather, what does Mr. Chen mean by this?" Sighing, Chen Guangyao replied, "I offered him a generous gift with the intention of forging a friendship. Alas, it seems we have overreached." Cheng Qinghe countered, "Grandfather, I believe you may be somewhat hasty. Building friendships requires a gradual approach, founded on sincerity, particularly when dealing with such enigmatic individuals." Chen Guangyao paused, nodding in agreement. "You are correct. Qinghe, it appears you are not without merit." Cheng Qinghe replied with a touch of resignation, "Thank you for your kind words." A hearty laugh erupted from Chen Guangyao. Chapter 30. The world is too small at noon. Su Yuyao and Dong Qingqing sat in the staff canteen, partaking in their meal. Today, an influx of patients had left them feeling somewhat fatigued. "Qingqing, the CT scan for Huzi has come out. Where are you?" Dong Qingqing received a call from He Jiahong. "Bring the scan to the staff canteen on the 6th floor." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Dong Qingqing stood up and remarked, "Yuyao, I'm going to the entrance to meet someone." Su Yuyao inquired, "Are you meeting Honga? What is the matter?" "Being close friends." Su Yuyu was naturally familiar with Dong Qingqing's boyfriend, He Jiahong. Dong Qingqing replied, "You might not believe it. A doctor from a clinic without any diagnostic equipment determined that my husband's cousin has stomach cancer, which frightened my husband into bringing him in for a CT scan. Now that the results are out, I'm going to take a look," Su Yuyao suggested. "Then let them both come in for a meal together." Dong Qingqing whispered, "That's exactly what I was thinking. You go ahead and eat. I'll be back shortly." A few minutes later, Dong Qingqing returned with He Jiahong. He greeted Su Yuyu before turning his gaze to Dong Qingqing, whose expression was notably serious. Knowing his girlfriend well, he sensed that something was amiss. "Yuyu, could you take a look?" "I'm a bit uncertain." Dong Qingqing handed the scan to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyu received the scan and examined it closely under the sunlight, saying, "I have a strong inclination that it's early-stage stomach cancer, but the area of malignancy is quite small." Dong Qingqing nodded. "I think so too." Su Yuyao continued, "As long as surgery is performed promptly to excise the affected portion, there is over a 90% chance of complete recovery. After all, this is the initial stage of malignancy, even earlier than typical early-stage stomach cancer." He Jiahong exhaled in relief. "We truly owe gratitude to that clinic doctor. Had we delayed any longer, the situation could have escalated." Dong Qingqing, intrigued, asked, "Which clinic doctor are you referring to? What method did he employ?" He Jiahong explained, "He is a young doctor with the surname Chen, younger than me, yet his medical skills are astonishing. I noticed a notice he posted, stating the consultation fee was 3,000 yuan, more than those renowned specialists in the country, so I went in to investigate. To my surprise, he truly is remarkable." Without even feeling the pulse, he merely glanced and declared that Huzi had stomach cancer. "Naturally, we were skeptical, which is why we came for a checkup," Dong Qingqing exclaimed. "He is incredibly skilled. He could detect stomach cancer just like that." Su Yuyao displayed a peculiar expression. "Is this clinic Dr. surname Chen?" "It's about 3 kilometers from our Kangen hospital." He Jiahong nodded. "Exactly. Dr. Su, do you know of this clinic?" Su Yuyu turned to Dong Qingqing. "It's Chen Haoyu." Dong Qingqing appeared incredulous. "This guy is quite enigmatic. Yuyao, are you still living with him?" Su Yuyao replied nonchalantly. "He is like a stubborn plaster. I can't shake him off." He Jiahong exclaimed in surprise. "So you all know each other?" Dong Qingqing replied, "Did I not mention it before?" "Yuyao accidentally hit someone while driving." He Jiahong responded, "The person who fell into a coma for 100 days and just awakened is Dr. Chen? Goodness. This world is indeed small." Dong Qingqing nudged Su Yuyao and suggested, "Let us invite Chen Haoyu out for dinner tonight." He Jiahong agreed. "What Qingqing said is right. I must treat for this meal. I owe him my gratitude." Su Yuyao contemplated for a moment and said, "I'll give him a call." Picking up her phone, she dialed Chen Haoyu. "Haha, just one morning apart, and you're already missing me. Sudame, you seem to be falling for me," Chen Haoyu teased. Hearing his words, Dong Qingqing burst into laughter. Su Yuyao shot her a glare and retorted, "Chen Haoyu, stop being so cocky. Let me ask you, did you treat someone this morning? Did you tell them they have early-stage gastric cancer? To be precise, it is early stage within the early phase. As long as that little assistant undergoes a minimally invasive surgery to remove the cancerous portion, everything will be just fine. Haha. It is merely my benevolent nature and kindness that led me to inform them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said a word," he replied. "They came to my clinic to feign illness. It's utterly outrageous. He Jiahong is Dong Qingqing's boyfriend, and they are set to marry soon. Goodness. This world is indeed small. If you let Dr. Dong wear glasses, I do suspect there is something wrong with her eyesight. She and Honggu are right beside me. Otherwise, would you tell them?" "Ha ha. No need. It was just a joke." "How did you discern that Hu Zi had gastric cancer?" "That is the experience we possess in traditional Chinese medicine. Minor ailments are hard to spot, but severe diseases, especially terminal ones, we can usually identify at a glance." "You are impressive. Tonight, Honggu and Qingjie want to treat you to dinner. Are you free?" "It depends on you. If you go, I will go. If you don't, I won't either. That is what we call a harmonious couple." Su Yuyao did not respond and simply hung up the phone. Dong Qingqing looked at her with a teasing expression and asked, "Yuyao, what is the situation between you two? Is he pursuing you?" Su Yuyao replied irritably, "That Chen Haoyu is nothing but a scoundrel." Dong Qingqing said, "Yuyao, we have known each other for 2 years. Yet I have never heard you speak to any other man with that particular tone." Su Yuyao insisted, "I was just annoyed with him." Dong Qingqing wore a knowing smile and remarked, "That makes it even more significant. You are a born internist. You remain calm and composed in every situation. The fact that Chen Haoyu can provoke you with just a few words shows he holds a special place in your heart. Su Yuyao glared at Dong Qingqing and said, "We're eating. Stop making me uncomfortable." Dong Qingqing turned to He Jiahong and said, "Darling, I will go get you some food." He Jiahong waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need. I'll take Uzi to eat his favorite fried sauce noodles to comfort him. I'll send you the hotel location this afternoon. At that time, you and Dr. Su can head over together." Dong Qingqing said, "All right, my dear, let Huzi not worry. This is not a significant matter." He Jiahong made an okay gesture and replied, "Understood." After a busy afternoon, Su Yuyao drove Dong Qingqing back to her residential community after work. Chen Haoyu had been waiting at the entrance of the community for quite some time. Noticing that the passenger seat was unoccupied, he opened the car door and took a seat. Chapter 31. Master of National Arts Dr. Dong. "It seems you've become more beautiful after a few days," Chen Haoyu remarked playfully, turning to Dong Qingqing. Dong Qingqing raised an eyebrow and replied, "Chen Haoyu, how long have you been living with her Yuyao? You've become quite the charmer." Chen Haoyu responded, "It's mainly due to the excellent guidance from the stunning Su." Su Yuyao said coolly, "If you two prefer not to ride in my car, you are welcome to exit." Chen Haoyu raised his hands in surrender, saying, "All right, no more words. The steering wheel is in your hands. You're the boss." Dong Qingqing chuckled, "I finally understand why the usually composed Yuyao is so vexed with you. With that mouth of yours, anyone would find it intolerable." Chen Haoyu boasted, "That's simply a mark of eloquence." "Ha ha." Dong Qingqing laughed heartily, covering her mouth. "Dr. Dong, how did you come to know that internet celebrity He Jiahong?" Chen Haoyu inquired. "We're neighbors. After graduating from university, we both worked in Yanhai. And that's how we ended up together. Is there a problem?" "I've heard you can tell fortunes," Dong Qingqing replied. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Fate is never set in stone. For instance, if Yuyao had not met me, her future would have been fraught with turmoil, possibly never attaining happiness. But now that she knows me, her destiny has changed. She is bound to find lasting happiness." Dong Qingqing laughed. "So, are you saying you are Yuyao's benefactor?" Chen Haoyu corrected, "That is not entirely accurate. I am not just her benefactor. I will also be her lifelong companion." Dong Qingqing burst into laughter. Struggling to catch her breath, Chen Haoyu, "Your audacity is truly remarkable." Su Yuyao chimed in, "That's not audacity, that's sheer shamelessness." An hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel. As Chen Haoyu stepped out and saw the grand sign, he paused slightly. "Isn't this Yi Ziyuan's hotel?" While Dong Qingqing was on the phone with He Jiahong, Su Yuyao quietly asked, "Is there something amiss with Qingjia's marriage?" Chen Haoyu's gaze flickered as he replied, "What do you mean?" Su Yuyao stated, "Qingjia has inquired about her relationship with He Jiahong several times, yet you always evade the topic. If it were a favorable match, you could simply state that. Why be so evasive?" Chen Haoyu raised his thumb. "Your observations are indeed astute. However, I believe it is better to preserve a marriage than to dismantle it. I do not wish to be the villain." Su Yuyu fixed her beautiful eyes on Chen Haoyu. "I wish to know if this will cause harm to Qingjia." After a moment of silence, Chen Haoyu replied, "I can only say it is a difficult choice." Just as Su Yuyao was about to probe further, Dong Qingqing's voice interrupted, "What are you two whispering about?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Since it's a whisper, I certainly cannot disclose it to you." Dong Qingqing scoffed, "Let us go. My husband has reserved a spot in the West Lake Hall on the 6th floor." As the three entered the lobby, Su Yuyao suddenly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, "What is the matter?" Su Yuyao remarked, "Shindong is ahead." Chen Haoyu raised his head and glanced over, spotting Shindong alongside several young men and women awaiting the elevator. Their attire clearly indicated they were a group of affluent second-generation elites. However, among them, the leader was not Shindong, but rather a man with dark skin and piercing eyes, a master of martial arts. With just a fleeting glance, Chen Haoyu swiftly assessed the man at the forefront. Sensing Chen Haoyu's gaze, the man turned to look at him. Chen Haoyu offered him a slight smile. The man stared at Chen Haoyu for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "Yuyao." At last, Shindong noticed Su Yuyao, and his face lit up with delight. However, upon seeing her linked arm in arm with Chen Haoyu, the joy on his face vanished instantly. The others turned their heads, each displaying expressions of astonishment. How beautiful! Who is this woman? So exquisite, yet alas, a flower wasted on cow dung. Su Yuyao greeted, "Hello, Mr. Shun." If one were to encapsulate Su Yuyao's tone in a single phrase, it would be one of keeping others at arm's length. The wealthy second-generation individuals exchanged knowing glances, their expressions filled with intrigue as they looked to Shindong. Dong approached Su Yuyao, pointing at Chen Haoyu, and stated, Yuyao, I have conducted my inquiries. This Chen Haoyu is certainly not your boyfriend. A fool who does not seize an opportunity. Chen Haoyu chuckled, boldly planting a kiss on Su Yuyao's cheek, and confidently declared, Mr. Shan, since you have already done your research, you must be aware that we are living together. To put it plainly, we are a result of love at first sight. Caught off guard by Chen Haoyu's sudden advance, Su Yuyao's expression froze momentarily before flushing a deep crimson. She gently swatted Chen Haoyu and chided, everyone is watching. Chen Haoyu embraced Su Yuyao's slender waist and replied, I merely wish to dissuade Mr. Shen from pursuing further. Chen Dong gazed at Su Yuyao's bashful expression in disbelief, visibly shaken. The man at the forefront suggested, Shen Dong, let us depart. Shen Dong shot a fierce glare at Chen Haoyu and turned to Su Yuyao, asserting, Yuyao, I will not cease my pursuit of you. Chen Haoyu's expression turned icy as he retorted, listen well, Shen. Yuyao is mine. If you dare to disturb her again, I shall not be kind. Though Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao were not genuinely in a romantic relationship, to the onlookers, they were already perceived as a couple. Shen Dong's continued pursuit of Su Yuyao was akin to undermining Chen Haoyu standing in front of everyone. It was an affront that any man would find intolerable. Shen Dong chuckled mockingly, Chen Haoyu, you are merely a soft-handed clinic doctor. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Do you possess the courage or the capability? Chen Haoyu responded, if Yuyao enjoys my company, what concern is that of yours? Mr. Shen, given your looks, demeanor, and capabilities, it is unlikely you will ever enjoy such privileges. I advise you to engage in some physical training during your free time, lest you suffer from perpetual weakness. Damn it. Shen Dong, filled with rage, lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Chen Haoyu's chest. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to retaliate, the leading man swiftly intervened. Restraining Shen Dong. This is the Huiguang Hotel. Do not create a scene here. Shen Dong pointed at Chen Haoyu, gritting his teeth as he declared, just you wait. This matter is far from over. You truly overestimate yourself, Chen Haoyu replied dismissively, casting a glance at Shen Dong before turning to the leading man, inquiring, May I know your surname? The man replied, Chao Cheng. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, Mr. Chao, in this age of entertainment saturation, it is quite commendable to have honed your skills to the level of Ming Jin. Chao Cheng's expression shifted as he asked, You can tell? I possess some martial arts skills myself. Perhaps we could spar sometime. Chen Haoyu responded. Masters of traditional martial arts who have reached a certain level often possess exceptionally keen senses. From the moment he laid eyes on Chen Haoyu, Chao Cheng sensed an air of mystery and strength about him. However, the extent of that strength remained unclear to him. He retrieved a postcard from his pocket and said, Mr. Chun, I am the owner of the Shengtian Fitness Center, and I look forward to your visit. Chapter 32. Chao Cheng's astonishment. The attitude of Chao Cheng towards Chen Haoyu left the wealthy second-generation socialites utterly astounded. As the eldest son of Chao Lixue, the richest man in Yanhai City, Chao Cheng held a prominent status within their circle. He typically regarded ordinary individuals, and even the heirs of some affluent families, with disdain. It was said that while others displayed their arrogance on the surface, Chao Cheng's pride ran deep within his very bones. Yet this remarkably haughty individual placed such significance on a mere clinic doctor, leaving those familiar with him perplexed. Chen Haoyu accepted the business card with a smile, assuring, All right. I will certainly visit. The two parties then entered separate elevators. Qin Qingqing patted her chest and exhaled deeply, exclaiming, You nearly scared me to death just now. Chen Haoyu chuckled. What is there to be afraid of? Pointing at the business card in Chen Haoyu's hand, Qin Qingqing queried, Do you know who Chao Cheng is? Without waiting for a response, she continued, His father is the president of the Chao Corporation, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. And he's also the second largest shareholder of our Kangen Hospital. Thankfully, you did not clash with him. Otherwise, both you Yao and I would have been in serious trouble. Chen Haoyu replied with a grin. This Chao Cheng is not merely an ordinary rich heir. With his caliber, he is unlikely to cause you any trouble. Everyone knows that practicing martial arts is an arduous endeavor. Despite his privileged lifestyle, he has chosen to cultivate traditional martial arts, which demonstrates far greater perseverance and self-discipline than those who resort to martial arts out of necessity. Qin Qingqing glanced at him and asked, How do you know this? Chen Haoyu responded, My eyes possess an extraordinary insight. When it comes to discerning people, none can surpass me. Pointing to herself, Qin Qingqing inquired, Then what do you foresee for my future? With a gentle smile, Chen Haoyu replied, With a friend like Yu Yao by your side, your future is bound to be an untroubled journey. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator came to a halt. Guided by the attendant, the three entered the Shihu Hall. He Jiahong immediately stood up and extended his hand to Chen Haoyu. Dr. Chen, I truly did not expect you to know Qingqing. I apologize for the incident this morning. It was entirely my fault. Chen Haoyu shook his hand and replied with a smile, no need for apologies. You even helped me earn 6,000 yuan. I am not at a loss here. He Jiahong handed his phone to Chen Haoyu, saying, I conducted a 10-minute live broadcast this afternoon, revealing Tiger's diagnosis. The fans were all astonished. Mr. Chen, how did you discern this? 2 words, experience, Chen Haoyu said as he took the phone, reviewing the live replay and comments. My goodness, it truly is early-stage gastric cancer. Brother Hong has confirmed it. This person is a miraculous doctor. A miraculous doctor in his 20s, simply unbelievable. If it were anyone else, I would surely think they had conspired beforehand. My cousin suffers from anorexia and is nearly as thin as a reed. I will take her to this clinic tomorrow. It's a pity I did not get to see what this miraculous doctor looks like. The messages in the live stream exceeded 200,000, illustrating the immense popularity of He Jiahong in the realm of online broadcasting. Dr. Chen, would you like me to assist you with some promotion? He Jiahong jested. Chen Haoyu returned the phone to He Jiahong, stating, I've set a rule for myself, 5 days a week, working 2 hours each day, attending to merely 3 patients. If all your fans sought my services, I would surely be overwhelmed. He Jiahong replied, It seems you wish to avoid being tethered to your work. Chen Haoyu nodded in agreement. Dong Qingqing pulled Su Yu in to sit down, saying, Have you two finished your conversation? How long do you intend to stand there? Chen Haoyu, slightly displeased, remarked, Dr. Dong, shouldn't you be seated with your husband? Dong Qingqing embraced Su Yuan's shoulders and planted a kiss on her cheek, declaring, There is no comparison between my husband and our dear Yuan. Chen Haoyu shrugged and took a seat opposite Su Yuan, conceding, All right, I admit that. Above the Westlake Hall is the resplendent Hall of Glory, reputedly known as the Imperial Hall of the Glory Grand Hotel. Shen Dong slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, That scoundrel must pay for his transgressions. Chao Cheng glanced at him and replied coolly, Shen Dong, I advise you not to provoke him. Shen Dong was taken aback, recalling Chao Cheng's demeanor towards Chen Haoyu, and said, Brother Cheng, I have investigated Chen Haoyu. He is merely an orphan. He has spent 4 or 5 terms in the detention center. I fail to comprehend why you regard such a rogue with such esteem. Chao Cheng responded, Have you observed the depth of Chen Haoyu's eyes? Shen Dong shook his head. What about his eyes? Chao Cheng sipped his tea and remarked, They convey a sense of tranquility, mystery, and profundity. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I refuse to believe he's the worthless rogue you describe. A wealthy second-generation individual interjected, Brother Cheng, are you not overly magnifying his significance? Chao Cheng replied, I have never misjudged a character. In truth, there is something I have not mentioned. I sense a palpable aura of bloodshed surrounding Chen Haoyu. One that can only be forged by someone who has taken dozens, even hundreds of lives. My instincts tell me he is an exceedingly dangerous individual, one to be avoided. The reason for my interest in him, even providing my business card, is primarily to cultivate a rapport with Chen Haoyu. Shen Dong, filled with indignation, asserted, Brother Cheng, regardless, I must avenge the betrayal of my wife. Chao Cheng chuckled, I merely caution you not to underestimate Chen Haoyu. I am not protecting him. Your personal grievances should be settled by yourselves. Xiao Cheng, whom have you crossed paths with? Yi Ziyuan entered with a smile. Xiao Cheng stood and said, It's just a minor issue with Shen Dong. Brother Yuan, you appear to be in excellent spirits. Has Xiao Han's condition improved? It turns out that Yi Ziyuan's father is the renowned Xingyi Quan Master Yi Tsong, a figure of monumental stature within the realm of traditional martial arts. From a young age, Yi Ziyuan exhibited little interest in these arts, merely skimming the surface of their profound depths, which left Yi Tsong deeply disheartened. He feared that his legacy in Xingyi Quan would fade into oblivion. However, to his surprise, his old friend Chao Lishua introduced his frail son, Chao Cheng, to Yi Tsong, who subsequently took him as his disciple. Chao Cheng possessed exceptional talent, a keen understanding, a strong work ethic, and an unwavering passion for Xingyi Quan, which earned him the esteemed status of Yi Tsong's closed-door disciple. Consequently, a close bond formed between Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan. With a chuckle, Yi Ziyuan remarked, What do you mean by improvement? It should be a remarkable improvement. I can hardly perceive that Xiao Han is a patient of depression now. Chapter 33. The sorcerer can save lives, yet also take them. Is it true? Chao Cheng, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, This is wonderful. Just a week ago, I visited my master, who was lamenting over Xiao Han's depression. I had been contemplating inviting a psychological expert from abroad for her. Unexpectedly, within less than a week, Xiaohan has recovered. Who is this miraculous healer you found? Yi Ziyuan shook his head, stating, there are too many renowned doctors in Xia country. This title hardly does him justice. Qiao Cheng, visibly astonished, inquired, who exactly are you referring to? He must be extraordinarily skilled. He understood that his senior brother, while appearing amiable, bore an innate pride akin to his own. To receive such high praise from him indicated the exceptional prowess of the physician in question. Yi Ziyuan felt a stir in his heart and said, I can introduce you to him. At that time, you could ask him to examine Uncle Chao's leg. Chao Lishua, the wealthy magnate of Yanhai, had, during his youth, ventured into Southeast Asia for business, only to be captured by a local criminal gang and imprisoned in a water dungeon, leading to a chronic condition in his legs. Over the past 30 years, he had sought the help of countless traditional and Western medical practitioners, yet had found no cure. Now, he could no longer stand and was confined to a wheelchair, enduring pain that was almost unbearable for the average person. Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, can he really cure my father's chronic leg ailment? Yi Ziyuan replied, if he cannot heal Uncle Chao, then it is likely that no one in this world can. Xiao Cheng, filled with anticipation, declared, Brother Yuan, let us seek him out tomorrow. Yi Ziyuan chuckled, certainly. Xiao Cheng, you take care of your friend while I attend to other guests. All right, I will see you off. Xiao Cheng escorted Yi Ziyuan out of the splendid hall, and they confirmed their plans to visit the miraculous doctor. Just as Yi Ziyuan was about to depart, an angry voice erupted from within. Damn it, brothers. I have decided to smash Chen Haoyu's clinic tomorrow. Who will accompany me? Yi Ziyuan's expression shifted instantly, and he halted. Xiao Cheng, who just spoke. Shendong. That guy has taken a fancy to a female doctor at Kangen Hospital, but another doctor from a clinic got there first. He is furious and wants to cause trouble. Is that doctor named Chen Haoyu? Yes. We even crossed paths at the elevator before heading upstairs. Chen Haoyu gave me a rather formidable impression. I did not offend him. Yet Shendong nearly came to blows with him. Brother Yuan, do you know him? Of course. Chen Haoyu is the miraculous doctor I intend to introduce to you. What? Xiao Cheng could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, how old is he? How can he possess such remarkable medical skills? Yi Ziyuan responded, do you know how long it took Dr. Chen to cure Xiaohan's severe depression? I tell you, it was less than 10 minutes in total. With such skill, do you not find it impressive? Xiao Cheng said solemnly, I will warn Shendong not to trouble Dr. Chen. Yi Ziyuan added, it would be best to resolve this matter once and for all. You may clearly convey to him that daring to oppose Dr. Chen necessitates preparation for the utter destruction of the entire Shen family. Noticing that Xiao Cheng intended to speak, Yi Ziyuan waved his hand and stated, I am not attempting to intimidate him. Dr. Chen undoubtedly possesses such capabilities. Each recollection of Chen Haoyu's enigmatic methods employed during the treatment of his daughter instills within Yi Ziyuan a profound sense of dread. Could a master of the mystical arts, who employs talismans for healing, possibly lack the means to take a life? That is simply preposterous. Should the Shen family choose to stand against him, it is conceivable that Chen Haoyu might unleash some bizarre secret technique to obliterate them. There exists an adage within the realm of traditional martial arts. One should offend no one, especially not a divine physician or sorcerer, for while the former can heal, the latter can annihilate entire families. Xiao Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand. Upon learning that Chen Haoyu was dining at the Huiguang Hotel, Yi Ziyuan promptly instructed Wang Jing to bring their daughter over. Having discovered Chen Haoyu's location in the Shihu Hall from a waiter, Yi Ziyuan entered with a bottle of the finest red wine, accompanied by his wife and child. Dr. Chen, why did you not inform me of your dining plans? I could have arranged a special table with the kitchen's finest dishes just for you, Yi Ziyuan said with a smile. Chen Haoyu rose, gesturing towards He Jiahong, and remarked, today's host is Mr. He. I only learned upon arrival that he had reserved a table at the Huiguang Hotel. He Jiahong inquired, Dr. Chen, who is this gentleman? Chen Haoyu responded, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Yi Ziyuan, the proprietor of the Huiguang Hotel, and these two are his esteemed associates, Ms. Wang Jing and Ms. Yihan. Upon realizing that Yi Ziyuan was the hotel owner, Su Yuyao, Dong Qingqing, and He Jiahong expressed their astonishment. The Huiguang Hotel is renowned throughout Yanhai, and as its proprietor, Yi Ziyuan's wealth exceeds 30 billion. It is indeed remarkable that such a wealthy magnate would bring his family to toast Dr. Chen, thereby underscoring the latter's considerable esteem. After introductions, the Yi family took their seats. In the presence of this billionaire, Su Yuyao remained composed as usual, while He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing appeared somewhat reserved. Despite Yu Ziyuan's affable demeanor, they found it challenging to relax. Chen Haoyu could easily surmise the purpose of Yi Ziyuan's visit with his family. He turned to the girl sitting beside him, Yi Han, and noticed her gaze fixed upon him with intensity, prompting him to chuckle. "Little Han, why do you look at your uncle like that? Is it because your uncle is exceptionally handsome?" Yi Han replied, "I think my uncle resembles my guardian spirit." The night elf, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances, revealing their apprehension. Chen Haoyu burst into laughter, asking, "Then tell your uncle how the night elf protects you?" Yi Han responded, "The night elf helped me vanquish the villains." Chen Haoyu glanced at Yi Ziyuan, who gently nodded, indicating that the child was already aware of the news regarding Kater's demise. "Is that so? How remarkable. Will you still fear villains in the future?" "No. I will learn martial arts from my grandfather, and when I grow up, I will defeat the bad guys." "Excellent. Such ambition. However, mere optical prowess is insufficient. One must also pursue education. For while martial arts strengthen the body, schooling enriches the mind, rendering one wiser and more intelligent. I too yearn to attend. Yet my parents disallow it." "Ah, that is indeed their oversight." Upon overhearing the conversation, Wang Jing could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Dr. Chen, do you believe Xiaohan should be permitted to attend school?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, given Xiaohan's brilliance. "I believe she could commence her education as early as next week. I must say, she truly is remarkable, more courageous and resilient than I had anticipated." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing immediately discerned the underlying implication in Chen Haoyu's words, their excitement palpable. Su Yuyao cast a thoughtful glance at Yi Han. "Please continue your meal. I shall take a brief respite in the restroom," Chen Haoyu announced as he rose, exchanging a knowing glance with Yi Ziyuan. Understanding immediately, Yi Ziyuan replied, "I shall accompany you." Once outside the Westlake Hall, the two men retreated to a secluded corner. Chen Haoyu stated, "There is no need to visit my place anymore. It is time to eat and to attend school. Xiaohan is now a typical child." Yi Ziyuan firmly grasped Chen Haoyu's hand, expressing, "Dr. Chen, your kindness is deeply appreciated. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "The remarkable recovery is chiefly due to Xiaohan's strength, which exceeds that of ordinary children. A weaker child would find it challenging to achieve such progress. Now, Mr. Yi, focus on your business. If there are any concerns regarding the child, feel free to contact me directly." Yi Ziyuan chuckled, "With your assurance, I am at ease. Dr. Chen, I have a relative who has been paralyzed due to chronic knee issues. Can you treat such an ailment?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Every individual is unique, and so are their ailments. The possibility of treatment depends on the circumstances." Yi Ziyuan cautiously elaborated, "This relative is Chao Lixue, the founder of the Chao Corporation." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, smiling, "So you are indeed here on behalf of Chao Cheng?" Yi Ziyuan clarified, "Not exactly. My father and Chao Lixue have been friends for decades. Later, Chao Cheng sought to learn Xingyiquan from my father, recognizing his talent and dedication. My father took him on as a disciple, thereby forging a close bond between our families." Chen Haoyu nodded, "Very well. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I shall accompany you to the Chao family. By the way, the consultation fee is 10,000 yuan. It seems I shall earn another sum." Yi Ziyuan replied with a smile, "Dr. Chen, if you desire wealth, it would be effortless for you, wouldn't it?" Chen Haoyu responded, "A gentleman appreciates wealth, but only through rightful means. I shall take only what is rightfully mine." Chapter 34. Unintentionally creating a medical miracle after a sumptuous meal. Yi Ziyuan personally escorted Chen Haoyu and his companions downstairs. As they exited the hotel, Chao Cheng promptly approached them. He had already learned from Yi Ziyuan that Chen Haoyu had agreed to treat his father's chronic leg ailment, so he had been waiting downstairs for the past 10 minutes. "Dr. Chen, I will trouble you tomorrow," he said. "No need for formality. I shall do my utmost. However, I cannot guarantee a cure," Chen Haoyu replied. "My father's condition has persisted for many years. A cure would be ideal, but if not, we shall accept it. I have already warned Shendong. I trust he will refrain from troubling you and Dr. Su in the future." "Haha, thank you, young Master Chao." Beside them, He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing exchanged astonished glances, both incredulous at the level of respect a billionaire and the son of a tycoon showed toward Chen Haoyu. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed it. On the way back, Su Yuyao occasionally glanced at Chen Haoyu, who was seated in the passenger seat. He yawned and remarked, "I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for you to sneak peeks at me repeatedly. If you truly wish to see, I can disrobe at home and let you indulge your eyes." Having grown somewhat immune to Chen Haoyu's flirtatious banter, Su Yuyu paid it no mind and asked, "How did you come to know Yi Ziyuan?" Chen Haoyu shrugged nonchalantly. His daughter suffered from severe depression, which I cured. It's as simple as that. The revelation left Su Yuyu in shock. The vibrant and warm Yihan they had dined with just days ago was, in fact, a patient of severe depression. Staring at Chen Haoyu in disbelief, Su Yuyu questioned, "You cured that girl's severe depression in just 3 days after your discharge?" Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes, retorting, "To be precise, it took 1 day, or rather, 10 minutes. Depression is a mental issue. Once the root cause is identified, everything falls into place. There is nothing to be astonished about." Su Yuyu countered, "Last year, a professional organization conducted a study revealing that the global cure rate for severe depression is less than 3%. Chen Haoyu, curing severe depression in 10 minutes is tantamount to creating a medical miracle." Even the typically composed Su Yuyu's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Should Chen Haoyu's case be made public, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the global medical community. Chen Haoyu scoffed, dismissively saying, "Oh, come off it. If miracles were so easily achieved, they wouldn't be called miracles. Su Yuyu, I believe you should take some time to genuinely check on your friend." Su Yuyu's expression shifted, and she replied, "I was just about to ask you, what did you discern from Qing Jie's appearance?" Chen Haoyu uttered 4 words, turbulence in the emotional sea. "Whose issue is it?" "He Jia Hong. He has a daughter." "What? You can't be serious." Su Yuyu abruptly turned the car around and pulled over to the side of the road. "I can discern the existence of Su Hai's illegitimate child. Do you truly believe I would err in my calculations? He Jia Hong is indeed a scoundrel. How could he commit such an act? Yet, it is not solely his fault. Rather, it is fate that has played a cruel trick, for even he himself remains oblivious to the existence of this daughter." Chen Haoyu, elucidate this matter for me. "Sudame, I am no oracle. The mere ability to perceive that He Jia Hong has a daughter is quite impressive. How could I possibly unravel the entire sequence of events? You previously mentioned that Qing Jia would face a difficult decision, whether to relinquish He Jia Hong. If only it were that simple. I advise you not to disclose this to Dong Qingqing just yet. Revealing such secrets prematurely would not bode well for her." "Understood. Chen Haoyu, I sincerely hope you are mistaken. The truth, whether right or wrong, will reveal itself in 3 days." Su Yuyu shot a fierce glare at Chen Haoyu and declared, "Listen closely, Chen Haoyu. Even if we pretend to be a couple outside, do not overstep your boundaries. If you dare to kiss me again, I will not let this matter rest." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Is it merely a kiss? It won't cost me a thing. Besides, I have already offended Shendong for your sake. You owe me a little sweetness in return, don't you?" Su Yuyu retorted angrily, "Chen Haoyu, I am not jesting with you." A thought struck Chen Haoyu, and he said, "If you agree to one condition, I assure you I will not kiss you again. And I will become your devoted boyfriend, at your beck and call." Su Yuyu, skeptical, replied, "Are you truly so generous? Speak your condition." Chen Haoyu replied, "I have a relative who is exceptionally kind to me, but the only issue is that they constantly press me to marry. In a couple of days. I hope you can play the role of my girlfriend to resolve this predicament." After contemplating, Su Yuyu agreed, "Fine, but when my family pressures me to marry, you must do the same." Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and smiled, "Deal." Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu refreshed himself and promptly retreated to his bedroom. He retrieved a piece of inferior Hittian jade from his drawer and conjured a talisman to dispel cold. As the name suggests, this talisman is intended to eliminate the coldness within the patient's body. It is prepared for Chao Lixue, who suffers from chronic leg pain. Being the wealthiest individual in Yanhai, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, it would be a sign of disrespect if Chen Haoyu could not earn a few million from him. As for the treatment of his leg ailment, Chen Haoyu is quite confident. At the very least, he is certain he can alleviate Chao Lixue's pain. At the Huiguang Grand Hotel, Chao Qing once again warned Shendong before departing. Shendong's expression was exceedingly grim. He could not fathom why Chen Haoyu was held in such high regard by Chao Cheng, to the extent that it would offend him. "Brother Dong, what shall we do now that Qing Gu disapproves of targeting Chen Haoyu? If Chao Cheng says no, shall we simply comply? I, Shendong, am no one's lackey. Why should I heed his commands? Zhang Yuan, summon over a dozen members of the Tiger Gang tomorrow morning. We shall go and smash Chen Haoyu's clinic." The Tiger Gang is one of the underground factions in Yanhai. Although it remains obscure, it poses no challenge to ordinary individuals. Acquiring a few members of the Tiger Gang is certainly feasible, yet the pivotal concern lies in how to explain this to Chen Gu. After administering a lesson to Chen Haoyu, I shall report back to Chen Gu, since the deed has already been done. I am confident that Xingu would not sever ties with me over him. Understood. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Yuya and Chen Haoyu descended to commence their workday. Upon witnessing Chen Haoyu unveil a brand new motorcycle, Su Yuya inquired in astonishment, "When did you purchase this?" Chen Haoyu replied with pride, "I bought it yesterday afternoon for over 80,000. What do you think? Isn't it stylish?" Su Yuya remarked, "The style largely depends on who rides it. Given your appearance and demeanor, it's rather ordinary." Irritated, Chen Haoyu retorted, "Su Yuya, how can you dare to label me as sharp-tongued? You are far more acerbic than I am." Su Yuya slipped into the vehicle, rolled down the window, and said to Chen Haoyu, "Thank you for the compliment." With that, she drove off, and through the rearview mirror, she caught a glimpse of Chen Haoyu standing there, utterly helpless, which elicited a faint smile from the corners of her mouth. Chapter 35, Treating Anorexia. The following day, Chen Haoyu donned his helmet and rode his newly purchased motorcycle to his clinic. At the entrance stood a handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, presumably a white-collar worker. In his arms, he cradled a small girl, around 5 or 6 years old. The child's complexion was somewhat pallid, her petite frame so frail it resembled a mere wisp of paper. Were it not for the man's embrace, a gust of wind might have swept her away. "Are you Dr. Chen?" the man inquired. "Yes, I am Chen Haoyu," he replied. "Greetings, Dr. Chen. I am Wang Zedong, and this is my daughter, Wang Miao Miao. A relative of mine watched Hong Ji's live stream yesterday and informed me that you are a remarkable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. So I specifically brought my child to seek your expertise. Let us discuss this inside," Chen Haoyu suggested, opening the door to the clinic. The three entered, with Wang Miao Miao appearing rather timid, clinging tightly to her father, unable to meet Chen Haoyu's gaze. "Mr. Wang, what seems to be the issue with your child?" Chen Haoyu asked. Wang Zedong replied, "Miao Miao has suffered from anorexia for the past 2 years, refusing to eat anything. I have traversed the country, consulting countless specialists. Yet none have been able to heal her. Due to her prolonged lack of nourishment, Miao Miao is malnourished at 9 years old. She appears as if she is merely 5 or 6. I am utterly heartbroken." At this point, tears welled in Wang Zedong's eyes, rendering him speechless. Wang Miao Miao gently wiped her father's tears and said, "Daddy, please don't cry. Miao Miao will be very good." Wang Zedong kissed her, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing the tender interaction between father and daughter, Chen Haoyu felt a surge of emotion and envy. Were he to have a daughter, he would go to great lengths to pluck the stars from the sky for her. "Miao Miao, may I take your hand?" Chen Haoyu asked with a warm smile, extending his hand. Wang Miao Miao hesitated, glancing at Wang Zedong, who gently nodded. "All right." With a delicate hand, frail as a bird's, she grasped Chen Haoyu's. Seizing the moment, he checked her pulse, his brow furrowing in concern. She was alarmingly weak, likely a consequence of her long-term anorexia. Her physical condition was dire, her pulse so faint it was nearly imperceptible. If this continued, her internal organs would undoubtedly face grave repercussions. Chen Haoyu withdrew his hand and instructed, "Miao Miao, look into my eyes." Wang Miao Miao lifted her gaze to Chen Haoyu, finding his eyes profoundly deep, akin to a cosmic black hole, ensnaring her very soul. Moments later, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Wang Zedong, taken aback, asked, "What is wrong with Miao Miao?" Chen Haoyu explained, "I just employed a bit of hypnosis." "Hypnosis?" Wang Zedong inquired, increasingly astonished. "Mr. Wang, please place your child on the bed inside. There is a breakfast stall to the left of the clinic. Kindly fetch 3 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge." "But, Dr. Chen, Miao Miao has never eaten eggs or porridge," Wang Zedong protested. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "If her anorexia is cured, will she eat?" Wang Zedong immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's implication and, with a face full of excitement, asked, "Dr. Chen, are you confident in curing Miao Miao's anorexia?" Chen Haoyu replied calmly, "If you delay any longer, I will cease treatment." "All right, I will go at once." Wang Zedong hurriedly placed Miao Miao on the examination table and rushed off to buy eggs and millet porridge. Chen Haoyu approached Miao Miao, extending his right hand to draw an invisible spiritual talisman. The talisman gently descended onto Miao Miao's forehead, emanating a faint glow. The light spread outward like ripples in water, resembling a miraculous phenomenon. In Western medicine, anorexia is categorized as a psychological eating disorder, while the spiritual talisman is regarded as the most reliable method for alleviating mental illnesses. The glow persisted for approximately 3 minutes before gradually fading away. When Wang Zedong returned with the eggs and millet porridge, Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers to awaken Wang Miao Miao. "Daddy, I'm so hungry," she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the eggs and porridge. Wang Zedong could hardly believe his ears and excitedly asked, "Meow meow. What did you just say?" "Daddy, I want to eat eggs and drink porridge," she replied. Tears nearly welled in Wang Zedong's eyes as he said, "All right, let's eat." In just 5 minutes, Wang Miao Miao devoured the porridge and 3 eggs. Chen Haoyu cautioned, "Mr. Wang, Miao Miao's stomach is quite small. Initially, she must consume easily digestible foods, and she should eat small portions frequently. Do you understand?" Wang Zedong nodded and replied, "I understand. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. May I ask how much the treatment fee is?" "I will pay you immediately." Chen Haoyu raised a finger and said, 1 yuan. 1 yuan? Wang Zedong was taken aback. "Dr. Chen, your registration fee is 3,000. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "I have taken a liking to this child. So the 2009 and the treatment fee shall be a gift for her. I have but one condition. In 6 months, bring Miao Miao back to me. I hope to see a plump little face." Despite Wang Zedong's professional attire, it was evident from his demeanor that his family was not affluent, likely having exhausted his savings on his daughter's treatment. Chen Haoyu admired such a devoted father and naturally did not wish to exacerbate his burdens. Wang Zedong fully understood Chen Haoyu's sentiment, his eyes instantly reddening. He stood up and bowed to Chen Haoyu, saying, "Dr. Chen, thank you." Wang Miao Miao shyly added, "Thank you." Chen Haoyu gently stroked Miao Miao's somewhat brittle hair and replied, "You are welcome. Now, return home with your father." After Wang Zedong and Wang Miao Miao departed, a radiant smile illuminated Chen Haoyu's face. He suddenly comprehended why, a millennium ago, the carefree sage frequently descended the mountain to provide free consultations to the impoverished. It was for a profound sense of inner fulfillment. Seeing Wang Zai's face filled with joy, Chen Haoyu felt even more elated than if he had earned several tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, one must still earn money, if necessary. One could resort to robbing the rich to aid the poor. At that moment, a group of thugs clad in various colorful shirts entered the scene. Behind them stood Shindong and several affluent heirs, each crossing their arms and observing the commotion with keen interest. A glint flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he contemplated the apparent lack of respect for the wealthy heir, Chao Cheng. Chapter 36, The Function of the Ghost Symbol. "Young man, are you Chen Haoyu?" A burly man with a fierce beard slammed his hand on the table and spoke in a grave tone. Chen Haoyu replied calmly, "I am. May I inquire who you are and what you wish to convey?" The man's piercing gaze bore down on Chen Haoyu as he declared, "Listen carefully. I am Gu Ming, the leader of the Tiger Gang. Should you wish to establish your shop on my territory, you must pay a security fee." With a slight smile, Chen Haoyu responded, "Leader Gu, even in the films of Hong Kong, the triads do not typically extort protection fees from clinics, do they?" Gu Ming retorted coldly, "They are who they are, and I am who I am." Chen Haoyu inquired, "How much?" Gu Ming held up 2 fingers and stated, 200,000 a month. "You must pay me for a year in advance. Then there is nothing to discuss." Chen Haoyu replied, hands behind his back, as he began to draw a ghost symbol in the palm of his left hand while loudly addressing Shindong. "Shin, is this amusing to you?" Shindong, with a prideful demeanor, replied, "We are merely here to observe, not to trouble you." Chen Haoyu feigned surprise. "I thought Chao Cheng was out of commission. Yet he still retains a modicum of influence." Shindong coldly responded, "Do not attempt to intimidate me with Chao. Although he is the eldest son of Chao Lishua, it remains uncertain whether he will become the heir. Chen Haoyu, the Tiger Gang is not to be trifled with. You would do well to be cautious lest you meet a grim fate." Stepping out from behind the counter, Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Shun, it seems you are acquainted with Leader Gu. Given our meeting, might you intercede on my behalf?" Shindong replied, "Do you think that is possible? The woman I desire. Do you dare to pursue? You are courting death." "Understood," Chen Haoyu nodded, suddenly slapping Gu Ming on the forehead, exclaiming, "What a monstrous mosquito." Gu Ming shivered, then erupted in fury, "You're courting death." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Ming clenched his massive fist and swung it violently toward Chen Haoyu. "Goodness!" Chen Haoyu feigned panic, retreating 3 steps. He then spun around and ducked behind the counter. The crowd erupted in laughter at Chen Haoyu's disarray. Shindong scoffed. "Just a moment ago, I thought he was formidable. Turns out he is merely a coward." A wealthy second-generation individual remarked, "Such a spineless wretch dares to vie for Shun's woman. Truly delusional." Others joined in the ridicule, yet the only one who remained silent was Gu Ming. No one noticed his eyes turning crimson, his entire being seemingly frozen in place. A subordinate approached Gu Ming, ingratiatingly saying, "Boss, you should take a rest. We will handle this person." He intended to say take care of, but before he could finish, Gu Ming's fearsome red eyes petrified him. "Boss, you." Bang! Gu Ming delivered a swift punch, rendering the subordinate unconscious on the ground. Instantly, all laughter ceased, and the crowd stood in stunned silence. Shen Dong exclaimed, "Gu Ming, have you lost your mind?" Gu Ming turned his head, his eyes now completely bloodshot, gazing at the crowd with a chilling, murderous intent. What on earth is happening? The boss's eyes are terrifying. The others displayed expressions of shock. "You demons and monsters, all of you shall perish." Gu Ming charged forward, unleashing a tempest of fury upon his subordinates. His rise to power was primarily due to his formidable strength, originally the most formidable presence. He was now under the control of a ghostly talisman, transforming him into a vengeful spirit. One could only imagine the ferocity of his power. Chen Haoyu had long activated the video recording function on his phone, sitting comfortably in a chair. He nonchalantly cracked sunflower seeds while observing the unfolding chaos with a grin plastered across his face. The ghostly talisman was an aggressive enchantment, designed to render its victim a monstrous entity devoid of pain and fear, perceiving all in their vicinity as demons and automatically targeting them for attack. A resolute martial arts master would be impervious to such manipulation. However, Gu Ming, a mere novice who had studied Muay Thai for only a few months, possessed a weak will, making him an easy target for Chen Haoyu's control. The clinic echoed with anguished cries. Gu Ming rampaged like a tiger descending from the mountains, mercilessly assaulting his subordinates and a few affluent youths until they cried for mercy. "Gu Ming, what are you doing? Stop this madness!" Shen Dong shouted desperately while dodging blows. Yet Gu Ming seemed oblivious, relentless in his assault. Even those already sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, were not spared from his fists and feet. Realizing the dire situation, Shen Dong attempted to flee the clinic, but it was too late. Gu Ming delivered a brutal kick to his back. Shen Dong flew through the air like a discarded sack, crashing to the ground 3 meters away. Gu Ming showed no mercy, immediately pouncing on him. In Gu Ming's eyes, Shen Dong represented the ultimate demon king. Just as Shen Dong managed to rise again, he was swiftly knocked to the ground once more. When Chao Qing and Yi Ziyuan entered, they were momentarily stunned. Chen Haoyu was lounging at the counter, munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying the spectacle. A group of battered individuals lay on the floor, groaning in agony, while a burly man relentlessly kicked Shen Dong, who was curled up, bloodied, and wailing on the ground. The scene was quite amusing. Chao Qing and Yi Ziyuan exchanged incredulous glances, both displaying expressions of astonishment. They were no fools and quickly deduced the reason for Shen Dong's presence. However, they were perplexed as to why this large man was assaulting him. Yet, it soon became clear. Sensing the presence of strangers, Gu Ming finally paused his relentless kicking, lifting his gaze to the two newcomers. "I will kill you," Gu Ming roared. Charging towards them, Chao Cheng furrowed his brow, taking 2 steps forward to position himself in front of Yi Ziyuan. As Gu Ming approached, Chao Cheng lifted his left foot, taking a half step forward, and unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand, the air around him exploding in a display of tremendous force. He executed the renowned Xingyi half-step burst fist. With a resounding thud, Gu Ming's entire body jolted, retreating more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing himself. Chen Haoyu's eyes gleamed with admiration as he applauded, exclaiming, "Marvelous!" Just as Chao Cheng was about to speak, Gu Ming roared and charged at him once more. This fellow was not in his right state. Observing the beast-like intensity in Gu Ming's eyes, Chao Cheng silently admonished himself and swiftly employed his most adept Xingyi snake step, instantly sidestepping to his flank. With 2 fingers bent, he struck the back of Gu Ming's head. Chapter 37, The Shock of Chao Cheng in an Instant. Gu Ming collapsed to the ground, his vision darkening. However, he soon rose to his feet once more. Chao Cheng was taken aback. A blow of that magnitude would have rendered an ordinary strongman like Gu Ming unconscious for at least half an hour. Yet he had regained consciousness in less than 10 seconds. This was nothing short of astonishing. Just as Chao Cheng was about to prepare for another strike, Chen Haoyu declared loudly, "Disperse." Gu Ming's body stiffened, the crimson hue in his eyes swiftly fading, and clarity returned to him. Yet, his injuries were severe, and without the support of the ghostly symbol, he could no longer endure. With a final closing of his eyes, Gu Ming fell to the ground once more. Witnessing this, Chao Cheng's expression turned incredulous. "Dr. Chen, what happened to him?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on the smiling Chen Haoyu, a chill running down his spine. The ability to transform a person into a demon that attacks anyone in sight was an extraordinarily terrifying power, one that surpassed Chao Cheng's comprehension. Chen Haoyu chuckled. "This fellow is the leader of the Tiger Gang, known as Gu Ming, summoned by young Master Shen to trouble me. Who would have thought he would suddenly go berserk, attacking everyone like a madman? It startled me quite a bit, and I hurriedly took refuge behind the counter. What nonsense! You were merely sitting back, enjoying the spectacle. Chao Cheng thought to himself, though he maintained a composed facade, replying, Dr. Chen, your methods have truly opened my eyes. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Just a minor trick. Xiao, it seems your warnings have little effect. Chao Cheng's countenance darkened as he turned to look at Shen Dong, who was barely clinging to life, and coldly remarked, perhaps my father has not established me as the heir, which is why they disregard my words. Yi Ziyuan inquired. Dr. Chen, how do you propose we handle this? Chen Haoyu replied, given that our justice-driven hero has reduced him to this state, what more is there to discuss? Unable to contain his laughter, Yi Ziyuan commented, he does indeed possess a strong sense of justice. Chao Cheng kicked the nearby wealthy heir, saying, stop feigning death and get them out of here. Upon hearing this, the rich heir quickly scrambled to his feet. Soon, everyone assisted each other as they departed. Chao Cheng addressed Shen, Mr. Shen, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate Shen Dong would act in such a manner. Chen Haoyu waved his hand again. He is merely a foolish clown. Curious, Yi Ziyuan asked, Dr. Chen, what exactly is wrong with Gu Meng? Why did he appear to be insane? Chen Haoyu did not conceal the truth, stating, he was possessed. In Gu Meng's eyes, everyone appeared as malevolent spirits. Naturally, he fought desperately for his life. A tempest of emotions surged within Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan. They could hardly believe that Gu Meng's possession was merely a coincidence. It was evident that Chen Haoyu had orchestrated it. The ability to induce such a frenzied state in a strong man spoke volumes of Chen Haoyu's formidable prowess. Chen Haoyu glanced at the two, thoroughly pleased with their astonished expressions. He spoke these words with the intent to thoroughly intimidate the two, for otherwise, how could he maintain a position of dominance in their future interactions? In contrast to Chao Cheng, Yi Ziyuan, who had witnessed Chen Haoyu employing talismans to treat his daughter's depression, found it far easier to accept this supernatural event. He was the first to regain his composure, stating, Dr. Chen, may we proceed to examine Uncle Chao's leg? Chen Haoyu nodded affirmatively, replying, of course, taking his golden needles and cold-repelling talisman. Chen Haoyu entered Chao Cheng's vehicle, heading directly to the Chao residence. Where is the most luxurious villa in Yanhai? Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about Yanhai would assert that it is undoubtedly the Pingding Mountain Villa area. This prestigious enclave consists of 36 villas, with the least expensive surpassing $1 billion, making it a veritable treasure trove of real estate. Residing within requires not only wealth, but also status and prestige. As Yanhai's wealthiest individual, Chao Lixue resides in Villa No. 1 of the Pingding Mountain area. On the ascent to the mountain, Chen Haoyu gazed through the car window at the individual villas, nodding in quiet approval. Nestled beside mountains and waters, adorned with lush greenery, the environment was indeed exquisite. It was no wonder the Pingding Mountain Villa area held such renown, being a quintessential abode of high quality and a classic feng shui treasure. Although Su Yuyao's upscale community was commendable, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Pingding Mountain. The car halted at the entrance of Villa No. 1, flanked by imposing stone lions, exuding an air of majesty. Upon entering, one was greeted by an expansive courtyard featuring a beautiful pool and fountain, clearly arranged under the guidance of a feng shui master. As the three entered the living room, Chen Haoyu encountered the illustrious Chao Lixue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai. At 62 years of age, with a square face and high nose, his hair a mix of gray and black, and adorned with black-rimmed glasses, he sat leisurely in a wheelchair. Despite his appearance, which suggested the demeanor of a university professor rather than a businessman, his piercing gaze and formidable presence radiated the authority of Yanhai's business titan. However, to Chen Haoyu, this display of dominance was inconsequential. The carefree immortal from his dreams had encountered several emperors. In comparison, Chao Lixue was hardly noteworthy. In the living room, alongside Chao Lixue, was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, notably voluptuous, and a handsome young man in his 20s. During their journey, Chen Haoyu had already learned from Chao Cheng about their family dynamics. Chao Lixue had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest was Chao Cheng, whose mother had passed away when he was 16. Subsequently, Chao Lixue married his secretary, Zhang Yaji, who bore him a second son, Chao Hai. 6 years prior, Zhang Yaji gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, named Chao Chuan and Chao Xiaowei. It was evident that the middle-aged woman was Chao Cheng's stepmother, Zhang Yaji, while the young man was likely Chao Hai, who harbored ambitions of competing with Chao Cheng for the family fortune. The mother and son regarded Chen Haoyu with a hint of disdain, though Zhang Yaji, with her deep-seated cunning, concealed her contempt more effectively. Chen Haoyu was distinctly different, his disdainful expression evident for all to see. Chen Haoyu cast a glance at Chen Haoyu, then at Chen Lixue, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Goodness! How impressive! There exists someone audacious enough to place a green hat upon the wealthiest individual in Yanhai. Huai Yuan, how has the little girl been? Chen Lixue withdrew his gaze from Chen Haoyu, directing his inquiry towards Yi Huai Yuan. Yi Huai Yuan responded with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Chow, for your concern. She has fully recovered. In the coming days, I shall take the little girl to Kangen Hospital for a checkup. There should be no issues." Chen Lixue nodded in agreement, saying, "That's splendid. Old Yi must be overjoyed indeed." Yi Huiyan remarked, "Yesterday at noon, we made a brief return home, and my father ended up thoroughly inebriated." Chapter 38. Confronting the wealthy second-generation, laughter erupted from Chen Lixue as he remarked, "This old fellow has quite the penchant for drink, yet his capacity has diminished significantly." He turned to his son, Xiao Cheng. "In a few days, I would like you to invite your master for a drink on my behalf. I have just acquired a bottle of Maotai that has been aged for 30 years, perfect for sharing with him." "Certainly, father," Xiao Cheng replied. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Chen Haoyu, the miraculous physician who cured the young lady." Chen Lixue greeted with a warm smile. "Dr. Chen, I appreciate your presence." Unlike Zhang Yaji and Qiao Hai, he bore no trace of condescension towards Chen Haoyu due to his youth. Yet Chen Haoyu could discern a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Chen Lixue's eyes. A man of remarkable stature, having navigated the business world for decades, he was indeed adept at controlling his emotions. With a demeanor of both respect and confidence, Chen Haoyu said, "Mr. Chow, may I examine your leg?" "Of course." Chen Lixue responded, but before he could continue, Qiao Hai interjected, "Father, this doctor is far too young. He is merely an apprentice in the realm of traditional medicine. I see no need to squander our time." Qiao Cheng frowned and retorted, "Qiao Hai, are you deliberately seeking to provoke Dr. Chen? Or are you simply attempting to create trouble for me?" Zhang Jiaji quickly interjected, "Xiao Cheng, Xiao Hai means no offense. He merely believes you may have been misled." Yi Huai Yuan added, "Andy, do not let Dr. Chen's youth deceive you. His medical expertise is extraordinary. My daughter has consulted numerous specialists for her depression, yet it was Dr. Chen who resolved her condition in merely 10 minutes. His skills are truly remarkable." Qiao Hai scoffed, "Brother Yi, he merely stumbled upon a solution by chance. Even without him, your daughter's depression would surely have improved." Remaining composed, Chen Haoyu observed the exchange between mother and son with a hint of amusement. He understood their performance was not genuinely aimed at preventing him from examining Chen Lixue's leg, but rather to undermine Qiao Cheng's credibility. Should Qiao Cheng insist on his examination and Chen Haoyu fail to address Chen Lixue's ailment, they would undoubtedly ridicule him before Chen Lixue, leading to disappointment in his son. Zhang Yazi was aware that such antics would not significantly impact Qiao Cheng. However, an accumulation of disappointment, coupled with a whisper of insinuation, could yield vastly different results. Clearing his throat, Chen Haoyu interjected, "Have you finished your pointless chatter?" Qiao Hai was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such directness, and retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Haoyu raised a finger, stating, "I require only a minute to ascertain whether Mr. Chow's leg can be treated. Had you not interrupted, I would have already completed my examination. So, tell me, are your words not mere drivel? What purpose do they serve other than to waste time?" Qiao Hai's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "How can we trust your intentions?" Yi Huayuan, furrowing his brow, interjected, "Uncle Chow, Dr. Chen was referred by me. I have no intention of causing you harm." "Well said." In his heart, Chen Haoyu couldn't help but commend Yi Huayuan. Rather than confronting Qiao Hai directly, he expressed his discontent to the key figure. It is no wonder that Yi Huayuan has been able to expand and strengthen the splendid hotel. His emotional intelligence and intellect are truly remarkable. Chen Lixue is no ordinary individual. He can almost instantly discern the thoughts of everyone around him. With an apologetic expression, he remarked, "Huayuan, Dr. Chen, Qiao Hai is young and thoughtless. His words lack consideration. Please do not take offense. Indeed, those who thrive in the business world are all exceptionally astute individuals. Characters resembling foolish antagonists from traditional medical novels simply do not exist in reality. Individuals lacking both intellect and emotional acumen would never ascend to such status and position." Qiao Hai, on the other hand, bears resemblance to a typical foil, destined to be humiliated by the protagonist. As for Zhang Yaji, she is considerably superior to her son, possessing at least some depth. However, Her narrow-mindedness and limited perspective make her thoughts easily discernible. In a palace intrigue narrative, an intellect like Zhang Yaji's would hardly survive beyond 3 episodes. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and said, Mr. Chao, the thoughts of young Master Chao are plainly written on his face. There is no need for you to elaborate. I simply wish to inquire, are you willing to let me examine your leg? Without hesitation, Chao Lixue rolled up his pant leg and replied, Of course, Dr. Chen. I appreciate your assistance. Chen Haoyu approached Chao Lixue's wheelchair, crouching down to inspect his leg closely, noting that it appeared entirely unremarkable. If he were an ordinary person paralyzed for over 5 years, muscle atrophy would have long set in. Clearly, Chao Lixue had employed numerous massage masters to treat his legs. Achieving this remarkable appearance, Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers and pressed them upon the Tai Chi acupoint on Chao Lixue's calf, allowing a subtle flow of energy to swiftly traverse through the meridians. Chao Lixue seemed to sense this warmth, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Could this be the legendary vital energy? Initially resigned to mere hope, Chao Lixue found a glimmer of confidence in Chen Haoyu. After assessing the meridians in Chao Lixue's legs, Chen Haoyu withdrew his hand and stood up. Noticing the furrowed brow of Chao Lixue and his silence, Chao Hai contemptuously remarked, I told you, it's a waste of time. Chao Lixue retorted sharply, silence. Zhang Yaji tugged at Chao Hai, and he lowered his head, refraining from speaking further, though his eyes brimmed with resentment. Chao Cheng inquired, Doctor Chen, can my father's leg be treated? Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment before uttering 2 words, very difficult. Chao Hai scoffed, I knew it would come to this. Yet, Chao Cheng's eyes brightened as he responded, Dr. Chen, your statement about difficulty does not imply impossibility, correct? Chen Haoyu nodded, indeed. Young Master Chao, your intellect surpasses that of your brother by a considerable margin. Yi Huayuan chuckled softly, thinking that this Dr. Chen is certainly not an easy target. However, upon reflecting on his enigmatic methods, Yi Huayuan found this to be quite natural. A lofty dragon would never allow a mere mudloach to provoke it. Chao Hai pointed at Chen Haoyu and exclaimed, Repeat that once more if you dare. Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, I apologize. I retract my previous statement. Not only is your intelligence lacking, but your emotional quotient is also pitiably low. I have already declared that I can heal your father's leg. Yet you continue to act arrogantly before me. Have you lost your senses? Zhang Yaji seized Chao Hai's arm and inquired, Dr. Chen, can you truly restore my husband's leg? Chen Haoyu did not respond directly. Instead, he asked with keen interest, Madame Zhang, would you like me to heal Mr. Chao's leg? Without hesitation, Zhang Yaji affirmed, absolutely. Chen Haoyu gazed deeply at her and said, then I must ask you to escort young Master Chao out of the living room. He is quite bothersome. Chao Hai retorted, you are asking for trouble. Chao Cheng interjected sternly, your repeated questioning of Dr. Chen's medical skills stems solely from the fact that I brought him here, does it not? Now that there is finally hope for my father's leg to recover, you persist in your obstinacy. What exactly do you wish to achieve? His thunderous reprimand resonated like rolling thunder, leaving the onlookers' ears ringing. Chao Cheng's piercing gaze and formidable presence instantly thickened the air in the entire hall. Chapter 39. Chen Haoyu's flourish in a fit of rage, blood may spill 5 paces. As a master of Mingjin, Chao Cheng is certainly not a meek individual. Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, day after day, conspire and engage in petty schemes before Chao Lixue, and while Chao Cheng is well aware of their antics, he chooses to disdainfully rise above their petty conflicts. Now, however, they have escalated their misdeeds, showing no restraint even towards the doctor they personally invited. This is simply outrageous. Chao Hai, a fool in his own right, turned pale as he met the fierce gaze of Chao Cheng, retreating 3 steps in fright before collapsing onto the sofa. Chen Haoyu curled his lip, his eyes filled with disdain. Such individuals dare to vie for the fortunes of the Chao family? It is nothing short of ludicrous. Zhang Yaji, witnessing her son's disgraceful demeanor, felt a surge of anger within her, yet she feigned composure, saying, Chao Cheng, we are all family here. Let us not give others a chance to mock us. Chao Cheng's fury subsided slightly as he replied coolly, then I kindly ask Aunt Zhang to properly discipline Chao Hai. The most pressing matter at hand is to treat my father's chronic leg ailment, not to engage in trivial schemes. Chao Lixue glanced at Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. Chao Cheng, being a martial artist with a heart of gold, though not adept in verbal expression, could distinctly sense his elder son's concern for him. In stark contrast, Chao Hai was consumed by avarice for the Chao family's assets, yet he was inept and incapable. The disparity in character and cunning between the two was glaringly evident. Chao Lixue stated, Dr. Chen, Yaji is my wife, and Xiao Hai is my son. Even if my chronic leg ailment remains untreated, I cannot cast them aside. I hope you can understand this. Chen Haoyu smiled faintly. I was merely jesting. My primary frustration lies with your son's repeated doubts regarding my medical expertise. Mr. Chao, let us prioritize the greater good. If I can alleviate your suffering and restore you to a state of normalcy, how much would you be willing to compensate me? Without hesitation, Chao Lixue replied, whatever you ask, I shall provide. Chao Qing interjected, Dr. Chen, please state your price. Chen Haoyu chuckled. I have heard that your family holds a 22% stake in Kangen Hospital. Is that correct? Chao Qing nodded. Indeed, we possess a 22% share in Kangen Hospital. Chen Haoyu continued, I wish to act as your equity agent. For 3 years, I will have full say over Kangen Hospital. After 3 years, I shall return the equity deal. Of course, the dividends will remain yours. I shall take none. Yuan immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's intent and smiled. Mr. Chen, this condition you propose is for the sake of Dr. Su Yuyao, correct? Chen Haoyu rubbed his nose. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. Mr. Yi, let us not speak so plainly. It is rather embarrassing. Chao Lixue laughed heartily. I see. Dr. Chen, I accept your terms. Xiao Cheng, proceed to handle the formalities at Kangen Hospital. Chao Cheng replied, no problem. Dr. Yi, are there any other conditions? The second condition pertains to the matter of treatment fees. Chen Haoyu extended a single finger, displaying no hint of embarrassment, and stated, I require this amount. Chao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, 100 million? Chao Hai scolded vehemently. Have you lost your mind from poverty? Chao Lixue furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent with Chen Haoyu's audacious demand. While he was affluent, he was certainly not a fool. 100 million for treatment was utterly alarming. Chen Haoyu retaliated towards Chao Hai. What I indicated was not 100 million, but rather 10 million. I may be impoverished, but I have not yet reached the brink of madness. Mr. Chao's cold poison has infiltrated his meridians and bone marrow. Extracting it requires some extraordinary methods. I alone possess the capability to accomplish this. What? Do you believe 10 million is excessive? Chao Hai was momentarily rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Chao Cheng turned to Chao Lixue, who smiled and remarked, it appears to be a misunderstanding. 10 million is acceptable. If there are any additional conditions, please state them. Chen Haoyu shook his head, replying, there are none. Chao Lixue then inquired, when shall we commence the treatment? Chen Haoyu answered, now. Young Master Chao, please escort Mr. Chao to a quiet bedroom. No one else is to enter. Chao Qing responded eagerly, understood. The trio proceeded to the bedroom, where Chao Cheng drew the curtains and locked the door. Chen Haoyu instructed Chao Lixue to sit at the edge of the bed and roll up his pant legs, revealing his calves. Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chen, how may I assist? Chen Haoyu produced a cold-repelling talisman he had crafted, saying, embrace your father and ensure he remains still. Immediately, Chao Cheng settled beside Chao Lixue, wrapping his arm around his shoulders. Upon noticing the jade talisman, Chao Lixue exclaimed in astonishment, Dr. Chen, what is that jade you hold? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, have you heard of talismanic healing? Chao Cheng's eyes lit up. Do you technique? He had once heard his master mention that there were indeed practitioners in the martial world capable of using talismans for healing, a method referred to as Zhuyu. Chen Haoyu affirmed, somewhat. This jade talisman is known as the cold-rejecting talisman, aptly named for its purpose of dispelling internal cold. I exerted considerable effort to create it last night. For the duration of the treatment, regardless of what transpires. You must not disclose the existence of the talisman to anyone outside. I wish to avoid complications. Both Chao Lixue and Chao Cheng nodded in understanding. Very well. I shall commence the treatment. Chen Haoyu summoned his magical energy, and the cold-rejecting talisman soared from his hand. The jade talisman emitted a soft glow while gracefully rotating, positioning itself 5 centimeters above Chao Lixue's left leg. Witnessing this astonishing scene, both father and son were filled with profound astonishment. They realized they were in the presence of a true master of the age. This expenditure of 10 million was undoubtedly worthwhile. In truth, Chen Haoyu did not need to expend magical energy to create such an extravagant display. However, in order to thoroughly impress the duo, he opted for a treatment method that provided the most striking visual effect. It seemed his choice was indeed the right one. The radiant glow of the warmth-dispelling talisman enveloped Chao Lixue, instilling him with an exquisite sense of comfort. However, he soon felt an unwelcome chill creeping in, prompting him to shudder involuntarily. Sensing his father's tremor, Chao Cheng tightened his embrace. After a prolonged duration of 10 minutes, the talisman finally ceased its function. At that moment, the jade amulet had completed a full rotation, revealing that Chao Lishue's legs were now drenched, a consequence of the cold energy that resided within him. With a crack, the talisman returned to Chen Haoyu's hand, now shattered into 2 pieces, rendering it utterly ineffective. Chapter 40. The green hat of the wealthy Chen Haoyu casually tossed the talisman for dispelling cold into the trash bin and inquired, "Mr. Chao, how do you feel?" Chao Lishue replied, "It is an unprecedented comfort." Chao Qing gently wiped his father's leg and said, "Dr. Chen, you must hail from the mystical sect, correct?" Chen Haoyu nodded with a smile, "Indeed. How did you come to know of our mystical sect?" Chao Qing responded, "My master once encountered several remarkable masters of the mystical sect. Unfortunately, due to the mainland's advocacy for science, these extraordinary arts were relegated to the realm of feudal superstition, forcing these masters to seek refuge abroad. It is truly a stroke of luck for my father and me to meet you today." Chen Haoyu remarked, "Did Mr. Yu not inform you that I also employed talismans to treat Xiaohan?" Chao Qing stated, "Brother Yuan only mentioned that you resolved Xiaohan's severe depression in 10 minutes, but did not disclose the method used." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Mr. Yi is indeed quite trustworthy." Chao Cheng inquired, "Dr. Chen, what is the condition of my father's leg?" Chen Haoyu explained, "The talisman has drawn out most of the cold toxins. To fully resolve this, 2 more treatments will be necessary. I shall return a week from today." Chao Cheng expressed his delight. "That is wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Chen." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "I merely charge for my services." In truth, Chen Haoyu could have resolved Chao Lishue's chronic leg ailment today. However, such simplicity would not garner the gratitude of the Chao family. Alas, such is human nature. The sense of accomplishment derived from overcoming great difficulties is far more poignant than that from an effortless success. Chao Lishue lifted his leg in astonishment and exclaimed, "I believe I can control my leg now." Chen Haoyu replied, "The massage therapists possess remarkable skill, and your muscles have not atrophied, which greatly aids your recovery. I will prescribe a regimen for you to soak in a bath daily. By next week, I am confident you will be able to walk normally." Chao Lishue nodded appreciatively. "Dr. Chen, your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require assistance from the Chao family, please do not hesitate to ask." Chen Haoyu replied, "Thank you, Mr. Chao." As he exited the bedroom, Zhang Yaji, Chao Hai, and Yi Huayuan rushed to greet him. Chao Hai eagerly asked, "Dad, how do you feel?" Chao Lishue pointed to his own face and laughed heartily. "Just look at the flush on my face. You should know the outcome." Chao Cheng added, "Within a week at most, Dad will be able to stand again." Zhang Yaji beamed with joy and said, "This is truly wonderful. Dr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for doubting your medical skills. Chao Hai, do not forget to apologize to Dr. Chen." Chao Hai bit his lip and addressed Chen Haoyu. "I am sorry." Chen Haoyu responded, "Chao Shao, I do not appreciate insincere apologies." Chao Hai was nearly infuriated, but Zhang Yaji tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Dear, I will go instruct the kitchen to prepare 2 more dishes so that we may properly express our gratitude to Dr. Chen." Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I am sorry, but I have matters to attend to at noon, so I will not be dining here." Chao Chen replied, "Dr. Chen, allow me to see you off." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "There is no need. Mr. Yi, could you kindly escort me?" Yi Huayuan responded, "Of course." As they were about to leave, Chao Cheng handed Chen Haoyu a check for 10 million, saying, "I will bring you the shares agency agreement for Kangen Hospital tomorrow morning." Chen Haoyu smiled. "That would be much appreciated." On their way back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan praised, "Uncle Chao has consulted countless experts, both domestic and international, for his chronic leg ailment, yet none could provide a remedy. However, under your care, the results have been remarkably swift. Dr. Chen, I dare say your medical skills are unparalleled." Chen Haoyu chuckled and replied, "I cannot claim to be the best in medicine, but I can lay claim to being the foremost in physiognomy." Yi Huayuan, being exceptionally astute, inquired, "Dr. Chen, have you discerned something?" Chen Haoyu uttered 4 words, "Disaster arises from within." Yi Huayuan's expression changed. "Uncle Chao is exceedingly wise. Surely, he would not allow such a situation to arise?" Chen Haoyu displayed a peculiar expression and replied, "Heroes often fall prey to the allure of gentle surroundings. That Zhang Yaji is no ordinary woman. It could very well lead to the downfall of the Chao family." Yi Huayuan frowned and asked, "What about Chao Cheng? What will become of them?" Chen Haoyu shrugged. "That is a question for him to answer. Let me share a secret. Chao Hai's physiognomy is vastly different from that of the Chao father and son." "What?" Yi Huayuan exclaimed, struck speechless. "Dr. Chen, Are you certain you are not jesting? I can discern if they are biological father and son at a glance. Why don't you? Ah, indeed. If you were to voice such claims within the Chao family, you would likely still be trapped there now. Discovering the truth is simple. Let Chao Cheng bring a few strands of their hair to a discreet clinic for identification. I will mention it to him. Whether he believes it or not is his concern. After all, this is a family matter of the Chao family, and it is prudent for outsiders like us to maintain our distance. Clever. After escorting Chen Haoyu back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan left, deep in thought. Upon closing the clinic door, Chen Haoyu rode his motorcycle to the bank, gazing at the 10 million that had been added to his account. A radiant smile broke across his face. Hello, young Master Chao. Is there something you need? At 4 in the afternoon, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Chao Cheng. Dr. Chen, I would like to meet with you. Then come to my clinic. All right, thank you. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chen Haoyu encountered Chao Cheng at the entrance. His expression was one of utter distress. Chen Haoyu surmised that he must have already conducted tests on Chao Lixue and Chao Hai. Indeed, as soon as they entered the clinic, Chao Cheng handed Chen Haoyu a test report, stating, Dr. Chen, your assessment was correct. Chao Hai is indeed not my father's son. Chen Haoyu glanced at the report and inquired, what are your plans? Chao Cheng replied in a somber tone, to be honest, my mind is in turmoil. I am uncertain of the right course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu remarked, your second brother may not be your biological sibling, but your 6-year-old brother and sister indeed are. To eliminate Zhang Yaji would be excessively cruel for those 2 young children. Chao Cheng responded, I am troubled by this matter as well. Dr. Chen, there is something I find perplexing. The reason my father married Zhang Yaji was that she was pregnant with Chao Hai. After Chao Hai was born, my father underwent a paternity test, which confirmed his parentage without any doubt. How has it come to this? Chapter 41. The predicament of Su Yuya. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoyu remarked. There are 2 approaches. One involves obtaining your hair or blood to conduct a paternity test with your father, while the other entails directly falsifying the results. Beyond these, there appears to be no alternative. Chao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he replied, are you suggesting that Zhang Yaji's lover is likely someone close to my father? Chen Haoyu affirmed, the likelihood is quite significant. Regardless, the first step is to convince Mr. Chao that Chao Hai is not his son. Otherwise, no progress can be made. Chao Cheng proposed, I intend to bring my father to your clinic tomorrow, under the pretext that you will administer acupuncture for a quicker recovery. What do you think? Chen Haoyu gestured as if counting money and replied, as long as the funds are in order, I have no objections. Chao Cheng managed a strained smile, saying, Dr. Chen, you have saved the Chao family. Once this matter is resolved, I shall express my gratitude generously. By the way, here is the proxy agreement for the equity of Kangen Hospital. If you could sign it, you will be the representative of the Chao Group at Kangen Hospital for the next 3 years. Your speed is commendable, Chen Haoyu praised, signing his name on the agreement. The document was prepared in duplicate, and after securing their copies, Chao Cheng hurriedly departed. As for the troubles of the Chao family, Chen Haoyu scarcely gave them a thought. He ventured to the market to procure some vegetables, intending to prepare a meal to celebrate his earnings of 10 million today with Su Yuyao. However, after cooking, Su Yuyao had yet to return. Noticing it was already 7 o'clock, Chen Haoyu decided to call her. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, he grew concerned and contacted Qin Qingqing. Upon learning that Su Yuyao had been in the operating room since 3 in the afternoon and would be on night duty that evening, Chen Haoyu placed the food into a thermal container and rode his motorcycle to Kangen Hospital. Dr. Qin, has Yuyao come out yet? Chen Haoyu inquired. Qin Qingqing responded. This surgery is exceedingly complex. If all proceeds smoothly, she should emerge soon. Chen Haoyu, puzzled, asked, having undergone a 4.5-hour surgery, how can she still be expected to work the night shift? The greater the surgical difficulty, the more focused a physician must be. After several hours, even a robust male doctor would be utterly exhausted, let alone a female doctor like Su Yuyao. It was astonishing that the hospital would schedule her for night duty under such conditions. Qin Qingqing closed the office door and whispered. This was arranged by the head of the internal medicine department, Huang Guiyan. Our attending physicians are not typically required to take night shifts. Only Yuyao is the exception. Chen Haoyu's gaze sharpened as he asked, why is that? Qin Qingqing sighed. Huang Guiyan is quite the lecher. From the very first day Su Yuyao joined the hospital, he has had his sights set on her. He has attempted on several occasions to impose unwritten rules on her, which she naturally rejected. At a departmental gathering last year, he tried to get her drunk, only to be met with a resounding slap from her. which left him utterly humiliated. From that day forth, Huang Guiyin frequently set up difficulties for Yu Yao, even arranging her night shifts. Chen Haoyu frowned and inquired, "Did Yu Yao not object?" Qin Qingqing replied, "This foolish girl seems to quite enjoy working the night shift. She claims it allows her to pursue her passions during the day." "Oh, I am utterly astounded." Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "I understand. I will address Huang Guiyin." Qin Qingqing quickly cautioned, "Do not bring trouble to Yu Yao. Huang Guiyin's brother-in-law is Ma Ruliang, our hospital's deputy director. If you provoke Huang Guiyin and anger Ma Ruliang, Yu Yao will be in deep trouble." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Rest assured, I am fully aware." At that moment, the office door swung open, and a weary Su Yuyao entered, evidently exhausted. Qin Qingqing promptly poured her a glass of water, asking, "Yu Yao, are you all right?" Su Yuyao took a sip and smiled. "Everything is going smoothly." "Chen Haoyu, what brings you here?" Chen Haoyu gestured towards the thermos, stating, "I brought you some food." A wave of warmth washed over Su Yuyao as she responded, "Thank you." Qin Qingqing, noticing Su Yuyao's heartfelt reaction, remarked, "I had intended to take you out for hot pot, but it seems that is unnecessary now." Su Yuyu replied, "Did I not already mention? You need not wait for me." Qin Qingqing laughed, "How was I to know your gallant protector would arrive? From now on, if you ask me to wait, I shall no longer comply." "Excuse me, ladies, I shall not disturb you further. Farewell," said Qin Qingqing as she waved goodbye. Su Yuyao returned the gesture, "Goodbye." Once Qin Qingqing departed, Chen Haoyu placed the meal on the table and handed her a pair of chopsticks, saying, "You must be famished. Eat while it's hot." Su Yuyao accepted the chopsticks, eyeing him suspiciously. "Why are you being so kind to me today? Do you harbor some ulterior motive?" Chen Haoyu grinned. "If desiring to marry you could be considered a nefarious intention, then I shall confess." Su Yuyu rolled her eyes. "Here you go again." Chen Haoyu responded, "If you do not wish to hear it, then cease the chatter and eat." After tasting the sweet and sour pork, Su Yuyao was immediately captivated by its delightful flavor, and a sense of sweetness filled her heart. Since her falling out with her family, she had not felt the warmth of others' concern for quite some time. Although many suitors pursued her, their affections were insincere, easily discernible to her. Yet, Chen Haoyu was different. The genuine care hidden in his eyes was unmistakable. Seeing Su Yuyu relish her meal brought Chen Haoyu great joy. As she finished, he began tidying up, boasting, as the sage says, to win a person's heart, one must first win their stomach. "Su, the beautiful lady, do you believe my culinary skills have conquered you?" Su Yuyao replied, "The soup was a tad too salty. Perhaps strive for improvement next time." Chen Haoyu pouted, "Your greatest flaw is your insincerity." Su Yuyao smiled, "The cooking may be average, yet your actions are indeed quite moving." Chen Haoyu immediately perked up and said, "Are you implying that you are moved?" Su Yuyao replied, "In any endeavor, persistence is paramount. If you were to deliver meals to me daily, I would undoubtedly be touched one day." Chen Haoyu scoffed and retorted, "You can save that for someone else. Such empty promises may work on others, but not on me." Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Su Yuyao's expression instantly darkened. "Su Yuyao, who is he?" the middle-aged man inquired, casting a glance at Chen Haoyu with a frown. Su Yuyu replied coolly, "This is my boyfriend, Chen Haoyu." "Is there a problem?" the middle-aged man stated. "Certainly, there is a problem. This is a hospital, not a venue for romantic entanglements." Chapter 42. A great trouble approaches. Chen Haoyu scrutinized the man before him and inquired, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man replied, "I am Huang Guiyin, the head of the internal medicine department at Kangen Hospital." "Oh." Chen Haoyu displayed an exaggerated expression and promptly extended his hand to grasp Huang Guiyin's, exclaiming with excitement, "So you are the illustrious Director Huang. My goodness, I have finally met my idol." Su Yuyao, aware that Chen Haoyu was likely up to his usual mischief, observed the scene in silence. Huang Guiyin was left utterly bewildered by Chen Haoyu's antics and retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Haoyu responded, "Director Huang, are you not aware? The entire Yanhai is abuzz with rumors about a Director Huang at Kangen Hospital, known for his greed and lasciviousness. They say that if you offer him money, he will engage in any unscrupulous deed. If you don't pay, you should think twice before allowing him to perform surgery on you. Otherwise, the scalpel might very well end up in your abdomen." Su Yuyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huang Guiyin quickly realized that Chen Haoyu was mocking him, and his anger flared. "Chen Haoyu, do you even know who you're speaking to?" Chen Haoyu maintained his cheerful demeanor, replying, "Then please enlighten me. Who am I speaking to?" With each word he uttered, he tightened his grip on Huang Guiyin's hand. Eventually, Huang Guiyan's face turned pale, and he bent over in pain, pleading, "Let go of me. You fool, let go. What's wrong?" Chen Haoyu feigned ignorance, twisting his grip further. Ouch! With a cry of agony, Huang Guiyan collapsed to the ground. Chen Haoyu quickly released his hold, feigning surprise as he asked, "Director Huang, what has happened? There's no need for such extravagant formalities on our first meeting." Huang Guiyan, clutching his hand, rose from the floor, his voice sharp as he declared, "Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyao, you will pay dearly for this, having become the second-largest shareholder at Kangen Hospital." Chen Haoyu dismissed Huang Guiyan's threats with a scoff. "We shall see if you possess the ability to follow through." After Huang Guiyan stormed away in a huff, Su Yuyao sighed. "My troubles are about to begin." Chen Haoyu remarked, "No, it is his troubles that are approaching." "Su Yuyao, since we're in this predicament, would you dare to skip work and head home with me?" Su Yuyao shook her head, responding, "I must be responsible for my patients." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "I heard from Qin Qingqing that doctors of your caliber are not required to work night shifts. You are merely being unfairly treated by Huang Guiyan." Realization dawned on Su Yuyao as she replied, "No wonder you treated Huang Guiyan that way. It turns out Sister Qing told you." Chen Haoyu gazed intently at Su Yuyao and inquired, "Do you trust me?" Su Yuyao, offering no reply, straightforwardly stated, "Let's go home." A radiant smile illuminated Chen Haoyu's face as he remarked, "Ah, Su Yuyao, not only are you strikingly beautiful, but your charming personality is equally captivating." In response, Su Yuyu bestowed upon him a playful yet scornful glance before excusing herself to change her clothes. By the time the formidable Huang Guiyan arrived with security in tow, the two had already exited Kangen Hospital. The following morning, just as Chen Haoyu was preparing to head to the clinic, he received a call from Qin Qingqing. "Did Yu Yao not work the night shift last night and return home with you?" "Indeed. I even had a confrontation with Huang Guiyan. You've gotten Yu Yao into quite a predicament. This morning, Huang Guiyan reported Yu Yao's absence from work to the hospital, and they are preparing to address the matter. In an hour, Ma Ruliang will be bringing people to our department for a meeting. Rest assured, I shall resolve this issue thoroughly." As soon as he ended the call, Chen Haoyu noticed Su Yuyao emerging from the bedroom. The previous day's surgery had exhausted her, and she had only just awakened. "Why the rush? Aren't you off work today?" "The hospital has matters requiring my attention. I must make a trip." "What kind of matters? Surely they are not addressing you?" "How could that be? Perhaps there is a significant surgery scheduled." The hospital was on the verge of convening a critical meeting, and yet she kept it from him. This woman truly embodied a cool exterior with a warm heart. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely complained by now. Chen Haoyu's gaze softened as he looked at Su Yuyao. "Breakfast is on the table. You should eat before you leave." Su Yuyao replied, "I don't have enough time." Chen Haoyu asserted firmly, "Even if time is short, you must eat your breakfast. Your stomach is delicate, and do not presume I am unaware." Su Yuyao paused, taken aback. "You noticed?" "Indeed. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation and inquiry, particularly concerning the five organs. I can discern such issues with a single glance." "Hurry now, eat." "Very well." Su Yuyao acquiesced. After finishing her breakfast, Su Yuyao took her bag and departed from the house. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment, then called Xiao Cheng before changing his attire and heading out. At Kangen Hospital, as Su Yuyao entered the internal medicine conference room, all the doctors had already assembled. Sitting beside Qin Qingqing, she inquired, "What is the situation?" In a hushed tone, Qin Qingqing replied, "Huang Shirun has gone to summon Ma Ruliang." "Yuyao, did Chen Haoyu not accompany you?" Huang Shirun was the nickname given to Huang Guiyan by the others. "What is he doing here?" "He told me he would handle this matter for you." "Did you call him?" "This morning." "Oh." Hearing that Chen Haoyu was aware of her impending reprimand yet had chosen not to face it alongside her filled Su Yuya with a tinge of disappointment. Moments later, Ma Ruliang entered the conference room, accompanied by Huang Guiyan and 3 or 4 senior hospital officials. Ma Ruliang, aged 55, possessed eyebrows like swords and a strong visage, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. On the surface, he appears to be a stern instructor, yet beneath lies a rather despicable character. Unlike Huang Guiyan, who is driven by lust, he is solely motivated by greed. Casting a glance at Su Yuyao, a smirk of satisfaction crept upon Huang Guiyan's lips. Once everyone settled down, Ma Ruliang surveyed the room, his gaze fixating on Su Yuyao's visage. One cannot deny that Su Yuyao possesses an ethereal beauty. Even he found himself somewhat captivated by her enchanting countenance. "Dr. Su Yuyao, where were you last night?" he inquired. Su Yuyu replied nonchalantly, "At home." "Are you aware that you were on night duty?" "Yes." Then why did you return home? I performed surgery for over 4 hours. My physical and mental stamina were depleted, rendering me unfit for duty. Have you completed the leave request process? No. Chapter 43. Chen Haoyu arrives. Ma Ruliang chuckled and remarked, Dr. Su, according to hospital regulations, your unexplained absence from the night shift warrants a penalty. You have no objections, I presume? Su Yuyu replied, it is not an unexplained absence. I was simply too exhausted from the surgery to attend the shift. I hope Vice President Ma can maintain a more precise manner of speaking. Bang. Huang Guiyin slammed the table, his voice stern. Su Yuyu, watch your attitude. With a disdainful glance, Su Yuyu retorted, you are truly repugnant. The room erupted in laughter. Not so much at the humor of her words, but at the unexpected candor from the typically aloof Su Yuyu. Huang Guiyin, seething with anger, demanded, Su Yuyu, clarify your statement. Su Yuyu shot back, Director Huang, have you forgotten why I doused you with wine? A knowing expression spread among the onlookers. Huang Guiyin stammered, I had merely overindulged. Su Yuyu coldly responded, so overindulgence justifies lewd behavior? Does it give one license to commit murder? Qin Qingqing could no longer contain herself, asserting, in the entirety of Kangen Hospital, not a single attending physician would cover a night shift. After Dr. Su drenched Director Huang in wine, she reported for her night shift the very next day. It raises suspicions that some are pursuing personal vendettas. At that moment, Qin Qingqing's open support for Su Yuyu was undoubtedly a stand against Huang Guiyin and Ma Ruliang behind him, which filled Su Yuyu with gratitude for her friend. Noticing the escalating tension, Ma Ruliang interjected, if Dr. Su is unwilling to work the night shift, she should submit a request in advance, rather than absent herself without notification or leave. Su Yuyu inquired, Vice President Ma, may I know what punishment I am to face? Ma Ruliang replied, according to hospital regulations, a deduction of 10,000 yuan from your salary. Su Yuyu nodded, understood. I hereby formally request not to work the night shift, and I ask for Vice President Ma's approval in front of all my colleagues in internal medicine. Bravo. Qin Qingqing silently applauded her friend. Ma Ruliang cleared his throat, stating, this is an internal matter for your department. Su Yuyu retorted coldly, my absence last night was also an internal matter of the department. Ma Ruliang frowned. The nature is different. Su Yuyu countered, if even internal matters require the vice president's intervention, what purpose does the director serve? Merely to consume resources? Huang Guiyin's face turned pale with rage. Su Yuyu, you are being insolent. Su Yuyu asked, Director Huang, which of my statements was incorrect? Is it inappropriate to accept punishment or to submit a request? Huang Guiyin replied, it is your attitude toward leadership. Su Yuyu shot back, I have always maintained this attitude. Enough. Ma Ruliang said in a grave tone, Dr. Su, if you do not wish to work the night shift, you may submit a request for Director Huang's approval, and then the night shift personnel can be rearranged. I came here primarily to emphasize the importance of discipline. As physicians of Kangen Hospital, we... At that moment, his phone rang. Upon noticing a call from the dean, Ma Ruliang promptly stepped outside to answer it. Qin Qingqing softly remarked, Yuyu, your combat prowess today is truly remarkable. Su Yuyu replied, Sister Qin, you shouldn't have intervened. This will surely leave an impression on Huang Guiyin. Qin Qingqing scoffed, I am not the least bit afraid of him. After a brief moment, Ma Ruliang returned, exclaiming, our hospital's second largest shareholder is on his way to attend the meeting. Everyone, please stand and prepare yourselves. The group exchanged glances and stood in unison. 2 minutes later, a young man entered, flanked by several bodyguards. The conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Only Su Yuyu and Qin Qingqing remained silent, their faces betraying disbelief. For this so-called second-largest shareholder was none other than Chen Haoyu, someone they were all too familiar with. Unlike his previous carefree demeanor, today Chen Haoyu donned a crisp white shirt and black trousers, complemented by polished leather shoes. His previously tousled hair had been neatly styled, presenting a rather refined appearance. Most amusingly, he wore a pair of glasses perched on his nose, his gaze sharp and expression serious, embodying the image of a domineering CEO. Qin Qingqing whispered, Darling, what is going on? Su Yuyu shook her head, replying, I have no idea. Qin Qingqing remarked, I must say, he looks quite handsome in that outfit. Upon Chen Haoyu's entrance, Ma Ruliang's face lit up with a radiant smile as he greeted, Welcome, Mr. Chen, to our inspection. I am Ma Ruliang, the vice president of Kangen Hospital. Chen Haoyu shook Ma Ruliang's hand, saying, So, you are Vice President Ma? Your reputation precedes you. Ma Ruliang, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Chen Haoyu's tone, responded, It is merely a hollow title. You flatter me, Mr. Chen. Chen Haoyu turned his gaze towards Huang Guiyin, whose complexion had drastically changed, and extended his hand with a smile. Director Huang, it's good to see you again. Huang Guiyin trembled as he shook Chen Haoyu's hand, forcing a smile. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize it was you before. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, exuding a sense of ease. A mere misunderstanding. No need for concern. Now, everyone, please take a seat. As the attendees settled down, Chen Haoyu assertively took the main seat. Vice President Ma, has your meeting concluded? Ma Ruliang replied, yes, it has. Chen Haoyu responded with an O and asked, may I say a few words? Ma Ruliang quickly replied, of course. Chen Haoyu stated clearly, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Haoyu, and I am a newly joined shareholder of our Kangen Hospital family. It is a pleasure to meet you all. With that, Chen Haoyu stood and bowed to the assembly. The strikingly stern countenance, composed demeanor, and formidable presence of Chen Haoyu instantly garnered him a resounding round of applause. He continued, last night, around 7 o'clock, I visited our department for a brief research, and I happened to meet Dr. Qin Qingqing. After a casual conversation, I learned that she finishes work at 5:30. Yet she was still occupied well past 7, which deeply moved me. Subsequently, she mentioned that overtime in the internal medicine department has become almost routine, yet remarkably, there is not a trace of complaint among the staff. I, Chen Haoyu, hold this spirit of dedication and commitment in the highest regard. Therefore, my primary purpose for attending today's meeting in our hospital's internal medicine department is to convey my utmost respect to everyone present. I propose that we all join in applause. Not for anyone else, but for ourselves. A resounding round of applause erupted, louder than before. Well said. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's commendation, the crowd was filled with joy, and everyone cheered enthusiastically. Chapter 44, Resolving Matters with Huang Shijun. As Qin Qingqing clapped her hands, she softly remarked to Su Yuyao, Yuyao, your companion possesses a remarkable flair for emotional appeal. I find myself somewhat moved. It was also Su Yuyao's first time witnessing such a solemn demeanor from Chen Haoyu. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him as she stated, this is a classic example of the technique of raising expectations only to dash them later. I suspect he has something dramatic in store. Indeed, Chen Haoyu's subsequent remarks took a sharp turn. Of course, where there are commendable aspects, there are also deficiencies. It has come to light that Huang Guiyin, the head of the internal medicine department at our Kangen Hospital, is notoriously audacious, frequently accepting monetary gifts from patients' families and engaging in dubious practices. Director Huang, could you provide an explanation regarding these allegations in front of everyone? Huang Guiyin immediately rose, declaring, this is nothing but blatant slander. Mr. Chen, I have absolutely not accepted any bribes, nor have I engaged in any under-the-table dealings. Chen Haoyu pressed his hands down, insisting, please take a seat. There is no need for such agitation. Huang Guiyin, gritting his teeth, retorted, Mr. Chen, who dares to make such accusations? I would confront him directly. Chen Haoyu seized the notebook of Ma Ruliang beside him and struck Huang's face with it, stating, I am the one who said it. No one anticipated that Chen Haoyu would exhibit such sudden violence. The crowd was taken aback. Qin Qingqing whispered, delightful. Ma Ruliang, frowning, remarked, Mr. Chen, regardless of the circumstances, Huang Guiyin is our hospital's head of internal medicine. He may lack merit, but he has certainly put in effort. Is this behavior truly appropriate? Chen Haoyu scoffed. A scoundrel like him deserves neither merit nor acknowledgement. Vice President Ma, have you had one too many drinks? Bring forth the evidence. A bodyguard wearing sunglasses presented a thick stack of red envelopes before Chen Haoyu. Zhang Xian, 5,000 yuan. Luo Zhijing, 8,000 yuan. Xiao Mingyang, 6,000 yuan. Zhang Yake, 8,800 yuan. Chen Haoyu casually read a few names from the envelopes, turning to the pallid Huang Guiyin and coldly remarking, Director Huang, do these names sound familiar to you? Still claiming slander and wishing to confront someone, how dare you utter such words? An uproar erupted in the room. Luo Zhijing is my patient. I recall that Zhang Xian is a cardiac patient who was assigned to me by Director Huang. Indeed, where there is smoke, there is fire. Director Huang is in serious trouble this time. This is not merely trouble. It is a criminal offense that could lead to imprisonment. Huang Guiyin struggled to swallow, stammering, This is not mine. Chen Haoyu replied coolly, if it is not yours, why was it found in your office drawer? Huang Guiyin retorted sternly, You. What authority do you have to enter my office without permission and open my drawer? Chen Haoyu responded, You may report me to the police for invading your privacy. I Chen Haoyu will accept any punishment. Now, please explain the origin of these red envelopes. Huang Guiyin asserted, these are gifts from patients' families. And I was just about to return them one by one. Chen Haoyu let out a soft exclamation. His voice imbued with a melancholic tone. I initially intended to handle this matter internally, but given Director Huok's lofty principles, I shall enlist the assistance of the police to investigate your circumstances. After all, a sum exceeding 100,000 yuan in red envelopes is not a trifling matter. With that, Chen Haoyu took out his phone, preparing to dial the police. Huang Guiyin, unable to withstand such scrutiny, quickly interjected. Wait. Chen Haoyu scoffed. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Huang Guiyin, have you forgotten that there are several discs in your cabinet? Those discs contain videos of you bullying female doctors and their family members. You deviant. Do you dare to argue here? It appears you were yearning for a prison cell. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Huang Shiren was undoubtedly doomed. The onlookers regarded Huang Guiyin with disdain. With a resounding thud, Ma Ruliang slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Huang Guiyin. Huang Guiyin, you must clarify the situation at once. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the enraged Ma Ruliang, his expression a blend of amusement and irony. Huang Guiyin, realizing he had no defense, hung his head in sorrow. I apologize, Vice President Ma. I have betrayed your trust. You scoundrel. Ma Ruliang retaliated with a kick, sending Huang Guiyin sprawling to the ground. Huang Guiyin lay there, head bowed, silent and too intimidated to rise. After dealing with Huang Guiyin, Ma Ruliang turned to Chen Haoyu and said, Mr. Chen, I never anticipated that there could be such a rogue within the ranks of Kangen Hospital. It is utterly outrageous. Chen Haoyu inquired, Vice President Ma, how do you propose we handle Huang Guiyin? I understand his sister is your wife. Ma Ruliang replied, precisely because he is my brother-in-law. I place my trust in him. I never imagined. Mr. Chen, could we speak privately for a moment? Chen Haoyu responded calmly. There is nothing that cannot be discussed openly. We are all long-serving colleagues and part of the same team. There is no need to conceal anything from one another. Ma Ruliang continued, what I mean to convey is that if Huang Guiyin's case is reported to the police, it would have a severely detrimental impact on our hospital. It would be best to handle this internally. How about this? I will report to the dean, and we can convene in the hospital conference room in an hour. Chen Haoyu regarded him thoughtfully and replied, very well, you may go to the dean. Understood. Ma Ruliang assented hurriedly, departing with urgency. Chen Haoyu lightly tapped the table with his fingers and declared, aside from Huang Guiyin, everyone else may return to their duties. Qin Qingqing rose and asked, Mr. Chen, will Huang Guiyin continue as the head of our department? Chen Haoyu chuckled softly. Dr. Qin, what are you pondering? Such a person could never remain at Kangen Hospital. He faces but two fates, compliance, in which case he would merely need to refund and resign, or defiance, leading him to languish in prison for a decade or two. Qin Qingqing remarked during the previous meeting. He advised Steam Ma decided to deduct 10,000 yuan from Dr. Su for her absence from the night shift last night. Chen Haoyu replied, I am aware of this matter. Dr. Su performed a 4.5-hour surgery yesterday afternoon and was utterly exhausted. Forcing her to take the night shift would be tantamount to committing murder. She returned home with my consent. If a deduction is absolutely necessary, I shall instruct the finance department to withhold it from my monthly dividends. Are you satisfied, Dr. Qin? Qin Qingqing responded with a smile. I am satisfied. Chen Haoyu continued. I still need to cultivate a closer relationship with Director Huang. You may all leave now. After everyone departed, Chen Haoyu instructed the bodyguard to stand watch outside, then turned to the prostrate Huang Guiyin and said, I possess incriminating evidence against you. Do not presume that your brother-in-law can save you. Chapter 45. Both Wen and Huang Guiyin had completely lost the demeanor of the head of the internal medicine department at Kangen Hospital, pleading pitifully, Mr. Chen, I was in the wrong. I should not have harbored inappropriate thoughts about Su Yuyao. Please, show mercy and spare me. Chen Haoyu replied with a cold smile. If you wish to avoid prison, you must demonstrate sincerity. Huang Guiyin lifted his head and asked, what kind of sincerity? Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly. I am aware that your brother-in-law, Ma Ruliang, has embezzled a considerable sum of money. If you can provide me with the evidence, I can guarantee that you will not face imprisonment. It was imperative to act decisively. Merely dealing with Huang Guiyin would only incite Ma Ruliang's wrath and exacerbate Su Yuyao's predicament. Therefore, Chen Haoyu needed to take down Ma Ruliang as well. Huang Guiyin's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, You intend to deal with my brother-in-law? This response immediately indicated to Chen Haoyu that Huang Guiyin indeed possessed evidence of Ma Ruliang's corruption. Otherwise, he would have outright denied it rather than respond with such a tone. Chen Haoyu took out his phone, casting a cold gaze at Huang Guiyin, and said, I do not wish to hear any more nonsense. You have 1 minute to decide. Either hand over the evidence of Ma Ruliang's wrongdoing or face imprisonment. With that, he set the timer, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. Huang Guiyin was nearly driven to madness, with two voices battling within his mind. One urged him to save himself, while the other urged him to wait for Ma Ruliang to rescue him. Chen Haoyu seemed to have anticipated Huang Guiyin's thoughts and stated, I am from the Chao group. Do not harbor any illusions that Ma Ruliang can save you. Upon hearing this, Huang Guiyin fell into despair. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown on the phone rang in Huang Guiyin's ears like a death knell, causing him to break into a cold sweat. 4, 3, 2. Before he could utter one, Huang Guiyin could no longer endure and said, I have a video on my computer of his transactions with the supplier. A radiant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face as he remarked, You have made a wise choice. In the internal medicine office of Kangen Hospital, Qin Qingqing pulled Su Yuyo into a secluded corner, exclaiming excitedly, Incredible. Yuyo, who exactly is Chen Haoyu? How did he suddenly become a shareholder in our hospital? Su Yuyao pondered for a moment and replied, Do you remember how Ma Ruliang introduced Chen Haoyu? Qin Qingqing thought for a while and said, The second largest shareholder. Su Yuyao nodded exactly. We all know that the second largest shareholder is the Chao group. Qin Qingqing suddenly understood, I see. He sought assistance from the Chao family, specifically Chao Cheng, to back you up. Su Yuyao responded, That seems to be the case. Qin Qingqing laughed, but you must admit, Chen Haoyu truly possesses the aura of a significant figure. Just look at his commanding presence and piercing gaze. He is even more formidable than some government leaders. Recalling Chen Haoyu's recent performance, Su Yuyao indeed found him to be remarkably impressive. If it were not for her knowledge of his background, Su Yuyao would have thought she was meeting the patriarch of a prominent family. Qin Qingqing gently nudged Su Yuyao and whispered, Have you ever considered developing a relationship with Chen Haoyu? Aside from his lineage, I believe he surpasses those so-called wealthy heirs by a great deal. Su Yuyao remained silent for an extended period before responding, Sister Qing, do you know? It feels as though a veil of white mist surrounds Chen Haoyu, forbidding anyone from approaching him. The more I interact with him, the less I can discern his true self. I sense that his heart is completely sealed off. Even his smile seems somewhat insincere. Qin Qingqing replied, Yuyo, your greatest flaw is your excessive pride and composure. Why must you fully understand someone to like them? I recall a book stating that the essence of love is emotional. If there is rational thought involved, it lacks purity. If you completely unravel Chen Haoyu, what would be left of him? Noticing Su Yuyo's silence, Qin Qingqing patted her shoulder and said, Be honest with me, do you enjoy interacting with him? Su Yuyao admitted, I do not dislike it. Qin Qingqing chuckled. In 2 years, it seems that only Chen Haoyu has received such a compliment from you. Yuyo, you are much like him. Your heart is also closed. You should attempt to see if you can open it. Su Yuyao nodded, deep in thought. Qin Qingqing chose not to pursue the topic further. She extended her arms, exclaiming, At last, there is light at the end of the tunnel. With Huang Shirun gone, my spirits have lifted considerably. Su Yuyu reminded her, Don't forget, behind Huang Shirun, there is an even more formidable Ma Ruliang. Qin Qingqing raised an eyebrow and said, With Chen Haoyu as a major shareholder, how would Ma Ruliang dare to bully us? At that moment, Luo Jiar, a newly recruited member of the hospital staff, rushed in, exclaiming, Dr. Su, Dr. Qin, hurry to see, something significant has occurred. Qin Qingqing inquired, What is it? Luo Jiar responded, Mr. Chen has, through Huang Guiyin, uncovered evidence of Vice President Ma's corruption and bribery. Now, Vice President Ma is finished. Su Yuyo and Qin Qingqing exchanged astonished glances, both reflecting shock. He had diverted our attention from Ma Ruliang, ostensibly to interrogate Huang Guiyin. Qin Qingqing vigorously shook her arm and exclaimed, I understand now. This fellow aims to resolve all your issues once and for all. My goodness, that is incredibly impressive. Once these two villains are gone, we shall have nothing to fear. Su Yuyo murmured, He truly is filled with cunning. As they exited the office, the two women happened upon the hospital's disciplinary committee staff, dragging a pale-faced Huang Guiyin and Ma Ruliang away. Chen Haoyu stood beside Director Zhu Jingwu, with his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the scene. His gaze bore no warmth, chilling to the core. Zhu Jingwu, at 62 years old, is one of the nation's most renowned internal medicine experts. He founded Kangen Hospital, thus serving as both its director and a major shareholder. Who would have imagined such a parasite existed within Kangen Hospital? This is my responsibility, Zhu Zhengwu stated solemnly. Chen Haoyu consoled, Director Zhu, in a vast forest. One encounters all kinds of birds. There is no need for you to take it to heart. However, I believe it is essential to learn the necessary lessons. Zhu Zhengwu nodded in agreement and replied, You are right, Mr. Chen. I have grown weary, my vigor wanes, and I no longer have an interest in management. Henceforth, I plan to hire a professional manager from outside the medical field to oversee the hospital. What are your thoughts on this? To alter the management approach of the hospital, Zhu Zhengwu must secure the board's approval. Currently, Chen Haoyu is the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital, as long as he is in agreement. The matter is likely to be resolved. Chapter 46, The Fury of Chao Lixue. If that is the case, I would suggest that you enlist several managers to conduct a thorough investigation within the various departments of the hospital and subsequently draft a detailed management proposal. The one with the most compelling plan should be appointed as the manager here. This is indeed a commendable approach. I shall convene a board meeting tomorrow to deliberate on this matter. I would appreciate your support in this endeavor. Chen Haoyu gestured towards Qin Qingxing and remarked, I have prior commitments tomorrow, so let Dr. Qin represent me at the board meeting. Zhu Zhengwu chuckled and inquired, Mr. Chen, may I ask what your relationship is with Dr. Qin? Chen Haoyu was aware of Zhu Zhengwu's misunderstanding regarding their relationship, yet he chose not to clarify, simply stating, a friend. Zhu Zhengwu responded with an O and suggested, with the absence of a department head in the internal medicine, I propose that Dr. Qin serve as the interim head. What do you think? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, this is an internal matter of the hospital. You may decide as you see fit. Director Zhu, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhu Zhengwu acknowledged, very well. Accompanied by several bodyguards, Chen Haoyu reached into his pocket and strode towards the elevator, exuding an air of regal aloofness reminiscent of ancient monarchs. As he passed by Su Yuyao, Chen Haoyu softly remarked, I shall await you at the hospital entrance. Su Yuyu subtly nodded in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, she parked her car at the hospital's entrance. Chen Haoyu, who had been waiting, promptly opened the front passenger door and slid inside. Su Yuyu inquired, Is the Chao family assisting you? Chen Haoyu raised his thumb in approval and replied with a smile, astute observation. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Seated beside you is Mr. Chen Haoyu, a newly minted millionaire and the equity representative of the Chao family at Kangen Hospital. In other words, I am now one of your employers, Su Yuyao. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yuyao's eyes as she questioned, What have you done to earn such favor from the Chao family? Chen Haoyu proudly proclaimed, It is quite simple. I am capable of curing Chao Lixue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai, of his chronic leg ailment, enabling him to stand once more. Having heard of Chao Lixue's paralysis, Su Yuyu remarked, If that is the case, then $1 million is hardly excessive. Chen Haoyu, now that you are affluent, does this mean you can move out of my home? Not a chance. I have come to realize that you possess a fortune-bringing aura. As long as I reside with you, I might attain great wealth. Such a good luck charm is one I would never relinquish. Su Yuyu glanced at the carefree Chen Haoyu, struggling to reconcile him with the cold, commanding CEO she had just encountered in the hospital. Chen Haoyu, your acting skills are quite impressive. Should you pursue a career in acting, I am certain you would secure an award for Best Actor. Do not flatter me. I have been an extra before. Sudame, having helped you deal with those two incompetent leaders, do you not owe me a proper expression of gratitude? And how should I express my thanks? Treat me to lunch, accompany me to purchase a car in the afternoon, and join me at a place tomorrow. Agreed. Where to now? The clinic. The Chao father and son are likely already waiting for me. Treating his leg? That matter is scheduled for next week. I am assisting Chao Cheng in the pursuit of his inheritance, and should we succeed, it is likely that a substantial profit will follow. Su Yuyao exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? How dare you meddle in such affairs? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, replying, Rest assured, I am aiding the Chao family, not harming them. Once we achieve our goal, Chao Lixue will only express gratitude towards me. Su Yuyu gazed deeply at Chen Haoyu and remarked, at times, I truly wish to open your mind and see what lies within. Since Chen Haoyu's discharge from the hospital just 4 to 5 days ago, Su Yuyu had already been astonished by him countless times. His culinary skills rivaling those of a 5-star chef, his enigmatic fortune-telling abilities, and the miraculous medical knowledge that could revive the deceased. These 3 talents alone would leave any peer feeling inadequate. Now, he had even forged a connection with the wealthiest individual in Yanhai and earned 10 million from him. Were it not for the knowledge of Chen Haoyu's previously lackluster life, she might have thought him a charlatan. After dropping Chen Haoyu at the clinic, Su Yuyao noticed a stretched Lincoln parked at the entrance and drove away. Chen Haoyu turned to Chao Qing, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your assistance with Kongan Hospital." It turned out that Chao Cheng had informed the hospital of Chen Haoyu's status as the second largest shareholder, and the bodyguards were also arranged by him to lend support. Chao Qing remarked, "I heard about the situation at Kongan Hospital. Mr. Chen, your decisive actions have swiftly captured two parasites. One cannot help but admire your prowess. We shareholders ought to extend our gratitude to you." After exchanging pleasantries, Chao Qing instructed the bodyguards to carry Chao Lixue from the vehicle. Chao Lixue glanced at the notice posted outside the clinic and chuckled. Extraordinary individuals engage in extraordinary matters. Dr. Chen, this notice should attract many patients who have long suffered without cure. Chen Haoyu replied, "The primary reason I established such a rule is to avoid overexertion. Life is fleeting, and seizing joy in the present is of utmost importance." Chao Lixue nodded, stating, "Dr. Chen, you possess a remarkable sense of freedom. If I could turn back the clock several decades, I might choose the same path as you." Chen Haoyu smiled gently, "Mr. Chao, one's character determines fate. You are not one to be content with mediocrity. If you were to return to the age of 20, you would surely strive even harder than before." Chao Lixue sighed. "Perhaps." Upon entering the clinic, Chao Lixue instructed the driver and bodyguards to leave, asking, "Dr. Chen, Chao Qing, what matter is so significant that it cannot be discussed at home and must be brought here?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "I knew I couldn't keep it from you, Mr. Chao." Chao Cheng produced a paternity test and handed it to Chao Lixue, saying, "Father, please take a look." As Chao Lixue took the document and read the final line, his expression shifted dramatically, a spark of shock igniting in his gaze. He inquired, "Whose is it?" Chao Cheng responded, "Yours and Chao Hai's." Chao Lixue's face turned ashen, his eyes narrowing menacingly as he fixed his gaze on Chao Cheng, demanding, "Why have you suddenly conducted a paternity test on me and Chao Hai?" Chao Cheng looked to Chen Haoyu, who stated, "It was I who suggested this course of action." Chao Lixue frowned. "Dr. Chen, I require a reasonable explanation." Chen Haoyu spoke softly, "As practitioners of the Xianmin, we possess not only the ability to draw talismans but also to discern fate. Just yesterday morning, I could clearly see that Chao Hai was not your son. Ordinarily, I would refrain from intervening in matters such as these within your family. However, this individual persistently sought to create trouble for me, which compelled me to discuss it with Yihua Yuan." Chao Qing replied, "When Brother Yuan informed me, I too found it hard to believe. Thus, I took the liberty of acquiring hair samples from both you and Chao Hai to conduct this expedited paternity test." Chapter 47, Deception Against Zhang Yaji the Scoundrel. Chao Lixue's face flushed with anger, his neck thickening, and his chest heaving uncontrollably. No ordinary man could endure the humiliation of being cuckolded by his wife, let alone the wealthiest man in Yanhai, Chao Lixue. However, being a seasoned player in the business world, he took a few deep breaths, swiftly regaining his composure. "How can I trust you?" he questioned. "I previously conducted a paternity test, and there were no issues." Chao Qing interjected, "Father, who did you send to perform the paternity test back then?" Chao Lixue pondered for a moment, then replied, "Zhang Chao." "Are you suggesting he tampered with it?" Zhang Chao, the current CEO of the Chao Group, had once rendered immense service to Chao Lixue, even taking a bullet for him on 2 occasions. If there was anyone he trusted completely, it was Zhang Chao. Chao Qing asserted, "It's unlikely Zhang uncle was involved. He bears no resemblance to Chao Hai, and if he were, the Chao Group would have been in jeopardy long ago." Chen Haoyu remarked, "It wouldn't be difficult to expose this person once Zhang Yaji speaks up." Chao Cheng queried, "Dr. Chen, do you have a plan?" Chen Haoyu smiled. "ISNT, it's simple. Just give Zhang Yaji a call." Chao Lixue immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's intention, saying, "You mean to deceive her?" Chen Haoyu nodded, "Precisely." Chao Lixue took a deep breath. "Then I must trouble you with this." Chen Haoyu retrieved his phone and dialed the number provided by Chao Lixue. Soon, the call connected. "Who is this?" came Zhang Yaji's voice. Chen Haoyu, tightening his throat, responded, "Is this Ms. Zhang Yaji?" "Yes, who are you?" "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to inform you that your secret can no longer remain concealed." "What do you mean?" "If Chao Lixue discovers that Chao Hai is not his biological son, do you think he would hesitate to kill you?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Ms. Zhang, you should understand my meaning quite well. I haven't disclosed this to Chao Lixue. I am only telling you in hopes of exchanging this secret for some financial compensation. If you refuse to pay, I will promptly inform Chao Lixue of this matter. A paternity test can easily reveal the truth." Zhang Yaji fell silent for a prolonged moment, then stated, "I don't know what you're talking about." Chen Haoyu coldly declared, I will grant you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, I will immediately call Chao Lishue. 10, 9, 8, 7. Both Chao Lishue and Xiao Cheng displayed anxious expressions. As Chen Haoyu counted down to 2, Zhang Yaji finally succumbed to the pressure, asking, How much do you want? With a resounding thud, Chao Lishue's expression darkened to the utmost degree, unable to suppress a slap against his wheelchair. An intense aura of menace radiated from him. Zhang Yaji's admission of his claims struck a heavy blow to Chao Lishue. Nothing could infuriate a man more than such a betrayal. Chen Haoyu disregarded him and continued, a $10 million bearer check from Citibank. How shall I deliver it to you? Tonight at 10 o'clock. I will send you a text message to inform you of the transaction location. I have no one, he jested. If you have no one, how could you have given birth to Chao Hai? All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Chen Haoyu turned to Chao Lishue and asked, Mr. Chao, what are your plans? Chao Lishue gritted his teeth and replied, I want to eliminate that scoundrel. Mr. Chen, since Chao Hai is not my son. What about Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui? As he mentioned the latter two children, Chao Lishue's voice trembled slightly. Chen Haoyu stated, Your face reveals to me that you have 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Chao Lishue let out a long breath, saying, Heaven has eyes. Perhaps due to having late-born children, Chao Lishue cherished Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui to an extraordinary degree. Had they not been his own, he might have even contemplated his own demise. Xiao Cheng said, Dad, it is precisely because of Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui that I dare not mention this matter at home. Chao Lishue looked intently at Xiao Cheng and inquired, How do you intend to handle this? Xiao Cheng shook his head, saying, Dealing with Zhang Yaji and Xiao Hai is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to explain it to Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui. They are too young, and I worry about the psychological impact of suddenly losing their mother. Chao Lishue expressed his appreciation, saying, Xiao Cheng, I am truly glad that you can think of your younger siblings. Chen Haoyu coughed lightly and interjected, Gentlemen, you may deliberate on the matters concerning Zhang Yaji and Xiao Hai. I have an appointment with a lady, and the clinic needs to close. Chao Lishue responded, Thank you. Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and said, The richest man in Yanhai would not merely express gratitude with words, would he? Chao Lishue instructed, Xiao Cheng. Present Dr. Chen with a 5 million bank check. Understood. Xiao Cheng produced a checkbook and promptly issued a $5 million check to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu flicked the check and smiled broadly, saying, This is indeed a good thing. Chao Lishue gazed deeply at Chen Haoyu and remarked, Dr. Chen, I am willing to offer you an annual salary of 30 million to serve as the chief advisor for our Chao family. What do you think? Behind every wealthy individual lies a think tank that strategizes for them, and Chao Lishue was no exception. The Chao Group has reached its current stature largely due to the significant contributions of the over 30 advisors he has hired at high prices. Through these 2 encounters, Chao Lishue had already determined that Chen Haoyu was an exceptionally formidable figure within the realm of mysticism. While he may not aid him in business, he could undoubtedly ensure the safety and prosperity of both himself and the entire Chao family in other respects. Chen Haoyu pocketed the check and confidently stated, Mr. Chao, money is merely an external possession. It suffices as long as it is adequate. I am not boasting, but if I wish to make money, there are countless ways to do so. The reason I established this clinic is simply to experience life. In this world, no one can hire me. Not 30 million, nor 300 billion. Upon observing the haughty glimmer in Chen Haoyu's eyes, Chao Lishue realized that this individual could not be swayed by monetary means. He quickly responded, I apologize, it was my folly. Chen Haoyu replied with a playful smile, No worries. You are now my esteemed clients. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to approach me. As long as it does not contravene the natural order, I shall lend my utmost assistance. Xiao Cheng felt a stir of emotion and remarked, Dr. Chen, as someone from the mystical realm, surely you possess the means to handle Zhang Yaji and Xiao Hai? Chen Haoyu, well aware of Xiao Cheng's intentions, replied, I have stated, it must not defy the celestial principles. Although Zhang Yaji has her moral shortcomings, and Xiao Hai is blinded by greed, neither has committed any egregious acts of malice. Therefore, I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your request. The refusal did not stem from an inability to act. Both Chao Lishue and his son Chao Cheng privately elevated their perception of Chen Haoyu's potential danger to the highest level. In the vehicle returning to the villa, Chao Lishue spoke gravely, Xiao Cheng, Dr. Chen is truly an extraordinary individual. In the future, you should engage with him more, and it would be best to cultivate a friendship. Xiao Cheng replied, Father, rest assured, I understand what must be done. Chapter 48. The ruthlessness of Chao Lixue. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Yaji greeted him with a radiant smile, betraying not a hint of abnormality. Chao Lixue, maintaining a composed demeanor, said, Yaji, hand me your phone. I need to use it. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Zhang Yaji replied, I'll go get it. However, Chao Lixue pointed to the phone on the coffee table, saying, Isn't it right there? Xiaoqing, please retrieve it for me. Of course, Xiaoqing replied, promptly handing the phone to Chao Lixue. He instructed Zhang Yaji to unlock the phone and open it. In the call history, Chao Lixue discovered the number of Chen Haoyu. Above it was an unfamiliar number, which he immediately dialed. Zhang Yaji's expression shifted dramatically as she questioned, What are you doing, darling? Chao Lixue shot her a cold glance, remaining silent. Soon, the call connected, and a familiar voice echoed from the other end. Yaji, didn't I tell you? We must not contact each other too frequently, lest President Chao finds out. Xiaoqing's pupils constricted. He recognized the voice as that of Liao Boda, the captain of the Chao Group's fleet. Liao Boda had been Chao Lixue's driver for over a decade before being reassigned to the fleet 2 years prior. Zhang Yaji's face drained of color as she exclaimed, What are you talking about? With a swift kick, Xiaoqing knocked Zhang Yaji to the ground, cursing vehemently, You wretch! You have brought shame upon the Chao family. Hearing the exchange between Zhang Yaji and Xiaoqing, Liao Boda promptly ended the call. Chao Lixue regarded Zhang Yaji with the cold gaze one might reserve for a corpse, stating, The call this morning was made by me. Zhang Yaji opened her mouth, as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent, fully aware of the dire consequences that awaited her. Chao Lixue spoke with detached calmness, I require an explanation. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Zhang Yaji divulged the entire story. Over 20 years ago, before marrying Chao Lixue, she had an affair with Liao Boda. Eventually, she became pregnant and gave birth to Chao Hai. Chao Lixue had always believed Zhang Yaji to be his own, and he had tasked Liao Boda with arranging a paternity test for himself and the child. Liao Boda, fearing to reveal the truth, had fabricated a false report. Upon confirming that Chao Hai was indeed his son, Chao Lixue married Zhang Yaji. Initially, their union was one of necessity, but as Chao Hai grew, Liao Boda and Zhang Yaji began to plot within the Chao group. Consequently, Zhang Yaji began to slander Xiaoqing in front of Chao Lixue. Just as she began to see some success, her affair with Liao Boda was exposed, plunging Zhang Yaji into utter despair, knowing well the ruthlessness of Chao Lixue. Darling, I beg you, for the sake of Xiaochuan and Xiao Wei, spare me and Chao Hai. Zhang Yaji pleaded, kneeling on the ground in desperation. Chao Lixue replied coldly, If it weren't for those 2 children, do you think I would have allowed you to live this long? Xiaoqing, take her away. Understood, Xiaoqing responded. 2 bodyguards entered, escorting Zhang Yaji on either side. Zhang Yaji cried out, Husband, please do not harm Xiao Hai. You used to care for him dearly. Chao Lixue kept his eyes closed, his face a shade of iron gray. That evening, Chao Hai was racing with a group of wealthy heirs when he lost control of his vehicle, plummeting off a cliff and meeting a tragic end. On her way to the hospital, Zhang Yaji was involved in an accident, struck by a truck, and fell into a vegetative state. Upon learning that his scheme had been uncovered, Liao Boda immediately fled Yanhai, only to die in the East Japan a month later. It must be said that Chao Lixue's rise to become the richest man in Yanhai was not without merit. His decisive and ruthless nature is not something ordinary individuals can rival. Of course, this is merely a prelude. After leaving the clinic, Chen Haoyu rode his motorcycle back home. Su Yuyo had been waiting for him in the underground parking lot. Once in the car, Su Yuyo inquired, Have you settled matters concerning the Chao family? Chen Haoyu replied proudly, It's all taken care of. Do you want to know how much I earn? Su Yuyo candidly responded, Not interested. Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and retorted, Su Yuyo, you ought to thank your mother for giving birth to such a beauty. Otherwise, with that mouth of yours, you'd surely be on the receiving end of quite a few beatings. Su Yuyo smiled charmingly and said, You flatter me. Chen Haoyu, judging by your smug expression, it seems you made quite a sum from the Chao family. I fancy a seafood feast for lunch today. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu agreed, No problem. My only request is to choose not the best, but the most expensive. I now possess 15 million, truly a wealthy man, and I must indulge myself. Su Yuyo exclaimed, Did you swindle another 5 million from the Chao family? Chen Haoyu shot her a disapproving glare and replied, What do you mean by swindle? I saved the Chao family. Fine, I'll share this with you. Chao Hai, the second son of the Chao family, is the illegitimate child of Chao Lixue's wife and another man. They intended to seize the Chao family's assets. I resolved this matter for Chao Li Shiwei, and he rewarded me 5 million. Is that too much? Su Yu furrowed her brow and asked, how did you come to know this secret? Chen Haoyu boasted. It's all thanks to my skills and physiognomy. The moment I laid eyes on Chao Li Shiwei and Chao Hai, I knew they could not possibly be father and son. Su Yuyao simply responded with an "oh" and fell silent. Having spent these days getting to know Chen Haoyu's character, she had learned that a single compliment would send him into boastful mode, so it was best to remain quiet around him. Indeed, sensing her silence, Chen Haoyu soon grew bored and remarked, Su Yuyao, you are truly dull. Su Yuyao shot him an exasperated glance, her lips curling into a faint smile. During this period, she had lost count of how many times she had smiled. Compared to her previously somber life, having such a lively companion felt rather delightful. The two individuals arrived at the most renowned seafood restaurant in Yanhai, where they indulged in a lavish feast costing a staggering 12,000 yuan. Naturally, it was mainly Chen Haoyu who savored the culinary delights, as Su Yuyao's appetite barely reached one-fifth of his. After relishing the seafood, they drove directly to the Ford dealership within the Yanhai Auto City. Su Yuyu was quite perplexed by Chen Haoyu's decision to purchase a Ford Raptor F-150. She could not fathom why he would opt for a pickup truck. Upon entering the Ford showroom, Chen Haoyu surveyed the premises and noted that there were not many patrons present. In comparison to other brands, the sturdy yet somewhat fuel-inefficient Ford vehicles evidently no longer met the demands of the customers. Chen Haoyu's choice of the Ford Raptor F-150 was primarily motivated by its capacity to transport a greater load. Chapter 49. Riding the current. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, a young and attractive saleswoman immediately approached them with a warm smile, saying, Hello. My name is Zhang Xiaoxiao. How may I assist you today? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoyu inquired, Do you have the Raptor F-150 available? Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly replied, Just a week ago, our dealership imported a high-spec Raptor F-150, though the price is somewhat steep. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, stating, Price is not my primary concern. Performance is what matters most. Suppressing her growing excitement, Zhang Xiaoxiao gestured, Please, follow me. Soon, a brand new blue Raptor F-150 came into Chen Haoyu's view. Its commanding exterior, technologically advanced interior, exceptional performance, and robust power, combined with a towing capacity of 3 tons, made it the unequivocal choice for him. After Zhang Xiaoxiao finished her introduction, Chen Haoyu straightforwardly declared, I'll take it. What is the total cost? Zhang Xiaoxiao responded, I can offer you a 10% discount. The price comes to 1.2 million, which is 40 higher than the standard version. Chen Haoyu asked, How long will the paperwork take? Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, At most, 2 hours. Chen Haoyu instructed, Please issue the invoice. A radiant smile spread across Zhang Xiaoxiao's face as she said, Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. With a vehicle costing 1.2 million, her commission would amount to 12,000, nearly making her leap with joy. After the payment was completed, Chen Haoyu, with some leisure time, invited Su Yuyao to a nearby CAF for coffee. Su Yuyao remarked, Do you men particularly enjoy flaunting wealth? Chen Haoyu nodded, acknowledging, Of course. Women crave vanity, and men seek face. It is a universal human flaw, one that remains unaltered. Do you know what I regret the most? After taking a sip of her coffee, Su Yuyao asked, What? Chen Haoyu lamented, There were far too few people at the Ford dealership. According to the narratives found in online novels, there should have been a wealthy individual mocking me for my inability to afford the car, only for me to pay and slap him with a dose of reality. Su Yuyao burst into laughter, questioning, Chen Haoyu, how old are you? Is that amusing? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, replying, It is indeed amusing, at the very least. It brings me internal satisfaction. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes and then noticed a middle-aged man entering the CAF, exclaiming with delight, Our old acquaintance has arrived. Chen Haoyu turned to see that it was none other than Zhang Kuan, the president of Ruifeng Building. However, the woman accompanying him was no longer Han Sui-lan, but rather a middle-aged lady dressed as an affluent socialite. Zhang Kuan, upon noticing Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, immediately changed his demeanor. The middle-aged woman followed his gaze, and, upon seeing Su Yuyao's ethereal beauty, her expression darkened as she snapped, Have you had your fill of looking? What? Zhang Kuan casually inquired, only to quickly realize the gravity of the situation, hastily assuring, I was looking at her. I swear on my conscience. His greatest fear was that Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao would divulge matters concerning Han Sui-lan, leaving him little room to appreciate Su Yuyao's beauty. The middle-aged woman was none other than Zhang Kuan's wife, Zhu Lan, who was the true owner of Ruifeng Tower, with Zhang Kun merely holding a 10% stake. Zhu Lan let out a cold huff, directly pulling Zhang Kun to sit beside Chen Haoyu's table, requesting 2 cups of unsweetened coffee from the waiter. Chen Haoyu cast an amused glance at the perspiring Zhang Kun and remarked, "Mr. Zhang, how delightful to see you well." Zhang Kun's body visibly jolted, feigning ignorance of Chen Haoyu, and replied, "Young man, may I inquire as to your identity?" To which Chen Haoyu responded, "Mr. Zhang, it seems you have quite the forgetful nature. I am Chen Haoyu, the one who saved your life. Have you truly forgotten even your savior?" Zhu Lan shot a cold glance at Zhang Kun, stating, "Stop pretending. With such a stunning beauty around, how could you possibly forget? Mr. Chen, I am curious to learn how you rescued my husband." Zhang Kun displayed a pleading expression toward Chen Haoyu, who smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps it is best for Mr. Zhang to recount the tale himself." Evidently, Zhang Kun was a seasoned liar, with no hesitation as he declared, "It has come back to me. The last time I was collecting a debt, I found myself cornered, and it was this brother Chen who saved me. However, the darkness prevented me from seeing his face clearly." Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao exchanged glances, both exhibiting expressions of admiration. The quick wit of this middle-aged, greasy man was quite remarkable. Zhu Lan questioned skeptically, "Is that true?" Chen Haoyu replied, "It is false. I merely shouted that the police were coming. How could I possibly have the capability to rescue Mr. Zhang from 5 or 6 thugs? What truly leaves me speechless is that Mr. Zhang promised me 50,000 as a token of gratitude, which I have yet to receive. Quite inconsiderate, wouldn't you agree?" Su Yuyo nearly spewed her coffee at this revelation, marveling at Chen Haoyu's masterful manipulation of the situation. She had thought Zhang Kun was adept, yet he paled in comparison to Chen Haoyu. Zhang Kun cursed inwardly while feigning embarrassment, saying, "Brother, I was simply too anxious at that moment and forgot to take down your contact information." Chen Haoyu replied, "Now that we meet again, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Zhang Kun was almost apoplectic, stammering, "This. What do you mean by this?" Zhu Lan, fuming, interjected, "Is your life not worth even 50,000? Truly, the older one gets, the stingier one becomes. Mr. Chen, I shall cover this amount. Thank you for saving my husband." Chen Haoyu promptly retrieved his phone, locating the payment code with a smile. "Not at all, madam. I apologize for the inconvenience. I have been rather tight on funds lately, which is why I shamelessly broached the subject of the 50,000. Rest assured, once my finances improve, I shall repay you." Zhu Lan transferred the funds and remarked, "You are quite candid. Is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." Chen Haoyu responded, "The proudest achievement of my life thus far is securing a girlfriend as celestial as Yu Yao. I am devoid of wealth and influence, yet she remains steadfastly willing to be with me. Should I not cherish and love her for a lifetime?" Zhu Lan nodded emphatically and replied, "Indeed, you must. You are true lovers." Witnessing Chen Haoyu effortlessly charmed Zhu Lan with his words, Su Yuya was utterly in awe of him. It was no wonder that this fellow had the audacity to set up a fortune-telling stall in the past. With such eloquence, one could hardly resist being swayed by him. Meanwhile, Zhang Kun felt increasingly restless, silently praying that Chen Haoyu would refrain from divulging anything about Han Solon to Zhu Lan, for that would spell disaster. Subsequently, as Chen Haoyu and Zhu Lan conversed, their connection deepened, blossoming into a palpable sense of newfound kinship. Chapter 50. The incident with He Jiahong erupts after enduring a long wait until Zhu Lan excused herself to the restroom. Zhang Kun, with gritted teeth, inquired, "What exactly do you want?" Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Zhang, Sister Lan possesses a generous spirit and a boldness that rivals any man. I admire her character and wish to genuinely befriend her." Zhang Kun retorted in a low voice, "Spare me the nonsense. How much do you want to keep this a secret?" Chen Haoyu responded, 50,000 yuan is the amount you owe me for saving your life. As for your trivial matters, I have no interest." Su Yuyo couldn't help but interject, "Mr. Zhang, your wife loves you dearly. Don't you think your actions are a betrayal to her?" Zhang coincided quietly, "Loves me? Do you have any idea how domineering she is? Do you know the humiliation I endure at home?" Chen Haoyu chuckled softly and remarked, "If she is indeed so domineering, how can you manage to find several women at once? If she were gentler, wouldn't you have a harem of 3 palaces and 60 concubines?" Zhang Kun replied, "She can't even bear me a son. Why shouldn't I seek companionship elsewhere?" Chen Haoyu's gaze sharpened as he said, "With all the women you've pursued, it seems your desires extend beyond mere lust. You must yearn for a child as well." Zhang Kun's expression darkened as he confessed, "Yes. The hospital has long provided a diagnosis. Zhu Lan is incapable of bearing children. Chen Haoyu fixed him with a penetrating stare and said, Zhang Kuan, after all these years, with so many women unable to give you a child, do you really believe the issue lies with them? Zhang Kuan's face shifted as he retorted, what do you mean? Chen Haoyu continued, do you not understand? The inability to conceive is your issue, not hers. Sister Lan knows how desperately you long for a child. In order to spare you heartache, she had someone alter the diagnosis. Impossible, Zhang Kuan exclaimed, unable to believe his ears. He rose abruptly, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Haoyu. Are you trying to deceive me? Chen Haoyu replied, I can discern that Han Suilan has syphilis. I can surely identify who has fertility issues among you. If you doubt it, go to the hospital for a checkup. Once the results are in, you will grasp Sister Lan's intentions. If, at that point, you remain unrepentant, then you truly are worse than a beast. Zhang Kuan's eyes reddened as he declared, I'm going now. Just then, Zhu Lan returned and noticed Zhang Kuan's unusual demeanor, asking, what's wrong? Zhang Kuan replied, let us go home. Zhu Lan glanced at Chen Haoyu, who smiled and said, Sister Lan, I specialize in treating complex ailments. Should you or Mr. Zhang have any health concerns? Feel free to call me. I believe I can help you achieve your desires. Zhu Lan did not comprehend Chen Haoyu's implications. But Zhang Kuan understood all too well and could not help but inquire, can you truly do that? Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and stated, as long as the payment is satisfactory, I can cure anything except terminal illnesses. Zhang Kuan nodded, I will remember that. After the two departed, Su Yuyao gently stirred her coffee, contemplatively remarking, if what you say is true, then Zhang Kuan has indeed betrayed Zhu Lan's profound affections. Zhang Kuan is unable to conceive. Yet Zhu Lan not only refrains from remarrying but also harbors concerns that he might despair, leading her to fabricate a monumental falsehood. This profound camaraderie is indeed moving for Su Yuyao. Who could argue otherwise? Chen Haoyu sighed, reminiscing about the beloved of the carefree master in his youth, Eugene Xin. Much like Zhu Lan, Eugene Xin was a girl unafraid to love and hate. For the sake of the carefree master, she fought with her life, refusing to marry a prince, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Although the master later wreaked havoc upon the prince's household in a fit of rage, the beauty was lost, leaving him in helpless lament. It is precisely this irreplaceable affection that compelled the master to remain unmarried for life. Contemplating this, a wave of melancholy surged within Chen Haoyu as he posed the question, if it were you, would you act thus? Su Yuyu replied without hesitation, I would not. Chen Haoyu sipped his coffee and remarked nonchalantly, thus, you shall never be Zhu Lan. You possess far more composure and rationality than she. The day you entirely lose your calm and reason for a man will signify your love for him. Su Yuyu gazed at Chen Haoyu in astonishment, noticing his eyes brimming with an inexpressible sorrow and deep affection, causing her heart to tremble violently. The depth of love bears the weight of profound hurt. She yearned to uncover who could inflict such pain upon this seemingly heartless individual. Could it be Jiang Qian? Su Yuyao's brows furrowed slightly, and she felt an unexpected discomfort in her heart. Neither spoke, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Chen Haoyu shook his head, returning from his reverie. To his surprise, the experiences of the carefree master in his dreams had impacted his reality, prompting a silent vow to exercise greater caution in the future. At that moment, Su Yuyao's phone rang. Hello, Qing Jia, what is it? A sobbing voice came from the other end. Qing Xingqing. Yuyao, he Jiahong has a daughter. The concern that had plagued her these past few days had finally come to fruition. Su Yuyao shot a fierce glare at Chen Haoyu, leaving him puzzled. What does he Jiahong's daughter have to do with me? Qing Jia, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Where are you now? I'm at the hospital. I'll come pick you up for dinner this afternoon. We need to discuss this thoroughly. After hanging up, Su Yuyao felt a wave of headache wash over her. Your predictions are indeed accurate. Chen Haoyu responded with pride, as a renowned master, if I can't even predict such trivial matters, how can I maintain my standing in the world? Su Yuyao inquired. Master Chen, what do you think I should do to assist Qing Jia? Chen Haoyu replied. It's quite simple. Just accompany her for a drink. By tomorrow, everything will be fine. Su Yuyao retorted. What kind of ridiculous solution is that? Chen Haoyu shrugged, stating, some matters are beyond the assistance of outsiders. Ultimately, it is up to Dr. Qin to make her own choices. An hour later, Chen Haoyu drove his newly purchased Ford Raptor F-150, with Su Yuyao's car trailing closely behind as they returned to the community. In the afternoon, Su Yuyao had gone to the hospital to pick up Qin Xingxing for a meal. What? That woman is terminally ill and on the brink of death? Upon hearing Qin Xingxing's words, a look of astonishment graced Su Yuyao's face. In that moment, She finally comprehended why Chen Haoyu had mentioned the importance of witnessing Qin Qingqing's own choice. For once that woman departs, the child would undoubtedly follow He Jiahong. Should Qin Qingqing still choose to marry He Jiahong, she would become the child's stepmother. This is certainly an unbearable reality for any woman. She is currently lying in a hospital room, and it remains uncertain whether she can endure the next 3 days. What does He Jiahong mean by this? He has already promised to care for the child at her bedside. In such circumstances, he has no other option. Indeed, I cannot lay blame. That woman has raised the child alone for 5 years, and, finding herself at her wit's end, finally confided in Brother Hong. Brother Hong, feeling remorseful towards me, proposed a separation. Yu Yao, what do you think I should do? Oh, this. Su Yu Yao was at a loss for words, and could only offer her gentle solace. Chapter 51. The Entanglement of the Wealthy Heirs After Finishing Their Meal. Qin Qingqing urged Su Yu Yao to accompany her to a bar for drinks. Although Su Yu Yao despised the raucous atmosphere of such establishments, she felt compelled to support her friend in her time of distress. At the royal bar, a youth resembling a delinquent pointed excitedly at Su Yu Yao, exclaiming, "Young Master Wang, look, a stunning beauty has arrived. Oh my, she's breathtaking, even more so than those glamorous stars." The man referred to as young Master Wang, in his 20s, possessed a tall, slender figure and sported a typical hairstyle reminiscent of a trader. With a long face and prominent nose, he could be deemed handsome. Yet his demeanor clashed with his looks, exuding an unsavory air. Following the direction of his subordinate's finger, Wang Jianqing immediately laid eyes on Su Yu Yao, his expression transforming into that of a lecher. With her flowing black hair, exquisite features, and alluring figure, coupled with an air of elegance, Su Yu Yao embodied Wang Jianqing's ideal woman. What is the epitome of feminine beauty? This is it. The so-called beauties he had encountered in the past paled in comparison to Su Yu Yao. Damn, she is truly exquisite, Wang Jianqing murmured to himself. A ruffian chimed in. Young master, with your charm, securing her affections should be a piece of cake. Of course, Wang Jianqing replied, straightening his attire, raising his glass, and striding towards Su Yu Yao and Qin Qingqing. At this point, Qin Qingqing had indulged excessively, unable to manage her friend. Su Yu Yao called Chen Haoyu to come and pick them up. As half an hour passed without Chen Haoyu's arrival, Su Yu Yao grew increasingly anxious. If Qin Qingqing continued to drink, she would truly be inebriated. Beautiful lady, I am Wang Jianqing, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate. May I inquire your name? Wang Jianqing approached Su Yu Yao, offering what he believed to be a charming smile. In just an hour, Su Yu Yao had already rebuffed 5 men who attempted to engage her in conversation, and she had no intention of treating Wang Jianqing any differently. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, but I am here with a friend. Lovely lady, why be so distant? I merely wish to get to know you and make a friend. Su Yu Yao rose, coldly responding, I have no desire to know you, nor do I wish to befriend you. Do you understand? Wang Jianqing clutched his chest, feigning hurt. Beautiful lady, your words are rather hurtful. Su Yu Yao, disinterested in further conversation, supported Qin Qingqing and said, Qingjie, we should leave. Qin Qingqing, her face flushed, shook her head vigorously, declaring, I want to leave. I want to drink more. Inebriation will soothe my sorrows. Wang Jianqing immediately interjected, indeed. Allow me to join you in your revelry. Cheers. Qin Qingqing, her eyes glazed, turned to Wang Jianqing and asked, Who are you? Do I know you? I am from Jingshan. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Qingqing vomited all over him. Su Yu Yao's expression changed, realizing with dismay that they were bound to be entangled with this wealthy heir. Indeed, Wang Jianqing pointed at his attire and remarked, Beautiful lady, your companion has sullied me entirely. How do you propose to rectify this? Su Yu replied, I apologize. How much does your outfit cost? I shall compensate you. Wang Jianqing raised an eyebrow and stated, 300,000. Su Yu Yao, possessing remarkable intelligence, discerned that Wang Jianqing was deliberately provoking her. Thus she responded, That is acceptable. My friend will arrive shortly and provide you with the funds. Wang Jianqing countered, This matter transcends mere monetary compensation. Being drenched in vomit has left me utterly disgusted. I require some form of compensation for my emotional distress. Su Yu remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly upon his theatrics. Observing her lack of engagement, Wang Jianqing continued, I do not seek money. I merely desire your companion to share a drink with me and offer an apology. Su Yu replied, She is unable to drink. Wang Jianqing triumphantly declared, Then you must drink in her stead. With that, he waved his hand, summoning 5 or 6 sycophantic thugs. One of them handed Wang Jianqing 2 glasses of brandy infused with some concoction. He extended one glass to Su Yuyao, saying, "Beautiful lady, should you consume this, we shall consider your fringe transgression forgiven." Su Yuyao was acutely aware of Wang Jianqing's ill intentions and retorted coolly, "What if I refuse to drink?" Wang Jianqing's expression soured as he replied, "Then I shall have no choice but to keep your friend here to drink." Before he could finish, Qin Qingqing abruptly seized Wang Jianqing's glass and downed its contents, exclaiming, "Is it merely alcohol? I shall drink with you." Having done so, Qin Qingqing collapsed against Su Yuyao. Wang Jianqing, witnessing Qin Qingqing's action, became irate and said, "Who permitted you to drink? That does not count." Su Yuyao challenged, "By what authority does it not count?" Wang Jianqing insisted stubbornly, "One drink from you is acceptable, but she must consume 3. Su Yuyao, infuriated yet powerless, found herself at a loss. Wang Jianqing proposed, "If you do not wish to drink, you may accompany me to karaoke for an hour, and this matter will be settled." With a huff, Su Yuyao retrieved her phone, intending to call Chen Haoyu. Suddenly, a thug lunged forward and snatched the phone from her grasp. "Miss, our young master is conversing with you. Yet you wish to make a call. Is that not rather impolite?" Su Yuyao retorted angrily, "Return my phone." Wang Jianqing chuckled, "Do you see? This is the epitome of beauty. Even when angry, she remains exquisite. Allow me to handle this." Just as Su Yuyao pondered her next move, Chen Haoyu finally appeared at her side. Relieved, she chided, "Why have you arrived so late?" Chen Haoyu shrugged, explaining, "There was traffic, so I had to ride a shared bicycle." "Has Qingqing had too much to drink?" Su Yuyao replied. "She was fine until she consumed a glass of the brandy he offered, then she passed out." Chen Haoyu acknowledged this with an "oh," saying, "First, let us ensure Qingqing is seated properly. Give me 5 minutes to resolve this." "All right," she agreed. Perhaps it is the enigmatic strength displayed by Chen Haoyu in recent days that has instilled a profound sense of trust in Su Yuyao, leading her to believe that he is more than capable of managing the situation at hand. Wang Jianqing, observing that Chen Haoyu is entirely dismissive of his presence, cannot help but feel a surge of indignation. "Who do you think you are, kid?" he demands. Chen Haoyu gestures towards Su Yuyao and replies, "She is my woman, can't you see?" Su Yuyao shoots him a disdainful glance, feigning ignorance. Wang Jianqing smirks derisively, retorting, "Spare me the theatrics, kid. If you wish to play the gallant hero, you must first prove your worth." Chen Haoyu then casts his gaze upon the glass of wine held by Wang Jianqing and inquires, "You've tampered with it, haven't you?" Wang Jianqing scoffs. "What makes you think I've done anything?" Chen Haoyu smiles knowingly and says, "With a wife as stunning as mine, if you haven't slipped something in to incapacitate her, are you even a man?" Chapter 52. Intimidating the wealthy young master. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Wang Jianqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Haoyu continued to inquire, "Which sect do you belong to? Bajiquan? Xingyi? Taijiquan? Or Bagua?" Wang Jianqing, caught off guard by the questions, replied, "I am the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate." Chen Haoyu paused in surprise. "CEO? You are a businessman, not a person of the martial world?" A thug scoffed. "What era is this? Still talking about the martial world? Have you read too many wuxia novels? Being a non-martial person makes things easier," Chen Haoyu declared, moving like lightning to snatch the wine from Wang Jianqing's grasp. With his left hand clamping Wang Jianqing's mouth shut, he swiftly poured the spiced brandy down his throat. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving no room for Wang Jianqing to react. Furious, Wang Jianqing shouted, "You're looking for death. Brothers, beat him up." "You're the one seeking death," Chen Haoyu retorted, drawing a handgun from his pocket and pressing the muzzle against Wang Jianqing's heart, his eyes ablaze with menace. "You dare to lay a hand on my woman? You truly have no fear of death." "My goodness, he has a gun." Wang Jianqing's subordinates recoiled in terror, their faces drained of color. Other patrons in the bar gasped in shock. Wang Jianqing, glancing at the gun, blustered, "Are you trying to scare me with a toy?" With a voice devoid of warmth, Chen Haoyu declared, "I will count to 3. You will apologize to my woman. Otherwise, you will find out whether this gun is real with your life." 1, 2, he began, clicking the safety off the gun. Just as he was about to say 3, the pressure became unbearable for Wang Jianqing, who stammered, "Miss, I apologize. I didn't know you were this gentleman's woman. Please, show mercy and don't hold it against me." Su Yuyao, unconvinced that Chen Haoyu possessed a real gun, remarked, "Darling, this is not overseas." Chen Haoyu shot Wang Jianqing a cold glance, patting his cheek. "You're fortunate, boy. If news of this gun reaches the police, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. Do you understand?" Cold sweat trickled down Wang Jianqing's forehead as he hurriedly nodded. "I understand." Chen Haoyu turned to the group of subordinates behind Wang Jianxing, who recoiled a few steps in fright. "Cowards," he muttered. He holstered the gun and gently lifted the already asleep Qin Xingxing, departing the royal bar with Su Yuyao. Wang Jianxing exhaled deeply, "Make sure to investigate this brat thoroughly." Before he could finish his sentence, the effects of the drug surged through him, causing him to sway and collapse into the arms of one of his subordinates. Once outside the bar, Chen Haoyu placed Qin Xingxing in Su Yuyao's car and asked, "Shall we take her back to her home or to ours?" Su Yuyu replied, "With her in this state of drunkenness, I cannot bear to leave her alone." Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and said, "All right, I'll drive. And you look after her in the back." Su Yuyu responded with a faint and climbed into the car. Along the way, Su Yuyu inquired, "When did you purchase that toy gun?" Chen Haoyu, well aware that he could not deceive her, replied, "I bought it tonight." "How do you think I performed as a rogue killer?" Su Yuyao responded, "Not even close. Your true identity could easily be uncovered by Wang Jianxing with just a little investigation." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Well, that depends on whether he chooses to pursue it. If that brat dares to trouble me, I won't hesitate to show him why the flowers bloom so vibrantly." Su Yuyu retorted, "Didn't you claim your skills are unparalleled? I thought you would beat them up." Chen Haoyu scoffed, "As a distinguished celestial master, why would I lower myself to brawl with a bunch of ruffians unless absolutely necessary?" Su Yuyao questioned skeptically, "Are you afraid of getting beaten?" Chen Haoyu replied irritably, "Those kinds of thugs? I could take on 100 of them alone." "Su, beautiful lady, why not take Qin Jie to a quiet bar for a drink instead of dragging her to that chaotic nightclub? Do you have any idea how many people like Wang Jianxing are lurking there, hunting for prey?" Su Yuyo explained, "It was Qin Jie who took me there. I've never been to a bar before, so how would I know about quiet bars?" Chen Haoyu fell silent, conceding, "All right, you win." Su Yuyo then asked Chen Haoyu, "Aren't you supposed to be able to read people's fortunes? What do you think Qin Jie will choose?" Chen Haoyu replied, "A person's fate is ever-changing, particularly for women. Their thoughts shift so rapidly that even a celestial being might struggle to predict it." Su Yuyo huffed, "Did you already know that Child's mother had a terminal illness? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Chen Haoyu said, "What could you have done if I had? It would only serve to increase your worries." Su Yuyu sighed, "You're right. I genuinely can't do anything. I can only keep her company to alleviate her spirits." Once home, Su Yuyo arranged for Qin Xingxing to stay in the guest room. However, shortly after lying down, she became violently ill. After more than an hour of effort, Su Yuyao finally managed to tend to her. After putting the soiled sheets and clothes into the washing machine, Su Yuyao noticed Chen Haoyu's bedroom door was wide open and curiously stepped inside. She found Chen Haoyu engrossed in a book. Intrigued, she asked, "What are you reading?" Without lifting his head, he replied, "Liu Bowen's masterpiece, the Spirit Chess Classic. Can you understand it?" "Of course not. It is said that Liu Bowen severed 99 dragon veins to secure the Ming dynasty, leaving only the one from Chaobai Mountain, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Ming by the Qing. Is that true?" "Of course not. Where would such nonsense as dragon veins exist? If there were truly 100 dragon veins, it would imply that after the Ming, there would be over 100 more dynasties, which is utterly impossible. So, it seems you so-called practitioners of Tao aren't as extraordinary as the legends suggest. The practitioners of the way are merely individuals who possess a modicum more skill than the average person. Take Liu Bowen, for instance. He was indeed formidable. Yet in the end, he found himself unable to retire from official duties and live a secluded life, passing away at just over 60. Chen Haoyu turned to gaze at Su Yuyao, instantly rendered speechless. Su Yuyao wore only a delicate silk nightgown, which completely revealed her exquisite figure. Under the illumination, Chen Haoyu could faintly discern the allure beneath her garment. Upon witnessing the expression of unrestrained desire on Chen Haoyu's face, Su Yuyao suddenly realized her attire was excessively alluring and revealing. With a startled cry, she blushed and hurriedly fled. Chen Haoyu let out a long sigh, calming his racing heart. What a dangerous beauty. What man would not lose years off his life for such a woman? Yet, conversely, even if one were to lose 20 years, countless men would likely still be willing. Chapter 53. I am the true psychological expert. The following day, after completing his morning class, Chen Haoyu busied himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Just as he finalized the meal, Qin Xingxing and Su Yuyo roused from their slumber. Upon seeing the table adorned with egg pancakes, millet pumpkin porridge, sawed egg greens, and pickled vegetables, Qin Xingxing gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Chen Haoyu, you truly are a model housekeeper." Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in discontent, retorting, "Dr. Qin, if you cannot give compliments sincerely, it would be better not to feign them." Qin Xingxing chuckled, Very well. I was informed by Yu Yao about last night's events. Thank you. Chen Haoyu replied. Is a mere thank you sufficient? That lacks sincerity. At the very least, a generous red envelope would be in order. Qin Qingqing shrugged her shoulders, stating, I have neither money nor a life to spare. Chen Haoyu scoffed, then ceased the idle chatter and hurried to freshen up. After breakfast, everyone returned to their respective homes. Qin Qingqing laughed. Are you trying to shoo me away? Chen Haoyu boldly declared, of course. With such a glaring presence at home, how can Yu Yao and I enjoy our intimate moments? Scram, Su Yu retorted without reservation, eliciting hearty laughter from Qin Qingqing. While washing up, Qin Qingqing nudged Su Yu gently and whispered, Darling, Chen Haoyu is truly remarkable. Su Yu remained silent for a moment before responding, It's all about fate. Upon hearing this answer, Qin Qingqing sensed a glimmer of hope in the matter. Chen Haoyu. Yu mentioned you had already anticipated that Honggu has a daughter, correct? She inquired while enjoying her breakfast. Chen Haoyu shot a fierce glare at the reticent Su Yu, saying, Some people's confidentiality is rather lacking. Qin Qingqing interjected, Do not blame Yu. It was I who pressed her for the information. Chen Haoyu. I know you possess great insight. If it were you in this situation, what would you do? Chen Haoyu replied calmly, as the saying goes. One must learn to grasp what is important and also to let go. Grasping signifies responsibility, while letting go reflects one's perspective. Dr. Qin. Ask yourself what it is that you truly cannot release. Qin Qingqing fell silent, responding, I do not know. Chen Haoyu continued, Has he Jiahong deceived you? No. Did that woman steal your beloved? No. The root of your distress, if we strip it down, lies merely with the unexpected little girl who stands between you and He Jiahong. Dr. Qin, you must comprehend that in this scenario, both of you hold the power of choice, while the little girl does not. She has lost her mother, and if her father were to abandon her for your sake, could you both live with a clear conscience after marrying? Of course. If you can genuinely let go of this relationship, you may also choose to withdraw. Su Yu cleared her throat, casting a knowing glance at Chen Haoyu, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes, stating, I am merely speaking the truth. Qin Qingqing suddenly burst into laughter and remarked, Chen Haoyu. I believe you possess significant potential to become a relationship expert. Chen Haoyu, filled with pride, replied, You have a keen eye. To be honest, I have already passed the examination to become a psychological counselor. Qin Qingqing gave a thumbs up and said, Impressive. I attempted it once, but regrettably. It was too challenging for me, and I did not succeed. Chen Haoyu chuckled. What can I say? Compared to this genius, you still have a bit of a way to go. Qin Qingqing and Su Yu exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. After finishing breakfast, Chen Haoyu drove his newly purchased pickup truck to the market, where he procured 50 boxes of poultry and fish, along with 12 boxes of fruits and snacks, including over 30 watermelons. Once he completed his shopping, he returned to the community and called Su Yu down. By this time, Qin Qingqing had already departed. In the vehicle, Chen Haoyu inquired, Is Dr. Qin all right now? Yes, she is fine. She has decided to marry He Jiahong and raise the child together. She made a wise choice. Chen Haoyu remarked, I must say, your words are quite moving. Of course, as a psychological counselor, I am not merely a figurehead. Stop boasting in front of me. Tell me, with all these supplies, where exactly are you taking me? To my home at Sunshine Orphanage. Sunshine Orphanage? Su Yu was taken aback, looking at Chen Haoyu in astonishment. In that moment, she suddenly understood why he had bought a pickup truck. It could transport more supplies for the children at the orphanage. Sensing Su Yu's gaze, Chen Haoyu chuckled. Could you please not look at me like that? You're making me blush. Su Yu returned to her senses and said, With your thick skin, it's not so easy for you to blush. Now, tell me about the situation at Sunshine Orphanage. Who are we pretending for when you want me to act as your girlfriend? Chen Haoyu explained, the director of the orphanage is named Wu. I refer to her as Mom. She has no children of her own and treats me as her own son. I hope you can help me win her over. Su Yu nodded. Understood. I will have a good talk with Mom and ensure I don't give you away. Hearing Su Yu's term of endearment, Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up. You've adapted quickly. Your acting skills are commendable, almost on par with mine. Su Yu rolled her eyes and replied, Thank you for the compliment. Sunshine Orphanage is located on the outskirts of Yanhai, having been transformed from a private kindergarten over 20 years ago. The director, named Wu Xiufang, is a woman of tragic fate. Nearing her 40s, she lost her husband and 2 children in a car accident, leaving her all alone. Despite having lost her ability to bear children, Wu Xiufang did not succumb to despair but instead established Sunshine Orphanage, adopting a total of 216 children, Chen Haoyu being one of them. Now, at the age of 67, she continues to care for 30 to 40 orphans. In Chen Haoyu's heart, Wu Xiaofan is not just a mother figure but the person he respects most in his life. Parking at the entrance of the Sunshine Orphanage, Chen Haoyu took out 4 packs of cigarettes and approached the guardhouse, chuckling, "Uncle Liang, your eyes seem to be failing you. Are you still reading?" The Uncle Liang Chun referred to as Liang Aigua, a 65-year-old former soldier who has been guarding the place since retiring from a garment factory 5 years ago. "Xiaoyu, it's been quite a while since your last visit. My goodness, have you struck it rich?" Liang Aigua inquired. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow. Speaking with a sense of pride, "I recently ventured abroad to deal in agarwood and made several million. I am now decidedly a wealthy man." Liang Aigua laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I knew you would amount to something." Chen Haoyu placed the 4 packs of cigarettes on the table, saying, "Uncle Liang, this is a token of respect for you and Uncle Shun. 2 packs each, sufficient, wouldn't you agree?" Liang Aigua's eyes gleamed with delight as he replied, "Indeed. More than enough." Chen Haoyu responded with a smile, "Then why delay in opening the gate? I have a truckload of chickens, ducks, fish, and meat in this sweltering heat. If we don't get it into the cold storage soon, it will all spoil." Chapter 54. Chen Haoyu, your smile is deceitful. Liang Aigua rose and glanced at Chen Haoyu's car, astonished to see a stunningly beautiful woman seated in the passenger seat. He inquired, "Xiaoyu, have you found a partner?" Chen Haoyu responded, "Indeed. Her name is Su Weiying, and she is an internal medicine doctor at Kangen Hospital. What do you think? Isn't she lovely?" Liang Aigua raised his thumb and exclaimed, "You truly are fortunate." Chen Haoyu replied, "What can I say? It's primarily due to my handsome looks and irresistible charm. Get lost." "Stop boasting," Liang Aigua chuckled, picking up the remote and pressing a button. The orphanage's door slowly opened. Chen Haoyu stated, "We'll talk later. I have some matters to attend to." Liang Aigua waved his hand, "Go ahead." Watching the car enter the orphanage, Liang Aigua smiled slightly. This kid is quite something. He hasn't forgotten his roots. The Sunshine Orphanage was modest in size, consisting of a dilapidated 4-story building and a small playground. The building, once a kindergarten classroom, had been repurposed into dormitories for the children. The kitchen and dining hall were located on the first floor. 6 years prior, due to stale vegetables, the orphanage experienced a collective bout of food poisoning. To prevent a recurrence, Wu Xiaofang spared no expense in constructing a small cold storage facility adjacent to the playground. Measuring less than 20 square meters, Chen Haoyu parked his car in front of the cold storage and alighted with Su Weiying. A group of boys playing soccer in the playground spotted Chen Haoyu's vehicle and instantly rushed over. "Brother Yu, where have you been? We almost missed you to death," exclaimed the leader of the group, a boy named Huzi, as he leaped onto Chen Haoyu with delight. The other children surrounded Chen Haoyu, bouncing around in sheer joy. Chen Haoyu gently set Huzi down, teasingly scolding, "Stop that. I see you all are eager for treats." Huzi grinned, "If you brought delicious snacks, that would be even better." "Enough, you little rascal." Chen Haoyu playfully kicked at him. Huzi quickly dodged, sticking out his tongue and making a silly face. One little boy asked, "Brother Yu, who is this big sister? She's so beautiful, like a fairy from a painting." Chen Haoyu laughed, "This is my girlfriend. You may call her Sister Su." The children chorused, "Hello, Sister Su." Looking at the delightful children, Su Weiying's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Hello, everyone." Chen Haoyu continued, "Huzi, I have a task for you. Run and fetch my mother as quickly as possible. I brought back quite a few items that need to be stored in the cold storage." Huzi stomped his right foot, saluted Chen Haoyu, and declared, "Yes, Brother Yu, I guarantee I will complete the task." With that, he dashed off, followed eagerly by the other children. Chen Haoyu chuckled, "These kids are even more mischievous than I was at their age." Su Weiying inquired, "Do you come back often?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I visit almost 2 or 3 times each month. By the way, if my mother inquires about our relationship, you should say that we have been together for 6 months and only officially established our bond last week. Also, please do not mention my hospitalization. Just tell her that I have spent the last 3 months in the lush forests of Vietnam collecting agarwood. Do you understand?" Su Yuyan nodded and replied, "Understood." Chen Haoyu, "I wish to pose a question to you." "What question?" Chen Haoyu asked. Su Yu gazed intently at him and said, "Do you not feel that your previous smiles were rather insincere?" Chen Haoyu was taken aback and replied, "What do you mean?" Su Yuyao explained, "When you are with the children, your smile is pure and genuine. I can sense that it emanates from the depths of your heart. However, when you interact with me or others, your smile seems entirely different. It appears as though you wield your smile as a weapon, concealing your true emotions. Chen Haoyu, do you harbor a sense of wariness towards everyone? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Su, do you think you are mistaken? Su Yu sighed. See, there goes your insincere smile again. Chen Haoyu rubbed his nose and said, regardless, I hold no reservations towards you. You do, Su Yu insisted. I can feel it. Chen Haoyu fell silent and conceded. Fine. If you say so. After a while, an elderly woman in her 60s approached, surrounded by a throng of children. A radiant smile illuminated Chen Haoyu's face. Mother, I have missed you dearly, he exclaimed, embracing Wu Xiaofang and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Wu Xiaofang managed to extricate herself from his embrace, wiping her cheek with disdain as she remarked, how filthy. Chen Haoyu clutched his heart and lamented, Mother, such words wound me deeply. How could you say that? Wu Xiaofang shot him a disapproving glance and turned to Su Yuyao, saying, My goodness, is this a celestial being descended to Earth? Xiaoyu, why don't you introduce her? Chen Haoyu quickly stepped beside Su Yuyao, wrapping his arm around her shoulder with pride as he proclaimed, This is your future daughter-in-law. Su Yuyao, a physician in the internal medicine department at Kangen Hospital. While her medical skills may still be a tad inferior to mine, she is truly exceptional and ranks among the finest in her age group. Wu Xiaofang playfully slapped him and retorted, Nonsense. Hello, ma'am. I am Su Yuyao, Haoyu's girlfriend. Su Yuyao gracefully greeted Wu Xiaofang. Wu Xiaofang took Su Yuyao's hand, scrutinizing her intently, and remarked, Dear, how many good deeds must Xiaoyu have performed in his past life to be blessed with someone like you? Chen Haoyu, slightly disgruntled, interjected, Mother, your son is quite remarkable as well, you know? Wu Xiaofang sighed in resignation. All right, I concede that you are impressive. Is that satisfactory? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Now we are getting somewhere. Mother, hand me the keys. I have purchased quite a few items that need to be stored in the cold storage. Wu Xiaofang handed the keys to Chen Haoyu and instructed, You and Tiger can unload the items. I will take you out to my place to cool off. Chen Haoyu gestured an okay and replied, No problem. After Wu Xiaofang and Su Yuyu departed, Chen Haoyu led the children in transporting their belongings. Upon witnessing an abundance of delectable treats, the children were jubilant, their enthusiasm palpable as they worked diligently. Once the task was completed, Chen Haoyu instructed, Huzi, carry 8 large watermelons and distribute them among everyone. Huzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded affirmatively. One child swallowed hard, pointing at a box of shrimp chips, and said, Brother Yu, I wish to have some shrimp chips. Chen Haoyu replied, That is not permissible. All snacks are to be consumed only after lunch. At that time, my mother will share them with you, understood? The children chorused in unison, understood. With a grand gesture, Chen Haoyu proclaimed, Let's go and enjoy the watermelon. Cheers erupted as 8 slightly older children each carried a watermelon, following Chen Haoyu with exuberance towards the dormitory building. Chapter 55, The True Side of Chen Haoyu soon. All the children gathered in the dining hall. Chen Haoyu instructed the chef to slice the watermelon and distribute it among the children. He took a few pieces of watermelon and made his way to Wu Xiaofang's office. Mom, what are you and Yu discussing? Chen Haoyu placed the watermelon on the table and asked with a smile. Su Yuyao replied, We were talking about you. Chen Haoyu took a hearty bite of the watermelon and said, What is there to discuss about me? Su Yuyao responded, Mom mentioned that you were quite the introverted child, very reserved in your demeanor. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Do you find that hard to believe? Su Yuyu replied, To be precise, it is indeed difficult to fathom. Chen Haoyu shrugged and remarked, A person's character can evolve with their environment. Although I may be quite the chatterbox now, I was once a brooding young man with an air of melancholy. Wu Xiaofang and Su Yuyao exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. After indulging in a couple of pieces of watermelon, Chen Haoyu said, Take your time eating. I will head to the kitchen to assist Uncle Zhao with the cooking. Hold on, Wu Xiaofang interjected, stopping him. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Haoyu inquired, What is it? Wu Xiaofang pulled a bank card from her drawer and said, Xiaoyu, you are no longer alone. You should also consider your future with Yuyao. This 300,000 is the amount you transferred a few days ago, and I have withdrawn it for you. Use it to purchase a house, make a down payment. Su Yuyao felt a stir in her heart, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of astonishment. Just days prior, Chen Haoyu had yet to know the Chao family, and this 300,000 was likely all he possessed. Even so, he selflessly donated the money to the orphanage, showcasing that he was not a person driven by greed. This was in stark contrast to the impression Chen Haoyu had left on her. In that moment, Su Yuyu realized she had perhaps never truly understood Chen Haoyu. What she had seen was merely his facade. Perhaps it was only within the walls of the Sunshine Orphanage that one could truly glimpse the essence of Chen Haoyu. Mom, I think I need to reintroduce myself to you, he declared. Wu Xiaofang blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Chen Haoyu stood up, feigning an air of arrogance, and proclaimed, Mom, I am no longer who I once was. I am now a multimillionaire. A mere 300,000 is trivial in my eyes. Wu Xiaofang exclaimed in astonishment. Is that true? You're not just boasting, are you? Su Yuyao chimed in. Mom, it's true. Haoyu has been treating Mr. Chao Li Xue, the richest man in Yanhai, and he was rewarded with 15 million. Chen Haoyu opened his phone to show Wu Xiaofang his account balance, saying, What do you think? Impressive. Isn't it? Wu Xiaofang joyfully responded. Indeed, impressive. Chen Haoyu continued. So you can spend that 300,000 as you wish. Next month, I will send you another million. Wu Xiaofang playfully hit him and chided, You're acting like a newly rich person. Now that you have money, you should promptly buy a house. Only then can you settle down in Yanhai. Chen Haoyu quickly replied, Understood. Rest assured, there will be bread. And there will be a home. The hour grows late, and I shall assist in the kitchen. With that, Chen Haoyu hurriedly slipped away. Wu Xiaofang shook her head and remarked, This boy truly never grows up. Su Yuyao added, Mom, he only behaves this way in your presence. Wu Xiaofang sighed, saying, Xiaoyu is a good child. Over the years, he has endured countless hardships for the children at the orphanage. Today, he has finally seen a glimmer of hope. Su Yuyao inquired, Haoyu has never shared his past with me. Could you tell me about it? Wu Xiaofang nodded and recounted, Haoyu has been working since he was 18, depriving himself of food and clothing, sending 5,000 yuan to the orphanage each month. I later learned that during his most difficult times, he worked 3 jobs, scarcely finding time to sleep. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's story, Su Yuyao felt her eyes welling up with tears, overwhelmed by the revelation. It was hard for her to fathom that the usually cheerful and humorous Chen Haoyu had faced such adversity in recent years. Yet, despite his struggles, he tirelessly contributed to the operation of the orphanage, striving to ensure that the children had proper meals. This remarkable side of Chen Haoyu surpassed Su Yuyao's imagination, illuminating the brilliance of humanity within him. Reflecting deeply, Su Yuyu realized she could never accomplish all that he had done. After sharing Chen Haoyu's story, Wu Xiaofang suddenly turned to Su Yuyao and asked, You and Xiaoyu are not dating, are you? Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, How could that be? Wu Xiaofang chuckled, You cannot deceive me. Xiaoyu, unable to endure my nagging, must have asked you to pretend to be his girlfriend to placate me. Haha. Such a scenario often appears in films, yet I never expected this boy to bring it into reality. As someone who seldom lies, Su Yuyao could no longer maintain the faade upon hearing Wu Xiaofang's words, confessing, Mom, I'm sorry, we did deceive you. Chen Haoyu just didn't want you to worry about him, which is why he sought my assistance. Wu Xiaofang waved her hand dismissively, saying, I understand his intentions quite well. On the surface, Xiaoyu appears carefree and indifferent, yet in truth, he is meticulous and deeply sensitive to emotions. The fact that he brought you to the orphanage signifies his profound trust in you, even a budding affection. Your presence here indicates that you do not harbor any disdain for him. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you two can truly come together. Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed as she replied, But we have known each other for less than a week. Wu Xiaofang smiled. There is no rush. At noon, Wu Xiaofang and Su Yuyao arrived at the dining hall. Chen Haoyu, donning a chef's hat and carrying a large iron pot, was serving vegetables to the children. Today, he had prepared braised pork ribs with cabbage and a cucumber salad with pig ears, which made the children ravenous. As she watched Chen Haoyu's beaming face, Su Yuyao's gaze softened. After the meal, the children all settled down for their afternoon nap. Chen Haoyu retrieved the toys he had purchased from the supermarket the previous night from his car, gently placing them on the children's bedside. The boy received a realistic toy gun, while the girl was gifted a beautiful doll. This was the delightful surprise Chen Haoyu had prepared for them. Having completed this act of kindness, he bid farewell to Wu Xiaofang alongside Su Yuyao. Wu Xiaofang pulled Chen Haoyu aside and cautioned him. Yuyao is a remarkable girl, both wise and graceful. You must not let her slip away. Chen Haoyu patted his chest reassuringly and replied, Don't worry, Mom, we will be just fine. Wu Xiaofang displayed a peculiar expression and said, I sincerely hope so. Chapter 56. Su Yuyao's heart in turmoil on the journey home. Su Yuyao frequently cast glances at Chen Haoyu, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Chen Haoyu sighed and remarked, Su, the stunning beauty. I am aware of my good looks, but you need not gaze at me so intently. Su Yuyu replied, Aunt Wu has shared numerous tales about you. and you are utterly different from the impression I had of you. Intrigued, Chen Haoyu inquired, what was your impression of me? Su Yu declared, sly and cunning, avaricious beyond measure. In pursuit of wealth, you are eloquent and unscrupulous. In summary, for words encapsulated, not a good person. Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, flattering. Your perception is as sharp as your tongue. With a soft smile, Su Yu continued, however, my perspective of you has evolved somewhat. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Haoyu asked, do share. Su Yu stated, despite your numerous flaws, you possess a steadfast resolve. This alone sets you apart from the vast majority. Chen Haoyu. Many have emerged from the orphanage, each carving out their own lives. Yet, only you are willing to toil for the orphanage, even when your own life is in disarray. I am genuinely curious. What drives you? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Do you feel I am particularly noble? Su Yuyao met his gaze earnestly. I am asking you with utmost seriousness. Chen Haoyu's smile faded, and a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he replied calmly. I was retrieved from a dumpster by Aunt Wu one winter and grew up in Sunshine Orphanage. At the age of 9, I was abducted by human traffickers and endured a year of unimaginable suffering. Eventually, I wandered the world with my master, the regretful Taoist, before returning to Yanhai and establishing roots. When I was 16, my master fell gravely ill and soon departed for the afterlife. Tragically, I had no money even for food, let alone for his funeral. I kept vigil by his body for 3 days without sustenance. Ultimately, I had no choice but to return to Sunshine Orphanage to borrow money from my mother. Fortunately, it was winter. Had it been summer, my master would have begun to decay. I recall the day of his burial, with heavy snow falling. I knelt before his gravestone and silently vowed to repay my mother's immense kindness. In her heart, Sunshine Orphanage is her sole spiritual refuge. Thus, at 18, I ventured out to work and earn money, striving to ensure that the little ones had a better life. If they thrived, then my mother would too, and it could be considered my filial duty. At this point, Chen Haoyu chuckled. Why do you ask me this? It only brings sorrow. Oh dear, why are you crying? Surely, it's not that serious. Regaining her composure, Su Yu wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and said, I was moved by your words. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. I am not as pitiable as you imagine, nor do I consider myself so. Isn't there a lyric that goes, we exist like ephemeral mayflies, yet we aspire to live with profound resonance. Su Yu nodded emphatically and remarked, you are absolutely correct. Chen Haoyu's resilience and optimism deeply stirred Su Yuyao's heart, significantly enhancing her impression of him. Just as they were nearing their residential complex, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Dr. Chen. This is Zhang Kuan. It turned out to be President Zhang. Have the results of your examination come in? Yes, they have. It is I who cannot conceive. Not Zhulan. I have wronged him. Upon saying this, Zhang Kuan wept uncontrollably on the phone. Su Yuyao felt a pang of sympathy, thinking, this person still has a chance. As his sobs began to wane, Chen Haoyu calmly stated, on Monday, come to my clinic, and I will assist you in addressing your infertility issue. Zhang Kuan, overwhelmed with joy, replied, Dr. Chen, can you really cure my ailment? Chen Haoyu explained, your infertility stems from damage to the Chong meridian within the 8 extraordinary vessels. Traditional Chinese medicine teaches that the blood sea refers to the Chong meridian, men's store essence, and women house embryos. Infertility and irregular menstruation are indicative of Chong meridian ailments. Once we rectify the issue with the Chong meridian, I will prescribe a remedy for you in Lanjie, ensuring you will be able to embrace a child by next year. Mr. Chen, if I can truly have a child, you will be like a second father to me. Zhang Kuan's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Haoyu coldly retorted, President Zhang, some matters are orchestrated by man but observed by heaven. Lanjie's feelings for you have moved even me deeply. If I hear of any indecorous relations between you and other women, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Zhang Kuan vowed, I swear to treat my wife well from now on. Chen Haoyu responded, I hope you will remember your promise. After ending the call, Chen Haoyu muttered, Zhang Kuan is truly not a good person. Su Yuyo inquired, then why do you still choose to help him? Chen Haoyu shook his head and replied, I am aiding Lanjie. This woman, though seemingly magnanimous, is quite foolish at heart. Su Yuyo remarked, indeed, if I were in her position, I certainly would not continue with Zhang Kuan. Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, that aligns perfectly with your character. Su Yuyo gazed intently at Chen Haoyu and asked, what about you? Chen Haoyu paused. What do you mean? Su Yuyo pressed, would you betray your future wife? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, no. Su Yuyo scoffed. Your answer is so decisive, it must be disingenuous. Chen Haoyu explained, as a disciple of Taoism, I must hold a Taoist wedding. Are you familiar with our wedding vows? Su Yuyao shook her head. No, please share them with me. Chen Haoyu recited, a marriage certificate presented to the heavenly court. It ascends to the 9 heavens and descends to the underworld. It respectfully informs all saints and conveys messages across the 3 realms, with the celestial ancestors as witnesses. Heaven and earth serve as witnesses, and the sun and moon share a united heart. If I betray my beloved, it is to deceive heaven. Should the beloved betray me, it defies heavenly will. The sin of deceiving heaven results in death and dissolution of the path. Exiled from the 3 realms, forever devoid of reincarnation. Su Yuyao was hearing the vows of a Taoist wedding for the very first time, and she was profoundly shaken, exclaiming, "This is exceedingly intense." Chen Haoyu's expression was remarkably solemn as he replied, "Intense? I do not perceive it that way. If I were to have a wife in the future, I would love her exclusively for the entirety of my life. Even if she were to pass away, I would never remarry." At this juncture, Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yuyao and inquired, "Do you think that woman could possibly be you?" His words struck her like a sudden celestial blow, leaving her heart in turmoil, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 57. The outdated escape from marriage. Upon witnessing her bewildered expression, Chen Haoyu's face instantly illuminated with a radiant smile as he remarked, "No need to say more. I already comprehend the answer." Given Su Yuyao's aloof demeanor, if she harbored no affection for Chen Haoyu, she would undoubtedly have expressed her refusal immediately. However, her display of anxiety and hesitation in responding to the question indicated that she indeed had feelings for him, or at the very least, the potential for further development. Su Yuyao, possessing an astute intellect, swiftly grasped the underlying implications and feigned an explanation, stating, "I was merely contemplating how to decline your advances without hurting your pride." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "I understand." In an instant, Su Yuyao's face flushed crimson, and she reached out to pinch his arm sharply, causing Chen Haoyu to grimace in pain and promptly plead for mercy. Upon returning to the residential complex, Su Yuyao retrieved her keys, prepared to unlock the door. However, Chen Haoyu abruptly grasped her arm and whispered, "There's some noise inside." Su Yuyao paused momentarily, inquiring, "A thief?" "Let us take a look first," he replied, taking the keys from her and gently pulling her behind him as he cautiously opened the door. To their surprise, a girl in her 20s, adorned in a white dress that exuded youthful exuberance, stood in the living room, gazing at him in astonishment. "Who are you?" they both exclaimed simultaneously. Su Yuyao recognized the voice and peeked around the door, exclaiming, "Xiaoran, when did you return from abroad?" The girl, named Li Xiaoran, was the daughter of Su Yuyao's aunt. They shared a close bond, with Li Xiaoran often visiting to spend time with her. Su Yuyao then handed her one of the keys to the house. "I returned yesterday," Li Xiaoran replied. "Sister, who is this handsome guy? He can't possibly be your boyfriend, can he?" As Chen Haoyu stepped inside, he gave Li Xiaoran a thumbs up, saying, "You have a keen eye, beautiful. I am indeed your sister's future boyfriend." "Future boyfriend?" Li Xiaoran was instantly amused by Chen Haoyu's words. "Are you implying that you haven't officially become one yet?" Chen Haoyu closed the door behind him, changing his shoes as he responded, "Since you already call me handsome, it's only a matter of time before I make it official." Li Xiaoran burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Handsome, you are quite confident. However, I like you." Chen Haoyu replied, "But I do not share the same sentiment. My affections lie solely with your sister." Li Xiaoran erupted with laughter even more heartily. Su Yuyu playfully hit Chen Haoyu, admonishing, "Stop joking around with my sister." Chen Haoyu shrugged, feigning innocence. Yet, Li Xiaoran was intrigued. She was well aware of her sister's typically cold demeanor. Such gestures were reserved for those with whom she shared a close bond. Furthermore, she had already discerned that a man resided in the bedroom near the entrance. Initially assuming it was a relative, she was taken aback to discover a handsome stranger, prompting the notion of cohabitation to flit through her mind. "Sister, could you please explain what is going on?" Li Xiaoran inquired, her large, captivating eyes filled with curiosity. Su Yuya replied, "His name is Chen Haoyu. Over 3 months ago, I accidentally injured a pedestrian while driving, and that pedestrian was him." Li Xiaoran exclaimed, "Wow, I thought he would remain in a vegetative state for life. I can't believe he has come back to life." Chen Haoyu touched his nose and remarked, "I find your choice of words rather peculiar." Li Xiaoran waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on the details. What I really want to know is why you two are living together." Su Yuyu turned to Chen Haoyu, who explained, "It's quite simple. I'm broke and have nowhere to stay. Your sister felt sorry for me and agreed to take me in for 3 months. Therefore, my goal is to make your sister fall in love with me in that time. If I succeed, I want you need to move out. Li Shaoran chuckled, ambitious. Brother-in-law. I'm rooting for you. Chen Haoyu dramatically swung his arm, saying that brother-in-law sounds great. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Su Yuyao shook her head in exasperation. With these two lively characters together, trouble was surely brewing. Li Shaoran, the quirky and spirited young lady, appeared quite taken with Chen Haoyu, engaging him in lively conversation. In contrast, Chen Haoyu gleaned little about her, while she inadvertently revealed much about her family. It turned out that Li Shaoran's father, Li Zhenan, served as the deputy director of the Yin High Police Department, and her mother, Ling Qing, was the CEO of Qingyin Jewelry Company. According to government regulations, family members of officials are prohibited from engaging in business. However, Qingyin Jewelry Company was established by Li Shaoran's grandfather, Ling Shanlin, prior to Li Zhenan and Ling Qing's marriage, thus making it compliant with the law. Qingyin Jewelry primarily deals in diamonds and jade, boasting a market value of around 2 billion. While it pales in comparison to top-tier jewelry companies, it is still a respectable entity. Chen Haoyu, intrigued, asked, Shaoran, what do your sister's parents do? Li Shaoran paused. Didn't my sister tell you? Chen Haoyu shook his head. No. Li Shaoran replied, since she didn't mention it, I certainly won't either. However, I can assure you that if you wish to become my true brother-in-law, you might face some obstacles with the Su family. Su Yuyao stepped out, saying, Li Shaoran, are you itching for trouble? Li Shaoran stuck out her tongue. I'm only speaking the truth. I'm not making things up. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Miss Su, it seems your family is quite formidable. Su Yuyao's eyes sparkled. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Chen Haoyu scoffed. In my dictionary, the word fear does not exist. Su Yuyao challenged. Then will you dare to accompany me to obtain a marriage certificate next week? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Are you out of your mind? Su Yuyu replied coolly, if you're afraid, that is fine. Chen Haoyu laughed. First, we pretended to be a couple. Now you want to pretend to be married. Miss Su, who exactly are you planning to perform for? Su Yuyu settled into a chair and remarked, take a guess. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment and replied, based on the typical narrative style of online novel authors. Could it be that your family is compelling you to marry a scion of another family? Perhaps it is an arranged marriage? Before Su Yuyu could respond, Li Shaoran let out an exclamation, exclaiming, goodness, brother-in-law, you are remarkably astute. Your guess is spot on. I can't believe it. Chen Haoyu was utterly taken aback by Li Shaoran's words, left in a state of disbelief. He glanced at Li Shaoran, then turned to Su Yuyu, incredulously stating, I was merely speaking whimsically. Please do not tell me this is true. Su Yuyao replied calmly, I indeed fled from an impending marriage to arrive here in Yanhai. Chapter 58. Determining intentions. Chen Haoyu slapped his forehead and exclaimed, this is utterly ridiculous. You wish to marry me merely to escape your engagement. After all, a prestigious family would never permit their offspring to wed a woman who has been married before, correct? Su Yuyao nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Chen Haoyu continued. Then does my cohabitation with you imply that I am now within the scrutiny of that family? Su Yuyao replied, there is a possibility. However, if you withdraw now, it is not too late. Chen Haoyu's heart stirred, and he inquired, why are you revealing this to me? If I continue living with you, even without marriage, the family, concerned about their reputation, would still refrain from marrying you. Your objective would thereby be achieved. Su Yuyao countered, but it would bring harm to you. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Are you genuinely concerned for my well-being? Su Yuyao stated plainly, yes. Chen Haoyu, through our time together, I acknowledge that I have developed feelings for you. If this continues, I may very well fall completely in love with you. I bring this matter to light today, primarily to reach a conclusion, to prevent complications in the future. In the car, Chen Haoyu's sudden revelation made Su Yuyao realize that her emotions for him had indeed transformed. Su Yuyao had never been one to waver in indecision. With this clarity, she began to contemplate her potential union with the heir of the He family. Ultimately, Su Yuyu resolved to leave the choice in Chen Haoyu's hands. Beside them, Li Shaoran was left speechless. She had not anticipated Su Yuyao's approach to love would be so composed and decisive, akin to performing surgery. Remarkable. Truly an idol. Chen Haoyu gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up and remarked, Miss Su, had we lived in ancient times, I would wager you would be a figure akin to Hua Mulan. Su Yuyao retorted, I do not wish to hear idle chatter. Chen Haoyu nodded. Then listen closely. I shall not be leaving here. Furthermore, from this day forth, I shall formally pursue you, striving to win your affection. Su Yuyao cautioned, you will encounter significant troubles. Chen Haoyu asked, will they send someone to kill me? Su Yuyu replied, the likelihood of that is slim. However, they will undoubtedly attempt to suppress your career. Chen Haoyu laughed, provided I even have a career to suppress. As for that small clinic, let them try. If they wish to shut it down, so be it. Su Yuyao paused. That is a valid point. Chen Haoyu grinned. So do we now consider ourselves in a romantic relationship? Su Yuyao clarified. To be precise, we are in the dynamic of pursuer and pursued. Chen Haoyu expressed dissatisfaction. Did you not say you have feelings for me? A faint smile graced Su Yuyao's lips as she remarked, I have feelings for many. Li Sharon burst into laughter. Brother-in-law? You are quite unfortunate. Chen Haoyu wore a face of mock indignation, grinding his teeth as he said, Su Yuyao, I, a formidable master, have been reduced to this by your antics. How utterly absurd. Su Yuyao inquired, what do you wish to do? Chen Haoyu rose from his seat and replied, I do not wish to see you at this moment. With that, he retreated to his bedroom, slamming the door shut with force. Li Sharon remarked, Sister, do you think brother-in-law is truly angry? Su Yuyao chuckled softly. He is quite pleased. The exchange between Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao was, in truth, a subtle expression of their feelings. If Su Yuyao did not harbor affection for Chen Haoyu, how could she possibly grant him the opportunity to pursue her? Conversely, if Chen Haoyu did not care for Su Yuyao, why would he risk offending a prominent family to woo her? It was a love that traversed both ways, albeit expressed in a rather oblique manner. Chen Haoyu's return to his own room was merely to provide the two sisters with a space to communicate freely. Li Sharon softly asked, Sister, do you truly wish to be with brother-in-law? Su Yuyao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. What about aunt and uncle? I fear grandfather Su may not approve. My marriage is my own decision. I do not require anyone else's consent. Sister, I truly admire your resolve. I hope brother-in-law can withstand the pressures from the Su and He families. Reflecting on Chen Haoyu's enigmatic strength, Su Yuyao smiled. You need not worry. Chen Haoyu is no ordinary individual. He likely does not regard the Su and He families with much concern. Li Sharon expressed skepticism. Is he truly that formidable? Su Yuyao replied, more so than you can imagine. Li Sharon chuckled. Indeed, love renders one blind. Su Yuyao playfully tapped her forehead, saying, Firstly, Chen Haoyu is not yet my lover, and secondly, he is not a beauty of legendary proportions. Now, tell me, what do you wish to eat this afternoon? Food is trivial. What matters is enjoyment. Sister, this evening at 8:30, there will be a jadeite rough stone auction at the Brilliant Hotel. There are approximately 45 pieces, all sourced from Myanmar's old mines, and they are of remarkable quality. Shall we go and witness it? Isn't Aunt coming? You know well that she only purchases jadeite, not rough stones. Do you have an invitation? No. Without an invitation, how shall we enter? You only need to mention it to my mother, and she will certainly procure an invitation for you. I thought you were sincerely visiting me. It seems you have ulterior motives. Li Shaoran playfully embraced Su Yuyao's neck and teased, Sister, of course I came to see you. The invitation is merely a bonus. Su Yuyu scoffed. I find that hard to believe. Li Shaoran feigned a hurt expression, placing her hand on her heart. Sister, your words wound me deeply. Su Yuyu replied, Spare me the theatrics. By the way, you mentioned the auction is at the Brilliant Hotel? Li Shaoran nodded. Indeed. What of it? Su Yuyu gestured toward Chen Haoyu's bedroom. He has a very good relationship with the owner of the Brilliant Hotel. That is splendid. Li Shaoran exclaimed with glee, then approached Chen Haoyu's door, knocking and calling out, Brother-in-law, come out quickly. I have something to discuss with you. Chen Haoyu opened the door and inquired, What brings you here? Li Shaoran led him into the living room and briefly explained the matter concerning the jadeite raw stone auction. Chen Haoyu remarked, As far as I know, the prices of jadeite raw stones are quite exorbitant. Do you possess such wealth? Li Shaoran playfully retorted, I am primarily seeking to broaden my horizons. Brother-in-law, surely you wouldn't refuse to lend a hand? Chen Haoyu replied, In light of your persistent calls of brother-in-law, I shall make a call to ease you on. However, if things do not pan out, do not hold it against me. Li Shaoran nodded in agreement, affirming, Of course. Chapter 59, Brother-in-law, you are amazing. Chen Haoyu retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Yi Ziyuan's number. Soon, the call connected. Dr. Chen, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you, Yi Ziyuan said. What is the matter? I'm in the underground parking lot of Hong Kong Hospital. I just took the children for a comprehensive examination in the psychiatric department, and all the indicators are normal. That's wonderful. Congratulations. I owe it all to you. Oh, there is no need to be modest. Mr. Yi, is there an emerald rough stone auction taking place at the Huiguang Hotel tonight? Indeed. Why do you ask? Are you interested in gambling stones, Dr. Chen? A little. Do you have an invitation? I would like to take Yu Yao and her sister to experience it. Dr. Chen, didn't I give you a diamond card for the Huiguang Hotel? Just show this card, and you can enter. Wow, the diamond card serves this purpose as well? It's stated on the card that for all events organized by our Huiguang Hotel, diamond members can bring up to 3 guests. Got it. Thank you. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu gave Li Sharon an okay gesture and said, "It's done." Fantastic. Li Sharon exclaimed, leaping with joy. Su Yuyao inquired, "Did Mr. You give you the diamond card for the Huiguang Hotel?" Chen Haoyu nodded, replying, "Yes." "What's up?" Li Sharon exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, do you have any idea how precious the diamond card for the Huiguang Hotel is?" Chen Haoyu shrugged. "No, I don't." Li Sharon slapped her forehead, exasperated. "I truly admire you. The Huiguang Hotel is recognized as the finest 5-star hotel in Yan'ai for over a decade. Not even the arrival of numerous renowned 4- and 5-star hotels has shaken its status. This illustrates just how formidable the Huiguang Hotel is. Can you get to the point? What does this have to do with the diamond card?" Chen Haoyu asked. Li Shaoran explained. The Huiguang Hotel offers 3 types of cards: ordinary membership, gold membership, and diamond membership. Legend has it that fewer than 10 diamond membership cards have been issued. Holders of this card are individuals at the pinnacle of their respective fields. To possess one is truly extraordinary. Chen Haoyu didn't expect that the diamond card casually given to him by Yi Ziyuan was so remarkable, so he inquired, "What discount do you get on meals?" Su Yu laughed out loud. "Exactly. That's the Chen Haoyu I know, pragmatic." Li Sharon gazed at Chen Haoyu in disbelief, feeling utterly defeated by his extraordinary thought process. A card symbolizing status and identity was surprisingly linked to meal discounts, leaving Li Shaoran at a loss for words. "Hey." Chen Haoyu waved his hand in front of Li Shaoran. "I'm asking you a question. Is there a discount on meals?" Li Shaoran gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes." "It's a 30% discount." Chen Haoyu exclaimed, "Wow, that is quite a generous discount. This evening, we shall not dine at home. I will take you to the illustrious Huiguang Hotel for a sumptuous feast. If I had known that the diamond card offered a 30% discount, I would have visited many times in recent days." Li Shaoran reclined on the sofa, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, I am utterly impressed. Your prowess knows no bounds." Laughter erupted from Su Yuyao, her joy radiant. At 6 o'clock, Su Yuyu drove Chen Haoyu and Li Shaoran to the Huiguang Hotel. Presenting the diamond card at the front desk, the trio was immediately granted the hotel's highest accolades. The hotel manager, Xiao Xingrong, personally welcomed them and escorted them to a private dining room that could accommodate over 20 guests, leaving Chen Haoyu somewhat bashful. After ordering 6 dishes, Chen Haoyu handed the menu to Xiao Xingrong and inquired, "Manager Xiao, on which floor is the jadeite rough stone auction being held? We would like to observe it after our meal." Xiao Xingrong replied, "The auction is in the Huiguang exhibition hall on the 12th floor. I can accompany you and the 2 ladies there once you finish dining." Earlier in the afternoon, Yi Ziyuan had expressly instructed that Chen Haoyu was his most important guest and must be treated with the utmost care. Having served as the manager of Huiguang Hotel for 5 years, it was the first time Xiao Xingrong had seen Yi Ziyuan so earnest. Thus he treated Chen Haoyu with profound respect. "Thank you," Chen Haoyu smiled. After Xiao Xingrong departed, Li Shaoran marveled, "Brother-in-law, you are simply exceptional. This is my first time enjoying such splendid treatment at Huiguang Hotel." Chen Haoyu sighed. Excessive courtesy can also be a burden. Li Shaoran, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Su Yuyao interjected, "With such high regard, how will he feel comfortable dining here in the future?" Chen Haoyu gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up, saying, "Beautiful Su. You truly understand me." Li Shaoran shook her head. "Brother-in-law, you are beyond redemption." With an hour remaining until the jadeite rough stone auction, Xiao Xingrong knocked and entered. "Mr. Chen, the rough stones have entered the exhibition hall. We may proceed." Chen Haoyu, taken aback, asked, "Wasn't it scheduled for 8:30? Li Shaoran explained, "Brother-in-law, 8:30 is the auction time. We need to enter an hour early to examine the rough stones. Otherwise, how will you know which one to purchase?" Chen Haoyu suddenly understood. "All right, let us go." Following Xiao Xingrong, the trio arrived at the Huiguang exhibition hall. The hall was impressively vast. Chen Haoyu estimated it to be at least 3,000 square meters, adorned with opulence. Various jadeite rough stones of differing sizes were meticulously displayed on tables, each accompanied by a sign detailing its number, weight, and starting price. A considerable number of attendees were already present, diligently scrutinizing the semi-gambling materials with flashlights. Chen Haoyu glanced at rough stone number 45, astonished to find that it weighed merely 8.3 kilograms, yet its starting price was a staggering 2 million. The exorbitant cost of a fully gambled rough stone foreshadowed the terrifying prices of the others. Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran appeared remarkably professional as they retrieved a flashlight from their bags and began examining a piece of rough material that no one else was observing. Chen Haoyu glanced at the label and gasped in astonishment. Serial number 6. Weight 14. 6 kilograms. Starting price 32 million. 32 million? And that's merely the starting price? This jadeite rough is extraordinarily expensive, certainly beyond the means of an average person. Chen Haoyu, with 15 million in savings, had thought of himself as relatively affluent. However, in this context, he likely amounted to nothing. Ladies, are you able to discern its value? Chen Haoyu inquired with curiosity. Su Yuyao replied, as long as we can comprehend it, that suffices. Even the most skilled cannot ascertain the true quality of jade until it is revealed from the rough. Chen Haoyu responded with an "oh" and said, then I shall leave you to your examination. I will wander about. Chapter 60. Magical Detection. Su Yuyao retrieved a flashlight from her bag and inquired, do you require this? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, replying, no, I think not. My knowledge of jadeite raw stones is limited to online novels. This is the first time I am witnessing one in reality. Not only am I unable to ascertain whether there is jade within, but even if the jade were to be revealed, I would lack the means to evaluate its worth. However, I must express my gratitude for your thoughtful provision of this flashlight. I always knew that you, the illustrious Su, have my best interests at heart. With a roll of her eyes, Su Yu retorted, had I known, I would not have prepared it for you. This jadeite auction was an extravagant affair, with nearly all the top 10 jewelry companies from Yan'ai in attendance. In recent years, the availability of jadeite has dwindled, while its prices have soared. Over 90% of jewelry companies are grappling with a severe shortage of jadeite supply. Take Li Xiaoran's Qingyan Jewelry Company, for instance. Their inventory falls woefully short of consumer demand, particularly in the high-end and top-tier jadeite jewelry segment. Chen Haoyu harbored no interest in semi-gambling raw materials. The reason was straightforward. Even if he were aware that a particular rough stone could yield the finest jadeite, he simply could not afford it. Thus, he directed his attention towards those fully gambled raw materials. As he approached raw material number 38, he felt a sudden surge of magical energy. What is happening? Chen Haoyu mused, surprised. He attempted to channel his magical energy into the 38th raw material and was instantly met with an incredibly pure aura of spiritual energy. Goodness, this could lead to fortune. He marveled at the realization that his magical energy could detect the spiritual essence within the raw stone. In a bid to confirm his hypothesis, he conducted several more experiments, but none yielded any results. Could it be that the spiritual energy of jadeite must reach a certain concentration to elicit a response from my magical abilities? With this thought in mind, he made his way directly to the foremost raw material, number 1. The first raw material was a semi-gambled piece, weighing an astonishing 62 kilograms. With a starting bid of 88 million, its high price stemmed from the visible, rich green hue at the cutting edge, which could be confidently identified as the rare glass-type imperial green. The audience was betting on the potential size of this imperial green jadeite. A crowd had already gathered around the raw material, each individual armed with a magnifying glass, offering their opinions and speculations. Chen Haoyu squeezed his way to the side of the raw material and, upon touching it, felt a definitive fluctuation in his magical energy. However, the purity and concentration of the spiritual essence within were inferior to that of the 38th raw material. An inkling of suspicion began to form in Chen Haoyu's mind. After examining the first raw material, he proceeded to assess the second through the 10th raw materials. Aside from the third raw material, which provided some minimal spiritual feedback, the others failed to provoke any response from his magical energy. The commonality between the first and third raw materials was the confirmed presence of glass-type imperial green jadeite at their cutting edges, while the remaining 8 semi-gambled raw materials contained jadeite, albeit not of the imperial green variety. Thus, it appears that my mystical powers only respond to the astonishingly spiritual imperial green jade. Other types of jade may lack the purity of spiritual energy, resulting in an inability to detect my magical essence. If this is indeed the case, does it not imply that the material numbered 38 conceals a piece of imperial green jade even larger than that of number 1? With this thought in mind, Chen Haoyu returned once more to the 38th material and glanced at the accompanying description. Serial number 38. Weight 2 kilograms. Starting price 6 million. Chen Haoyu felt a surge of joy within. Possessing 15 million, His chances of acquiring this material seemed promising. Just then, a voice filled with resentment echoed from behind him. "So it's you, you scoundrel." Turning to face the source of the voice, Chen Haoyu couldn't help but smile. Standing there was none other than Wang Jianqing, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate Company, who had been intimidated by Chen Haoyu's toy gun the previous night. After being forcibly fed a glass of drug-laced brandy by Chen Haoyu, Wang Jianqing had slept for a full 12 hours. Upon awakening, his first action was to have Chen Haoyu investigated. The results revealed that this man was neither a killer nor possessed of any notable background, merely a doctor from a small clinic. Wang Jianqing was nearly driven to the brink of fury, silently vowing to teach Chen Haoyu a lesson. To his astonishment, encountering him here felt like a stroke of luck. Chen Haoyu, aware that Wang Jianqing had likely uncovered his true identity, smiled and said, "Young Master Wang, did you sleep well last night?" A fiery glare ignited in Wang Jianqing's eyes as he replied darkly, "Well, it was rather pleasant. I haven't slept so soundly in years, all thanks to you." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for gratitude. Helping others is my greatest joy. It is but my duty." Wang Jianqing scoffed, retorting coldly, "Chen Haoyu, you are merely a clinic doctor. I am quite curious how you managed to gain entry to such an event. Surely, you did not sneak in?" Chen Haoyu replied. "What concern is it of yours?" Wang Jianqing insisted, "It is of great concern. Who knows if you are a thief?" Chen Haoyu shrugged, "If I were a thief, you would be my first target." With a huff, Wang Jianqing seized a security personnel member from the splendid hotel and pointed at Chen Haoyu. "I suspect he entered without an invitation and may be up to no good. Please investigate." The security personnel paused, scrutinizing Chen Haoyu, and noted that his attire did not reflect that of a wealthy individual. His gaze sharpened as he addressed Chen Haoyu. "Sir, may I see your invitation, please?" Chen Haoyu produced the diamond card gifted to him by Yi Ziyuan, stating, "I am a diamond card member of your esteemed splendid hotel, and I believe I need not an invitation to partake in all events hosted by your establishment." "Diamond card?" Wang Jianqing burst into laughter, deliberately exclaiming, "You, a mere clinic doctor, possess a diamond card from the splendid hotel? You must be joking." Upon hearing Wang Jianqing's words, the crowd turned their gazes towards the two individuals. Su Yuyo and Li Sharon also noticed that Chen Haoyu was in distress and hurried to his side. "Brother-in-law, what happened?" Li Sharon inquired. Chen Haoyu shook the card in his hand and replied, "This fool doesn't believe that my card is genuine and wants to have the security personnel apprehend me." Upon hearing this, Li Sharon immediately unleashed a torrent of invective at Wang Jianqing. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? How could you possibly think someone would present a counterfeit diamond card to deceive the Glorious Hotel? Or do you believe that the staff at the Glorious Hotel are as foolish as you, unable to discern the authenticity of a diamond card?" Wang Jianqing, infuriated, pointed at Chen Haoyu and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this man is Chen Haoyu, who operates a clinic near Kangen Hospital. Given his identity and standing, do you truly believe he is worthy of possessing a diamond card from the Glorious Hotel? Should I not harbor doubts about him?" Chapter 61. Young Master Wang seeks trouble. Is this clinic doctor for real? Just look at his attire. It leaves much to be desired. How could someone wield a prestigious diamond card, an item of such immense value, if he were indeed a mere physician? This individual certainly raises suspicions. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and remarked, "Wang Jianqing, if they call you foolish, they are not mistaken. To ascertain the authenticity of the diamond card, a simple inquiry would suffice. Is it necessary to escalate the matter to such proportions? If it proves genuine, where would you place your dignity?" Li Sharon chimed in, "Exactly. Good sir, we were personally escorted here by manager Xiao Xingrong. If you doubt our words, feel free to make a call for verification." "Very well," the security personnel responded, retrieving a walkie-talkie, just as a calm voice interjected, "What seems to be the issue here?" Turning around, the security personnel beheld the speaker, the owner, Yi Ziyuan, accompanied by hotel manager Xiao Xingrong. Wang Jianqing's face brightened as he exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Xiao, this so-called doctor, Chen Haoyu, is flaunting his deceit at this gathering, claiming to possess a diamond card from our esteemed hotel. I request your assistance in exposing his ruse." Xiao Xingrong gently interjected, "Mr. Yi, this is Wang Jianqing, son of Wang Fenglin, the CEO of Jingshang Real Estate and a golden member of our hotel." Understanding the implication of Xiao Xingrong's words, Yi Ziyuan smiled and replied, "Young Master Wang, you may have misunderstood. The diamond card in Mr. Chen's possession was a gift I bestowed upon him a few days ago." Li Sharon immediately perked up, declaring, "Did everyone witness that? Some people simply possess a narrow-minded view of others." Wang Jianqing retorted angrily, "Who are you referring to?" Li Shaoran boldly replied. I speak of anyone who unjustly accuses us. You. Wang Jinxing's face flushed with rage. Zhou Yichuan, the CEO of Xinyuan Jewelry Company, furrowed his brow and said, Mr. Yi, I have been a frequent patron of your illustrious hotel for over a decade, spending nearly 30 million, and I am still merely a golden member. I am curious to know how this young man in his 20s qualifies as a diamond member? Wang Jinxing echoed, Indeed. I too am keen to understand the criteria for attaining diamond membership at the brilliant hotel. The crowd turned their gaze towards Yi Ziyuan. With an unruffled demeanor, he responded, Mr. Zhou, young Master Wang, I sincerely appreciate your unwavering support for our brilliant hotel. The reason I granted Dr. Chen this diamond card is that he saved my daughter's life. A small act of kindness deserves an abundant return. And offering him a diamond card as a token of gratitude is hardly excessive. Would you not agree? Zhou Yichuan acknowledged, I see. Mr. Ye's actions are entirely justifiable. Others in the vicinity expressed their agreement as well. Yi Ziyuan clasped his hands together in gratitude towards Zhou Yichuan and the assembly, stating, Thank you all for your understanding. Wang Jinxing scoffed, But how do we know it's genuine? His words plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Yi Ziyuan frowned slightly, asking, Does young Master Wang require me to take an oath for you to believe? Although Wang Jinxing is rather inept, he is not so foolish as to allow a figure like Yi Ziyuan to publicly make a vow, and he quickly replied, Mr. Yi, you jest, I believe you. Yi Ziyuan responded, Thank you. Thus, a storm was effortlessly quelled by Yi Ziyuan. Su Yu softly remarked, No wonder Mr. Yi has elevated the splendid hotel to the pinnacle of Yanhai. His adeptness in handling affairs is evident. Chen Haoyu chuckled, if he couldn't manage such trivial matters. His splendid hotel would have long since shuttered its doors. After everyone departed, Yi Ziyuan approached Chen Haoyu and said, Dr. Chen, I apologize for any distress I may have caused you. Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, I underestimated the diamond card you gifted me. You handled that situation impeccably, granting face to the other party while resolving the issue. Yi Ziyuan inquired, Dr. Chen, have you crossed paths with Wang Jinxing? Chen Haoyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuyao, sighed, and said, A beauty is often a source of calamity. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao gave him a sharp pinch. Yi Ziyuan smiled and remarked, Dr. Chen, with a confidant like Miss Su, how many men must be envious and resentful? Incidents like that with Wang Jinxing are likely to recur. You would do well to acclimate. Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, Your ability to compliment in such an indirect manner is extraordinary. Regrettably, your taste leaves much to be desired. Yi Ziyuan, intrigued, asked, Why is that? Chen Haoyu gestured to himself, saying, Because with a boyfriend like me, her future rivals will multiply. Ha ha. Yi Ziyuan laughed heartily and said, You are quite right. Li Shaoran chimed in, Brother-in-law, you truly are shameless. Su Yuyao shook her head and said, He has always been this self-absorbed. Chen Haoyu replied, I merely speak the truth. Mr. Yi, there are so many guests, you should attend to them and not feel obliged to stay with us. Yi Ziyuan agreed, Very well. Dr. Chen, should you require anything, feel free to contact me or manager Sha directly. Chen Haoyu made an okay gesture and said, Understood. Thank you. After Yi Ziyuan departed, Chen Haoyu said, Yu Yao, Shaoran, I have discovered a particularly promising raw stone that is sure to yield jade. I would appreciate your advice. Li Shaoran, astonished, asked, Brother-in-law, did you not say you were unfamiliar with stone gambling? How can you tell this one will produce jade? Chen Haoyu replied, Who said I could tell? I just have a feeling. Did you not say? Even deities cannot discern a mere inch of jade. Since no one can see it, we must rely on intuition. Li Shaoran was left speechless and said, Brother-in-law, is your intuition usually reliable? Chen Haoyu answered without hesitation, Of course it is. Su Yuyao inquired, Which stone have you set your sights on? Chen Haoyu pointed to the raw stone number 38 and said, That one. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran approached and examined it closely. After a moment, Li Shaoran pursed her lips and said, Brother-in-law, based on my experience, the likelihood of this raw stone yielding green jade is slim, and even if it does, the quality will not be exceptional. Chen Haoyu chuckled and inquired, Shaoran, how old are you? Where does your experience come from? Su Yuyao replied, Shaoran has been learning about gambling stones since she was 16. So far, she has used 12 million to uncover over 30 pieces of jade, collectively valued at more than 300 million. Chen Haoyu exclaimed, Really? Is that true? Li Shaoran proudly responded, Of course it's true. My mother says I am a prodigy in the realm of gambling stones. Unfortunately, she doesn't give me any money. Otherwise, With my talent in gambling stones, our family would have been wealthy long ago. Chen Haoyu remarked, I didn't realize you were so impressive. I stand corrected. But on what grounds do you believe this stone cannot yield green? Li Shaoran replied, although it is said that even deities cannot discern every detail, one can still glean insights through experience. This raw stone, while appearing to have some silk-like mottling, displays an uneven distribution and is rather sparse. Most importantly, the few strands of green are quite faint. If the raw stone possesses good water quality, these slight hints of green could enhance its overall appearance. Moreover, the fog and blemishes beneath its skin are not particularly remarkable. Taking all factors into account, I conclude that this raw stone is not promising. Chapter 62. I sense green within. Chen Haoyu touched his nose and inquired, Shaoran, do you believe your experience could lead to errors? Li Shaoran chuckled, of course. Mistakes are inevitable. I once overlooked a piece of ice-grade emerald, and I regret it deeply. Chen Haoyu straightened his back and replied, then I feel reassured. This raw stone gives me a sensation unlike any other. I remain quite optimistic about it. Su Yuyo interjected, Chen Haoyu, do you know why its number is 38? Before he could respond, Su Yuyo provided the answer. It is because many experts in the gambling stone community do not hold it in high regard. Li Shaoran added, indeed. Brother-in-law, the top-ranked rough stones are often either half-gambling or already open because experts possess over 90% confidence that those areas will yield green. Conversely, for fully gambling raw stones, experts cannot pinpoint where to cut, which is why they hesitate. Chen Haoyu scoffed, I have never put much faith in the experts' opinions. If they were truly remarkable, they would already be billionaires, instead of needing to show stones to others. Su Yuyo asked, are you certain you wish to purchase it? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu affirmed, absolutely. If a raw stone deemed unworthy by the experts were to yield jade, it would only serve to highlight my uniqueness. Haha. I relish the notion of proving others wrong, as it brings me immense satisfaction. Su Yuyu retorted, I worry that your face might end up bruised. A thought crossed Chen Haoyu's mind, and he proposed, beautiful Su, dare you to take a bet with me? Su Yuyo inquired, what wager? With a playful tone. Chen Haoyu suggested, if this raw stone does not produce jade, I shall unconditionally grant you one request. If it does yield jade, my demand is modest, a 2-minute French kiss will suffice. Li Shaoran, reveling in the spectacle, excitedly urged, sister, accept his wager. You are bound to win. At that point, make him run outside in the nude. Chen Haoyu nearly choked on his own breath, exclaiming, Li Shaoran, you are excessively cruel. Li Shaoran dismissively remarked, this is nothing. I have far worse in store. Chen Haoyu, rendered speechless, stated, all right, you are impressive. Su Yuyo, give me a clear answer. Shall we gamble or not? Su Yuyo responded, very well, I accept this wager. Chen Haoyu extended his hand, and they sealed the bet with a handshake. At 8:30, the auction commenced officially. A middle-aged auctioneer, wearing glasses and exuding an air of composure, took the stage. After a brief self-introduction, he announced, thank you all for attending the jadeite raw stone auction organized by the splendid Grand Hotel. As we all know, due to the excessive mining of raw stones in Myanmar, jadeite has become increasingly scarce in the market. Even during last year's public auction in Myanmar, only a handful of top-grade jadeites were uncovered. Today, I am delighted to announce that we have successfully acquired 45 exquisite jadeite rough stones from a jade company in Myanmar. Each piece has been meticulously selected by a team of over 10 experts, with the potential to yield exceptional jadeite. Notably, the first 3 rough stones are almost guaranteed to produce top-tier jadeite. I am confident that these jadeite roughs will not disappoint you. I hereby declare the auction officially open. We begin with the 45th jadeite rough, with a starting bid set at 880,000. And I encourage you to raise your bids by no less than 10,000. The auctioneer's expertise is truly top-notch, and his passionate demeanor even stirred a sense of excitement in Chen Haoyu. However, to my astonishment, after the first rough stone entered the auction process, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with not a single bid placed, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Chen Haoyu leaned closer to Su Yuyo, whispering, what is going on? Su Yuyo, feeling somewhat flustered by Chen Haoyu's proximity, felt her ears flush red, yet maintained her composure as she replied, the uncertainty surrounding gambling on rough stones is far too great, and the likelihood of producing exceptional jadeite is minuscule. It would be wiser to wait until the jadeite is revealed and then make a purchase. Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled as he inquired, if that is the case, doesn't that mean I could acquire my 38th rough at the starting bid? Su Yuyu furrowed her brows slightly, turning to face Chen Haoyu, only to realize they were too close for comfort, prompting her to step back a bit. The starting bid for that rough is 360,000. Are you truly intent on purchasing it? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu affirmed, absolutely. For that kiss you owe me, I must secure it. Su Yu sighed. You've just come into a bit of money, and yet you're spending it so recklessly, it's quite the display of newly acquired wealth. Chen Haoyu chuckled. As the saying goes, wealth can be squandered and regained. The sole purpose of money is to be spent. Otherwise, it is no different from worthless paper. Su Mei. We ought to be masters of our finances, not their slaves. Su Yu replied, since it is your money, do as you please. The auctioneer called for bids several more times, yet not a single paddle was raised. The first jadeite rough ultimately went unsold, setting a disheartening tone for the auction. It seemed the misfortune of the 45th rough affected the subsequent bids, leading to the 44th and 43rd roughs also remaining unsold. It was not until the 42nd rough that two companies finally engaged in bidding. Regrettably, the final price was disappointingly low, below 300,000. And one of the companies claimed it. Observing this outcome, Yi Ziyuan furrowed his brows in disappointment. The Huiguang Hotel had prepared for this auction for a full 6 months, and such results were far from satisfactory. 10 minutes later, the 38th rough was finally up for auction. After the auctioneer introduced the rough's details, he declared with a booming voice, the starting bid is 360,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. Let the bidding commence. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu raised his paddle, calling out, 360,000. The auctioneer's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, excellent. This young gentleman bids 3,600,000. Is there any offer that surpasses this amount? For million, a voice resonated from the rear. Chen Haoyu turned to find the speaker was none other than the affluent Wang Jianxing. Upon seeing Chen Haoyu, Wang Jianxing flashed him a smug smile. Damn it, that scoundrel. Chen Haoyu cursed silently, raising his paddle once more. For 1,100,000. For 1,200,000. For 1,300,000. For 1,400,000. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, each countering the other's bids. The onlookers displayed expressions of amusement, reveling in the spectacle. Chen Haoyu was acutely aware of the folly of his actions. However, the potential presence of imperial green within the number 38 jade stone compelled him to persist, steeling himself as he continued to bid. Chapter 63, The Acquisition of the Jadeite Rough Stone for 4,800,000. Wang Jianxing raised his paddle and chuckled. Mr. Chen, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. As a mere clinic doctor, saving money is no easy feat. Why must you pretend to be more than you are? Should this rough stone fail to yield jadeite, you might find yourself homeless. Chen Haoyu retorted, young Master Wang. I would advise you to cease draining your father's resources. Every penny of mine is earned through my own efforts, and I spend it with a clear conscience. And you? All your wealth comes from your father. It's quite amusing that someone with all their limbs intact would choose to be a parasite. I am curious to know the source of your misplaced confidence. Is it merely your audacity? Laughter erupted in the crowd at Chen Haoyu's jibe. Wang Jianxing, unable to match Chen Haoyu's eloquence, reddened with anger and exclaimed, what is the point of your endless prattle? If you have the guts, keep bidding. Everyone is waiting. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu raised his paddle again, declaring, for 1,900,000. Young Master Wang, it's your turn. Wang Jianxing tossed down his paddle. A smug smile on his face as he scoffed, for 1,900,000 for a worthless rough stone. Mr. Chen, you truly are foolish. Chen Haoyu responded nonchalantly. A mere 4,900,000 is nothing to me. Unlike some second-generation rich, who boast loudly yet possess nothing of value. Wang Jianxing laughed heartily. I may be wealthy, but I am not as foolish as you. If this rough stone yields jadeite worth more than 4,900,000, I would gladly eat excrement live on stream. Chen Haoyu smirked. If you enjoy that, keep it to yourself. Don't discuss to others, all right? Laughter erupted once more in the hall, with Li Shaoran laughing the loudest. Sister, brother-in-law is fantastic. He can insult better than I can. Su Yu sighed in this regard. You both excel. The auctioneer, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, quickly redirected the conversation. Mr. Chen has bid 4,900,000. Is there a higher offer? For 1,900,000, going once. For 1,900,000, going twice. For 1,900,000, sold. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. Feeling a pang of disappointment for having to pay 130,000 above the reserve price for the stone, Chen Haoyu was disheartened. Su Yu shot him a glance and asked, was this rivalry worth it? Chen Haoyu replied, if it weren't for our bet, I wouldn't be foolish enough to compete for this worthless rough stone. The matter of using magic to detect the aura of imperial green jadeite was too daunting. Should it become public, it would spell trouble for Chen Haoyu. Thus, He resolved to keep this secret to himself, even from Su Yuyao. Su Yuyu remarked, "How tedious." Chen Haoyu gazed at Su Yuyao's angelic visage and replied with a smile, "Once I unveil the jadeite, there will be no more dull moments." Su Yuyao could easily discern Chen Haoyu's intentions, feeling both embarrassed and indignant as she turned away from him. 15 minutes later, Wang Jianxing made another move, competing with several jewelers for the 30-numbered jadeite rough stone. This particular stone was the best-performing gamble stone, weighing 19.2 kilograms, with a starting price of 8.7 million. After a fierce bidding war, its price soared to 14 million. Chen Haoyu initially contemplated disrupting Wang Jianxing's bid, but once the price surpassed 10 million, he promptly withdrew. It was exorbitantly priced beyond his means. Ultimately, Wang Jianxing acquired the rough stone for 15 million. "I wish to cut the stone here," proclaimed the spirited Wang Jianxing. The auctioneer responded with a smile, "Certainly. The personnel and machinery are right next door. Once Mr. Wang settles the payment, they can commence." Wang Jianxing displayed a peculiar expression and said, "No rush. Mr. Chen, would you dare to wager with me?" Upon hearing this, the crowd recognized Wang Jianxing was looking for trouble, each displaying a knowing smirk. "How dare he?" Chen Haoyu felt a surge of anger and stood up abruptly, asking, "What do you want?" Wang Jianxing replied, "This is a jadeite rough stone auction, so we shall bet on the stones. Let us cut them here and see whose jadeite holds greater value." Chen Haoyu scoffed, "What a preposterous notion. Your rough stone is 3 times the price of mine. If I accept this wager, what distinguishes me from a fool like you?" Laughter erupted in the crowd once more at Chen Haoyu's words. Wang Jianxing retorted, "Rest assured, I shan't take advantage of you. If the jadeite I reveal is valued at 3 times more than yours, I win. Otherwise, I lose. Experts from major jewelry companies are present, and they can easily appraise the jadeite. Curse it, my stone contains imperial green. To wager against me is akin to courting disaster." Chen Haoyu inquired nonchalantly, "What are the terms of the wager?" Wang Jianxing stated, "The loser must not only surrender their revealed jadeite to the victor, but also compensate the winner with 5 million. I heard your earlier bid. I know you have the means." Su Yuyu grasped Chen Haoyu's hand, shaking her head in disapproval. Wang Jianxing's rough stone appeared far superior to Chen Haoyu's, making it an 80 likelihood of loss for him. Observing Su Yuyao's gesture, Wang Jianxing sneered, "Chen Haoyu, your girlfriend seems to lack confidence in you. Heh. If you prefer to be a coward, then let us dismiss this wager." Chen Haoyu offered Su Yuya a reassuring glance and declared to Wang Jianxing, "Your provocation is quite effective. I shall accept your wager." "Excellent," Wang Jianxing responded. "Manager Xiao, please prepare a betting contract for us, and have the 2 stones revealed here." Xiao Xingrong glanced at Yi Yuan, who cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Wang, revealing the stones on-site may not be appropriate, as it could disrupt the auction's proceedings and waste everyone's time." Wang Jianxing remarked, "Mr. Yi, these 2 raw stones are not particularly large. They can be unraveled in no more than half an hour. I believe everyone has no objections." Wang Xiao was indeed correct. "I wholeheartedly support the idea of unveiling the stones on site. Such an exquisite spectacle should certainly be enjoyed in its entirety. After all, it is merely half an hour, and we can afford to wait. Mr. Yi, please acquiesce to Wang Xiao. You need not concern yourself with us." The crowd echoed in unison. Yi Yuan glanced at Chen Haoyu, who smiled and said, "Since some are intent on seeking discord, I shall oblige them." "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the trouble." Yi Yuan nodded and stated, "Since everyone is in agreement, let us proceed with the unveiling without delay." Chapter 64. All bets on the rise in merely 5 minutes. 2 sets of jade cutting equipment were brought onto the stage. Xiao Xingrong handed the freshly printed betting agreement to Chen Haoyu and Wang Jianxing. Upon confirming there were no discrepancies, both affixed their signatures to the document. With a smug grin, Wang Jianxing declared, "Chen Haoyu, I have unfortunate news for you. The raw stone from the 30th has garnered the approval of 6 eminent stone betting experts, which is why I dared to wager against you." "Heh. You were certain to lose this time." Chen Haoyu responded with a smile, "I only hope that you won't weep inconsolably after your defeat." Wang Jianxing retorted, "Bravado will not serve you well. We shall see." After signing the agreement, the staff guided the 2 to deliberate on the cutting position for the first slice. Lacking understanding in this area, Chen Haoyu summoned the eagerly Xiaoran for assistance. Su Yuyu pulled Chen Haoyu aside, her face etched with concern, and inquired, "Do you feel confident?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Of course. I observed Wang Jianxing's features. He possesses the classic signs of financial loss, which assures me of victory in this wager." After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuyao asked, "Is it possible that the raw stone he purchased is of low value? And even if he wins against you, It won't amount to 15 million, thereby leading to the signs of financial loss. Feigning confusion, Chen Haoyu replied, "Your imagination knows no bounds. However, there is a kernel of truth in that. I can calculate the heavens, the earth, and all beings, yet I cannot foresee my own fate. Thus, if I too embody the signs of financial loss, the outcome remains uncertain." Su Yu retorted, "If you lose, it serves you right." On stage, after Li Shaoran and the Jade Worker concluded their discussion, a line was drawn on the raw stone. The machine's word to life, and the worker expertly sliced along the line. One cut to paradise, one cut to hell. For those engaged in stone betting, the most exhilarating moment is invariably the revelation of the stone. Once Chen Haoyu's stone was cleaved open, everyone instinctively rose to their feet, their eyes fixated on the cut surface. After a thorough wash, a rich green hue emerged at the center of the raw stone's cut face. "Oh my, it's green." The crowd erupted in jubilation. Li Shaoran and Su Yu rushed forward, eagerly scrutinizing the stone. "Sister, this could very well be imperial green," Li Shaoran exclaimed excitedly. Su Yu nodded in agreement. "It should be." The Jade Worker, equally exhilarated, remarked, "This is indeed the color of imperial green. I have seen it twice before. It is unforgettable." Their words ignited a fervor among the spectators. Imperial green? Is this for real? After years in the industry, I have yet to witness anyone unearth imperial green jadeite. This is truly an eye-opener. The crowd buzzed with speculation. It was inconceivable. Wang Jianxing, who had just completed marking the line, rushed over to Chen Haoyu's side, and upon viewing the stone's cut surface, his expression darkened dramatically. He is a thrill-seeking scion, having engaged in the gamble of jadeite for 4 to 5 years, during which he has unearthed some remarkable jade. Yet, he has never encountered such a vivid shade of green as this. Damn, that rascal's luck is truly extraordinary. On the other side, the workers have begun to cut open Wang Jianxing's raw stone. Look, the stakes have risen. Young Master Wang's stone has also revealed green. This is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. The probability of this batch of jadeite yielding jade seems excessively high, doesn't it? The remaining half of the gambling material will surely be snatched up in a frenzy. No one anticipated that, following Chen Haoyu, Wang Jianxing's raw stone would also yield results. Ha ha ha, I have not yet lost. Wang Jianxing joyfully dashed back to his stone, exuberantly waving his arms. Li Shaoran, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, "Isn't this just too dramatic? 2 pieces of jade at once." Su Yu remained remarkably composed, stating, "Next, we must assess the quality and size of the jade. As long as it is not imperial green, our chances of victory will soar to 90%. Li Shaoran fervently prayed, "Heaven bless us. May our imperial green jade be of glass type, large enough to carve a bracelet." Su Yu let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at Chen Haoyu, who stood idly by, unable to suppress her laughter. This fellow has truly struck it lucky. Knowing nothing about the craft, he somehow managed to cut out an imperial green jade. It is simply astonishing. The machines whirred vigorously, slicing through the raw stone. To ensure that everyone could witness the extraction process, Yi Ziyuan arranged for the entire procedure to be projected onto a large screen, allowing all to see clearly. In comparison to Wang Jianxing's stone, Chen Haoyu's was half its size, enabling a quicker extraction. Approximately 15 minutes later, a fist-sized imperial green jade emerged before everyone. Its rich hue, delicate texture, and flawless transparency reached the pinnacle of glass quality. Li Shaoran, positioned closest, eagerly grasped the glass-type imperial green jade, exclaiming, "Sister, look. It's truly beautiful." Su Yu patted her head, chuckling, "Wipe away your drool. Once we return home, you can admire it for as long as you wish." Li Shaoran nodded vigorously, declaring, "I intend to sleep with it tonight." Chen Haoyu approached, inquiring, "What is the worth of this jade? Who truly won this gamble?" Su Yu, with a resigned expression, replied, "Chen Haoyu, I must admit I am thoroughly impressed by you." Li Shaoran nodded in agreement, adding, "Brother-in-law, this piece of imperial green jade can at least be fashioned into 2 bracelets, each valued at approximately 15 million. The remaining portions can be crafted into pendants or ring faces, totaling no less than 8 million. Chen Haoyu calculated. So, its total worth amounts to 38 million. And what of Wang Jianxing? I just overheard them discussing the exquisite icy young green jadeite that this gentleman possesses, which is more than twice my size and seemingly holds significant value. Li Shaoran remarked with a smile that icy young green jadeite is indeed rare in the market. However, when compared to the glass-type imperial green jadeite, it falls short by at least 2 tiers, with its highest worth capping at merely 30 million. Chen Haoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, So, this wager means I have emerged victorious. Wang Jinxing's icy yang green jadeite is now mine, correct? Li Shaoran nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Haoyu chided, clasping his hands behind his back and striding confidently to Wang Jinxing's side, deliberately proclaiming, Young Master Wang, my jadeite will soon be unveiled. Perhaps it would be wise for you to avert your gaze to spare yourself any heartache. Chapter 65. A resounding victory. Wang Jinxing trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was then that Li Shaoran grasped Chen Haoyu's intent and remarked, Sister, is my brother-in-law mentally unhinged? Nearly 40 million worth of imperial green jade, and if it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed. Yet, he barely glanced at it and instead rushed to mock his opponent. Could this matter be more significant than the jade itself? Su Yuyao chuckled softly, replying, The longer you interact with him, the more you'll realize he is indeed an eccentric. His thought process is quite distinct from others. Li Shaoran praised. Faced with 40 million in jade, his heart remains utterly unperturbed. The spiritual realm of my brother-in-law is certainly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. No wonder you have developed feelings for him. Su Yuyao shot her a glare and retorted, I never said I liked him. Li Shaoran shrugged, thinking to herself how long she could maintain that facade. 5 minutes later, Wang Jinxing's icy green jade was unveiled. There were 3 pieces in total. 2 were comparable in size to Chen Haoyu's imperial green jade, while the third was a third larger. Yi Ziyuan ascended the stage, examined both parties' jade, and declared, Young Master Wang, I regret to inform you that you have lost. As per our agreement, your icy green jade now belongs to Mr. Chen Haoyu. And you must also pay him 5 million. Wang Jinxing's countenance darkened to a near-drenched pallor. He retrieved a check from his pocket and flung it onto the ground, stating, Here is the 5 million check. I, Wang Jinxing, accept defeat. Until we meet again. Chen Haoyu bent down to pick up the check, lightly flicking it and chuckling. Young Master Wang, do mind your composure. Your father is worth billions. A mere 40 million is but a drop in the bucket for the Wang family. Is it necessary to be so incensed? Wang Jinxing merely snorted and departed without a backward glance. A jeweler stood up and called out, Mr. Chen, are you willing to sell these jades? I am prepared to offer 60 million. Zhao, do you jest? 60 million for the imperial green and icy green jade? I will bid 70 million. I'll offer 75 million. One price, I bid 80 million. The crowd erupted in bidding. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran. Li Shaoran clutched the imperial green jade tightly, her face a portrait of pleading. Understanding her unspoken request, Chen Haoyu clasped his hands together and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize. My girlfriend's family operates a jewelry business, thus I will not be selling these 2 pieces of jade. Moreover, let us not forget that these are merely raw materials for gambling. There are still 29 more half-raw materials to unveil, and I am confident they will yield further imperial green jade. Mr. Yi, I apologize for delaying your auction. Yi Ziyuan smiled and replied, Mr. Chen, you need not worry. I should be thanking you instead. With the unveiling of the imperial green jade, I believe the subsequent pieces from the same batch will surely fetch even better prices. Chen Haoyu concluded, Then I wish everyone the best of luck. Returning to the stage, Chen Haoyu requested a password box from Yi Ziyuan, placing the imperial green jadeite and 3 pieces of ice green jadeite within. Upon observing Chen Haoyu casually setting the box at his feet, Li Shaoran instantly felt displeased and promptly cradled it in her arms. Perhaps inspired by Chen Haoyu and Wang Jinxing, the semi-gambling rough materials were fervently seized by the crowd. A raw stone with a starting price of 20 million surprisingly fetched 50 million, filling Yi Ziyuan's coffers to the brim. Notably, the first raw stone saw its price soar to 240 million, acquired by a venerable jewelry company from Hong Kong, which opted to unveil it on the spot. This piece of jadeite bore a spirit akin to that of the 38 raw stone, and Chen Haoyu initially presumed that the buyer had incurred a substantial loss. To his astonishment, upon unveiling, they not only secured a piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite but also 3 additional pieces weighing a total of 4.8 kilograms of ice-type imperial green jadeite, along with over a dozen other jadeite of varying sizes. They not only avoided a loss, but instead profited over 100 million, leaving the representative of the jewelry company elated. Furthermore, Chen Haoyu came to realize that his abilities could only detect glass-type imperial green jadeite, while other grades and types eluded his perception. However, he did not feel disheartened. Every action and outcome is preordained. If he were to possess the uncanny ability to see through all raw stones like the protagonists in those online novels, it might not bode well for him. On their way back, Li Sharon retrieved the imperial green jadeite from the password box and gazed at it in awe, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. If I could have an imperial green bracelet, no, even just a pendant, I would be utterly satisfied." Chen Haoyu nonchalantly replied, "Isn't it just a pendant? I'll gift it to you." Li Sharon's face lit up with surprise. "Brother-in-law, an imperial green pendant is worth 2 to 3 million. Are you truly willing to part with it?" Chen Haoyu scoffed. "What is there to hesitate about? The reason we managed to unveil jadeite worth tens of millions this time, and why I won 5 million from that foolish Wang Jianqing, is all thanks to you bringing me to this jadeite auction. One mere imperial green pendant feels like a slight to you." Li Shaoran exclaimed excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you are incredibly loyal. From today onward, you are the only brother-in-law I acknowledge." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Li Shaoran, how do you manage to be so endearing? In that case, I shall gift you a pair of imperial green earrings as well." "Ah," Li Shaoran shrieked, joyfully declaring, "Brother-in-law, I adore you." Su Yuyao interjected coolly, "Shaoran, don't rejoice too soon. If you wish to accept a jadeite ornament worth millions, you must first get past uncle." Upon hearing this, Li Shaoran's previously exhilarated spirit was instantly dampened. Su Yuyao's uncle, Li Zhenan, served as the deputy director of the Yin High Police Department, a position equivalent to a vice-ministerial rank. As his daughter, if Li Shaoran were to accept such an extravagant gift from Chen Haoyu, it would undoubtedly be seen by Li Zhenan as condoning bribery within the family. Once this matter comes to the attention of those with ulterior motives, it could be weaponized against Li Zhenan, leading to significant trouble. Li Shaoran sighed in resignation and remarked, "Sister, could you not allow me a moment of joy?" Su Yuyao exhaled deeply and replied, "Shaoran, you must understand that even if you possess these exquisite jewels, wearing them in public is unwise. Should bystanders capture an image and share it online, uncle will undoubtedly face repercussions." Li Shaoran, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "I am so unfortunate." Chen Haoyu suggested, "This predicament is easily resolved. Simply marry a wealthy individual, and you may adorn yourself with any jewelry you desire." Chapter 66. The Assault of the Bandits. Li Shaoran scoffed and said, "Am I the type to sell myself for jewelry?" Chen Haoyu quickly replied, "Don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant." Su Yuyao inquired, "Chen Haoyu, how do you intend to handle these jadeite pieces?" Chen Haoyu responded, "I haven't quite decided yet. Do you have any suggestions?" Su Yuyao turned and shot him a fierce glare, stating, "You are asking this knowingly." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "I was just joking. As long as your aunt is willing to accept them, I will certainly sell these jadeites to her." Li Shaoran interjected, "They are too expensive. My mother's Qingyan Jewelry Company simply cannot afford such a sum." Chen Haoyu laughed, "This is simple. Let your mother write me an IOU. Once you transform these jadeites into top-tier jewelry and sell them, you can repay me, and all will be well." Su Yuyao spoke solemnly, "You need to think this through. If you proceed like this, you will have to wait at least 6 months to receive that money." Chen Haoyu replied, "Don't mention 6 months. Even 3 to 5 years would pose no issue." Li Shaoran joyfully exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you are truly impressive. Our Qingyan Jewelry Company is in dire need of top-quality jadeite. This will finally alleviate our urgent predicament. I've done you such a significant favor, shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" Just as Chen Haoyu was about to make a jest, he suddenly noticed an SUV tailing them in the rearview mirror. A vague recollection of seeing the vehicle's license plate when leaving the brilliant hotel crossed his mind. Su Yuyao noticed the change in Chen Haoyu's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Haoyu replied, "It appears we have a tail." Li Shaoran gasped, "What? Don't look back." Seeing her inclination to turn, Chen Haoyu swiftly intervened. Su Yuyao also spotted the SUV in the rearview mirror and asked, "What should we do?" Chen Haoyu laughed, "What else can we do? We shall play with them a bit. At the next traffic light, we'll switch positions, and I will take the wheel." Su Yuyao took a deep breath and agreed, "All right." Chen Haoyu's calm demeanor significantly eased the tension that had enveloped Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran. As they approached a red light, Chen Haoyu promptly exchanged seats with Su Yuyao. Once the green light illuminated, the cars around them moved forward in succession, yet Chen Haoyu remained motionless, allowing the incessant honking from behind to fill the air. When the red light timer reached 3 seconds, Chen Haoyu said, "Hold on tight. We're about to go." Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran quickly grasped the handles within the vehicle. As soon as the yellow light flickered, Chen Haoyu pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow at the moment the green light shone. "Ha ha." Chen Haoyu laughed triumphantly. "How about that? Isn't my driving skill impressive?" Su Yuyao cautioned, "Don't get too cocky. They are catching up." "Goodness." Chen Haoyu glanced at the SUV in the rearview mirror, astonished. They dare to pursue us even on a red light. It seems this vehicle is indeed targeting us. Su Yu retrieved her phone and declared, I will call the police immediately. However, before she could make the call, an SUV suddenly surged towards them. It was apparent that the assailants were aware of Chen Haoyu's discovery of their pursuit, abandoning any pretense. As the window rolled down, a scarred man brandished a firearm, aiming it directly at Chen Haoyu. Goodness, they're armed, Chen Haoyu shouted, instinctively slamming on the brakes. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the side of the vehicle's bumper. Su Yuyo and Li Shaoran turned pale, having never encountered such a perilous situation before. These are two desperate criminals, Chen Haoyu surmised, swiftly jerking the steering wheel to the left while pressing the accelerator, crashing into the assailant's vehicle. Su Yuyao's vehicle was a robust Range Rover, known for its durability and safety. In contrast, the opposing SUV was merely an ordinary model, its body thin and significantly lighter than the Range Rover. When the two collided, the Range Rover emerged victorious. The metal of the SUV crumpled under the force, sending it careening through the median and spinning thrice before finally coming to a halt. Before Chen Haoyu could revel in his triumph, a van collided forcefully with the rear of his vehicle. Damn, they have accomplices, he exclaimed, quickly regaining control of the steering wheel and propelling forward. A police station was just 10 kilometers ahead. Reaching it would ensure their safety. Unfortunately, reality proved harsh. The assailants were not willing to grant Chen Haoyu a clear path to the police station. With a series of gunshots, the tires of the Range Rover were punctured, causing the vehicle's speed to plummet. The SUV and van swiftly flanked them on either side. Yet, Chen Haoyu refused to surrender. He spotted an underground parking lot of a supermarket to the right. Without hesitation, he veered the vehicle and accelerated, crashing through the SUV on his right and barreling into the parking lot at full speed. Seizing the moment while the assailants lagged behind, Chen Haoyu halted the vehicle. I will draw them away. You two hide behind that white van immediately, he instructed. Su Yuyo inquired, what about you? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Without the two of you weighing me down, it will be a cinch to handle these petty thieves. Stop dawdling and get out. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Su Yuyo resolved that she and Li Shaoran would only hinder Chen Haoyu, and decisively said, Shaoran, we should exit the vehicle. Chen Haoyu, be careful. As they opened the doors and stepped out, Su Yuyo and Li Shaoran concealed themselves behind a nearby white van. Chen Haoyu turned the car around and sped off in another direction. At that moment, the two pursuing vehicles had caught up. Chen Haoyu led them in circles before abruptly blocking the road after a turn. He flung open the door and dashed forward. A thunderous noise erupted from behind him. Turning back, a smile crept across Chen Haoyu's face. The opposing van, caught unprepared, collided directly with the Range Rover, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted. Chen Haoyu swiftly turned right and darted away, concealing himself behind a BMW after running for more than 10 meters. Within half a minute, a grim voice echoed in the air. With those two women present, they surely cannot have fled far. Lao San, Lao Zhang, you search to the right. Dahai, you and I will search to the left. Remember, we have no more than 10 minutes. Li Shaoran must be captured alive. The other two are of no consequence. Is that understood? The other three responded in unison, understood. Upon overhearing their conversation, Chen Haoyu finally grasped that their intent was directed towards Li Shaoran. No, their true target was likely her father, Li Jianan. This deputy director of the Criminal Investigation Department in Yanhai was undoubtedly the focus of their malefic intentions. These four individuals had clearly committed a crime and aimed to seize Li Shaoran as leverage against Li Jianan. Unfortunately for them, their luck had run out, as they had crossed paths with him. Chapter 67, Fierce Battle with the Bandit Old 3, he's here. At that moment, a resonant voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. As he peered out, he couldn't help but curse. Before him knelt a burly man in his 30s, gazing towards a red van nearby. Undoubtedly, this man was old Zhang. Clever fellow. Chen Haoyu flicked his finger, and a golden needle shot forth with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, piercing old Zhang's neck. Old Zhang let out a yelp and collapsed. The instant he released the needle, Chen Haoyu dashed forward. By the time old Zhang hit the ground, he had already reached the man before him, delivering a powerful kick. Propelled by Chen Haoyu's immense strength, old Zhang's hefty frame, weighing at least 180 pounds, hurtled through the air towards the bandit known as Old 3. Bang! Old 3 instinctively fired a shot, striking old Zhang's arm. Only after the shot did he realize he had hit his own accomplice. Damn it. With considerable combat experience, Old 3 swiftly dodged to the left, aiming his gun directly at Chen Haoyu's position. Given his marksmanship, at a distance of 6 or 7 meters, Chen Haoyu was surely doomed. Unfortunately, Old Three had missed his optimal moment to shoot, for Chen Haoyu was already upon him, seizing his hand. Crack! Old Three's bones crunched as Chen Haoyu squeezed, causing the pistol to fall from his grip. A pain scream escaped Old Three's lips as he raised his leg to deliver a vicious kick towards Chen Haoyu. Not bad. Chen Haoyu internally praised him, skillfully evading the blow, and with a gentle yet forceful palm strike to his chest, Old Three's face paled, his body crumpling like a noodle. Having subdued Old Three, Chen Haoyu suddenly felt an intense sense of foreboding. He instinctively turned left as a bullet whizzed past his face. He could even feel the rush of air generated by the bullet's passage. Had his senses not been heightened beyond those of an ordinary person, he likely would have been struck down by that very projectile. How fast? The shooter was none other than the scar-faced man Chen Haoyu had encountered in the car. The disbelief in the scar-faced man's eyes was palpable. At a distance of less than 10 meters, Chen Haoyu had managed to evade his bullet. A reality hard for the usually impeccable marksman to accept. Reacting with remarkable speed, Chen Haoyu crouched low, seizing the handgun that had fallen from old Zhang's hand. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoyu fired at the scar-faced man. Unfortunately, his aim was poor, and he failed to hit his target. Bang! 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 The scar-faced man and another bandit named Dahai, who had rushed over, opened fire on Chen Haoyu, forcing him to take cover behind a vehicle, too fearful to expose himself. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed in the air. The scar-faced man's expression shifted dramatically. Dahai, forget about old Zhang and Old Three. You need to leave now. Dahai replied in a low voice, Boss, what about you? The scar-faced man coldly retorted, I have my own ways to escape. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two men, Chen Haoyu felt a surge of determination. He swiftly removed his t-shirt and exclaimed, None of you can escape. With that, he cast his t-shirt to the left and charged out from the right. The two thugs, indeed, fell for the ruse and fired a shot at the t-shirt. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was already too late. With a resounding crack, Chen Haoyu shot Dahai in the leg. Dahai let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. Chen Haoyu aimed at the scar-faced man next, only to discover that his gun was devoid of bullets. Damn it, he muttered, unleashing the legendary carefree steps of the ancient master, and surged towards the scar-faced man like lightning. The two were merely a few meters apart, and Chen Haoyu reached the scar-faced man in the blink of an eye. You shall perish. The scar-faced man bellowed, immediately directing his gun at Chen Haoyu. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden pain shot through his hand, causing the pistol to plummet to the ground. It was then that the scar-faced man realized a slender golden needle had pierced his wrist unbeknownst to him. Removing the needle, he understood he had encountered a formidable opponent and did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his meticulously honed 8 Extremes fist, striking fiercely at Chen Haoyu. The force of the punch stirred the air, creating a crackling sound. What incredible explosive power! This fellow must be a master adept in hidden strength. Chen Haoyu quickly assessed the scar-faced man's prowess and boldly charged forward. In this era of declining martial arts, a practitioner of hidden strength could undoubtedly be regarded as a master in the realm of traditional Chinese martial arts. Even in the Republican era, such individuals were few and far between, akin to the renowned figures like Hui Yuanjia and Wang Feiheng, who were merely practitioners of hidden strength themselves. What a pity! Such exceptional skills squandered in a life of crime, rather than serving the military, truly a waste of talent. With a thunderous impact, Chen Haoyu's palm met the scar-faced man's fist, producing a startling sound. The scar-faced man felt as though his strength vanished into thin air upon contact with Chen Haoyu. Tai Chi. The scar-faced man retreated 3 steps, solemnly declaring, Incorrect. This is Wuji fist. Come again. Chen Haoyu moved like the wind, his strength surging like the ocean, delivering a layered strike towards the scar-faced man. In truth, with Chen Haoyu's skill, a single move would suffice to subdue the scar-faced man. However, he was reluctant to conclude the encounter so swiftly. Opportunities to encounter masters of traditional martial arts in the modern world were exceedingly rare, and even when such encounters occurred, one could hardly expect the other to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Thus, the scar-faced man presented a rare opportunity for Chen Haoyu to hone his skills. In their previous clash, Chen Haoyu had employed merely 1/10 of his strength. Had it been otherwise, the scar-faced man would not have retreated only 3 steps. Faced with Chen Haoyu's overwhelming force, the scar-faced man felt as if his breath were being stifled, and his expression changed dramatically. Could it be that this young man had already attained hidden strength? Otherwise, how could his power be so formidable? How could he possibly be so young? The scarred man's thoughts raced, yet his movements were utterly resolute. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, he advanced a step, simultaneously sweeping his iron elbow with a fierce gust of wind aimed at Chen Haoyu's chest. This was a mutually destructive strategy, betting on the assumption that Chen Haoyu would not dare to risk his life in return. Indeed, Chen Haoyu acknowledged the challenge with a quiet commendation, swiftly shifting from offense to defense to block the oncoming iron elbow. Chapter 68. Practicing techniques with the scarred man seized the upper hand, his momentum akin to a raging storm, and unleashed a thunderous roar as his iron fists descended upon Chen Haoyu like a tempest. The explosive force of his blows shattered the air, creating a cacophony of sound within a 3-foot radius as the fierce winds howled around them. Had an ordinary person faced such ferocity, even 10 lives would likely not suffice to withstand the onslaught of the scarred man. Yet, Chen Haoyu remained unfazed. His feet gliding in the Bagua step, his palms dancing gracefully as he employed the soft power of Wuji Quan to counter the explosive might of his opponent. He had longed for the scarred man to fully unleash his skills in Bajiquan, eager for a formidable match, and the current circumstances unfolded precisely as he had wished. As the saying goes, in literature, Taiji brings peace to the world. In martial arts, Bajiquan shakes the heavens. The power of Bajiquan can extend to great distances in all directions, and particularly with Chen Haoyu adopting a defensive stance. He entirely encouraged the scarred man to unleash his full force. The scarred man's muscles bulged, his arms coiling like serpents as he unleashed a flurry of 8 elbows, 6 legs, and 12 punches within less than a minute. However, regardless of the scarred man's ferocity, speed, or strength, all his might was effortlessly diffused by Chen Haoyu's palms. What was most formidable was that Chen Haoyu did not retreat. Instead, he continuously rotated within a small circle, as if guiding the scarred man's attacks. He is using me to practice. The scarred man finally grasped Chen Haoyu's intention, his face contorted with intense rage. For a martial artist, death is preferable to humiliation. Chen Haoyu's actions had inflicted upon him an unbearable disgrace. You shall die? The scarred man bellowed, executing a technique known as Iron Mountain Lean, charging at Chen Haoyu like an enraged elephant. Sensing the scarred man's fury and the approaching sound of police sirens, Chen Haoyu deftly evaded the attack, remarking, "My apologies. You are a warrior. I shall ensure you meet your end beneath my fists." With that, he concentrated 30% of his energy into his right palm and thrust it forward. As the force surged forth, the air around them roared, causing the scarred man's clothing to whip violently. It seemed as though a cacophony of wailing spirits filled his ears. What a fearsome strike! The scarred man's heart trembled as he realized he could no longer evade the blow. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength for a counterattack. When their fists collided, the bones in the scarred man's hand shattered. Chen Haoyu's palms pierced through his defenses, landing squarely on his chest. Boom! The scarred man's body was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. What kind of fist technique was that? He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs, uttering the final question of his life. Chen Haoyu solemnly replied, "Wuji Quan." A smile crept across the scarred man's lips as he closed his eyes. What a pity, Chen Haoyu sighed once more. Chen Haoyu, where are you? Upon hearing Su Yuyao's urgent call, Chen Haoyu snapped back to reality, quickly leaning against a nearby vehicle. He closed his eyes, remaining utterly still, as if he had succumbed to death itself. After Su Yuya and Li Shaoran were released by Chen Haoyu, they immediately dialed the police. The authorities had already received reports from passers-by, indicating that 3 vehicles had been involved in a violent collision, reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster, with gunfire exchanged as well. Upon receiving the call, the police hurried to the scene, led by none other than Li Shaoran's father, Li Zhenan. This deputy director of the Yan High Police Department had not returned home for several days due to a gang-related shooting incident. After finally identifying the suspects, he had lost them during a pursuit the previous night, resulting in the deaths of 2 officers and serious injuries to 6 others. The entire Yan High Police Department faced severe reprimands from superiors, leaving Li Zhenan in a state of utter disarray. At this critical juncture, news of a gunfight erupted outside, and Li Zhenan's first thought was of the armed robbers who had stolen police firearms. It became evident that his suspicions were correct. The gunfire indeed came from those criminals. However, he never anticipated that the individuals in peril would be his own daughter and niece. Su Yuya and Li Shaoran hid behind a vehicle, paralyzed with fear. After approximately 5 minutes, they heard a series of gunshots in the distance. Su Yuya understood that Chen Haoyu must have been cornered by the robbers, and she felt as though all her strength had been drained, her eyes filled with despair. Li Shaoran, covering her mouth, wept profusely. Following the gunfire, the police finally arrived. Li Jianan was taken aback upon seeing Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran, quickly realizing that the assailant's target was undoubtedly his daughter. Soon, the police located Chen Haoyu's vehicle in conjunction with the robbers. Ignoring protests, Su Yuyao rushed out from the car, calling out Chen Haoyu's name. "Over here," one officer shouted. Everyone rushed towards the scene, discovering the 4 robbers lying motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Chen Haoyu sat slumped against a car with his head bowed and eyes closed, utterly still. "Chen Haoyu, wake up. Chen Haoyu, wake up." Su Yuyao hurried over, enveloping him in her arms and repeatedly calling his name. Upon noticing that Chen Haoyu remained unresponsive, panic engulfed her. She reached out with trembling fingers to check his breath, then leaned down to listen for his heartbeat, standing frozen in shock. He was lifeless. His heartbeat had ceased. That man, who was often so disheveled, was gone. An overwhelming sorrow surged through Su Yuyao's heart, tears streaming down her face. Li Xiaoran, with red-rimmed eyes, inquired, "Sister, what happened to brother-in-law? Please, say something." Su Yuyu lifted her gaze, her expression vacant, murmuring, "He is dead." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran broke down in uncontrollable sobs. Su Yuyao pressed Chen Haoyu's head tightly against her chest, allowing her tears to fall upon his face. In that moment, she finally recognized the profound truth within her heart. She had long since fallen in love with this man. Li Jianan, after assessing the condition of the 4 robbers and organizing his subordinates, rushed over without delay. "Xiaoran, Yuyao, what troubles you?" Li Xiaoran wept bitterly, her tears cascading like rain, and said, "Dad, my brother-in-law has died. He sacrificed himself to save us, luring the bandits here alone." Li Jianan furrowed his brow and replied, "One of the 4 bandits is dead, and 3 are severely injured. By all accounts, he should be unharmed. Yuyao, could you check if he has sustained any injuries?" Upon hearing Li Jianan's words, Chen Haoyu, who lay in Su Yuyao's embrace, reveling in her warmth, inwardly cursed. "You could have arrived a little later. Whether I live or die is none of your concern. Why must you meddle?" Realizing that Su Yuyao was shifting his head away from her bosom, he understood he could no longer feign unconsciousness. With a groan, he slowly opened his eyes. Su Yuyu was instantly filled with joy and exclaimed, "You're alive. I knew you wouldn't succumb so easily, you rascal." Li Xiaoran also chimed in with elation, "That's wonderful. Brother-in-law, you just terrified me." Chapter 69. Li Jianan's shocked Chen Haoyu clutched his chest, gasping for air as he exclaimed, "That scar-faced man's skills are truly formidable. He struck me with such force that I nearly met my demise. By the way, where is that scar-faced man now?" Li Jianan fixed Chen Haoyu with a piercing gaze and replied, "He is dead." Chen Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Did you all kill him?" Just before losing consciousness, he had faintly heard the sound of sirens. Li Jianan stated gravely, "You killed him." Feigning astonishment, Chen Haoyu protested, "I killed him? Impossible. His skills surpassed mine. Although I did manage to land a blow, I also took a punch from him. Could it be that we both suffered equally?" Li Jianan gestured towards a nearby surveillance camera, saying, "The footage will clarify everything." Damn. Chen Haoyu cursed inwardly. His previous act of feigning death served not only to gauge Su Yuyao's feelings for him, but also to buy time from the police. After all, he had just killed the scar-faced man, albeit in self-defense. It was still a life taken, and he had hoped to evade responsibility. He had anticipated the presence of surveillance cameras. Now, everything was ruined. Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu with suspicion and remarked, "I did not detect your breath, nor did I hear your heartbeat. Even your pulse was absent. How did you suddenly awaken?" "Chen Haoyu, are you not merely acting?" Chen Haoyu explained, "Perhaps I was rendered breathless by the blow from the scar-faced man, entering a state of apparent death." Su Yuyao appeared skeptical, asking, "Is that really the case?" With a look of exasperation, Chen Haoyu replied, "Sister, if you had just survived a gunfight and a brawl, would you still be in the mood to act?" Su Yuyao nodded in agreement, saying, "That is a valid point. Come, I shall take you to the hospital." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I only sustained minor internal injuries. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Xiaoran, please ensure my jade is kept safe. It represents all my fortune." "Oh dear." Li Xiaoran slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "The jade is still in the car. I will fetch it right away." Li Jianan grasped Li Xiaoran's arm and inquired, "What jade?" Li Xiaoran explained, "We attended a jade auction at the Brilliant Hotel tonight. Brother-in-law placed a bid on a glass-type imperial green jade valued at 35 million and wagered against a wealthy heir, winning an ice green jade worth 30 to 40 million. All the jade is securely stored in our car's safe. I must protect it. Brother-in-law? Li Zhenning glanced at Chen Haoyu and then at Su Yuyao, chuckling. Yuyao, when did you start dating? Upon hearing her father's words, Li Xiaoran realized she had let something slip and felt a wave of embarrassment. Su Yuyao, already aware of her feelings, took Chen Haoyu's hand and said, Uncle, we only established our formal relationship as a couple in the past 2 days and have not had the chance to inform you and Aunt. Ah, I see. Li Zhenan nodded, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Chen Haoyu, and inquired, Young man, what is your surname? Chen Haoyu replied, My name is Chen Haoyu. Li Zhenan expressed his gratitude. Thank you for rescuing Yuyo and Xiaoran. These 4 ruthless criminals are exceptionally vicious. They have claimed the lives of 2 of our brothers, while another 6 lie in the hospital. In the past couple of days, we have scoured the entire Yanhai city without a trace of them. I suspect their target this time is Xiaoran, intending to use her as leverage against me to facilitate their escape from Yanhai. Chen Haoyu affirmed, Your conjecture is entirely accurate. I overheard that scar-faced man mention that Xiaoran must remain alive, while Rainey and I are of no consequence. Li Xiaoran seethed. These individuals are utterly despicable. Li Zhenan gently caressed her hair, his expression filled with remorse. I am sorry, Xiaoran. I have put you in this predicament. Li Xiaoran shook her head. It's all right. Dad, I have always been proud of you. At that moment, a police officer approached, first casting a glance at Chen Haoyu before handing a mobile phone to Li Zhenan. Saying softly, Director, please take a look at this surveillance video. Very well, Li Zhenan responded, accepting the phone and beginning to watch. Chen Haoyu felt a surge of foreboding. Indeed, after viewing the footage, Li Zhenan could not help but gasp in astonishment, looking at Chen Haoyu with incredulity. You dispatched 4 armed criminals in 3 minutes, one of whom is a renowned martial artist. Mr. Chen, you are truly impressive. Chen Haoyu, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, replied, I possess a modicum of skill. Li Zhenan chuckled. This hardly seems to be a mere trifle, Mr. Chen. There is no need for pretense. The scar-faced man, known as Zhang Cha, is clearly seen in the video being struck dead by your hand, unable to contend with you in a duel. Su Yuyo poked Chen Haoyu in frustration, exclaiming, You only know how to deceive me. Chen Haoyu, standing firm, retorted, If I had to feign death, how would I have known whether you have feelings for me? You. Su Yuyo scolded, You are such a scoundrel. Get up. Yes, Chen Haoyu chuckled, rising from the ground and dusting off his clothes. He then asked, directly, May we take our leave? Li Zhenan replied, I'm afraid not. We need to take you to the police department to provide a statement. Despite Zhang Cha being a criminal, a life has been lost. Chen Haoyu sighed, I anticipated this outcome. Once the police had concluded their work at the scene, Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyo, and Li Xiaoran accompanied Li Zhenan in a police vehicle en route to the station. Li Xiaoran clutched tightly to the box containing jade that Chen Haoyu had, eliciting a sense of exasperation from Li Zhenan. Dad, is my brother-in-law going to be all right? He risked his life to save us, Li Xiaoran inquired. Li Zhenan reassured her. Rest assured, Mr. Chen will not only be unharmed but will also receive commendation from the police department. Su Yuyo asked, Uncle, what exactly were those 4 criminals involved in? Li Zhenan replied succinctly, drugs. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo fell silent. Chen Haoyu coldly remarked, It is truly a disgrace for a master of Bejiquan to descend into the realm of drug trafficking. Li Zhenan inquired, Mr. Chen, are you also a part of the national martial arts community? Chen Haoyu replied, No, I belong to the Taoist tradition. Li Zhenan continued, Yet, I perceive that your skills surpass those of Zhang Cha significantly. May I ask which style you practice? Chen Haoyu responded, I practice Bejiquan. It is a martial art employed by practitioners of Taoism to enhance physical vitality. To be honest, this is my first experience using Bejiquan in combat, and I was pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenan was left speechless. They had long since uncovered the background of Zhang Cha. In his earlier years, he had been a prodigious martial artist within the national community, but after accidentally taking the life of a wealthy heir, he embarked on an irreversible path. Li Zhenan had also studied martial arts for a time. Although he had not achieved any notable prowess, his discernment remained quite keen. Chapter 70. Li Zhenan's discontent from the video. It was evident that Chen Haoyu had been sparring with Zhang Cha until he suddenly unleashed his full power, ultimately striking Zhang down. The sheer force exhibited by that blow sent a shiver through Li Zhenan, even from behind the screen. This Chen Haoyu was undoubtedly formidable. He warranted further investigation to prevent Yu Yao from being deceived in the future. Upon arriving at the police station, several officers took statements from the 3 of them. Su Yao and Li Xiaoran's statements were quickly completed, and they were escorted by a female officer to a waiting room to rest. However, Chen Haoyu remained in the interrogation room, yet to emerge. Dad, it's been 20 minutes, and they're still not finished with their questions. Li Xiaoran expressed her dissatisfaction as she noticed Li Zhennan entering. Li Zhennan replied solemnly, Chen Haoyu is an extremely dangerous individual. We need to document his file. Li Xiaoran countered, my brother-in-law is humorous and charming. He just saved my sister and me from 4 ruthless criminals. How can he be dangerous? Li Zhennan explained, each of those 4 thugs has claimed at least a dozen lives, particularly Zhang Cha, who is exceptionally formidable. Faced with such vicious individuals, Chen Haoyu managed to eliminate them effortlessly in just 3 minutes, within a mere 10 meters. Mind my words, he dispatched them as if it were child's play. Do you not agree he is extremely dangerous? Understanding her father well, Li Xiaoran, aware of his candid nature, responded in astonishment, Dad, is my brother-in-law truly that powerful? Li Zhennan affirmed, he is even more formidable than you can imagine. Also, refrain from casually calling him brother-in-law. It could tarnish your sister's reputation. Li Xiaoran stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Li Zhennan sighed, feeling helpless against the whimsical nature of his daughter. Yu stated earnestly, Uncle, I have made up my mind about him. Li Zhennan furrowed his brow tightly and questioned, Are you aware of Chen Haoyu's past? He eschews proper work to engage in fortune-telling and has been incarcerated 5 times. Subsequently, he was imprisoned for 3 months for practicing medicine without a license. Only in recent years has he settled down somewhat. Such a person, let alone your parents, even your aunt, and I would disapprove of your association with him. Su Yuyao replied, He has already shared these matters with me. Uncle, not everyone who has been in custody is a bad person. Li Xiaoran chimed in, Indeed. I refuse to believe my brother-in-law could be a bad person. Li Zhennan was left speechless. He was curious to know what kind of enchantment Chen Haoyu had cast upon his daughter and niece, fostering such unwavering trust. 10 minutes later, Chen Haoyu finally exited the interrogation room. Li Zhennan personally drove the 3 of them home. During the journey, Li Zhennan inquired, Mr. Chen, where do you reside? Chen Haoyu responded, in Dai Chui community. Li Zhennan was taken aback, asking in surprise, You live in the same community as Yu Yao? Yu Yao calmly replied, Uncle, he has been living with me. We have been cohabitating for quite some time. What? Li Zhennan exclaimed, feeling a sharp headache. His niece had actually chosen to cohabitate with someone. If the Su family were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, particularly the elder Mr. Su, who might very well resort to violence against Chen Haoyu. After a moment, Li Zhennan took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and inquired, Yu, have you truly made this decision? Su Yu replied resolutely, My life is mine to govern. Li Zhennan pressed, Have you considered the consequences? A fierce light shone in Su Yuyao's eyes as she declared, The path I choose is mine alone, and I will bear the consequences myself. Even if I collide with the south wall, I would rather perish than turn back. Seeing Su Yuyao's unwavering determination left Li Zhennan momentarily speechless. Chen Haoyu, too, was profoundly moved. Despite the somewhat disjointed exchange between Li Zhennan and Su Yuyao, Chen Haoyu, being astute, discerned the underlying sentiments. It was clear that Li Zhennan had little faith in their relationship, while Su Yuyao firmly expressed her resolve to be with him. Reflecting on this, Chen Haoyu gazed at Su Yuyao, who was also looking at him with intense focus. Even in the darkness, her eyes sparkled brightly, radiating unwavering conviction. Chen Haoyu gently took Su Yuyao's hand, and they shared a knowing smile, their unspoken connection palpable. Upon reaching the Daequi community, Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao exited the vehicle, only to be surprised by Li Xiaoran, who emerged carrying a suitcase. Dad, I'm staying at my sister's place tonight. Please inform Mom, she said. That's not convenient. Li Zhennan replied. No matter, I will stay regardless, Li Xiaoran insisted. Su Yuyao smiled and interjected, Uncle, please let Xiaoran stay. We haven't seen each other in nearly 6 months. There is much to discuss. With a sigh, Li Zhennan relented, Very well, I shall take my leave. Wait. Chen Haoyu suddenly called out to Li Zhennan. Li Zhennan turned, questioning, What is it? Chen Haoyu fixed him with a penetrating gaze and said, directorly, I am aware that you harbor disdain for me, believing that someone with my past, having visited detention centers, is unworthy of Yu Yao. If I hadn't rescued the 2 sisters tonight, you likely wouldn't have deigned to acknowledge my existence. Am I correct? Stepping out of the vehicle, Li Zhennan faced Chen Haoyu directly and unhesitatingly replied, Indeed. I have reviewed your record and disapprove of your past actions, yet that does not preclude my gratitude. You saved Xiaoran and Yu Yao, effectively saving me as well. Chen Haoyu nodded, stating, Understood. However, I wish to convey that my assistance to the sisters was entirely voluntary, and your gratitude is unnecessary. Moreover, considering Sharon's regard for you, I kindly advise caution. You may be facing a risk in the coming days. While the issue may not be grave, it is prudent to remain vigilant. At this, the expressions of Li Jinan, Li Xiaoran, and Su Yuyao simultaneously shifted. However, their thoughts diverged. The father and daughter perceived Chen Haoyu's words as a curse upon Li Jinan. Su Yuyao was deeply concerned for Li Jinan, as Chen Haoyu had never erred in his divinations. Particularly with matters concerning calamities, his predictions had long since proven accurate. Li Jinan laughed heartily and remarked, "Are you casting a fortune for me?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Indeed." With a cold smirk, Li Jinan retorted, "Should I then pay you for this reading?" Chen Haoyu calmly stated, "If you believe, you may offer. If not, you need not." Li Jinan responded, "Very well. If I encounter any misfortune in the next few days, I will reward you with 2,000 yuan for your fortune-telling. However, if I remain unscathed, I hope you refrain from making such predictions for others in the future." With that, Li Jinan entered his car and drove away in a huff. Chapter 71. The quirky Ling Qing as Chen Haoyu watched the car gradually disappear from sight. He shook his head and muttered, "What a stubborn individual who won't turn back until he hits a wall." Li Xiaoran, with a dark expression, approached Chen Haoyu and said, "Brother-in-law, why are you cursing my father?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I merely intended to offer a kind reminder to your father. I never wish to curse him. Besides, he wouldn't withstand my curses." Su Yuyao interjected, holding back Li Xiaoran, who was eager to continue the argument with Chen Haoyu, and insisted, "Clarify your words. What exactly will my uncle experience?" Li Xiaoran was taken aback and exclaimed, "Sister, you can't be serious. Do you also believe in such superstitions?" Su Yuyao, with utmost seriousness, responded, "I do believe. The facts have long proven that he has never erred in his fortune-telling." "Is that true?" Li Xiaoran gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Chen Haoyu reassured them, saying, "You needn't worry unduly. Director Li will likely sustain minor injuries, requiring just a few days of rest. His life is not in danger." Su Yuyao inquired, "Don't you possess a protective charm? Could you perhaps give one to my uncle?" Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "Do you think he would actually wear it if you gave it to him? Don't be ridiculous. It would be a miracle if he didn't toss it into the trash right before your eyes." Upon hearing their exchange, Li Xiaoran suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. She knew her aloof cousin all too well. She rarely lied and seldom jested. If even she held unwavering faith in Chen Haoyu's fortune-telling abilities, it was impossible for Li Xiaoran not to feel tense. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu smiled at Su Yuyao and remarked, "Do not forget our wager. You still owe me a 2-minute French kiss." Su Yuyao nodded and replied, "I shall not forget. Within 2 years, I will fulfill that promise." Chen Haoyu's eyes widened as he sternly warned, "Remember, the timing of when you give it to me is my choice, not yours." With that, he headed straight into his bedroom. Su Yuyao chuckled and teased, "What a character." Li Xiaoran, observing the radiant smile blooming on Su Yuyao's face, sighed inwardly. Her cousin was utterly doomed. Meanwhile, Li Jinan returned home, burdened with worries. "Ah, isn't this Deputy Director Li? I see you remembered to come back," Ling Qing said. Clad in a thin white nightgown, leaning against the bedroom door with a discontented expression, it must be said that the genes of the Ling family women were exceptionally remarkable. Although Ling Qing was in her 40s, she appeared to be in her 30s, her skin still fair and her beauty undiminished. Time had not left any marks on her. Rather, it had bestowed upon her a touch of maturity and charm. If she stood alongside Li Jinan, they would epitomize the classic image of an older man with a younger woman. Li Jinan smiled wryly and responded, "Of course, I knew I would return. What I didn't anticipate was your precious daughter being here." Ling Qing was taken aback and asked, "Isn't she with Yuyao?" Li Jinan replied, "The issue lies with Yuyao. Do you know that girl has found herself a boyfriend and is even living with him?" "What?" Ling Qing exclaimed in shock. "What on earth is happening? You need to clarify this for me." Li Jinan recounted the events in their entirety. Upon hearing that the two sisters had been shot at by 4 ruthless bandits, Ling Qing's face turned pale with fright. Later, when she learned that Chen Haoyu had bravely diverted the bandits alone, engaging them in a life-or-death struggle in the underground parking lot, Ling Qing was profoundly moved. It is in moments of peril that true heroism reveals itself. To gauge a man's reliability, one must observe him in the most dangerous of circumstances, where his true nature shines through. Clearly, Chen Haoyu exemplifies such a dependable man. After listening to Li Jinan's account, Ling Qing confidently concluded, Wei Ying has quite the discerning eye. I find Chen Haoyu to be rather impressive. At this, Li Jianan nearly spewed the water he had just sipped. Dear, did you hear that clearly? Chen Haoyu is a frequent visitor to our detention center. So what? Ling Qing retorted. A hero does not question his origins. He dabbles in fortune-telling and superstition. But the likes of King Wen and Jiang Zia engaged in divination too. Were they not also practitioners of superstition? He operates a clinic without a license. Those so-called experts have their licenses and still fail to treat ailments. Li Jianan felt thoroughly defeated by his wife's arguments and lamented, Ling Qing, it's no wonder your daughter is so whimsical. It's clearly inherited from you. Ling Qing raised an eyebrow and proudly stated, You've misused your words. We are both clever and astute. Director Li, I must say, after he saved your daughter, you still look down on him. That is the epitome of ingratitude. If I were Chen Haoyu, I would have splashed you with disdain long ago. Li Jianan replied. I do feel grateful to him. It's just that I perceive a vast disparity between Chen Haoyu and Yue Ying. They simply do not seem well matched. Ling Qing scoffed. The question of their compatibility rests solely with Yue Ying. It is none of your concern. Director Li, let us not forget that when we married, you were merely a humble registrar. Had I not insisted, could you have married a beauty such as myself? Li Jianan shrugged, conceding, all right. I admit you have bested me in this discussion. Nevertheless, Chen Haoyu is no ordinary individual. After he killed that bandit, he remained unfazed, betraying no signs of distress. Such composure is rare among men. Ling Qing pondered for a moment and said, Do not mention this to my sister or brother-in-law just yet. Tomorrow, I shall personally investigate what makes this Chen Haoyu so remarkable in Wei Ying's eyes. Suit yourself, Li Jianan replied. I'm off to take a shower. These past few days have been exhausting. Ling Qing responded with dissatisfaction. What is this? You finally return home, and you don't even wish to fulfill your duties? Li Jianan quickly replied, Give me 5 minutes. If it were to be discovered that the illustrious deputy chief of the Yanhai Police Bureau, Li Jianan, was so thoroughly managed by his wife at home, it would surely provoke much laughter. The next morning, feeling somewhat stiff and sore, Li Jianan had breakfast before heading off to work. Ling Qing tidied up the kitchen and promptly called Li Shaoran. Mother, did father recount to you the events of last night? Indeed, he did, and it nearly terrified me to death. Fortunately, both you and Yuyo are unharmed. Otherwise, I would not have spared him. We owe a great deal to brother-in-law. Mother, I must express my disdain for father. It is utterly ridiculous that he would deem brother-in-law a dangerous individual when it was he who rescued us. I have already reprimanded him. This afternoon, I shall treat you both to a meal to properly express our gratitude to our Savior. You truly possess great wisdom, Mother. By the way, did father mention anything about the jade? What jade? I am unaware. Last night, we attended a jadeite roughstone auction, where brother-in-law successfully bid on a piece of glass-type imperial green jade, large enough to craft 2 bangles. Chapter 72. How much does Chen Haoyu trust you? Ling Qing could not help but exclaim, Shaoran, are you serious? A glass-grade imperial green jade? Li Shaoran replied, Of course not. Not only is it imperial green jade, but my brother-in-law also won several pieces of icy jade in a bet. Last night, a company president offered 80 million. I asked my brother-in-law to set aside the jade for our Qingyan Jewelry Company. It's in my possession now, and I will bring a piece over during lunch. Ling Qing urged, No, wait for me at Yuan's place. I'll rush over immediately. She felt uneasy about Li Shaoran carrying jade worth nearly 100 million around. What if something went awry? It would be too late for regrets. An hour later, Ling Qing arrived at Su Yuan's home with her financial manager, Bai Jilan. Li Shaoran opened the door and said, Mom, and Bai, why did you take so long to come? Ling Qing inquired, What happened? Li Shaoran explained. A patient arrived at my brother-in-law's clinic, and he went to attend to them. Ling Qing was taken aback. Your brother-in-law is a doctor? Li Shaoran nodded. To be precise, he is an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. My sister mentioned that even the wealthiest man in Yanhai, Chao Li Xue, sought him out for treatment, with a consultation fee reaching 10 million. Ling Qing gasped, 80 million in jade and 10 million in treatment fees. In just a few days, he has earned more than I have in half a lifetime. Li Shaoran giggled, Exactly. Mom, and Bai, please make yourselves comfortable. I will fetch the jade. Soon. A fist-sized piece of imperial green jade along with several icy jade pieces appeared before Ling Qing. She held the imperial green jade in her hands and observed it carefully, saying, It is truly exquisite. Shaoran, doesn't Chen Haoyu trust you too much by entrusting you with the jade? Isn't he afraid we might claim it for ourselves? Li Shaoran, brimming with pride, responded, Since the jade was acquired, I have been its sole custodian. My brother-in-law has even touched it. And he mentioned wanting to gift me an imperial green pendant and a pair of imperial green earrings. Unfortunately, I dared not accept. Ling Qing inquired, is his family wealthy? Li Shaoran shook her head. My brother-in-law is an orphan who grew up in the Sunshine Orphanage. Being wealthy is a recent development. He endured much hardship before. During his toughest times, he worked 3 jobs and hardly had any time to sleep, all while sending 5,000 yuan to the orphanage each month. After hearing my sister recount his story last night, I was moved to tears. Ling Qing remarked, your sister learned this from Chen Haoyu, right? Li Shaoran replied, no. My sister heard it from the head of the Sunshine Orphanage. My brother-in-law has never mentioned it to her. Ling Qing felt a profound respect, saying, if that is the case, Chen Haoyu must possess remarkable character. Li Shaoran smiled, of course. My sister is incredible. How could she possibly misjudge someone? Ling Qing asked, where is Chen Haoyu's clinic? We should discuss the purchase of the jade with him. Before leaving, my brother-in-law entrusted the entire matter to me. Li Shaoran presented 2 agreements to Ling Qing, stating, my brother-in-law has consented to sell the jadeite to our Qingyan Jewelry Company for 70 million. We merely need to provide the funds within a year. His signature is already affixed to these sales contracts. Ling Qing glanced at the documents, her delicate brows knitting together as she remarked, the terms outlined in the agreement appear excessively favorable to us. I must personally meet Chen Haoyu before signing. Li Shaoran pouted and replied, it's of no concern. My brother-in-law is indifferent. Ling Qing countered, I care. This is a matter of principle. Li Shaoran conceded, very well. I will take you to the clinic to meet him. Inside the clinic, Chen Haoyu was engaged in conversation with Zhu Lan and Zhang Kuan. It was Sunday, and initially, he and Zhang Kuan had arranged for a consultation on Monday. However, upon learning of this arrangement, Zhu Lan could hardly contain her impatience and called Chen Haoyu that morning. Chen Haoyu appreciated Zhu Lan's forthrightness and, unable to decline, acquiesced. Lan Jie, acupuncture is essential. Damage to the Chong meridian is no trifling matter. It can lead not only to infertility but also to a precarious imbalance of masculine vitality. Should this vitality falter, longevity becomes elusive. Although Mr. Zhang is still relatively young and unaware of the impending risks, once he reaches 50, his health will deteriorate considerably. By then, even if treated, the benefits may be rendered moot. Upon hearing that Zhang Kuan would receive acupuncture, Zhu Lan expressed her concerns. Chen Haoyu offered an explanation. Zhang Kuan, upon hearing this, turned pale and exclaimed, are you suggesting I want to live past 60? Chen Haoyu shook his head and replied, your health is alarmingly poor. At 40, you possess the body of a 60-year-old. If the Chong meridian remains unaddressed, your chances of reaching 50 are uncertain, let alone 60. Mr. Zhang, do not think I am being alarmist. You likely cannot even run 300 meters now, can you? Zhang Kuan offered a wry smile, admitting, my health is indeed not in good shape. Zhu Lan shot him a fierce glare and turned to Chen Haoyu, saying, brother, though we have only met twice, I feel a strong connection with you. Please, speak honestly. How confident are you in curing him? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu declared, 100%. Zhu Lan nodded, saying, then I shall trouble you. Chen Haoyu replied, Lan Jie, let us address the financial aspect before proceeding with treatment. Zhu Lan inquired, how much? I will arrange it immediately. Chen Haoyu stated, you should be aware of my fee structure, correct? Zhu Lan confirmed, yes, the registration fee is 3,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu continued, I will only charge you 3,000 now. Should you conceive in the future, it would indicate that I have successfully treated Mr. Zhang's infertility. At that time, I would appreciate an additional 200,000. Zhu Lan smiled. Are you not concerned that I might refuse to pay you then? Pointing to his own eyes. Chen Haoyu replied, I believe my judgment of character is quite sound. Zhu Lan nodded, retrieving her phone to scan the QR code on the table, promptly transferring a total of 230,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu, stating, I have never misjudged a person either. Chen Haoyu chuckled softly to himself, thinking that you have misjudged your beloved. Upon entering the consultation room, he instructed Zhang Kuan to recline on the examination table, lifting his shirt to reveal his chest and abdomen. My goodness, the expanse of pale, flabby flesh could yield a significant amount of lard. Chen Haoyu silently returned the gold needle he had just retrieved and replaced it with an 8-centimeter long needle. Observing this, Zhu Lan displayed a look of resignation. Chapter 73. Ling Qing's support in a swift flurry. Chen Haoyu deftly inserted 3 golden needles into Zhang Kuan's perineum, precisely targeting the vital acupoints of the 3 major channels, Qi Chong and Shi Guan. With a flick of his fingers, the needles began to vibrate as if electrified. Any esteemed traditional Chinese medicine master witnessing this extraordinary scene would undoubtedly be astounded. For Chen Haoyu was employing the long-lost San-Kai needle technique and the art of qi manipulation with needles. The San-Kai needle technique is renowned for its miraculous ability to revive the near-dead with merely 3 needles, capable of restoring a person on the brink of demise to life. The art of qi manipulation transcends this, using the power of qi to vibrate the needles and thus unblocking the body's meridians. Once the meridians are open, everything becomes manageable. Such needle techniques can only be wielded by practitioners of traditional medicine who have mastered qi, and Chen Haoyu's prowess far surpasses the so-called qi cultivation by 1,000-fold, resulting in a correspondingly superior healing effect. As Chen Haoyu merely flicked his fingers, the 3 golden needles oscillated vigorously, leaving Zhu Lan utterly astonished. "Mr. Zhang, how do you feel?" Chen Haoyu inquired, giving another gentle flick to the needles, directing his question to Zhang Kuan, who was too apprehensive to open his eyes. Zhang Kuan replied, "1 word, delightful. 2 words, incredibly comfortable. I feel a warm energy circulating in my chest and lower abdomen." Chen Haoyu nodded, affirming, "That is precisely as it should be." After approximately 10 minutes, observing the beads of sweat gathering on Zhang Kuan's abdomen, Chen Haoyu withdrew the needles. Zhang Kuan, still craving the sensation, implored, "Mr. Chen, could you please do it again? It feels wonderful." Chen Haoyu cautioned, "Excess can be detrimental. The acupuncture has already significantly improved your channels. What you need now is nurturing. I will prescribe a remedy for you to take over the next week. Come back next Monday." Zhang Kuan responded gratefully, "Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chen." Once the prescription was prepared and handed to Zhang Kuan, Chen Haoyu solemnly instructed, "During this period, you must refrain from any intimate relations. If you cannot resist, it could spell disaster for you." Zhang Kuan nodded earnestly, "I understand." Zhu Lan, impressed, gave Chen Haoyu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, your acupuncture skills are simply remarkable." Chen Haoyu smiled humbly, "It is merely a minor skill. When you return next time, I believe Mr. Zhang's channels will be in good order. At that point, I will tailor prescriptions for each of you based on your individual health conditions to facilitate proper recuperation. If all goes well, in a month's time, you will be ready to embark on the journey of parenthood." Zhu Lan's eyes glistened with excitement as she replied, "That sounds wonderful, thank you." Just as the grateful couple, Zhang Kuan and Zhu Lan, departed, Li Shaoran entered with Ling Qing and Bai Zhilan. "Brother-in-law, allow me to introduce you. This is my mother. And this is Aunt Bai Zhilan, our financial manager at Qingqian Jewelry Company," Li Shaoran said to Chen Haoyu. "Mr. Ling, Ms. Bai, it is a pleasure to meet you both." Chen Haoyu greeted them with a smile. Ling Qing waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formality. Given your relationship with Yu Yao, you may call me Aunt Ling directly." As soon as she entered, she scrutinized Chen Haoyu from head to toe. His physique rated a commendable 90, while his looks garnered a respectable 85. In comparison to those scions of affluent families, Chen Haoyu's appearance could only be considered average. However, the brilliance and depth of his eyes, coupled with his effortless and carefree demeanor, significantly enhanced his appeal. Overall, Ling Qing found herself quite satisfied with Chen Haoyu. "The title you have asked me to use may not sit well with Director Li," Chen Haoyu remarked. Ling Qing replied candidly, "Do not concern yourself with him. I heard about the unpleasantness between you two last night. It was entirely his fault. The moment he learned about your time in detention, he formed a bias against you, which is utterly unreasonable." Chen Haoyu did not anticipate Ling Qing's forthrightness and said, "Aunt Ling, I admire your character." Ling Qing was taken aback but responded, "I also have great faith in you." They exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Once seated, Ling Qing inquired, "Haoyu, was that couple who just left the clinic Zhang Kuan and Zhu Lan?" While preparing tea, Chen Haoyu confirmed, "Indeed. Do you know them, Aunt Ling?" "We're old friends." She replied, "Have they been afflicted by some ailment? Is it serious?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "It's merely an issue with Zhang Kuan's meridians, which has been largely resolved." Ling Qing nodded and chose to change the subject to Jade. "Haoyu, I reviewed the sales agreement drafted by Shaoran, and I find it somewhat unsuitable." Chen Haoyu asked, "Is it the price or some other aspect that is inappropriate?" Ling Qing responded, "The conditions are too favorable. First, I want to thank you for considering selling such precious jade to us. It is of immense importance to our company. However, I heard from Shaoran that someone offered 80 million last night, while you only seek 70 million, which is a full 10 million less. This is simply unacceptable. I cannot let you suffer a loss. Furthermore, regarding the payment method, Settling the payment within a year is already a significant help. We must account for the interest during this period. Chen Haoyu smiled. Aunt Ling, are you acting this way to avoid owing me a favor? Or is it due to Director Li's position? Both, Ling Qing admitted. If you were married to Yuyo, I would not hesitate to seize any advantage. But as it stands, I cannot. Chen Haoyu nodded, acknowledging her perspective. Understood. In the spirit of business, let us forego the interest. Just provide me with 75 million within a year. Ling Qing pondered for a moment and agreed. Very well, it is settled then. Jilan, please draft a new contract. Bai Jilan nodded in acknowledgement and left the clinic. After concluding their discussion on business, Ling Qing shifted the conversation to Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyo. Haoyu, have you heard of the Su family from Yindu? No, but I can surmise they must be quite formidable. Indeed, the Su family is exceptionally influential among ordinary citizens. Yuyo's father is on the cusp of achieving ministerial rank. Given his age, if he succeeds in reaching that level, you should comprehend the implications. Most notably, the elder Mr. Su, who has recently stepped down from a deputy consular position. At this juncture, Ling Qing paused, observing Chen Haoyu's expression. When the general populace hears of the formidable Su family, a sense of astonishment, trepidation, or even self-deprecation often ensues. Such reactions are entirely natural. However, Chen Haoyu remains remarkably composed, embodying the tranquility of a still pond. Ling Qing, having toiled in the business arena for many years and having pursued studies in psychology, possesses a keen ability to decipher others' psychological states through subtle facial expressions, granting her a distinct advantage in negotiations. Thus, whether Chen Haoyu is genuinely tranquil or merely feigning calmness is something Ling Qing can discern at a glance. Chapter 74. The strength of the Su family. It is no wonder that my proud niece is captivated by the man before her. His composure surpasses that of countless other young men. Chen Haoyu poured a cup of tea for both Ling Qing and Li Xiaoran, remarking casually, such an impressive Su family. Yet they still engage in those antiquated arranged marriages. Frankly, I hold them in disdain. Impressed by Chen Haoyu's scornful demeanor, Ling Qing could not help but give him a mental thumbs up. She had never envisioned that Chen Haoyu would harbor such sentiments towards the Su family. Li Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what a bold statement." "You are absolutely right," Ling Qing interjected, regardless of the circumstances. Yu Yuan is still a member of the Su family. If you wish to be with her, you must gain the family's approval, which is no trivial matter, especially considering how your situation diverges from my sister's standards for a son-in-law. Chen Haoyu chuckled softly. Yu Yuan possesses an incredibly independent spirit. I do not believe she would choose her partner based on others' expectations, even if that person is a close relative. Ling Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Your presence may place Yu Yuan in a difficult position. Chen Haoyu shook his head. Aunt Ling, you are entirely mistaken. It is the absurd arranged marriage orchestrated by the Su family that puts Yu Yuan in a predicament. Even without me, there would be Li Haoyu, Wang Haoyu, and Zhou Haoyu. As long as Yu Yuan's character remains unchanged, conflicts with her family will persist. If pushed to the limit, she may even resort to drastic measures. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Ling Qing fell silent, gazing at Chen Haoyu. She suddenly felt as though she were in the presence of a sage brimming with life wisdom. The calmness, maturity, and open-mindedness he exhibited far exceeded the qualities expected of someone in their 20s. Suddenly, Ling Qing smiled and said, Haoyu, I have high hopes for you. Chen Haoyu replied, Thank you for your support, Aunt Ling. Soon after, Bai Jilan entered with 2 copies of an emerald trading agreement. Without even glancing at them, Chen Haoyu signed his name on the documents. Ling Qing teased, Aren't you afraid I might tamper with the agreement? Chen Haoyu responded grandly, It's merely 75 million. If Aunt Ling desires it, take it. Consider it my tribute as your future son-in-law. Ling Qing's face broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, You have quite the way with words. Let me share a piece of news with you. In half a month, it will be our patriarch's birthday. And my sister will undoubtedly attend. Chen Haoyu nodded, rest assured. No matter how much my future mother-in-law may look down on me or how harsh her words may be, I will not engage in quarrels. Ha ha. Ling Qing laughed heartily at Chen Haoyu's response. This fellow was truly entertaining. After signing the contract, as Ling Qing was about to leave, she suddenly noticed an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man entering. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Ling Qing promptly greeted them. The newcomers were Su Jiangwo and Su Hai, whom Chen Haoyu had met at the hospital. Su Jiangwo has recently retired from his position as a lieutenant general, holding a highly esteemed status in Yanhai, such that even the mayor shows him respect. His eldest son, Su Jiang, once served as a direct superior to Li Jianan, fostering a strong relationship between the two families. We have come to seek assistance from Xiaoqin regarding a matter. Xiaoling, are you feeling unwell? Su Jiangwo inquired. Ling Qing replied, no. I am here for a matter with Xiaoqin, just finished. Su Jiangwo responded with an O and chuckled. It seems Xiaoqin is not only skilled in medicine but also an adept businessman. Chen Haoyu remarked, Old Su, please do not jest. I am hardly knowledgeable in business. It is merely luck that I have unearthed a few pieces of jade. Haha, judging by your and President Su's expressions, it appears the matter has been resolved. Chen Haoyu continued. Su Jiangwo, with an earnest demeanor, stated, indeed, the matter has been concluded. Xiaoqin, our family owes you a tremendous favor. Chen Haoyu replied, Old Su. You are too kind. Accepting remuneration to alleviate others' troubles is my duty. Ling Qing, upon hearing the exchange between Su Jiangwo and Chen Haoyu, felt a profound sense of astonishment. She was deeply curious about what Chen Haoyu had accomplished to warrant a retired lieutenant general's personal gratitude, even to the extent of acknowledging a debt of gratitude. Ling Qing was well aware of the weight that a favor from the Su family carried, thus her interest in Chen Haoyu was significantly piqued. She perceived this young man to possess an air of mystery, far more complex than he appeared. Old Su, please enjoy your conversation with Haoyu. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Ling Qing said, recognizing her inappropriateness in lingering. Su Jiangwo smiled. Very well. Go ahead with your tasks. Su Jiang will likely return in a few days for a night's stay. Perhaps you can all gather then. Ling Qing nodded, certainly. Li Sharan added, brother-in-law, do not forget our lunch together at noon. Chen Haoyu assured, rest assured, I won't forget. After Ling Qing and the others departed, Su Jiangwo, surprised, asked, Xiaoqin, are you married? Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, I wish to be, but she has yet to agree. Su Jiangwo speculated. It wouldn't happen to be Dr. Su, would it? Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up. Impressive, you guessed it right. Su Jiangwo chuckled. Doctor. Su is both talented and beautiful, yet her demeanor is somewhat aloof. Winning her heart may not be an easy feat. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow. You are correct. However, where there is a will, there is a way. I firmly believe that one day I shall breach her defenses and win her affection. Su Jiangwo responded. I hope for your success. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Chen Haoyu inquired, Old Su, now that President Su's matter has been settled, do you have any other business for me? Su Jiangwo's tone turned somber. I have an old leader, an elder brother, whose spouse tragically lost her precious great-grandson 3 years ago. In her distress, she suffered a stroke and has since remained in a comatose state. Despite consulting numerous renowned experts both domestically and internationally and employing various methods, we have been unable to awaken her. Xiaoqin, I wish to ask if you possess any means of treatment? Chen Haoyu asked, what is her age? How was her health prior to the coma? Has the child been found? Su Jiangwo remarked, my elder sister is 73 years of age and generally in good health, capable of visiting the market to purchase vegetables. However, the whereabouts of her child, abducted by those despicable human traffickers, remain unknown even now. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow and responded. The elder's condition clearly indicates she has suffered a significant psychological blow, instinctively reluctant to awaken and confront the reality of having lost her great-grandchild. It is not a simple task to rouse someone in such a state. Challenging, yes, but not impossible. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's reply, Su Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with hope as he asked, do you have confidence? Chen Haoyu shook his head, stating, no physician in the world would claim certainty in awakening a comatose patient, and I am no exception. I can only say I will do my utmost to attempt it. The outcome remains uncertain. Su Jiangwo expressed his delight, saying, that is splendid. Come, I shall take you to attend to my elder sister. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied. I cannot go. Su Jiangwo was taken aback and inquired, why not? Chen Haoyu explained, Mr. Su. It has been an established principle in medicine that practitioners do not impose themselves uninvited. If you were a direct relative of the patient requesting my assistance, I would feel compelled to oblige. However, as you share no blood relation with the individual, it would be inappropriate for me to visit and provide treatment. I must respectfully decline. Chapter 75. The Fortunes of Su Hai. The phrase a doctor does not knock on doors implies that unless invited, a physician will not take the initiative to seek out a patient. The rationale is quite straightforward. If one were to foolishly venture into someone's home claiming they are ill and offering treatment, the individual would undoubtedly perceive the doctor as a charlatan. Even if the treatment were successful, they would likely believe their ailment was trivial to begin with. The costs of medical care could become a contentious issue, and one might find themselves not only without compensation but also facing potential violence. If the treatment fails, the situation would be even graver. They would regard the physician as unqualified, having attempted a task well beyond their capabilities, surely motivated by monetary gain. Thus, throughout history, no physician has ever approached a patient's home to provide treatment unless formally summoned by the patient's family. Su Jiangwo remarked, "Xiao Chen, my former superior holds a significant position. Shouldn't exceptions be made?" Chen Haoyu replied, "You are a lieutenant general, but compared to your rank, that individual is at least a general. Such an esteemed personage warrants no exceptions from me. Su Lao, you must understand that I possess no confidence whatsoever in rousing a 3-year comatose patient. Should I fail, not only would I feel embarrassed, but you might also find yourself in a rather awkward position. Moreover, at my age, if you were to directly take me to see the patient, even an ordinary person would likely harbor doubts." Su Jiangwo nodded and conceded, "You are correct. I have been reckless. In that case, I shall bring him tomorrow." Chen Haoyu smiled, "No problem." Su Jiangwo glanced at Su Hai and said, "Did you not come to see Xiao Chen for a matter? Speak up." Su Hai displayed an apologetic expression and said, "Mr. Chen, I must first apologize for my previous demeanor." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No worries. Su Zong, it seems you have incurred significant losses this time, haven't you?" Su Hai lamented, "It feels like a return to the past. I have already arranged for the bridge to be demolished and rebuilt. The government has not made things difficult for me, only demanding half of the penalty fee, but overall, I am facing a loss of nearly 100 million. Chen Haoyu inquired, "What about your brother-in-law?" Su Hai gritted his teeth and said, "He has been sent away. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been reduced to the brink of bankruptcy." Chen Haoyu chuckled, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. With this lesson learned, perhaps your future achievements will soar higher. "Really?" Su Hai exclaimed joyfully, "Mr. Chen, do you truly believe I can still prosper?" Chen Haoyu suddenly understood, So Su Zong wishes for me to assess your financial fortune, is that correct?" Su Hai nodded eagerly, "Yes. I plan to shut down the real estate company and invest in an online streaming business. I hope you can assist me in this regard." With that, Su Hai, displaying keen awareness, took out his phone, scanned the clinic's QR code, and sent Chen Haoyu 10,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly, activated his insight, and examined Su Hai's features. He noticed a faint glimmer of gold in his wealth palace, which, once fully unlocked, would undoubtedly radiate brilliance. Alas, this fellow is destined for great wealth. Opposite him, Su Hai felt a twinge of unease under Chen Haoyu's scrutinizing gaze, his heart racing uncontrollably. He noticed that Chen Haoyu's eyes were sharp as blades, yet within their depths lay an abyss of inscrutable darkness. As their gazes locked, Su Hai felt as though every facet of his being was laid bare before Chen Haoyu, an unsettling sensation that compelled him to avert his eyes hastily. With his celestial perception momentarily dulled, Chen Haoyu pondered before uttering 4 words. From adversity comes prosperity. Su Hai's face lit up with astonishment. "You mean to say that my investment in an online streaming company will be successful, correct?" Chen Haoyu shook his head, clarifying. "What I mean is that your fortune is promising. However, whether you can convert that fortune into wealth depends solely on you. After all, fortune can arrive today and depart tomorrow." Su Hai was taken aback. "Fortune can leave?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "How is fortune written? With a walk beside cloud. Whether it be financial luck, blessings, or longevity, if not grasped carefully, it will drift away like clouds. Nothing is immutable. The crux lies in whether one can seize it. For instance, during the late Yuan dynasty, many possessed the destined dragon fate, yet only Zhu Yuanzhang ultimately ascended to the throne. Mr. Su, your greatest peril lies within the discord of your household. If this issue remains unaddressed, your fortune will undoubtedly be devoured by your misfortune. This is beyond doubt." Su Jiangwo cast a glance at Su Hai, affirming, "Xiao Chen is correct. A harmonious home fosters prosperity in all endeavors. Without stability at home, what hope is there for victory? Such dreams are but illusions." Su Hai, slightly abashed, replied, "Father, rest assured, I will manage it well." Soon after, Su Jiangwo and Su Hai departed. Chen Haoyu glanced at the time, noting it was already past 10 o'clock. So he decided to enjoy some tea and read a book at the clinic. It wasn't until 11:30 that he finally drove to Kangen Hospital to pick up Su Yueying. One cannot help but commend the quality of the Land Rover. The 4 thugs from the previous night, with their SUVs and vans, sustained considerable damage, yet the Land Rover emerged with merely minor injuries. Nevertheless, it was likely to require a week for repairs. After waiting in the underground parking lot for a full half-hour, Su Yuying finally appeared before Chen Haoyu. Today, she wore a form-fitting yellow gown, cinched at the waist with a silk ribbon, exquisitely accentuating her perfect curves, coupled with her stunning beauty and an air of aloof elegance. She could truly be described as ethereal. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Haoyu pressed the horn a few times, and Su Yuying gracefully approached. As she opened the car door, a faint scent of jasmine wafted into Chen Haoyu's nostrils. What perfume are you wearing? It's quite lovely. Seated in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt, Su Yuying replied, Chanel. As Chen Haoyu started the car, he remarked, but wait, I didn't notice it when I dropped you off this morning. Did you not know that women keep perfume both at home and at work? Now I do, and it's never too late to learn. This morning, I entered into an agreement with your aunt to sell her the jade for the sum of 75 million, with repayment due within a year. I have heard this from Shaoran. Thank you, Chen Haoyu, for assisting my aunt. No need for gratitude. We are all family now. But what if we are not? Wouldn't that be a significant loss for you? Haha, you did not deny it but rather responded with a question. This, in psychological terms, indicates your acceptance of me. It is also possible that I might be exploiting you. Being used by the one I cherish. Even without a favorable outcome, I would willingly accept it. Upon uttering such a sentimental phrase, Su Yuying could not help but shiver slightly and replied, all right, you win. Haha. Chen Haoyu chuckled triumphantly and said, I found this line online. What do you think? Quite nauseating, isn't it? Su Yuying's lips curled into a faint smile as she responded, it is indeed rather distasteful. Chapter 76. The Yang family and Ling Qing's words soon, the two arrived at their destination, the Xinqing Hotel. Upon alighting from the car, Su Yuying directly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's. Chen Haoyu smiled faintly, thinking to himself that her actions had become increasingly adept. It seemed that his promotion to a more formal status was imminent. As they entered Box 6, they found Ling Qing and Li Shaoran already present. Li Shaoran exclaimed, Sister. Brother-in-law, why did you take so long to arrive? I'm absolutely starving. Su Yuying retorted, who told you to sleep in and skip breakfast? You deserve it. As she spoke, she handed her LV bag to Chen Haoyu. Understanding her intention to impress Ling Qing, he promptly accepted the bag and pulled out a chair for her. After she sat down, he hung the bag on the back of the chair. This sequence of actions was remarkably fluid, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Ling Qing observed everything quietly and let out a silent sigh. It appeared that her niece was resolutely determined to be with Chen Haoyu. Sister, having a boyfriend makes a difference, doesn't it? You seem much more confident when you speak, Li Shaoran teased. You could also find a boyfriend. I'm not done having fun yet, so I certainly won't lock myself down like you so soon, Su Yuying replied. This just means you haven't met the right person yet, Ling Qing interjected. When you do, you might change your mind. She continued. You two sisters should settle down for a moment. Today, I'm here to treat Haoyu, not to listen to your banter. Chen Haoyu chuckled, and Ling. It's merely a few pieces of jade. There's no need for excessive formality. Ling Qing responded. All right, I'll skip the pleasantries. Haoyu, how did you come to know old Su? He seems to regard you quite favorably. Chen Haoyu gestured towards Su Yuying and said, Rainjiao knows the details best. Let her explain. Ling Qing replied, No rush, let us eat while we talk. Before long, the waiter brought out the dishes. As it was midday, Ling Qing opted for fruit juice instead of wine. During the meal, Su Yuying recounted how Chen Haoyu had managed to deceive Su Jiangwo and Su Hai. After hearing the story, Ling Qing expressed her astonishment. A few days ago, Su Hai's construction group encountered major issues, not only jeopardizing a nearly completed public welfare project but also leading to several high-ranking executives being implicated. I can't believe you were behind it. Haoyu, can you truly predict fortunes? Chen Haoyu nodded. I can only claim to have a rudimentary understanding. Compared to the likes of Zhuge Liang and Liu Bowen, I still have much to learn. The three women could not help but laugh at his self-aggrandizement. Li Shaoran remarked, Brother-in-law, your boasting is quite grand. Chen Haoyu chuckled without providing any further explanation. In terms of magical prowess, he could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhuge Liang and Liu Bowen. Ling Qing then asked, Is old Su seeking you out again for fortune-telling? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. He wants me to treat a comatose relative of an old leader. Ling Qing felt a stirring in her heart and remarked, in the entire Yin Hai, the only individual whom Elder Su refers to as the old leader, and who has a family member lying in a vegetative state, must be General Yang Junxing, a retired officer from our Xia country. Li Shaoran inquired, Mom, Is this General Yang Junqing very formidable? Ling Qing replied, certainly. For decades, General Yang's presence has been felt in nearly every conflict our country has faced. Even after 7 or 8 years of retirement, he still wields significant influence within the military. It is said that the consul calls him every year to extend his regards. Moreover, his son, Yang Hengrui, is the esteemed leader of our neighboring province, Luo Province, and his ascension to higher ranks appears to be a foregone conclusion. Xiaochen, if you can restore the health of General Yang's wife, you will find yourself quite esteemed in Yanhai. Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, I did not agree to treat that elderly lady. Ling Qing was taken aback and asked, why not? Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, medicine does not knock on doors. There is a stark difference between offering to treat someone and being invited to do so. Regardless of how well Elder Su and the Yang family know each other, I remain an outsider. If I manage to cure the lady, all will be well. If not, it will be quite awkward. Ling Qing understood and remarked, it is rare to see you so clear-headed. Now, let me raise a drink in place of wine, wishing you and Yu Yao the best in your endeavors together. Su Yu Yao's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Aunt, do you support us? Without hesitation, Ling Qing affirmed, you are my only niece. Of course, I support you. Haoyu is right. The Su family is vast and influential, yet they resort to matrimonial alliances to sustain their legacy, which I find distasteful. This was the first time Ling Qing expressed her views on Su Yu Yao's marriage, and she stood firmly in support of her niece, which brought great joy to Yu Yao. She immediately lifted her glass and said, thank you, Aunt. Afterward, she clinked her glass with Chen Haoyu's. Understanding her cue, Chen Haoyu raised his glass and said, thank you. Aunt Ling Qing downed her drink in one go and stated, no need for thanks. Yu Yao, in matters concerning you, I fear I will find it difficult to intervene. At most I might offer some subtle encouragement in front of your mother. Su Yu Yao responded, Aunt, I do not require any concrete actions from you, merely your support is sufficient. Ling Qing asked, your mother will be visiting next weekend to celebrate your grandfather's birthday. How do you plan to manage that? I will directly bring Haoyu along, Su Yu replied, turning to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu quickly affirmed, I will prepare a gift. Ling Qing beamed with delight and remarked, you two are ready to cause quite a stir. Haha, I eagerly anticipate that day. Li Sharon chided, Mom, you seem to revel in the chaos. Ling Qing snapped her fingers and said, correct. That is precisely who I am. Li Sharon was left speechless. An hour later, after the four had finished their meal, Ling Qing received a phone call. Hello, this is Ling Qing. Who am I speaking to? Sister-in-law. This is Lu Feng from the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Police Department. Deputy Director Li has been injured and has just entered the operating room at Yanhai First People's Hospital. What? Is it serious? Ling Qing rose abruptly, her face etched with worry. Deputy Director Li had been shot in the arm. Shot? Have you encountered another bandit? Li Zhenan, esteemed Deputy Director of the Yanhai Police Department, typically commanded from the rear unless faced directly with a criminal, making such an injury unlikely. Lu Feng, seated across from her, pondered for a moment before responding. Our criminal investigation team apprehended a murderer. Upon entering the police station, he suddenly erupted in violence, injuring one of our colleagues and seizing a firearm, fortuitously crossing paths with Deputy Director Li, who was there to oversee operations. A gunfight ensued between Deputy Director Li and several colleagues against the assailant, although they ultimately neutralized the threat. Deputy Director Li suffered a wound from a stray bullet that struck the outer side of his arm. Chapter 77. Can Chen Haoyu truly read faces? Ling Qing inquired. What did the doctor say? Lu Feng replied, the doctor indicated that the bullet's penetrating power is limited, and it struck the edge of Deputy Director Li's arm. Therefore, once the bullet is removed, a period of rest of 10 to 15 days should suffice for recovery. Ling Qing exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, I understand. Officer Lu. Thank you. I shall head to the hospital at once. After hanging up the phone, Li Sharon wore a look of concern and said, Mom, I will accompany you. All right. Ling Qing agreed, her gaze shifting towards Chen Haoyu. Xiaochen, do you mean that Deputy Li's impending calamity refers to this shooting incident? Upon hearing this, Li Shaoran recalled Chen Haoyu's words from the previous night, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Chen Haoyu responded, I merely possess a modicum of face-reading skills. Aunt Ling, Shaoran, you should focus on bringing Deputy Li home to recuperate. I shall refrain from accompanying you to avoid causing him any displeasure. Ling Qing regarded Chen Haoyu intently and replied, Very well, then Shaoran and I shall take our leave. Su Yu Yao added, Aunt, I would also like to visit Uncle. Ling Qing nodded in agreement. All right. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Li Jianan had already emerged from the operating room, his arm wrapped in a bandage. Several police officers were seated on benches, engaging him in conversation. Ling Qing hurried forward and asked, "What is the situation?" Li Jianan nonchalantly remarked, "Don't even mention it." The bullet fired by the criminals ricocheted off the ground and struck my arm. I am utterly speechless. Ling Qing responded, "As long as you are all right. Thank you, officers, for your care. I will take charge of Deputy Li. Once he recovers, we shall treat everyone to drinks." Lu Feng, who had previously called Ling Qing, said, "Thank you. Sister-in-law, Director Li, please take good care of yourself. We shall take our leave." Li Jianan waved his hand, saying, "Go ahead." After the officers departed, Li Jianan turned to Su Yuyao and asked, "Yuyao, is it true that Chen Haoyu can really read faces? He mentioned a calamity yesterday, and it manifested today. This is astonishing." Su Yuyao replied, "Uncle, Chen Haoyu's face reading has proven accurate on numerous occasions." Li Jianan frowned. "This is incredibly hard to believe." Su Yuyao smiled and said, "Uncle, the art of face reading has been passed down for thousands of years, which speaks to its validity. Your primary concern now is to recuperate." Ling Qing added, "Yuyao is correct. Come, let us return home." Li Jianan remarked, "I need to make a quick visit to the police department to hand over some work." Ling Qing shot him a disapproving glance and chided, "You are always preoccupied with work." "Very well, this will conveniently allow us to drop Yuyao at the hospital." In the car, Li Jianan inquired of Su Yuyao about various matters concerning Chen Haoyu. After learning of Chen Haoyu's contributions to the Sunshine Orphanage, Li Jianan's impression of him underwent a significant transformation. Following Qin Qingqing's appointment as the head of the internal medicine department at Kangan Hospital, her first action was to adjust Su Yuyao's work schedule. On Tuesday, she worked all day. On Wednesday morning, she held consultations, and on Thursday, she performed surgeries, without the obligation of night shifts. Such a schedule is indeed a privilege reserved for renowned specialists, offering a remarkable degree of flexibility. While there were murmurs of dissent among her colleagues, none dared to voice their concerns. The reason was simple. Su Yuyao's boyfriend, Chen Haoyu, is the second largest shareholder of Kangan Hospital. Who would dare to critique? The two newcomers had just learned this lesson the hard way. Feeling that the arrangement was somewhat inappropriate, Su Yuyao voluntarily offered to assist on Sundays when she had free time. Thus, it was on this day that she found herself heading to the hospital for work. In the afternoon, after finishing her shift, Su Yuyao made her way to the underground parking lot. There, she spotted Chen Haoyu, holding a bouquet of roses and standing in front of his pickup truck, his face adorned with a warm smile. As Su Yuyao approached him, she confidently inquired, "Are these for me?" Chen Haoyu extended the roses towards her and replied, "Of course." As she accepted the flowers, a smile broke across her face. Chen Haoyu asked, "What makes you smile?" Su Yuyao chuckled, "In the past, those who gave me flowers drove sports cars. You are the only one with a pickup." He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "That's what makes me unique." Su Yuyu retorted, "Indeed, you are quite distinct." Chen Haoyu inquired, "How many bouquets have you received before?" She waved the roses playfully and replied, "You are the first." Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, opened the car door, and said, "Thank you, Ms. Su, for gracing me with your presence. Please, step inside." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him, but nonetheless climbed into the vehicle. During the drive, Chen Haoyu asked, "What does your grandfather enjoy?" Su Yuyao paused, surprised. "Are you really going to buy a gift for my grandfather?" "Of course," he responded, turning to her. "I am very serious about you. Can't you tell?" Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Su Yuyao turned her head away, her cheeks tinged with bashfulness, and murmured, "I can't really tell." Chen Haoyu smiled wryly. "All right. That is my fault. I will make sure you feel it." After a moment of silence, she said, "My grandfather appreciates antiques and calligraphy." This statement undoubtedly conveyed her feelings towards Chen Haoyu. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Leave it to me." Su Yuyao glanced at him, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Upon returning home, Chen Haoyu prepared 2 vegetarian dishes and a delicious cabbage and tofu soup, which garnered Su Yuyao's enthusiastic approval. After dinner, they went for a stroll. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu grasped Su Yuyao's hand. She jolted in surprise and struggled a few times, only to find his grip tightening. "Let go," she demanded. He chuckled, "Not a chance. I want to let go even if it kills me." Su Yuyao huffed, You're being a rogue." Chen Haoyu, not being naive, recognized that she was not genuinely angry. "A rogue I may be, but I will only ever be one with you." Su Yuyao scoffed. "I am not the kind of girl who can be swayed by your sweet words. I speak from the heart. Whether it is sincere or not, I cannot ascertain." What I do know is that you seem quite adept at pursuing girls with straightforwardness. If one likes someone, why dance around the issue? Suyu, in this regard, I believe we share a striking resemblance. My resilience is not as formidable as yours. Thank you for the compliment. As the two engaged in playful banter, they strolled leisurely. Su Yuyao appeared to have forgotten that her delicate hand was being held by Su Haoyu. Whether this was a genuine lapse of memory or a feigned one remained solely within the realm of Su Yuyao's understanding. Chapter 78, The Millennium Brushwasher. The following day, Chen Haoyu opted not to visit the clinic. Instead, he took Su Yuyao directly to the antique street. Every 10 days, this street hosts a market. And today coincidentally marked the day of the gathering. Countless stalls had already been set up along the sides of the street, each adorned with a sunshade, stretching as far as the eye could see, creating a magnificent spectacle. Having lived as the carefree sage for over a century in his dreams, Chen Haoyu was undoubtedly an expert on Song and Yuan dynasty paintings and porcelain. His keen intuition allowed him to discern the authenticity of these artifacts with ease. After all, these were the very items that the carefree sage utilized daily. How could they possibly evade Chen Haoyu's discerning gaze? Moreover, the sage himself was a master of art. Noticing Chen Haoyu's earnest examination of the items at the stalls, Su Yuyao expressed her surprise, inquiring, "Do you understand antiques?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied with pride, "Of course. When it comes to paintings and porcelain from the Song and Yuan dynasties, no one in the entire Xia kingdom can rival my expertise. Go on, keep bragging." Su Yuyu retorted playfully. After wandering the street for a while, Chen Haoyu sighed, his face betraying a tinge of disappointment. The array of so-called antiques at the stalls required no discerning eye. With merely his own vision, he could ascertain that the majority were nothing more than modern replicas, their value approaching insignificance. Yet, astonishingly, many vendors were bold enough to sell these items for thousands, which opened Chen Haoyu's eyes to their audacity. When it came to spinning tales, they truly excelled. At that moment, Chen Haoyu's attention was caught by a middle-aged man with a blank expression. Unlike the other vendors, this man resembled a wooden figure, silently smoking a cigarette as he sat there without uttering a word. Chen Haoyu's interest in him was not due to his demeanor, but rather the ominous aura that surrounded him. Such an aura typically emanates from those who have spent years among the dead or in graveyards. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, Chen Haoyu suspected that the man might be the fabled Earth Master, a tomb raider. The man's stall held only 6 items, and as Chen Haoyu surveyed the offerings, his gaze settled upon a brush washer, a Qing-glazed sunflower petal washer from the Southern Song dynasty. In his dreams, the carefree sage possessed a similar brush washer, crafted by artisans at the behest of the Southern Song emperor, far more exquisite than the one before him. Following Chen Haoyu's gaze, Su Yuyao looked at the stall and inquired, "Is there something valuable there?" Chen Haoyu nodded, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "It's a superlative find worth tens of millions." Stunned by his assertion, Su Yuyao questioned, "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" "Absolutely not. Just watch me," Chen Haoyu declared confidently as he approached the middle-aged man's stall and squatted down. Picking up the brush washer, he examined it intently and asked, "How much for this?" "Sir?" Exhaling a puff of smoke, the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, "This Southern Song dynasty Qing-glazed sunflower petal washer once fetched a staggering 30 million at an auction. I am offering this exquisite piece for a mere 6 million, fixed price." Chen Haoyu inquired, "This brush washer, having endured a millennium, still maintains such impeccable condition. Yet is priced so low, it seems a loss." The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with caution as he replied tersely, "If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, kindly leave and refrain from idle chatter." Chen Haoyu chuckled softly, remarking, "A porcelain artifact imbued with ominous energy. I presume it has only recently been unearthed?" The man's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze narrowing as he questioned, "What do you mean?" Among the 6 items, 5 were counterfeit, with only this Southern Song dynasty official kiln celadon wash having been excavated from the tomb of a Southern Song nobleman by the man and his companion a month prior. Originally, there were over 10 treasures, but during the trading process, they fell victim to a black market scheme, resulting in the shooting of the man's 2 brothers and the shattering of other antiques. In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man took vengeance on the culprits and their employer. Afterward, he found himself at a loss for suitable trading avenues. Consequently, he traveled a great distance from a desolate city to Yanhai, seeking to discreetly sell his wares at the market. To this end, he procured 5 antiquities with artificially aged appearances to mingle with the celadon wash, testing the discernment of potential buyers. If a customer could accurately identify the celadon wash, It would signify their exceptional acumen and awareness of its true worth, making the sale of 6 million entirely justifiable. To his astonishment, the first individual to identify the Celadon wash was a young man, who also accurately deduced its recent excavation. Inciting a mixture of shock and a flicker of murderous intent within the middle-aged man, Chen Haoyu immediately sensed this hostility, offering a slight smile. "My good sir, I have no interest in the origins of this item. It would be wise to refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts." With that, a formidable killing intent emanated from Chen Haoyu's eyes, directed towards the middle-aged man. The latter trembled, as if visions of a battlefield with countless warriors clashing filled his mind. Though it lasted but a moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. As a seasoned practitioner of 8 Extremes boxing for decades, he understood that in that fleeting instant, if Chen Haoyu had desired his demise, even 100 lives would not suffice to escape his fate. The middle-aged man spoke gravely. "The art of gaze? This technique, known in martial arts, involves the practitioner concentrating their vital energy within their gaze to exude a powerful killing aura, affecting the opponent's psyche negatively, thus achieving victory without combat." The middle-aged man had heard of such a skill, yet it demanded a high level of martial prowess, requiring at least mastery of the transformation of energy. Could it be that this young man was a master of such caliber? How could that be possible? In truth, Chen Haoyu was employing not the art of gaze, but rather the enchantment technique. However, against a resolute practitioner like the middle-aged man, its effect was limited, lasting less than a second. "My good sir, you're mistaken. I am not of the martial arts realm." Chen Haoyu provided little explanation, stating, "This ink wash basin embodies a formidable, malevolent energy. Should it fall into the hands of one unversed in its mitigation, it could either lead to severe illness or even death. 6 million is rather steep. How about 5 million? The middle-aged man replied, "Your influence is considerable. The decision lies with you." Chen Haoyu touched his nose and remarked, "Your words suggest I am wielding my power to intimidate. Very well, 6 million it is. I shall purchase it." The middle-aged man inquired, "Are you not concerned about potential complications?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "You executed the task so flawlessly that outsiders would never discern anything amiss. What complications could possibly arise?" Chapter 79. The True Artifact. The middle-aged man gazed intently at Chen Haoyu, then retrieved a jade ruby from his bag and said, "If you do not expose me, I owe you a favor. However, I have never been fond of being in debt to anyone. If you agree, let us settle this favor with this jade ruby. What do you think?" Chen Haoyu remained silent, his eyes fixated on the jade ruby, which, to others, might merely appear as a piece of Hetian jade worth several thousand yuan. Yet, in Chen Haoyu's eyes, this ruby was worth far more than the 2 million yuan brush wash. For it was an artifact, one that had been nurtured for centuries at a convergence of yin and yang. With the blessing of a Taoist master, this jade ruby could emanate powerful, auspicious energy, warding off all malevolent forces when hung in a home. Suppressing his astonishment, Chen Haoyu's finger trembled as he pointed at the jade ruby, asking, "Are you truly willing to give this to me?" The middle-aged man replied, "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu responded, "This jade ruby is significant to me. I cannot take too much advantage of you. How about this? Extend your hand." The man, momentarily perplexed by Chen Haoyu's request, complied and extended his hand. Chen Haoyu placed 2 fingers upon the man's shaman acupoint, and a stream of spiritual energy surged forth. Should a Taoist master open their heavenly eye, they would witness the malevolent qi within the middle-aged man dissipating like snow under the blazing sun upon encountering Chen Haoyu's spiritual power. The most profound sensation was undoubtedly experienced by the middle-aged man himself. Having spent years in tombs, his body had been afflicted by yin energy, causing him nightly discomfort as if a cold wind were assaulting his bones. The warmth of Chen Haoyu's power coursed through him, alleviating the chill in his meridians and bones. After half a minute, Chen Haoyu withdrew his fingers and said, "You have been relieved of the torment of the yin energy, which serves as payment for the jade ruby. However, I must inform you that engaging in such activities incurs a loss of virtue. The suffering you have endured over the years has been a lesson bestowed upon you. I advise you to pursue a different livelihood in the future." Recognizing that he had encountered a true master, the middle-aged man stood, bowed respectfully to Chen Haoyu, and expressed, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. I have decided to wash my hands of this life and return to my hometown to live out my remaining years in peace." Chen Haoyu nodded, saying, "That is good. How shall I provide you with the payment?" The middle-aged man gestured towards a nearby bank, stating, "We can transfer the funds." With a smile, Chen Haoyu replied, "Very well." The 3 of them proceeded to the bank, where Chen Haoyu transferred 600,000 yuan to the man's account. In return, The middle-aged man handed over the brushwash and the jade ruby to Chen Haoyu. Once the man departed, Su Yuyao, who had remained silent throughout, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What were you two discussing?" "I didn't quite understand." As he played with the jade ruby, Chen Haoyu remarked, "It is just as well that you do not understand." Su Yuyao pressed her lips together and asked, "Are you implying that you do not wish to explain yourself to me?" Chen Haoyu, sensing the unusual tone in her voice, quickly replied, "How could that be?" Su Yuyao remained silent, her beautiful, large eyes fixed on him. Understanding that she sought an explanation, Chen Haoyu began, "That individual is a grave robber. Both the brushwasher and the jade ruby were taken from ancient tombs." "What?" Su Yuyao exclaimed in shock. Chen Haoyu, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Could you keep your voice down?" Immediately, Su Yuyao lowered her tone, saying, "So, you mean these two items are stolen goods, correct?" Chen Haoyu clarified, "Not quite. They only become stolen goods once the police apprehend the thief. Until then, they are genuine antiques." Su Yuyao fell silent, realizing, "Now I understand why you were previously arrested. Aren't you worried that he might drag you down with him?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I have already read his fortune. He is unlikely to face imprisonment. Though his lifespan is limited, he may only have 5 years left." After contemplating, Su Yuyao concluded, "So, when he mentioned owing you a favor and offered you the jade ruby, it was to thank you for not exposing him, correct?" Chen Haoyu nodded in affirmation. Pointing at the jade ruby in his hand, Su Yuyao inquired, "What exactly is this item? Why do you deem it so precious? And what malevolent energy must it dispel?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and responded, "This jade ruby is exceptionally rare. Is it more valuable than the brushwasher?" Su Yuyao pressed. With a hint of disdain, Chen Haoyu replied, "How can a flickering flame compare to the bright moon?" Su Yuyao playfully struck him, chiding, "Stop being coy and tell me." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "This jade ruby is a rare talisman. Placing it in your home will repel all negative energies. For instance, if you contract a severe cold from exposure to viruses, the typical remedy would be injections and rest. However, with this jade ruby, all you need to do is hold it while you sleep, and you will awaken healed. Is that true?" Su Yuyao questioned skeptically. "You're not trying to fool me, are you?" Chen Haoyu assured her, "You will find out in due time." Su Yuyao replied coolly, "Will there even be a future for us? Don't forget, in 3 months, you will be moving away." Chen Haoyu smiled, "If I must move, it will be together with you. I have plans to buy a villa soon. Then we can share a life together." Su Yuyao scoffed, "Who would want to share a life with you? Dream on." Previously, Su Yuyao had expressed similar sentiments, but her demeanor and tone now were markedly different. Whereas before she had spoken with conviction and finality, now there was a hint of playful teasing, reminiscent of flirtation between lovers. Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Dreams are worth having. Who knows, they might come true. Come now, beautiful Su, let us sell this brushwasher." Su Yuyao inquired, her voice laced with astonishment. "Did you not mention that the brushwasher harbored a formidable malice?" Chen Haoyu nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. However, I have just dispelled the malevolent aura." Su Yuyao pressed further, "When did this occur?" "I did not witness it. Since the completion of the transaction, she had not observed Chen Haoyu taking any action regarding the brushwasher. Surely, it could not be said that merely holding it would suffice to eradicate such ominous energy. Could it? In truth, it was rather close to that reality. Upon receiving the brushwasher, Chen Haoyu had quietly employed his magical prowess to completely eliminate the malicious aura, although it remained invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. Chapter 80. The sale of the brushwasher. Chen Haoyu explained, "I am a generation's master. Dispelling such malevolent energies is as effortless as eating and drinking. There is no need for alarm." Su Yuyao replied with exasperation, "Chen Haoyu, I truly cannot discern which of your words are genuine and which are false." Chen Haoyu asserted, "All are true. You must believe, I hold nothing back from you." Su Yuyao scoffed, "I do not believe you." Observing Su Yuyao's expression, Chen Haoyu suddenly laughed. The once aloof Su Yuyao had learned to act coy, a development that brought him great joy, for it signified a distinct change in her demeanor towards him compared to others. Su Yuyao, dissatisfied, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and said, "It is nothing. Come, let us go sell antiques." Su Yuyao asked, "Where to?" Chen Haoyu replied, "To Cheng Guangyao's antique appraisal pavilion, of course." The pavilion, situated at the southeastern corner of Antique Street, spans over 200 square meters and is adorned with an air of antiquity and elegance. In Yanhai, Cheng Guangyao and his establishment are titans of the antique world. Many individuals bring their prized finds to seek his discerning eye. Once Cheng Guangyao authenticates an item, its value instantly escalates, underscoring his esteemed position in the realm of antiques. Upon entering the pavilion, Chen Haoyu's gaze was immediately drawn to the array of antiques on the opposite shelf, a remarkable collection of over 10 pieces of porcelain, all originating from the Song and Yuan dynasties. While their individual worth may not be exorbitant, collectively they could fetch a sum of 1 to 2 million. Indeed, those who indulge in collecting are extraordinarily affluent. I am Yu Bo, the manager of the Antique Appraisal Pavilion. How may I assist you? A middle-aged man in his 40s, standing behind the counter, inquired politely. Chen Haoyu placed a black plastic bag containing the brush washer on the counter and said, Mr. Yu, this is a Southern Song official kiln Celadon brush washer. Do you accept it here? Yu Bo's expression shifted, and he looked down at the plastic bag with a perplexed demeanor. It was difficult for him to reconcile the elegance of the Celadon brush washer with the mundane black plastic bag. Could they be attempting to deceive him? Their appearance and demeanor did not suggest such intentions. My young friend, I will need to examine it closely, Yu Bo stated. Chen Haoyu smiled. Feel free. Yu Bo donned a pair of white gloves, opened the plastic bag, and carefully retrieved the brush washer. The more he examined it, the more serious his expression became. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, set the brush washer back down, and remarked, This is indeed a remarkable piece. Chen Haoyu replied, Your discernment is commendable. What is the price? Yu Bo shook his head. Its value is exceedingly high. I cannot ascertain a price. My young friend, please wait a moment. Our proprietor is meeting with a guest upstairs. I will summon him. Chen Haoyu responded, so old Xing is here as well. Very well, I shall wait. Yu Bo picked up his phone and dialed Chen Guangyao, explaining the situation briefly. After a while, Chen Guangyao and 3 elderly gentlemen hurried down from the second floor. Yu Bo, where are the items? You must be mistaken. Chen Guangyao exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. The Southern Song Dynasty official kiln Celadon Lotus Petal Wash was nearly non-existent in the market. Hearing Yu Bo mention that someone was coming to the Antique Appraisal Pavilion to sell, Chen Guangyao found it hard to believe. Several friends, who were sipping tea, could not resist following him down. Yu Bo insisted, Master, I can assure you, it is undeniably authentic. As Chen Guangyao reached the ground floor, he was taken aback to see Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao. Dr. Chen, Dr. Su, what brings you here? Chen Haoyu gestured towards the Celadon Lotus Petal Wash on the counter and smiled. I'm here to sell something. Cheng Lao, I just unearthed a treasure from a small stall. I would appreciate it if you could take a look. If the price is right, I shall sell it to you. Chen Guangyao responded, Dr. Chen, if it's your item, you could have simply called me. There was no need for you to come all this way. Upon hearing the usually proud Chen Guangyao address the young man with such respect, the 3 elderly men accompanying him exchanged astonished glances. Chen Haoyu replied, I did not wish to disturb you, but fate has brought us together. Chen Lao, please have a look. Very well, Chen Guangyao assented, donning white gloves as he picked up the brush washer. After merely a glance, he could almost ascertain that the piece was genuine, its quality rivaling that of the one that had appeared at the auction. After inspecting it, Chen Guangyao set it down, sighing. The previous Southern Song Dynasty Celadon Lotus Petal Wash was authenticated by me. Regrettably, I lacked sufficient funds at the time to secure it. I never expected to encounter another today. What great fortune it is for me. One elder inquired, Old Cheng, are you implying that this brush washer is authentic? Chen Guangyao nodded, affirming it is more genuine than gold. Dr. Chen, how much did you acquire it for? Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, 5,000. He had no desire for anyone to know he had spent 600,000. Otherwise, these old fellows would undoubtedly question the origins of the brush washer, complicating matters further. The middle-aged man had chosen to sell at a small stall rather than at an antique store like the appraisal pavilion to avoid trouble. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Chen Guangyao nearly spat out his tea, exclaiming, 5,000? Dr. Chen, you must be jesting. Certainly not, Chen Haoyu fibbed. The seller was a farmer, and he brought 6 items. The other 4 were mere trinkets, only 2 were genuine antiques. I bought them all for 5,000. What a deceiver! Had it not been for the knowledge of the truth, even Su Yuyao would have believed Chen Haoyu's words. This man was truly infuriating. 2 antiques? Chen Guangyao gazed at the black plastic bag in Chen Haoyu's hand and said, Dr. Chen, may I have the privilege of examining another item? Chen Haoyu retrieved the jade ruby, gave it a gentle shake, and replied with a smile, it's merely a ruby crafted from exquisite Hittian jade, nothing particularly remarkable. With his discerning eyes, Chen Guangyao took a glance at the ruby and immediately discerned that Chen Haoyu spoke the truth. Dr. Chen, I would also like to purchase this ruby. Chen Haoyu carefully placed the ruby back into the bag, stating, "This ruby holds significant sentimental value, as it is the first treasure I unearthed. I intend to keep it for my personal collection." How clever he is. Observing Chen Haoyu seamlessly reclaim the ruby without a trace of hesitation, Su Yuyao couldn't help but feel immense admiration for his deceptive prowess. Chapter 81. A simple birthday offering. An elderly gentleman with an impatient demeanor exclaimed, "Old Cheng, let us dispense with pleasantries. Will you purchase this young fellow's exquisite celadon sunflower petal basin or not?" Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Guangyao replied, "Of course I shall buy it. But let it be known, you must not attempt to outbid me." "Old Cheng, you are mistaken," countered another elder. "As the saying goes, those who see it shall have a share. Since we all have laid eyes upon this fine treasure, it should rightfully go to the highest bidder." "Indeed, Old Cheng, this young brother is an old acquaintance of yours. You cannot let him suffer a loss, can you?" "Yes, let us engage in a silent auction, a fair competition." The three elderly men swiftly turned against Cheng Guangyao, uniting to pressure him. Cheng Guangyao, bemused, responded, "Spare me your antics. I assure you, I will not allow Dr. Chen to be at a disadvantage. This Southern Song Dynasty official kiln celadon sunflower petal basin is not for you to contemplate." Having said this, Cheng Guangyao turned to Chen Haoyu and proposed, "Dr. Chen, let us negotiate a price. The last such basin sold for 31 million. Years have passed, and its value has surely increased significantly. I offer 36 million. What say you?" Chen Haoyu nodded with a smile. "That is agreeable." Delighted, Cheng Guangyao declared, "Excellent. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately." The other three elders had merely been jesting and did not genuinely intend to compete with Cheng Guangyao for the treasure. Seeing him acquire the basin for 36 million made them genuinely happy for him. 5 minutes later, the transaction was complete, and Chen Haoyu's account reflected the addition of 36 million. Observing that Chen Haoyu had effortlessly earned 30 million in less than an hour, Su Yuyu regarded him with newfound respect. "Old Cheng, you must possess a wealth of renowned calligraphy and paintings, correct?" "I wish to purchase a piece as a gift for an elder," Chen Haoyu inquired. "What price range are you considering?" Cheng Guangyao asked. Chen Haoyu glanced at Su Yuyao, who responded, "No more than 100,000. Frowning, Chen Haoyu retorted, "That will not suffice. This is my first time celebrating an elder's birthday. The gift must not be meager. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Old Cheng, please provide me with a piece of calligraphy or artwork worth around 1 million. Su Yuyao tugged at Chen Haoyu's arm. "That is far too extravagant. My grandfather would surely refuse it. The maximum cannot exceed 300,000. With a sigh, Chen Haoyu lamented, "In that case, it would be better for me to create a piece myself." Su Yuyao remarked, "If only you could paint." A self-made gift would undoubtedly carry more significance than a purchased one. After pondering briefly, Chen Haoyu declared, "Old Cheng, I shall forego the purchase and return to create a piece." Cheng Guangyao chuckled, "Dr. Chen, you are an artist as well?" Chen Haoyu responded, "I possess a modest understanding of the arts, but I am not of high caliber." Cheng Guangyao replied, "You are being humble. Your ability to discern the celadon sunflower petal basin from a sea of lesser items speaks volumes about your discerning eye. I have no doubt your artistic skills are commendable." Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. "Old Cheng, your flattery makes me blush. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Safe travels to you both." Cheng Guangyao bid them farewell. After personally escorting Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao out of the treasure pavilion, Cheng Guangyao returned. An elderly man inquired, "Old Cheng, what is it about that young man that commands your utmost respect?" Cheng Guangyao gently touched the jade talisman at his chest and replied, "He is an extraordinary divine being." Upon hearing this, the three elders displayed expressions of astonishment. Once outside the treasure pavilion, Chen Haoyu took Su Yuyao to an art shop, where he purchased a considerable array of painting supplies. On their way back, Su Yuyao could scarcely conceal her surprise and asked, "You can't possibly intend to paint it yourself, can you?" With a confident smile, Chen Haoyu responded, "It is merely a meticulous longevity painting, nothing too complex." Su Yuyao, still skeptical, remarked, "I hope your painting turns out presentable." Chen Haoyu smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. After all, the renowned Xiaoyao Zhenren excelled in all forms of art. A simple longevity painting was far from challenging. How could he possibly fail? At that moment, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Jiangwo. He promptly answered, "Hello, old Su, what can I do for you?" Su Jiangwo replied, "Why is your clinic closed?" "I stepped out for a moment," Chen Haoyu explained. "When will you be back?" "My elder brother and I are already at the clinic." "Oh dear, old Su, your efficiency is astounding. I only mentioned the importance of not neglecting patients yesterday, and here you are today with someone in tow. If I am unable to treat him, won't that reflect poorly on you? Su Jiangwo dismissed the concern, saying, face is unimportant. What matters is that glimmer of hope. Understood. Please have the old gentleman wait for 20 minutes. I will rush over immediately. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu sighed. All right. I will first take you home and then head to the clinic. Su Yuyao suggested, given that old Su and old Yang hold significant status. You should go to the clinic first. It is not far. Chen Haoyu immediately objected. That won't do. To me, you are my priority, no matter who else is involved. Even the head of state must take a back seat. A radiant smile spread across Su Yuyao's face as she said, Chen Haoyu, your words are becoming increasingly charming. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Truthful words are indeed pleasing to the ear. Su Yuyao couldn't help but smile. After delivering Su Yuyao home, Chen Haoyu drove straight to the clinic. Upon exiting the car, he spotted Su Jiangwo and another elderly gentleman engaged in a game of chess beside a small shop. If Su Jiangwo could be likened to a fierce tiger, then this elderly man could certainly be regarded as a tiger king. With long brows and piercing eyes, he sat with an imposing presence, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Chen Haoyu could sense the formidable aura of decisiveness emanating from the old man, rivaling that of renowned generals from the Song dynasty. Chen Haoyu surmised that the number of lives lost by this man's hand, directly or indirectly, must easily reach the tens of thousands. Otherwise, such an aura could not possibly be cultivated. It was no surprise that someone as formidable as Su Jiangwo willingly took on the role of his subordinate. This man was indeed impressive. Without a doubt, this elderly gentleman must be Yang Junxing. Chen Haoyu refrained from interrupting the two as they engaged in their game of chess, and quietly positioned himself behind Su Jiangwo to observe. Yang Junxing cast a brief glance at him before redirecting his focus to the chessboard. 3 minutes later, Yang Junxing executed a decisive move with a cannon. Laughing heartily as he declared, Old Su, you have lost. Su Jiangwo, unwilling to concede, retorted, I refuse to accept this. Your move was nothing short of a sneak attack. Allow me one more move, and I assure you, I will leave you utterly defeated. Chapter 82. Are you a member of the mysterious sect? Yang Junxing rolled his eyes and remarked, on the battlefield, a single misjudgment can lead to total defeat. Do you think the opponent will grant you a chance to start anew? Su Jiangwo shrugged and replied, let them not grant it, then. That young Chen has an atrocious sense of time. He said 20 minutes, and now it's nearing half an hour. Where is he? Yang Junxing responded. He has already arrived. Turning around, Su Jiangwo was surprised to see Chen Haoyu standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. Young Chen, when did you arrive? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, 20 seconds before the 20-minute mark. With a chuckle, Yang Junxing couldn't help but laugh, saying, young man, you are quite amusing. Su Jiangwo rubbed his nose and conceded, all right, I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. Chen Haoyu replied, as long as you understand. It's good enough. Elder Su, this must be General Yang, am I correct? Su Jiangwo asked, did you hear that from the young lady of the Ling family? Chen Haoyu nodded without hesitation, indeed. Aunt Ling informed me that in the entire Yanhai, the only person you would address as old leader or old brother is General Yang Junxing. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily. Correct, she guessed it right. Teacher, this is the Chen Haoyu I mentioned to you. Yang Junxing scrutinized him, his piercing gaze akin to a blade, probing into Chen Haoyu's eyes. Is he testing me? Chen Haoyu found Yang Junxing's demeanor somewhat amusing. Before a master of the heavenly arts, not even someone with a murderous aura more intense than Yang Junxing's could shake Chen Haoyu's resolve. With a swift thought, Chen Haoyu decided to teach this elder a lesson to prevent him from underestimating him. At that moment, the depths of his eyes reflected the cosmos and celestial bodies. Yang Junxing felt a shudder run through him, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Believing he must be mistaken, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to find that the celestial imagery had vanished, replaced by Chen Haoyu's smiling face. Old Yang, you might want to temper your demeanor a bit. Individuals like us generally do not harbor grand ambitions. Should we come to blows, it would spell trouble for you, warned Chen Haoyu. Yang Junxing quickly recognized Chen Haoyu as a person of great wisdom and clasped his fist in apology. My apologies. I've acted thoughtlessly. Chen Haoyu smiled. No worries. Given my youth, it's only natural for you to be skeptical of me. This is also the reason I declined Elder Su's invitation to treat the elder lady yesterday. Su Jiangwo, bewildered by their exchange, inquired, what are you two discussing? Chen Haoyu replied, I was just sharing a jest with Elder Yang. Yang Junxing, now serious, stated, Young Chen, I formally invite you to attend to my wife's ailments. Would you be willing? Chen Haoyu chuckled. Elder Yang, there is no need for such formality. As long as one is not devoid of conscience, I will do my utmost to provide aid. However, let us establish our terms first, regardless of the outcome. You must compensate me with 10,000 for the consultation. Yang Junxing grinned. No problem. Chen Haoyu remarked, I need to return home to have lunch with my girlfriend. Let's not waste any more time and make haste. Yang Junxing nodded in agreement. All right. Instead of riding in Yang Junxing's vehicle, Chen Haoyu drove his own pickup truck, trailing behind them to a secluded sanatorium in the outskirts. At the entrance stood 2 soldiers armed with steel rifles, accompanied by 5 or 6 armed guards. This was the premier sanatorium in Yanhai, catering exclusively to high-ranking officials and their families. Yang Junxing's driver presented identification to the guards, who saluted and opened the gate. Chen Haoyu followed their vehicle inside. The pathways within the sanatorium were spacious, devoid of towering buildings, and dotted with individual courtyards, offering a pleasant environment. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of courtyard number 6. Exiting the car, Chen Haoyu surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, What a sanctuary for recuperation. Hearing his words, Su Jiangwo chuckled. Xiao Chen, how do you discern this as a haven for healing? Chen Haoyu responded, It is evident that this place harmonizes the dual forces of yin and yang. Prolonged residence here could subtly enhance one's constitution. Yang Junxing inquired, Xiao Chen, do you understand feng shui? Chen Haoyu nodded. Indeed. Those who comprehend feng shui often possess some knowledge of physiognomy. And those who practice fortune-telling generally have an acquaintance with feng shui principles. Elder Yang, like Elder Chen, you are a soldier. I presume you hold skepticism towards these esoteric arts? Yang Junxing replied, I believe in them. Chen Haoyu was taken aback. Why is that? Yang Junxing's expression turned reflective as he recounted, over 50 years ago, I participated in a war against a certain country. At that time, I was a company commander, leading over 20 comrades into a jungle to confront the enemy. Soon, an astonishing event unfolded. The opposing forces, employing some unknown method, unleashed hundreds of venomous snakes upon us. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 10 of my comrades fell victim to snake bites, and my remaining brothers and I were in grave peril. At that critical moment, a strangely attired middle-aged man suddenly appeared before us, producing a flute and playing a melody. Astonishingly, the snakes fled as if encountering a natural enemy. Chen Haoyu's eyes gleamed with insight. The technique to control snakes with flute music is known only to the shamans of Miaojiang. You must have encountered someone from that region. Yang Junxing nodded. You are correct. He indeed hailed from Miaojiang. Regrettably, I have yet to discover his name. But I am aware that there exists a group of practitioners of the arcane arts in this world. Xiao Chen, you must be one of them? Chen Haoyu smiled. You could say that. Upon entering the courtyard, the well-tended vegetable patches elevated Chen Haoyu's regard for Yang Junxing. Such high status and advanced age, yet still tending to one's own garden, demonstrated that Yang Junxing remained grounded. As they entered the living room, a woman in her 50s, possessing a respectable appearance and dignified demeanor, rose to greet them. Father, Uncle Su, you have returned, greeted the middle-aged woman, her gaze settling upon Chen Haoyu. Yang Junxing introduced. Xiao Chen, allow me to present my daughter-in-law, Gui Bingzhen. Bingzhen, this is Xiao Chen. A flicker of realization sparked within Chen Haoyu, as he immediately discerned her identity, the wife of the esteemed governor of the neighboring province. Gui Bingzhen scrutinized Chen Haoyu for a moment, a peculiar glint appearing in her eyes. As she inquired, Xiao Chen, have we met before? Chen Haoyu replied with a smile. In my recollection, I do not believe we have crossed paths. Gui Bingzhen responded with an "oh," and remarked, perhaps I have mistaken you for someone else. Xiao Chen, I appreciate your assistance. Chen Haoyu replied, it is my pleasure. May I first visit the elderly lady? Of course, Yang Junxing and Gui Bingzhen accompanied Chen Haoyu to the adjacent bedroom, while Su Jiangwo remained in the main hall. Unable to join them. Chapter 83. The 9-character mantra of Taoism. Chen Haoyu approached the elderly lady, gently taking her pulse. Although her pulse was significantly weaker than that of an ordinary person, it exhibited a steady rhythm, indicating no grave physical ailments. I had heard of the elderly lady's condition from old Su. Her state of unconsciousness seemed not to stem from a physical affliction, but rather from psychological distress. Yang Junxing sighed and remarked, she is unable to confront reality, to face our grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Gui Bingzhen recalled the grandson who had been abducted by traffickers. Her expression clouded with sorrow. Though she had harbored some resentment towards her mother-in-law, witnessing her current state dissolved all lingering grievances. Xiao Chen, We have consulted countless experts from both domestic and international circles, employing innumerable methods in an attempt to awaken her, yet none have yielded any results. Do you possess any solutions? Gui Bingjin inquired. Astutely, Chen Haoyu recognized that Gui Bingjin did not entirely place her faith in him. Her words were primarily intended to convey that if his approach mirrored that of previous experts, it would be futile to attempt it. If someone with lesser emotional intelligence had uttered such sentiments, it might have caused offense. However, Gui Bingjin's manner of expression elicited no resentment from anyone. Indeed, her high emotional intelligence was befitting of a woman married to a prominent official. Chen Haoyu replied, "Since conventional methods have proven ineffective, we shall take an alternative approach." Yang Junxing asked, "What do you mean by an alternative approach?" With a serious tone, Chen Haoyu stated, "We will utilize vital energy to stimulate the elderly lady's brain, forcibly bringing her back to consciousness." This explanation left Yang Junxing perplexed, yet he grasped the implication of the word forcibly. "Will this pose any danger to my wife?" he asked. Chen Haoyu shook his head. "No, it will not." Yang Junxing responded, "Oh, then feel free to try." Chen Haoyu instructed Yang Junxing and Gui Bingjin to step back to the window, positioning himself less than half a meter from the elderly lady. He took a deep breath, allowing the power from his dantian to flow like a gentle stream into his fingers. With a swift motion, Chen Haoyu formed a hand seal and unleashed a thunderous shout. The sound reverberated like a spring thunderstorm, shaking the entire room. Yang Junxing and Gui Bingjin nearly lost their balance from the sudden noise, quickly grasping the windowsill. They exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment, accompanied by a glimmer of anticipation. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their prowess with a single move. Chen Haoyu's demonstration of skill ignited a flicker of hope within them. The moment the character Ling from the 9-character mantra of Taoism resonated, the elderly lady on the bed stirred as if resurrected, her internal energy surging, causing her complexion to flush crimson. Chen Haoyu assumed a stance, his 10 fingers blooming like flowers, continuously shifting their formations. With each transformation, he emitted a powerful shout, "Bing, Do, Zhe, Zhan, Lai Zai." With every exclamation, the elderly lady's body and the bed trembled violently. As she arrived, she was no longer swaying, but rather lifted into the air by some mysterious force, and then fell straight down. Front. The last word uttered by Chen Haoyu resonated like the morning bell and evening drum, causing Yang Junxing and Gui Bingjin's vital energy to surge. Strangely, their ears did not feel discomfort. The elderly woman in the hospital bed sat upright, her face crimson and veins protruding, presenting a terrifying visage. Chen Haoyu stepped forward, extending his right hand with the ring and middle fingers pressing against the woman's forehead, exclaiming, "If not now, then when?" It was unclear whether she heard Chen Haoyu's call or was stimulated by his magical prowess. But the elderly woman's tightly shut eyes slightly furrowed, and then she slowly opened them. Yang Junxing, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Old woman, you have finally awakened." Chen Haoyu withdrew his fingers, supporting the elderly woman as he inquired, "Do you know who you are?" The woman appeared bewildered, pondering for a long time before her eyes gradually cleared, and ultimately, she spoke her first words. "I am Shuang Yujuan, the great-grandmother of Xiner. Where is Xiner? Has Xiner been found?" Her gaze swept around until it landed on Yang Junxing, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Yang Junxing approached and sat at the edge of the bed, grasping her hand, saying, "Old woman, it is good that you have awakened." Just coming to, the elderly woman's mind was not yet clear. She stared at Yang Junxing for a long moment before finally recognizing him, urgently saying, "Old man, Xiner has been taken by those vile human traffickers. You must hurry and find him." Yang Junxing, tears streaming down his face, replied, "Do not worry. We are doing everything we can to find him." Seeing that the elderly woman had fully regained her awareness, Chen Haoyu discreetly exited the bedroom. Su Jiangwo promptly approached, asking, "What is going on? It sounded like thunder in there." Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "Just a little trick. The elderly woman has awakened." Su Jiangwo joyfully patted Chen Haoyu on the shoulder, saying, "I knew you could do it." After approximately 20 minutes of waiting in the main room, the bedroom door finally opened. Gui Bingjin, with red-rimmed eyes, supported the elderly woman as she emerged, followed closely by Yang Junxing. Chen Haoyu advised, "You should prepare some millet porridge or similar soft food for the elderly woman. She should eat small meals frequently over the next 3 days. Also, consult several experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for some medication to properly regulate her health. After all, she has been bedridden for 2 to 3 years, and her bodily organs have suffered varying degrees of degeneration. It is essential to restore her health gradually to avoid impacting her longevity. Gui Bingjin nodded, saying, I have already sent Aunt Zhang to prepare it. Chen Haoyu smiled. That is excellent. Su Jiangwo stood up, asking, Old sister, do you still recognize me? The elderly woman replied, Old Su, how could I possibly forget you? I heard from the old man that I owe my awakening to your recommendation of Young Chen. Su Jiangwo chuckled. I merely sought Young Chen with a mindset of trying my luck. I never anticipated he would truly awaken you. This indicates that you are indeed favored by fate. The elderly woman forced a smile, lamenting, if heaven truly favored me, my dear Xin would not have gone missing. Alas, it is all my fault. Why did I venture to the amusement park that day? How could I have lost Xin? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow and remarked, Dear lady, as you awaken from this profound dream, it is best not to become overly agitated. Judging by the expressions on your and old Yang's faces, it appears that your great-grandson is still alive. Yang Juanshan's eyes brightened with hope as he inquired, Are you truly serious? Su Jiangwo interjected, Master, have you forgotten? It was Xiaoqin who discerned the illegitimate son of Su Hai through my fortune-telling. Gui Bing felt a stirring in her heart and asked, Xiaoqin, we are aware of your extraordinary prowess. Might you be able to discern the whereabouts of my unfortunate great-grandson? At this utterance, all eyes in the room turned expectantly toward Chen Haoyu. Chapter 84. The Art of Tracking Across Miles. Chen Haoyu shook his head and remarked, The likelihood is rather slim. Su Jiangwo interjected, Slim likelihood implies there is still a chance, correct? Yang Junxing asserted, as long as there is even a 1% possibility. Our Yang family is prepared to exert 100-fold effort. The elderly matriarch implored, Mr. Chen, I kneel before you, beseeching your assistance in locating our child. With that, she weakened at the knees, attempting to kneel before Chen Haoyu. Startled, he swiftly moved to her side, supporting her as he said, Elderly lady, you mustn't shorten my lifespan. She replied, The greatest regret of my life is losing my beloved Xin. If I cannot retrieve her, I shall not find peace in death. I implore you, Mr. Chen. Chen Haoyu wore a troubled expression and responded, Dear lady, it is not that I wish to refuse your request, but rather. Gui Bingjin interjected, Young Chen, do you harbor some unspoken concerns? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu divulged, to speak candidly. There exists a formidable technique within the realm of the mystical arts known as the art of tracking across miles. This method can utilize the child's birth date and the blood of close kin to ascertain the child's precise location. However, this technique is quite taxing on the practitioner, significantly depleting their spiritual energy and even shortening their lifespan. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, the Yang family fell into a contemplative silence. Once the matter of the practitioner's lifespan was broached, no further argument could be made. Su Jiangwo inquired, Young Chen, do you possess this extraordinary art of tracking across miles? With a sigh, Chen Haoyu nodded, affirming, I do. Su Jiangwo continued, I recall a saying from Taoism, the way of heaven diminishes the surplus to aid the deficient. Chen Haoyu smiled gently, Elder Su, I comprehend your meaning. The energy and lifespan expended in this technique can indeed be replenished. Yang Juanshan's eyes brightened with hope as he asked, What method is that? Chen Haoyu replied, Ordinary supplements are ineffective. The finest remedy is ginseng from the wild, aged over 500 years. The group fell into a state of speechlessness. The mere existence of wild ginseng over 500 years old is nearly unimaginable in today's world, let alone those over 100 years. Su Jiangwo sighed. Is there truly no other option? After a prolonged silence, Chen Haoyu finally said, Allow me to contemplate this matter thoroughly. The others understood the implications of his words, their expressions revealing a complex range of emotions. Yang Junxing clenched his teeth and said, Young Chen, we are immensely grateful for your awakening of my wife. We shall not trouble you further regarding the search for our child. The elderly matriarch seemed poised to speak, yet swallowed her words. Chen Haoyu reassured them, Given my abilities, I can expect to live beyond 120 years. Sacrificing a few years of my lifespan is not a grave concern. Upon hearing this, hope reignited within the group. After a moment of deep thought, Chen Haoyu's gaze became resolute as he declared, Very well, I shall undertake this task. Yang Junxing exclaimed, Truly? Young Chen, we did not wish to coerce you. Chen Haoyu waved his hand with a smile. There is no coercion involved. To speak candidly, I have never employed the technique of distant tracking. I am exceedingly curious about its efficacy. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome, this matter must remain strictly confidential. It must not be disclosed to anyone. Yang Junxing solemnly assured, Rest assured, we shall maintain confidentiality. Chen Haoyu stated, Please provide me with the child's name and birth date. I need to prepare in advance. Upon hearing this, Gui Bingjin nearly blurted out the information. After noting it down on his mobile device, Chen Haoyu chuckled. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to remember a child's birth details. Aunt Gui, it seems you have sought the counsel of numerous masters. Gui Bingjin revealed a faint smile of resignation. I have consulted every renowned master in the nation, yet to no avail. Today, I have finally encountered a true sage. Chen Haoyu replied, Not so. I have a girlfriend, and my fate does not intertwine with the Buddha. Laughter erupted among the group. Gui Bingjin inquired, Young Chen, is there anything else we need to do? Chen Haoyu responded, Have the child's father or mother come in 3 days. They are the child's closest kin, and I will require their blood. There is nothing else of concern. Su Jiangwo interjected, There is another important matter. Chen Haoyu paused, perplexed, and asked, What is it? Su Jiangwo chuckled, It is, of course, the consultation and treatment fees. Yang Junxing laughed heartily. How could I have forgotten? Young Chen, how much do you require? Chen Haoyu, without hesitation, stated, I shall employ the Taoist 9-character mantra for the elderly lady. This technique is likely known only to me across the land. As the adage goes, rarity enhances value. You must compensate me no less than 500,000. Yang Junxing waved his hand grandly. 500,000 is too modest. I shall offer you 1,000,000. Chen Haoyu replied, No, 500,000 is the fixed amount, not a cent more, nor a cent less. This is the principle adhered to by practitioners of our sect. Additionally, I must kindly advise you to prepare an additional 3 million in the coming days. For in 3 days, I shall utilize the distant tracking technique to locate your child. Should I fail, I shall not require a single cent. However, if I succeed, you must remunerate me with 3 million. Yang Junxing remarked, Even if we do not succeed, we shall compensate you. After all, the price you pay is considerable. Chen Haoyu shook his head, stating, No reward without merit. If the distant tracking technique proves ineffective, it is solely due to my lack of skill, and bears no relation to you. Gentlemen, it is growing late. I must return to dine with my girlfriend. Let us reconvene in 3 days. After receiving 500,000 from Gui Bingjin, Chen Haoyu departed from the small courtyard. Yang Junxing and Su Jiangwo personally escorted him to the door. Watching the vehicle slowly recede, Yang Junxing remarked, He is indeed an extraordinary individual. Old Su, what do you believe are the chances that young Chen can retrieve the child? Su Jiangwo replied, From his tone, it seems highly probable. Yang Junxing expressed, Let us hope your assessment is accurate. Come, let us share a drink. Su Jiangwo waved his hand. Another day will suffice. The old lady has just woken and requires attentive care. Once the child returns in a few days, we shall celebrate in earnest. Yang Junxing let out a hearty laugh and said, Good. After leaving the sanatorium, Chen Haoyu drove back home. Upon hearing the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen, he slipped off his slippers and quietly approached. There, he beheld Su Yuyao, clad in an apron, diligently learning to stir-fry while following the instructions of a renowned chef on her phone. The previous air of aloofness had completely vanished, replaced by a warmth reminiscent of the everyday joys of life. This sight stirred a sense of comfort within Chen Haoyu. Leaning against the door, he watched for a considerable time before Su Yuyao finally noticed him. Chapter 85, The Feeling of Home When Will You Return? Why is there not a single sound? Su Yuyao inquired in astonishment. Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, You were so engrossed in your studies that I have been standing here for nearly 5 minutes. With a playful pout, Su Yuyao retorted, Then why didn't you come in to help? Were you hoping to see me make a fool of myself? Chen Haoyu responded, I am not here to witness your folly. I am here to see you. A faint blush graced Su Yuyao's celestial face as she asked, What is there to admire in me? As Chen Haoyu stepped closer, he gently embraced her and said earnestly, Su Yuyao, in my eyes, you are the most exquisite scenery in this world. Taken aback by Chen Haoyu's sudden embrace, Su Yuyao stiffened momentarily before relaxing and asking, Are you all right? Chen Haoyu released her, assuring, I am fine. However, Su Yuyao sensed something amiss in Chen Haoyu's demeanor. Her brows furrowed as she pressed, Tell me the truth. What is the matter? I genuinely am fine, he insisted. Silently, Su Yuyao gazed into Chen Haoyu's eyes with her enchanting orbs, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Raising his hands in surrender, Chen Haoyu said, Please do not look at me that way. I will tell you. Quickly, she urged. With a wry smile, he confessed. You see, I have grown up without parents, never having experienced the warmth of a family. Just now, when I saw you cooking in the kitchen, I suddenly felt a sense of home. As he spoke, Chen Haoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He quickly turned his head aside, saying, I don't know why today. I feel a bit sentimental. Please do not mock me. Observing the man before her, who endeavored to mask his true emotions, Su Yu felt a surge of compassion. She instinctively embraced Chen Haoyu and softly whispered, "Do not hide anything from me. I understand you." Chen Haoyu reciprocated the embrace, murmuring in her ear, "Thank you." In that moment, both felt a profound connection, bridging the distance between them. Suddenly, a burning smell wafted through the air. "Oh no, my meat is burnt," Su Yu exclaimed, breaking free from Chen Haoyu's arms to gaze into the pot. To her dismay, the dish she had painstakingly prepared had turned into charred remnants. "What should I do?" she lamented. "There is plenty of meat in the fridge. Allow me to take over," Chen Haoyu offered. Surprised, Su Yu asked, "You can cook twice-cooked pork?" With a chuckle, Chen Haoyu replied, "There are hardly any cuisines across the nation that I cannot master." Impressed, Su Yu gave him a thumbs up. "All right, you are remarkable." The two collaborated in the kitchen, and within half an hour, a vibrant plate of twice-cooked pork was served. Exchanging glances, they both beamed with radiant smiles. During dinner, Su Yu broached the subject of Yang Junshen. Upon learning that Chen Haoyu had truly awakened the elderly lady, she was struck with profound astonishment. The more Su Yu interacted with Chen Haoyu, the more she felt that his medical skills were unfathomable. "You can even cure severe depression and comatose patients. I truly wonder if there is any ailment you are incapable of treating," she marveled. Chen Haoyu replied, "Cancer. I find that to be beyond my abilities." Su Yu chuckled. "If you could cure cancer, you would be akin to a modern-day Shinong and undoubtedly worthy of the Nobel Prize in Medicine." Chen Haoyu scoffed disdainfully. "That so-called Nobel Prize is merely a gimmick concocted by Western nations. I don't hold it in any regard." Su Yu smiled. "Perhaps you should boast only once you have earned it. By the way, since you have cured old Yang's wife, didn't old Yang invite you to dinner?" Chen Haoyu replied, "He did, but I declined." Su Yu sighed, "Do you realize how many people wish to dine with old Yang but cannot? Yet you, on the other hand, have turned down his invitation." Chen Haoyu asserted, "I have stated before, in my eyes, you are of utmost importance. Others, regardless of their status, must take a backseat." Su Yu felt a surge of happiness. "Should I thank you for valuing me so highly?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "No need for thanks. Just marry me in the future." Su Yu responded, "That depends on your performance." Chen Haoyu, invigorated, replied, "That is a certainty. Do you have plans this afternoon? I'll buy you a new car." Su Yu raised an eyebrow. "What for? Do you think I am fond of your money?" Chen Haoyu retorted, "How could that be? If you were fond of money, we would never be together. I merely wish to please you in a rather humble manner." Su Yu burst into laughter. "You are quite frank, but I'm afraid I have an appointment with Sister Qing for a spa this afternoon and will be out for the evening." Chen Haoyu shrugged. "That is fine. Just give me your ID, and I'll purchase you an identical car." Su Yu replied earnestly, "Your gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. It is my principle." Chen Haoyu sighed. "I knew you would react this way." "Very well, I want to buy it. Enjoy your time. This afternoon, I shall focus on my painting at home. By the time you return tonight, you should be able to appreciate my masterpiece." Su Yu smiled. "I look forward to it." After dinner, Su Yu applied a light makeup, and upon receiving a call from Qin Qingqing, she informed Chen Haoyu and stepped out. Chen Haoyu tidied the dining table, took out the ink and paper he had purchased, and began to paint. The figure of the carefree immortal in his dreams was a master of calligraphy and painting. Creating a simple birthday celebration painting should not be much more challenging than eating or drinking. Having inherited the legacy of the carefree immortal, Chen Haoyu initially believed he could manage with ease. However, as he began to paint, he realized the task was far from simple. Despite being well-versed in all the techniques and strokes of meticulous painting, each brushstroke on paper resulted in various elementary mistakes. This was a classic case of having lofty aspirations, yet lacking the skills to realize them. With no other options, Chen Haoyu had to train his painting techniques and brushwork from scratch, much like a novice. Fortunately, his training resembled a review, making it infinitely easier than for a novice. Otherwise, he would have surely lost his sanity. While Chen Haoyu was engrossed in his meticulous painting, the esteemed master of Xingyikwan, Yitsong, was hosting a distinguished guest at his home. At 68 years of age, Yitsong stood at a modest height of less than 1.7 meters. However, he maintained an upright posture, exuding vitality and possessing a penetrating gaze. Seated in an imposing armchair, he commanded an aura of dominance. Behind him stood Chao Cheng, with hands respectfully by his sides, his eyes fixed on the guest before him, Zhang Mingchen, hailing from the esteemed Bejiquan school. Chapter 86. Outrageous Accusations. Zhang Mingchen, The foremost disciple of Master Zhang Yuandong of the Eight Extremes sect was a robust man of 42 with a square face that exuded an imposing presence even without a show of anger. Yitsong took a sip of tea and remarked, Mingchun, I recall a decade ago when you first entered the tutelage of Brother Yuandong to learn the Eight Extremes Fist. Who would have imagined that in just 10 short years, you would master it to the advanced stage of dark energy? Truly, you are a prodigy among prodigies. It is a stroke of great fortune for Brother Yuandong to have such a disciple as you, as well as for the Eight Extremes Fist itself. Zhang Mingchen humbly replied, Senior Yi, you flatter me. Brother Chao, at not yet 30, has already reached the later stage of bright energy. With his talent, he should surpass me in less than 5 years. Yisong evidently held great admiration for Chao Cheng, the disciple in question, and responded, Let us hope for that. Mingchen, what brings you to Yan'ai this time? Zhang Mingchen nodded and said, Our sect has produced a disgraceful individual named Zhang Cha. Although he was expelled by our master in his early years, there remains a bond of kinship. He has now been killed in Yan'ai by someone as fists. And as his elder brother, I feel compelled to seek justice on behalf of our sect. Yitsong inquired, who was responsible for Zhang Cha's death. Chao Cheng, standing respectfully behind, answered, Master, it was Dr. Chen Haoyu. Yitsong was taken aback and said, Is he the same doctor who cured the young girl? Chao Cheng confirmed. Yes. Yitsong's brow furrowed in concern. Dr. Chen Haoyu had healed his granddaughter's severe depression, creating a significant debt of gratitude for the entire Yi family. The notion that a disciple of Zhang Yuandong had traveled such a distance to confront Chen Haoyu placed Yitsong in a difficult position. What could have transpired? Why did Dr. Chen come into conflict with Zhang Chao? Chao Cheng then recounted the events surrounding Zhang Cha in detail. His information was remarkably thorough, particularly regarding matters of the martial world. After listening, Yitsong snorted derisively and declared, Indeed, he is a disgraceful wretch, bringing shame upon Brother Yuandong. Mingchen, do you not find it absurd to defend such a scoundrel? Zhang Mingchen replied, Zhang Cha deserved his fate. If he had been shot by the police, I would have said nothing. However, he was killed by Chen Haoyu's fists, and I feel it is my duty to vindicate the Eight Extremes Fist. Chao Cheng interjected, Brother Zhang, Dr. Chen Haoyu is a physician, not a figure from the martial arts community. Zhang Mingchen countered, I have watched the footage of the confrontation between Chen Haoyu and Zhang Cha. The opponent is a master among masters. In the initial exchanges, he toyed with Zhang Cha. When he became serious, he dispatched Zhang Cha with a single strike. It is worth noting that although Zhang Cha was a rogue, he had already reached the stage of bright energy, mere steps away from achieving dark energy. To claim that someone of such formidable prowess cannot be considered part of the martial arts community is rather absurd. Yitsong exclaimed in astonishment. I had no idea Dr. Chen's skills were so formidable. Chao Cheng, were you aware of this? Chao Cheng shook his head and replied, I only know that Zhang Cha met his end at the hands of Dr. Chen. The specifics remain unclear to me. Zhang Mingchen said, Brother Chao, I harbor no animosity towards Chen Haoyu. I merely wish to spar with him. I kindly ask for your assistance in arranging this. Chao Cheng glanced at Yitsong, who replied, Mingchen, Dr. Chen has rendered significant kindness to our Yi family. We cannot assist you in this matter. Zhang Mingchen responded, Elder Yi, my confrontation with Chen Haoyu is inevitable. If you hold any regard for his goodwill, please inform him in advance so he may prepare. Yitsong pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Cheng, please call Dr. Chen. Yes, Master. Xiao Cheng took out his phone and, in front of Zhang Mingchen, directly dialed Chen Haoyu's number. Hello, young Master Chao. What can I do for you? Soon, Chen Haoyu's voice resonated through the phone. Chao Cheng exchanged a glance with Zhang Mingchen and said, Dr. Chen, did you not eliminate a drug dealer named Zhang Cha? Indeed, that is so. What of it? Zhang Cha's fellow disciple has come to my master. He seeks to challenge you. What? Is that fellow out of his mind? Zhang Cha was a drug dealer responsible for countless broken families. Just 2 days ago, in a desperate bid to escape, he even plotted to abduct a young girl as a hostage. Had I not intervened, that poor girl would have fallen victim to his vile hands. For such a scoundrel, someone dares to seek revenge on my behalf? His audacity knows no bounds. If the ancestors of Badgeman were to learn of this, they would rise from their graves to rectify this disgrace. Yitsong couldn't help but spurt tea from his mouth upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words. This doctor truly possessed a sharp tongue. Chao Cheng stifled a laugh and glanced at Zhang Mingchen, whose expression had darkened to a point of near fury. However, this reaction was understandable. Not even a martial arts master like Zhang Mingchen could withstand the scathing remarks of Chen Haoyu. Dr. Chen, please, what do you mean by that? Tell that fool that I am not part of the martial arts community and will not accept his challenge. Furthermore, for those who practice martial arts, virtue must precede skill. One must cultivate virtue before honing their craft. This is a time-honored tenet of our discipline. Badgerman has produced a disgraceful figure like Zhang Cha. Their foremost duty should be self-reflection at home, not seeking to avenge him. How shameless have they become? A martial artist may kill, but they cannot be insulted. At this moment, Zhang Mingchen's countenance had turned exceedingly grim. He abruptly rose and approached Chao Cheng, addressing the phone with a stern voice. Mr. Chen, do you not think you are going too far? Going too far? Chen Haoyu did not relent, countering fiercely. I merely speak harshly, while your actions are disgraceful. Let me tell you, if you provoke me further, I will expose Zhang Cha's misdeeds online, ensuring that Badgerman shares in his disgrace. By the way, what is your name? I will specifically highlight you, so that the public may know how you bully a hero of justice for a drug dealer. Zhang Mingchen was utterly exasperated, exclaiming, It seems you have completely forsaken any sense of chivalry. Chen Haoyu replied, I am a physician, not a person of the underworld. I adhere strictly to the law, dismissing any notions of chivalric ethics. Furthermore, we now reside in a society governed by law. Should you dare to trouble me, I shall promptly report you to the authorities and request a thorough investigation into whether your 8 Extremes sect is complicit with Zhang Cha. Well, I shall conclude our conversation here. Farewell. No, that is incorrect. I do not wish to see you at all. It is best if we never cross paths again. With that, Chen Haoyu abruptly ended the call. Chapter 87. The plans of the 8 Extremes sect Yu Tsong and Chao Cheng were rendered speechless. What an impressive display Chen Haoyu put forth, rivaling the eloquence of Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms period as he berated Wang Lang. Fortunately, Zhang Mingchen's health was robust. Had he been a man with a heart condition, he might have perished from the sheer indignation. The master and apprentice exchanged glances, both casting sympathetic looks at Zhang Mingchen. At that moment, Zhang Mingchen's chest heaved with intensity, his gaze filled with lethal intent. Since assuming leadership of the 8 Extremes sect, it was the first time he had been subjected to such vitriol. Chen Haoyu was nothing more than a brazen scoundrel, provoking Zhang Mingchen to unleash a torrent of curses. Chao Cheng, feeling displeased, remarked, Brother Zhang, to speak fairly, you ought not to challenge Dr. Chen in Yanhai. Zhang Mingchen coldly replied, Brother Chao, whether or not to challenge Chen Haoyu is a matter for our 8 Extremes sect. Regardless of your close ties with him, I implore you not to interfere. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow, asking, Are you threatening me? Zhang Mingchen retorted, Consider it a suggestion. My master and Elder Yi are good friends, and I wish to avoid any discord between our families over a matter concerning Chen Haoyu. Witnessing the escalating tension, Yi Tsong intervened smoothly, stating, Enough. Mingchen, Dr. Chen's intentions are now abundantly clear. What do you plan to do? Will you force him to duel with you? Zhang Mingchen replied in a low voice. I have my methods to compel Chen Haoyu's agreement. Yi Tsong suggested, If a duel is inevitable, I hope it will take place at Chao Cheng's Xingtian Fitness Center. Zhang Mingchen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, saying, Elder Yi, are you concerned that I might resort to underhanded tactics against Chen Haoyu? Yi Tsong smiled. My primary concern is to return a favor to Dr. Chen while ensuring the duel's fairness and impartiality. Zhang Mingchen nodded, affirming, Very well. I shall specify the Xingtian Fitness Center in the challenge letter. Without lingering for a meal, Zhang Mingchen took his leave of Yi Tsong. Once he departed, Chao Cheng could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, Master, what on earth is the 8 Extremes sect trying to accomplish? They have come all the way to Yanhai to trouble Dr. Chen over a mere Zhang Cha. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yi Tsong's eyes as he coldly chuckled. Zhang Yuandong has always been astute and cunning from a young age. With age, he has grown even more scheming. By keeping Zhang Mingchen fixated on this matter, he merely seeks to extend his influence into Yanhai. Unlike ordinary martial arts sects, Zhang Yuandong's 8 Extremes sect places a significant emphasis on commerce. 2 decades ago, he established a transportation company, placing all his disciples within its ranks. Thus, he not only avoided collecting tuition fees from his disciples but also provided them with salaries. This initiative has propelled the 8 Extremes sect to unprecedented heights. Today, the Yuandong Transportation Group has evolved into a colossal enterprise valued at hundreds of billions, with a disciple count exceeding 1,200. Yanhai, a first-tier city in the eastern part of Xia Country, serves as a crucial transportation hub. A few years prior, Zhang Yuandong had contemplated opening a branch here, but he faced a united front of opposition from competing transportation groups, leading to an unfortunate and ignoble retreat. With Zhang Cha's demise, he has undoubtedly been afforded an excellent reason to make a resurgence. Chao Cheng, perplexed, inquired, Master, we are indeed living in a society governed by the rule of law. Even if Zhang Mingchen were to triumph over Dr. Chen, what would it ultimately matter? Yi Tsong replied. He could leverage this victory to challenge other sects within Yanhai. It is crucial to understand that the realm of national martial arts operates by its own set of rules. The numerous transportation companies in Yanhai are backed by various prominent sections. If Zhang Mingchen can vanquish them, then these companies would have no justification to impede the development of the Yundong Transportation Company in Yanhai. The decline of national martial arts in Xia country is an undeniable truth, yet it does not imply the disappearance of formidable sections. Rather, they have largely concealed themselves within the business world. Take Yanhai as an example. The transportation sector is rife with disciples from esteemed sects such as Shaolin, Taiji, and Kai Liefo. Even Yizong Xing Yi sect is supporting a transportation company. Naturally, they cannot dispatch warriors to covertly eliminate their competitors as depicted in online novels. The world of national martial arts has its own regulations, just as the business realm does. Absent a matter of life and death, no one would contravene these rules. Moreover, the police cannot be underestimated. In numerous martial arts films, one often hears lines about fists being swifter than bullets within a 7-step distance. In reality, this notion is utterly absurd. Take Chen Haoyu for instance. Without resorting to long-range attacks, he could manage to cover a maximum of 6 steps in a full-on burst. As for those martial arts masters, achieving the feat of being faster than a bullet within 4 steps would render them among the most elite individuals in the world. Furthermore, police operations typically involve coordinated teams. No matter how skilled a martial artist may be, when faced with a dozen firearms, the outcome can only be game over. Thus, in the face of a national apparatus such as the police force, the realm of national martial arts possesses no means to contend, making its decline inevitable. Chao Cheng furrowed his brow and remarked, the Bejiquan sect indeed possesses some cunning. Master, do you believe Dr. Chen will accept his challenge? Yusong replied. Every person has their weaknesses, and Dr. Chen is no exception. Xiao Cheng, please call Dr. Chen again and relay our speculations to him. The decision of how to proceed rests with him. Chao Cheng nodded, saying, understood. Upon receiving Chao Cheng's second call, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes. He believed that Yi Tsong and Chao Cheng's analysis was likely accurate. The Bejiquan sect sought to exploit Zhang Cha's death as a means to instigate trouble, using it as a springboard to extend their influence into the commercially contested region of Yanhai. However, they had misjudged their target, mistaking themselves for a soft persimmon. Damn it, Zhang Mingchen had better behave himself, or I shall have to teach him a lesson. Chen Haoyu felt a surge of irritation. He wished to remain uninvolved in the disputes of the national martial arts community, yet he was even less inclined to be bullied by its practitioners. Should the Far East Bejiquan sect truly dare to provoke him, Chen Haoyu would not hesitate to make an example of them, using the Bejiquan sect to instill fear throughout the entire national martial arts community. Damn! Chen Haoyu felt a surge of anger, causing him to grip the brush too forcefully, thus ruining the half-finished painting of a crane he had painstakingly worked on. With a swift motion, he tore the paper away and discarded it onto the floor, where over 30 discarded sheets now lay. Fortunately, the results had been promising. Chen Haoyu's artistic technique had made significant strides, reaching nearly 70% of the level of the esteemed immortal of leisure. Chapter 88. This is a threat in a lifestyle club in Yanhai. Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing were wrapped in bath towels, lying on separate beds, indulging in the soothing massages provided by female therapists. Su Yuyao inquired, Sister Qing, how are things on your end? After a brief silence, Qin Qingqing replied, Li Yin is on the verge of passing. It is likely to happen within the next couple of days. I spoke with her, and she asked for Xiaomi to call me mom. Li Yin was He Jia Hong's first love, and Xiaomi was their daughter. Su Yuyao remarked, I have met Xiaomi and chatted with her for a while. She is a wonderful child, so understanding that it breaks one's heart. Qin Qingqing responded, to be honest, I also have a fondness for Xiaomi. Sometimes I even think how lovely it would be if she were my own daughter. Turning to Qin Qingqing, Su Yuyao said, Xiaomi is only 5 years old. If you treat her with genuine affection as if she were your biological daughter, I believe she would regard you as her real mother. Qin Qingqing smiled and assured, Rest assured, I will treat Xiaomi well. But enough about me. What is the status of you and Chen Haoyu? Su Yu did not hold back, stating, He is pursuing me. Qin Qingqing pressed and, Have you agreed? Su Yuyao replied, I neither rejected nor accepted. Qin Qingqing asked, Have you figured out whether you truly like him? Su Yuyao answered candidly, I am certain that I like him. Qin Qingqing extended her fair arm and gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "As expected of the Su Yuyao I know, so forthright. Liking someone is liking them. And not liking them is not. Being coy is not my style. Didn't you say that Chen Haoyu was shrouded in a mist, making it hard for you to see clearly? What about now? Have you gained clarity? I suppose I have discerned a significant portion. Overall, I would rate his character, abilities, and personality at over 95. My heavens, that is quite a high assessment. If that is the case, why not accept Chen Haoyu's pursuit and truly establish a romantic relationship?" Su Yuyao sighed, "Sister Qing, my family is not like an ordinary one. If I were to be with him, it could potentially bring harm to him." Qin Qingqing had never inquired about Su Yuyao's family background and was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Su family. However, she was certain of one thing. Su Yuyao's family was undoubtedly extraordinary. The reason was simple. An ordinary family could not cultivate the noble and elegant demeanor that Su Yuyao possessed. "Is Chen Haoyu aware of your family situation? What is his attitude?" I told him, and he is completely unconcerned. Then what is there to be troubled about? It's not easy to develop feelings for someone if you do not embrace a passionate love. You may regret it later. Yuyao, although Chen Haoyu may seem disjointed and unorthodox in his speech, I can see that he is a man of great principles and genuinely likes you. What makes you think he likes me? His gaze. The way Chen Haoyu looks at you is radiant and entirely different from how he regards others. Weighing, heed my words. Cast aside any reservations and follow the dictates of your heart. Su Yueying nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. At 5 in the afternoon, the two emerged from the recreational hall, intending to dine and shop at the mall. Just as they were about to enter their vehicle, a man in his 30s, with piercing eyes, suddenly appeared before them. "Miss Su, greetings. I am a disciple of the Far East 8 Extreme sect. This is a challenge letter from our sect leader, Zhang Mingchen, intended for Master Chen Haoyu. I kindly ask that you deliver it to him." As he spoke, the man extended a letter towards Su Yueying, prominently marked with the words challenge letter. Su Yueying refrained from accepting it, instead querying, "What does this challenge letter entail? Surely it isn't akin to the missives exchanged between martial masters in action films?" The man replied, "You may interpret it as such." Furrowing her brow slightly, Su Yueying remarked, "It seems that Chen Haoyu is not a figure within the martial arts community. Why, then, do you wish to challenge him?" The man answered, "Miss Su, I apologize, but I am merely executing my orders." Su Yueying stated unequivocally, "Then you should deliver it to him personally. I will not serve as your messenger." Taken aback by Su Yueying's resolute demeanor, the man hesitated briefly before placing the challenge letter directly on the windshield of Qin Qingqing's car. In a low voice, he said, "Miss Su, my responsibility is solely to deliver this letter to you. Whether you choose to pass it on to Master Chen Haoyu is entirely your prerogative. I have no authority to interfere. I only hope you do not come to regret your decision." With that, he turned and departed. Qin Qingqing, who had remained silent until now, picked up the challenge letter, glanced at it, and remarked, "What era are we in? How can such things still exist?" Upon hearing the man identify himself as a disciple of the Far East 8 Extreme sect, Su Yueying recalled Zhang Cha, who had been killed by Chen Haoyu. She had heard from her uncle about Zhang Cha's background. Prior to his misdeeds, he had apparently hailed from this very sect. Could it be that they had come to Yanhai to avenge Zhang Cha? As her thoughts raced, Su Yueying said, "Qingjia, please wait a moment. I need to call Chen Haoyu." Qin Qingqing handed her the challenge letter, saying, "Do it in the car." Once inside the vehicle, Su Yueying dialed Chen Haoyu's number. "Haha. Su, the stunning beauty. Your call comes at the perfect time. I just finished a birthday painting. Forget the painting for now. There's a challenge letter directed at you." "What challenge letter?" "A man named Zhang Mingchen from the Far East 8 Extreme sect wishes to challenge you. I suspect it pertains to Zhang Cha's demise." There's no need for suspicion. Zhang Cha was indeed Zhang Mingchen's junior brother, originating from the Far East 8 Extreme sect. Previously, Zhang Mingchen sought out Xiao Cheng, but I rebuffed him and gave him a thorough scolding. It seems they are still undeterred and have managed to send the challenge letter to you. Clearly, the Far East 8 Extremes sect wields considerable influence in Yanhai. As Su Yueying prepared for a spa session, she realized that the sect's ability to locate her so accurately indicated that their ambitions regarding Yanhai had been long-standing. It was merely unfortunate for her that by killing Zhang Cha, she had inadvertently granted them an opportunity. Su Yueying concluded, in any case, you are not part of the martial arts community, so there is no obligation for you to accept their challenge. Chen Haoyu sighed and remarked, "Do you believe it is easier for them to locate you or your family?" Su Yueying paused, then replied, Are you implying that they delivered this challenge to me as a means to threaten you? Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, Yu Yao, you are truly astute. Indeed. By choosing to present the challenge to you rather than your home, they intend to convey a message to me. Should I refuse the challenge? They may resort to harming you. So Yu Yao, filled with indignation, retorted, these individuals are utterly lawless. You need not concern yourself with my safety. I trust they lack the audacity to act. Chen Haoyu responded, Yu Yao, every practitioner of martial arts is, without exception, a person of audacious spirit. Without such courage, one can never master the art. Do not think that merely being the daughter of the Su family, or even the daughter of the national leader, would deter them from taking action. I find myself with no option but to accept the challenge. Chapter 89. Chen Haoyu's painting. Su Yuyu remained silent for a considerable time, then sighed with a bittersweet smile. Have I burdened you once again? Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, replying, I willingly accept the burden of your presence. With a playful pout, Su Yuyao responded, Stop joking. I am speaking about serious matters. The competition is perilous. What if something were to happen to you? Chen Haoyu replied solemnly. Zhang Mingchen is the master of the 8 Extremes sect, possessing skills that rival the likes of Huang Feihong and Hui Yuanjia from the Republican era. I am not confident I can defeat him. Yu Yao, if I were to become crippled, would you take care of me? Su Yuyu declared resolutely. I would marry you and support you for a lifetime. Chen Haoyu exclaimed joyfully, That's wonderful. You said it. On the day of the competition, I will let him break my legs, and then we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage. Uft. Qin Xingqing, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Su Yuyao, both amused and exasperated, retorted, Chen Haoyu, do you ever take anything seriously? Chen Haoyu chuckled, rest assured. No one in this world can match me in a fair fight. Even if Bodhidharma were to return or Zhang Sanfeng were alive, the outcome would only be determined in the heat of battle. A mere master of the 8 Extremes sect? I could easily dispatch him with a single blow. Su Yuyu asked, Are you serious? Chen Haoyu replied confidently, Of course. However, since you just mentioned marrying me, I might have to reconsider whether to deliberately lose to him. Su Yuyao asserted, If you win, I will officially be your girlfriend. Chen Haoyu inquired, Official girlfriend? Does that mean we can share a bed? Get lost. Su Yuyao, both embarrassed and irritated, abruptly ended the call. Ha ha ha. Qin Xingqing laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. Su Yuyao said with annoyance, Is it really that funny? Breathless from laughter, Qin Xingqing replied, Chen Haoyu is so amusing. If you end up with him, I bet you won't die of illness, but rather from laughter. Ha 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 ha. Su Yuyu was left speechless. Due to the challenge letter, she completely lost interest in shopping and had Qin Xingqing take her home. Upon entering, Su Yuyao changed into her slippers, holding the challenge letter, and approached Chen Haoyu, who was engrossed in painting. Just as she was about to speak, the words caught in her throat. Chen Haoyu's expression was calm as he held a brush dipped in maton purple, diligently creating art. The paper depicted a beautiful woman in a flowing purple dress, gazing affectionately at her beloved, her smile imbued with profound tenderness. This woman, Su Yuyao recognized all too well. It was herself. So beautiful. Su Yuyao stared at the painting of herself, as if lost in a dream. It was not until Chen Haoyu finished the final strokes and set down his brush that Su Yuyao came to her senses. Gently, Chen Haoyu wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulders and asked, Do you like it? Su Yuyao nodded, replying, I do. I like it very much. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, This is a painting I created especially for you, and it is also the first formal gift I present to you. Su Yuyao turned and embraced Chen Haoyu, pecking him on the cheek as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Chen Haoyu touched his cheek and laughed. A painting in exchange for a kiss from a beauty. I consider myself fortunate. Su Yuyao gazed once more at her likeness in the painting and replied, No, I am the one who has gained immensely. Tomorrow, I shall take it to the bookstore to have it framed and hung in my bedroom. Chen Haoyu suggested. How about I paint one for you each year from now on? Su Yuyao nodded in agreement, saying, That sounds wonderful. They exchanged a glance, both breaking into smiles. Once the portrait dried, Su Yuyao carefully stored it away. Chen Haoyu picked up the discarded papers from the ground, placing them at the door, ready to dispose of them in the trash outside. Yuyao, take a look at this birthday painting I created for your grandfather. Do you think it is presentable? Chen Haoyu pointed to a rolled-up painting on the coffee table as Su Yuyao emerged from the bedroom. Upon noticing the birthday painting, Su Yuyao immediately unfurled it. The artwork depicted a majestic pine tree, with 3 cranes of varying expressions perched on its trunk, while in the distance, 7 or 8 cranes flapped their wings, frolicking in the sky. Each crane was rendered with exquisite detail and grace. In the upper left corner of the painting were 4 bold characters in cursive, Fushokongning. The calligraphy elegant and poised. Although Su Yuyo had little knowledge of classical fine art, she could still sense the vibrant essence emanating from the painting. With an incredulous gaze, Su Yuyo looked at Chen Haoyu and exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable." Chen Haoyu replied with pride, "Did I not tell you? I am well versed in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. These 2 pieces are merely an exhibition of 80% of my skill. If I practice for a few more months, I shall improve even further." Su Yuyo was utterly convinced of Chen Haoyu's talents and remarked, "If you are so gifted, why did you not achieve more before?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "I mentioned it before. You are a man's lucky star. Any man who is with you will find success and prosperity." The legacy of the immortal of leisure was Chen Haoyu's deepest secret, one he would take to his grave to prevent his body from becoming a subject of dissection. Su Yuyu rolled her eyes at him, saying, "You speak nonsense." Chen Haoyu continued, "You have yet to answer my question. Is this painting suitable as your grandfather's birthday gift, or should I procure some additional antiques?" Su Yuyo replied, "Nothing would please my grandfather more than this painting." Chen Haoyu said, "That is splendid. By the way, you mentioned on the phone that if I defeat Zhang Mingchen, you would become my true girlfriend. Is that genuine?" Su Yuyo handed him the challenge letter, saying, "You should read it first." Chen Haoyu took the letter, gazing intently at Su Yuyo, and insisted, "I need to hear it first. This is of great importance to me." Su Yuyo pressed her lips together, directly meeting the piercing gaze of Chen Haoyu, and asked, "Chen Haoyu, do you truly love me?" Chen Haoyu responded earnestly, "It is not mere affection, it is love. I can assure you that during this past week of our companionship, I have completely fallen for you. To be candid, I can be carefree and nonchalant about most things. But when it comes to matters of the heart, I dare not play games, nor can I afford to." Hearing Chen Haoyu's declaration, Su Yuyu felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she replied, "I have also fallen in love with you." Chen Haoyu inquired, "When did this happen?" Su Yuyu replied, "It was during that time you pretended to be dead. I felt as though the sky had collapsed upon me. It was in that moment that I realized my true feelings for you." Chen Haoyu smiled gently, "It seems I did something right that time." Su Yuyo playfully retorted, "You are such a rascal." Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, opened his arms, and enveloped Su Yuyo in an embrace, whispering softly in her ear, "I love you." Su Yuyo tenderly replied, "I love you too." Unbeknownst to them, the 2 leaned in and shared a kiss. Chapter 90. Deceiving Chao Qing. Su Yuyu lost a bet and had to endure a 2-minute French kiss, which she not only fulfilled but extended by an additional minute. It was only when she found it difficult to breathe that they finally parted ways. She playfully slapped his chest and remarked, "Are you feeling quite smug?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. Once the leading characters cohabitate, love is inevitable. It seems the authors of online novels are quite reliable." Su Yuyo shot him a charming glare and said, "Stop reading those nonsensical books." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "From now on, I shall only read about you." Su Yuyo retorted, "No. You should really take a look at that challenge letter." Only then did Chen Haoyu recall the challenge and, tapping his forehead, said, "I almost forgot in my excitement." Upon opening the envelope, he found only a simple 2-line note. It read, "I, the undersigned, invite Mr. Chen Haoyu to a contest at the Shengtian Fitness Center on July 12th at 3 p.m. Let us engage in martial arts as friends, disregarding life and death." The name at the bottom was Zhang Mingchen, the master of the 8 Extreme School. Chen Haoyu scoffed, "This person lacks cultural depth." Curiously, Su Yuyo inquired, "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu pointed to the last 8 characters, saying, "It states to engage in martial arts as friends, yet also disregards life and death. Isn't that contradictory?" Su Yuyu was left in a mix of laughter and tears. "Don't you think your focus is misplaced?" Chen Haoyu crumpled the challenge letter into a ball and tossed it into the trash. Having a misplaced focus is far better than having a low IQ. "By the way, what day is it today?" With a worried expression, Su Yuyo responded, "The 10th. The contest is the day after tomorrow." "Haoyu, I am somewhat anxious." Chen Haoyu laughed. "The one who should be worried is Zhang Mingchen. This time, the 8 Extreme School has miscalculated by choosing me as their stepping stone." Su Yuyo questioned, "Are you really going to accept the challenge?" Chen Haoyu shook his head, declaring, "No, I intend to challenge the entire 8 Extreme School." Puzzled, Su Yuyo asked, "What do you mean by that?" An icy glint flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes, radiating an aura of superiority. "The best defense is offense. The 8 Extreme School regards me as a soft target, attempting to step over my corpse to enter Yanhai. I will instead use the 8 Extreme School to set an example." Su Yuyo gasped, You mean you are going to challenge everyone in the 8 Extreme School? Chen Haoyu embraced her slender waist and smiled. I am not that foolish. I will have the 8 Extreme School select their 3 strongest fighters and defeat them one by one. Then the Far East 8 Extreme School will have no retort. Su Yuyo asked, are you capable of that? Chen Haoyu, somewhat displeased, replied, of course I am. Su Yuyo rolled her eyes at him, playfully admonishing, stop being so cheeky. Chen Haoyu chuckled, planting a fervent kiss on her angelic face, saying, I only drive with you. Su Yuyo was left speechless. To celebrate their newfound romantic relationship, Chen Haoyu took Su Yuyo out for a romantic candlelit dinner, followed by a tedious love film at the cinema, and only then did they return home. Certainly, the two of them retired to separate rooms for the night. In that regard, Su Yuyo was rather conservative. Hey, Chao Xiao. I would like to ask you for a favor. Back in his own bedroom, Chen Haoyu dialed Chao Cheng's number. Chao Cheng replied, Dr. Chen, there's no need for formality. Please state your request directly. Chen Haoyu continued, Zhang Mingchen has sent me a challenge through Yuyo to engage in a contest at your fitness center at 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Since it involves Yuyo, I cannot decline the challenge. Xiao Cheng exclaimed in anger. They are using Miss Su to threaten you. This is utterly despicable. Chen Haoyu replied calmly. If someone seeks their own suffering, I can only reluctantly oblige them. However, I am not one to remain passive. Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chen, what do you wish for me to do? Chen Haoyu stated in a serious tone, 2 matters. First, I will personally draft a challenge letter, not merely directed at Zhang Mingchen, but against the top 3 masters of the Far East 8 Extreme sect. I intend to defeat each of them, thereby shattering the very backbone of the 8 Extreme sect. I would appreciate it if you could deliver the challenge letter to the Far East 8 Extreme sect and extend invitations to the various martial arts schools in Yanhai to attend. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Chao Cheng could not help but gasp in shock. It seemed that Zhang Mingchen's actions had indeed provoked Chen Haoyu to a breaking point. He was prepared to strike decisively against the Far East 8 Extreme sect. Should the 8 Extremes sect falter, Zhang would not only lose face in Yanhai, but would also bring disgrace upon his generation of masters. Chao Cheng remarked, Dr. Chen, Zhang Yuandong is a master at the pinnacle of hidden strength, just a step away from the transformation stage. Zhang Mingchen also possesses late hidden strength cultivation. Are you certain you can prevail? Chen Haoyu confidently asserted, do not speak of the pinnacle of hidden strength. Even the pinnacle of transformation is beneath my consideration. Chao Cheng could hardly believe his ears, exclaiming, Dr. Chen, are you jesting? Chen Haoyu began to boast. Do you think the pinnacle of transformation is the ultimate limit for martial artists? Do not be absurd. In ancient times, renowned generals possessed cultivation far beyond the transformation stage. It was simply that there were no specific standards for categorizing martial arts at that time. Allow me to inform you, beyond transformation lies elixir strength. And beyond elixir strength is the power of essence, which transcends the void and remains impervious to the divine. Upon reaching that final realm, one will sprout 40 teeth and possess an astonishing vitality. Chao Cheng finally grasped the meaning of the saying that a single conversation with a wise man is worth more than a decade of study. After years of martial arts training, this was the first time he had heard of realms beyond transformation. It completely overturned his previous understanding. Perhaps even his master was unaware of such realms. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chen, may I inquire what realm you currently inhabit? Chen Haoyu chuckled. That is a secret. I shall not disclose it. The second matter is, I would like you to lend me 300 million. Chao Cheng was taken aback. Are you intending to wager against the Far East 8 Extreme sect? Chen Haoyu affirmed, indeed. This time, I am not only to undermine their dignity, but also to impose a significant financial cost upon them. Chao Chidao remarked. The market value of the Far East Transportation Group stands at 9 billion, with liquid assets ranging between 600 million to 800 million. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu responded. Then lend me 600 million. If I win, we shall split the earnings equally. If I lose, I will repay you within a year. Chao Cheng quickly replied. Dr. Chen, are you not insulting me? 600 million is merely a loan. There is no need to share your winnings. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu suggested. You are indeed not in want of funds. How about this? Once the competition concludes, I will impart to you a set of Taoist body refining techniques. Your foundational skills are already remarkably solid, with daily practice of this regimen, complemented by suitable herbal baths. You should be able to unlock all your meridians and attain the mastery of dark energy within 3 months at most. Chapter 91. The transmission of the Ice Jade technique. Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng was instantly filled with delight. Dr. Chen, Is there truly such a miraculous martial art in this world? Oh, I apologize. I am not doubting you, but merely struggling to believe it. Chen Haoyu scoffed. This set of body refinement techniques is merely a method for beginners to enhance their physical prowess. Beyond that lies the method of marrow washing, which serves as the key to transitioning from dark energy to transformed energy, akin to the Shaolin I Jing Jing and the Shisui Jing. Once one achieves transformed energy, the methods of qi and blood manipulation become crucial for attaining the golden elixir. The saying goes, when a golden elixir is ingested, my fate is in my own hands. Not dictated by the heavens, at this stage, one would be regarded as a top-tier master, even during the most prosperous era of ancient martial arts. Xiao Qing was thoroughly enthralled by Chen Haoyu's words. The unique pathways from dark energy to transformed energy, and then to elixir energy, invigorated him immensely. As a fervent martial arts enthusiast, he would not have toiled in the practice of Xingyi Quan as the son of the wealthiest man in Yanhai had he not been so passionate. According to his master, Yi Song, Xiao Qing's limit was the pinnacle of dark energy, and breaking through to transformed energy seemed virtually impossible, leaving him disheartened. Yet, Chen Haoyu's words rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. Dr. Chen, do you possess these techniques? Chen Haoyu chuckled, of course. However, such knowledge cannot be imparted lightly. Come find me again once you have reached the late stages of dark energy. Xiao Cheng, overwhelmed with excitement, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Chen. There's no need for thanks. Ultimately, it depends on your own efforts. If you cannot reach the late stages of dark energy, it indicates that martial arts may not be your calling, and there would be no need to seek my techniques. I understand, Xiao Cheng replied. After hanging up, Chen Haoyu composed a challenge letter on his computer and sent it to Xiao Cheng via email. He postponed the duel by a day, scheduling it for 3 days later at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The challenge letter clearly stated that in 3 bouts, if Chen Haoyu lost even once, 600 million would belong to the Far East Transportation Group. Conversely, should he emerge victorious in all, the group would owe him 600 million. Given the financial reserves of the Far East Transportation Group, a loss of 600 million would severely hinder their expansion for 5 years unless they accepted external investment. However, Chen Haoyu did not wish to be overly ruthless, leaving some leeway for the Far East Baji sect. He instructed Xiao Qing to present the challenge letter to Zhang Mingchen and to persuade him kindly. If Zhang Mingchen was willing to cancel the duel, then the matter could be resolved without further conflict. Should he refuse, Chen Haoyu would regard himself as having acted with benevolence, and he would subsequently defeat the Far East Baji sect with overwhelming force, demonstrating to Zhang Yuandong and Zhang Mingchen that there are always greater heights in individuals beyond one's current understanding. The following day, Chen Haoyu awoke from his meditation. After changing his clothes, he went to the small square to practice Wuji Quan. Just as he finished the Wuji stance, he sensed a familiar gaze upon him. Yu Yo, you're out a bit early today, Chen Haoyu remarked without turning his head or opening his eyes. Su Yu Yao, surprised, inquired, how did you know I was here? Chen Haoyu exhaled deeply and turned to Su Yu Yao with a smile, saying, there exists a spiritual connection between lovers. As long as you are within a 20-meter radius of me, I can sense your presence. Su Yu Yao pursed her lips and replied, then why can't I sense you? Chen Haoyu responded, it's because your love for me does not run as deep as my love for you. Su Yu Yao scoffed, saying, are you trying to make a fool of me? I'm going for a run. Do you want to join? Chen Haoyu replied, running is the most mundane of exercises, devoid of interest. Would you like to practice some boxing instead? I could teach you a set of ice jade techniques suitable for women. Intrigued, Su Yu Yao asked, what benefits does practicing this ice jade technique offer? Chen Haoyu explained. The ice jade technique was created by a Taoist nun 1,000 years ago and primarily cultivates vital energy and blood. It consists of 6 stances and 12 hand forms. Practicing for an hour each day can strengthen your bones, enhance your vitality, and improve the functions of your internal organs. If you persist for a year and a half, no 3 or 4 ordinary adult men would dare approach you. Most importantly, mastering the ice jade technique can grant eternal youth. Eternal youth? Upon hearing this phrase, Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Haoyu, you're not deceiving me, are you? Chen Haoyu, slightly displeased, remarked, I'm your boyfriend now. Could you refrain from calling me by my full name? It lacks intimacy. Su Yu inquired, then what should I call you? Chen Haoyu chuckled. You could call me Yu or hubby. Su Yu huffed, dream on. I will continue to call you Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu sighed, resignedly saying, suit yourself. The notion of eternal youth is indeed an exaggeration, but maintaining one's physique and delaying aging is unequivocally true. It is said that the Taoist nun who created this technique, even at nearly 70, possessed fair skin, a slender figure, and not a single strand of white hair. Appearing no older than a woman in her 40s. Su Yuyao, somewhat skeptical, replied, "What you're saying sounds too incredible." Chen Haoyu assured her, "You need not doubt its authenticity. I can guarantee its truthfulness with my character." He recalled the enchanting female disciple of the immortal he had dreamt of, and continued, "The commonality among today's anti-aging products is encapsulated in 4 words: nourish blood and vital energy. The Ice Jade technique possesses unparalleled efficacy in this regard, surpassing any product on the market. Sufficient vital energy leads to strong internal organs, vigorous blood circulation, and naturally facilitates the removal of blemishes, the reduction of wrinkles, and the delay of aging." Su Yuyao asked, "Can someone without any martial arts background like me still practice?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Who says you lack a martial arts foundation? Don't you often practice yoga? That enhances your flexibility significantly compared to the average person. And you must have practiced taekwondo for a while, right?" Surprised, Su Yuyao exclaimed, "How did you know?" "I indeed practiced for 3 to 4 years. Chen Haoyu smiled, "I have a keen eye. I can see traces of taekwondo in some of your everyday movements." Su Yuyao gave him a thumbs up, saying, "You're impressive. Then please, Master Chen, teach me the Ice Jade technique." Chen Haoyu remarked, "Let me make it clear. I am quite stringent in teaching my disciples. If you find it unbearable, please feel free to inform me, and we shall consider the matter of the Ice Jade technique as if it were never mentioned." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes and retorted, "Enough with the preamble. Let us commence the instruction promptly." Chen Haoyu hesitated and added, "There is one crucial point. You must never show disrespect to your teacher." Su Yuyao chuckled lightly and replied, "Understood." Chen Haoyu displayed a resigned expression and mused, "Alas, it seems I have unwittingly ensnared myself." Su Yuyao laughed, "Not at all. Master Chen, please teach me without delay. I can scarcely contain my excitement." Chen Haoyu acquiesced, "Very well. It is said that without practicing the foundational techniques, one's efforts will amount to nothing in the end. I shall first instruct you in the 6 basic stances." Chapter 92, 6 Patients with Depression and Truth. Chen Haoyu's instruction of Su Yuyao in martial arts was not merely aimed at enhancing her physical strength or delaying the onset of aging. More importantly, he wished for her to possess the ability to protect herself. A woman of exceptional beauty, lacking any martial prowess, would find herself vulnerable wherever she went. Teaching martial arts inevitably involves physical contact. Traditionally, male instructors would use a wooden stick to guide female students in correcting their movements. However, given the romantic relationship between Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, he felt no need to observe the customary boundaries, which afforded him certain advantages. Initially, Su Yuyao would cast him warning glances, but as she realized his tenacity and acknowledged her own shortcomings in technique, she acquiesced to his guidance. It must be said that Su Yuyao's memory, comprehension, and innate talent were remarkably high. After merely an hour of practice, she had already mastered the 6 postures of the Zhuang Gong with considerable finesse. Notably, when Chen Haoyu explained how to synchronize breathing with movement to stimulate the flow of qi and blood within the body, Su Yuyao executed it flawlessly, leaving him profoundly astonished by her exceptional learning ability. As she pressed her hands downward, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Su Yuyao felt her mind clear. Her vitality surge, and a delightful sense of ease envelop her entire being. This set of Ice Jade fist postures was truly magnificent. Throughout her practice, she could distinctly sense the flow of qi and blood within her. A look of surprise illuminated Su Yuyao's fair and rosy face. Chen Haoyu, taken aback, inquired, "Can you truly perceive the flow of qi and blood?" Su Yuyao nodded affirmatively, responding, "Of course. Is there a problem with that?" Chen Haoyu touched his nose and replied, "No problem at all." With a playful shake of Chen Haoyu's arm, Su Yuyao chided, "You can't fool me. Just admit it." With a sigh, Chen Haoyu said, "I merely refrained from praising you to avoid inflating your ego." Instantly, Su Yuyao's expression brightened as she exclaimed, "Am I not exceptionally gifted in martial arts?" Chen Haoyu smiled wryly and confessed, "To be frank, you possess an extraordinary talent for martial arts, truly a once-in-a-million prodigy. No, to be precise, you are a genius among geniuses. I have never encountered anyone who, on their very first day of practicing Zhuang Gong, could sense the movement of qi and blood within their body. It is simply astonishing." Su Yuyao beamed with pride and asked, "How do I compare to you?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "You are, of course, far from my level. To put it plainly, in terms of pure martial skill, there is no one in this vast world who poses a threat to me. If I were to encapsulate my prowess in a single phrase, it would be that my martial skills have reached a realm of unparalleled dominance, making it exceedingly difficult to find anyone capable of defeating me. Su Yuyao gazed upward at the sky and asked, "Have you ever seen a cow flying in the heavens?" Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and retorted, "That would be me blowing air on the ground, all right?" Seeing the exasperation on his face, Su Yuyao doubled over with laughter. After their practice, the two held hands, chatting and laughing as they returned home. They each took turns in the bathroom for a shower. And while Su Yuyao was busy with her makeup, Chen Haoyu seized the opportunity to venture into the kitchen and prepare breakfast. Su Yuyao lifted her bowl of seaweed and egg soup, savoring a sip before remarking with a smile, "It appears having a boyfriend who excels in both the parlor and the kitchen is rather delightful." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous expression crossing his face as he retorted, "In truth, my greatest prowess lies in that particular skill. Care to give it a try?" Su Yuyao's face instantly flushed crimson as she admonished, "Could you refrain from harboring such unhealthy thoughts?" "Unhealthy?" Chen Haoyu exclaimed in surprise. "How could the principles of human relationships be deemed unhealthy? My dear, must you cling so tightly to outdated notions?" Su Yuyao shot him a glare, demanding, "Who are you calling my dear?" Chen Haoyu, with unwavering confidence, replied, "You, of course. You are to be my future wife. I am merely practicing ahead of time. Is there a problem with that?" Though elated at his words, Su Yuyao retorted, "Could you not be so shameless?" To which Chen Haoyu replied, "I cannot. If you seek retribution, you may call me husband." Su Yuyu rolled her eyes, saying, "Dream on." After finishing their breakfast, Chen Haoyu drove his pickup truck, escorting Su Yuyao to the hospital before heading to his clinic. After tidying up, he brewed a pot of green tea and leisurely enjoyed it. Just as he finished the pot, 6 middle-aged women entered, each holding the hand of a child. The children, both boys and girls, appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Chen Haoyu, somewhat bewildered, stood up to inquire, "Ladies, what brings you here today?" A poised and mature woman seemed to be their spokesperson, addressing him, "Dr. Chen, we have come seeking your expertise for our children." Observing the somber expressions on the children's faces, he quickly deduced, "Is it that the children are experiencing emotional difficulties?" The middle-aged woman sighed, "Indeed. Our children are all afflicted with varying degrees of depression. This morning, while at the psychiatric department of Kangen Hospital, we overheard a nurse mention that you had successfully treated Mr. Ye's daughter, which prompted us to come together to seek your assistance." Understanding dawned on Chen Haoyu. "I see. Please present me with your medical records." The woman promptly handed him 6 case files. As he reviewed them, it became evident that all the children were suffering from depression due to excessive academic pressure, coupled with inadequate support from both parents and schools. Fortunately, their conditions were not severe. 2 children exhibited moderate symptoms, while the others displayed mild signs of depression. Setting down the files, Chen Haoyu informed them, "You must have seen the notice outside, correct? I see only 3 patients per day, with a registration fee of 3,000 yuan. The middle-aged woman pleaded, "Dr. Chen, since these children share the same affliction, could you perhaps make an exception?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Haoyu replied, "Very well. Please pay the registration fee first." The woman's face brightened with joy, and without further ado, she retrieved her phone and scanned the QR code on the table, transferring 18,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu. Rising from his seat, he instructed, "Please close the door for me. Let us proceed to examination room 1. "Understood," she replied. A corpulent middle-aged woman promptly turned and closed the door to the clinic. Chen Haoyu led the group to room 1, instructing the 6 middle-aged women to securely cradle their respective children and take a seat on the edge of the bed. Without any superfluous words, Chen Haoyu immediately employed his mesmerizing technique on the 6 children. In less than a minute, the children were nestled in their mother's arms, all fast asleep. This left everyone astonished by Chen Haoyu's remarkable display of skill. Chapter 93. Chen Haoyu's stern counsel. "Dr. Chen, are you employing hypnosis?" A mother could not help but inquire. Chen Haoyu nodded and replied, "Quite so. You are truly remarkable. However, I do not quite understand why you would hypnotize the children." Chen Haoyu elucidated, "Although Kangen Hospital has provided case studies, I cannot place my complete trust in them. Thus, I require the children to speak for themselves. Ladies, you must comprehend that depression is a mental illness. If the root cause is misidentified, the efficacy of the treatment will certainly be compromised." The 6 women nodded in unison. Chen Haoyu approached the first child and gently asked, "Little one, is there anything that troubles you?" "I do not wish to attend school." "Why is that?" "I feel so exhausted. The pressure of studying is overwhelming." I do not want to see my mother's disappointed gaze. I wish to study diligently. Yet, for some reason, I simply cannot excel. There is no need to rush. Learning is a gradual process. As long as you apply yourself earnestly, I believe you will achieve commendable results. Now, you must rest. Take a good sleep. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Haoyu discerned the issues of all 6 children. 5 of them suffered from excessive academic pressure, which led to their depression. Only one girl was distressed because her beloved classmate had transferred schools, severing their contact, which caused her to feel despondent. Witnessing Chen Haoyu's effortless unraveling of the children's conditions, the 6 mothers were taken aback and displayed expressions of anticipation. Chen Haoyu instructed, "Please lay them down on the beds in succession." Understood. The group complied promptly. My treatment method is not suitable for public viewing. I kindly ask you to step outside for a short while. The group paused, exchanging glances filled with hesitation, particularly the mothers of the 2 girls, who appeared somewhat flustered. "Doctor, may I ask how long the treatment will take?" inquired a middle-aged woman designated as the spokesperson. Perceiving their concerns, Chen Haoyu smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry. I will expedite the process. At most, it will take 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, the mothers finally felt at ease. Once they exited, Chen Haoyu locked the door, drew the curtains, and then slowly approached the beds. He took a deep breath, opened his celestial eye, extended his right index finger, and concentrated his energy, drawing an invisible symbol in the air. Soon, a colossal, imperceptible heart-purifying talisman appeared above the 6 children. "Go," Chen Haoyu commanded, pressing down with his palm as the talisman gradually descended, infusing itself into the children's foreheads. Instantly, their brows emitted a shimmering light, reminiscent of the celestial being Erlang from the movies. The radiance persisted for approximately 2 minutes before gradually fading. Awakened, Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers, and all 6 children roused from their slumber. "How do you feel?" Chen Haoyu inquired with a smile. A boy, his face marked by acne, remarked, "It feels as if a gentle breeze is softly blowing through my mind, which is particularly delightful." "I feel the same," another chimed in. "I believe I have become more intelligent." The other children nodded in agreement. In stark contrast to their previous states of melancholy, it was evident that these children had become considerably more cheerful. Chen Haoyu observed closely the 2 children suffering from moderate depression, noting no significant differences compared to their peers. He then stated, "Well, your issues have largely been resolved. Now, let us seek out your mothers." As he opened the door, the children filed out one by one. Upon witnessing the remarkable improvement in their children's conditions, 2 mothers could not contain their emotions and embraced their children, weeping with joy. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brow and said, "Ladies, I urge you to manage your emotions and strive to create a nurturing environment for your children." At his words, the mothers ceased their sobbing, hastily wiping their tears and turning their gaze towards him. With a sigh, Chen Haoyu continued, "I understand that as parents, you aspire for your sons to become dragons and your daughters to become phoenixes, yet the reality is that only a fraction of children achieve such heights. To be pioneers in the future, education is merely one facet. The cultivation of abilities and the development of a sound mind are far more critical. While the children's depression has largely improved, the root of the problem remains unaddressed. Where does the root lie? It resides with you, the parents. Your commitment to your children's education is commendable, but it is essential to find balance and allow for both work and rest. These may sound like the age-old adages you have likely heard from various educational experts, yet it seems they have not resonated deeply with you, nor have you acted upon them. The time for action is now. I greatly admire a saying I encountered online. If one can succeed, they should serve the nation. If not, they should bring joy to their parents. Lastly, I hope you will not return to me for the same concerns in the future." The 6 mothers nodded gravely in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Chen." Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "All right, the treatment fee for moderate depression is 10,000. While for mild depression it is 5,000. Please proceed with the payment." Without hesitation, the mothers complied, offering their payments before bidding farewell. "Zhang Xiaohong, please wait a moment." Chen Haoyu called out. The heartbroken girl, Zhang Xiaohong, along with her mother, halted and turned to face him. Once the others had departed, Chen Haoyu addressed Zhang Xiaohong's mother. "The root of your daughter's issues differs from the others. To eradicate it, it would be best for them to meet and clarify matters. Do you understand my meaning?" Zhang Xiaohong's mother nodded. "I understand. I will have my husband look into it. Even if they are meant to be together, it should wait until they are in college." Zhang Xiaohong glanced at her mother and then at Chen Haoyu, cautiously inquiring, "What are you discussing?" Chen Haoyu smiled and replied, "You should be able to comprehend it." Zhang Xiaohong's expression changed dramatically as she cast a panicked glance at her mother. "If you can gain admission to a 211 or 985 university, I shall refrain from intervening in your affairs." "Mother, are you truly serious?" Zhang Xiaohong exclaimed, a blend of joy and excitement illuminating her face. "Indeed. I speak with utmost sincerity. This is wonderful. I am certain I will succeed." Chen Haoyu chuckled softly to himself, reflecting on the remarkable power of love. Shortly thereafter, the mother and daughter, hand in hand, departed the clinic, engaged in cheerful conversation and laughter. Chapter 94. Zhang Mingchen's choice at nearly the same moment. Chao Cheng received Zhang Mingchen and his two junior disciples in the VIP room of the Shitian Fitness Center. "Zhang, did you instruct your subordinates to deliver the challenge letter to Miss Su Wing to leverage her against Dr. Chen?" Chao Cheng inquired directly. Zhang Mingchen replied, "It was intended as a scare tactic. Even if Chen Haoyu declines the challenge, we, the Far East 8 Extreme sect, would never resort to such shamelessness." Chao Cheng remarked. "However, your actions have greatly infuriated Dr. Chen." Zhang Mingchen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Has he agreed to accept the challenge?" Chao Cheng shook his head, saying no. A hint of disdain crossed Zhang Mingchen's face as he coldly stated, "So he is merely a coward who spews nonsense." Chao Cheng produced a challenge letter and handed it to Zhang Mingchen. "You misunderstand. Dr. Chen is not one to simply endure without retaliating. This is the challenge letter he sent via email, which I printed for you. His exact words were that if you do not agree, this matter ends here. If you do agree, he will invite all martial arts sects in Yanhai to spectate. The decision to fight or reconcile lies with you." Zhang Mingchen's expression shifted to one of surprise as he took the challenge letter. Upon reading it, his anger surged, and he exclaimed, "Bastard! He thinks we, the Far East Wuji sect, are without capable fighters." His two junior disciples could not contain themselves and snatched the challenge letter to glance at it, their fury mirroring his own. Chao Cheng lifted his teacup, taking a sip before suggesting, "Zhang, 600 million is no small sum. I advise you to discuss it with Master Zhang before providing me with a response." Zhang Mingchen replied somberly, "Chen Haoyu is merely a clinic doctor. How could he possibly come up with 600 million? Chao Cheng smiled. "My father owes Dr. Chen a tremendous favor and has agreed to lend him 600 million. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Mingchen's eyes as he asked, "Do you believe he will win?" Chao Cheng shook his head, regardless of the outcome. "We must lend him the money. To be frank, we are rather hoping he loses." Zhang Mingchen inquired, "Why is that?" Chao Cheng explained, "Dr. Chen's greatest strength lies not in martial arts, but in his medical skills. If he owes our Chao family 600 million, we can seek his assistance for any ailments in the future. With his medical prowess, as long as it is not a terminal illness, he should be able to handle it." Zhang Mingchen gazed deeply at him and said, "Chao, please inform Chen Haoyu that we, the 8 Extreme sect, accept his challenge." Chao Cheng wore an expression of realization and cautioned, "Zhang, I advise you to reconsider." Zhang Mingchen replied with resolute finality, "There is no need. As martial artists, we are brave and tenacious. Our 8 Extreme sect fears no formidable opponent. Please extend my gratitude in advance for his 600 million funding." With that, Zhang Mingchen took the challenge letter and strode out with his two junior disciples. "It seems you may have bitten off more than you can chew." Chao Cheng sighed as he took out his phone and dialed Chen Haoyu. Upon hearing Chao Cheng's response, Chen Haoyu chuckled, "As I anticipated. The allure of 600 million and the prestige of the Far East 8 Extreme sect will undoubtedly prompt them to agree without hesitation." Chao Chidao remarked, "This competition is of paramount importance. I suspect Zhang Yuandong will certainly make an appearance. Given that his 8 Extreme sect has lost the previous 2 matches, it is highly likely he will take the stage himself." Chen Haoyu coldly retorted, "Without entering the Dan level, one is akin to an ant. Not just one Zhang Yuandong. Even 10 of them would be destined for defeat. Chao, please disseminate this information throughout the martial arts community of Yanhai. If the 8 Extreme sect seeks their demise, I shall oblige." Chao Cheng nodded affirmatively. After concluding his conversation with Chen Haoyu, he reached out to his master, Yitsong. "Without entering the Dan level, one is akin to an ant." Upon hearing Chao Cheng recount Chen Haoyu's words, Yitsong fell into a contemplative silence before responding, "Chao Cheng, do you believe this?" Chao Cheng, having evidently pondered the matter, replied, "After the competition concludes, if Dr. Chen truly assists me in effortlessly entering the hidden strength stage, I shall accept his words as truth." Yitsong chuckled, "I never imagined that in my twilight years, I would encounter a remarkable individual like Dr. Chen. Truly, I am fortunate." Xiao Cheng inquired, Master, will you be attending the competition the day after tomorrow? Without hesitation, Yi Song affirmed, if there is a spectacle to behold, I shall certainly be there. Very well, I will come to fetch you, Xiao Cheng responded. No need. Zi Yuan will bring me. You attend to your matters, Yi Song replied. At Kangen Hospital, Su Yuyao returned to her office, visibly fatigued after performing 3 minimally invasive surgeries. Qin Qingqing approached her, whispering, Yuyao, something significant has occurred. Su Yuyao paused, curiosity piqued, and asked, what is it? Qin Qingqing replied, the pop diva Dong Pia Piao has arrived at our hospital's psychiatric department. At 25. Dong Pia Piao is the most celebrated musical talent in the Summer Kingdom, renowned not only for her singing prowess but also for her remarkable songwriting skills. With over 10 representative works, each accumulating over 500 million views online, she is hailed as the future and hope of Summer Kingdom's music scene. A week later, Dong Pia Piao is set to hold a concert in Yanhai, with a staggering 58,000 tickets sold out almost instantaneously upon release, underscoring her immense popularity. Su Yuyo furrowed her brow, questioning, what brings her to the psychiatric department? Qin Qingqing shook her head, that remains unclear. At that moment, Su Yuyo's phone rang. Hello. Who is this? Su, it's Pia Piao. I feel like I'm dying. Cut the dramatics. Why have you suddenly come to our hospital? I've been plagued by nightmares every night. Unable to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, a child smiles at me, driving me nearly to madness. Did you not visit those large hospitals in Yindu? I did. And I've taken numerous sedatives, but none have helped. The treatment plan provided by your psychiatric department is identical to that of the experts in Yindu. I truly don't know what to do. Where are you now? In the hospital's underground parking lot. It seems someone leaked the news. And a throng of paparazzi has gathered at the entrance. I have no choice but to seek your assistance. Understood. Wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuyo turned to the astonished Qin Qingqing and asked, Sister Qing, may I borrow your car? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Qingqing handed her the keys, inquiring, Yuyao. Was that call from Dong Pia Piao? Su Yuyao nodded in affirmation and replied, Indeed. Qin Qingqing exclaimed, You know her? Su Yuyao explained. We have been classmates from elementary school all the way through the 2nd year of high school. Qin Qingqing, brimming with excitement, remarked. You are incredibly fortunate to be in the same class as a musical diva. Yuyao, how do you think I treat you on a regular basis? Understanding Qin Qingqing's intentions, Su Yuyao responded, Sister Qing, just be direct. How many tickets do you desire? Qin Qingqing's face lit up with joy as she declared, 5 tickets. Su Yuyao nodded and replied, Very well, I shall inquire with her. Chapter 95, Dong Pia Piao's Dilemma upon arriving at the underground parking lot. Su Yuyu drove around in Qin Qingqing's BMW X3 but failed to spot Dong Pia Piao's nanny vehicle. She halted the car, retrieved her phone, and noticed a text message from Dong Pia Piao. I am behind the SUV in Area B, Unit 202. Without delay, Su Yuyu steered the car in that direction. Surveying her surroundings, she found no one in sight. She rolled down the window and called out, Come out. A woman clad in a sun hat, sunglasses, a mask, and a full sun protection outfit lowered her head and hurried to the front of Su Yuyao's car. She opened the back door and quickly slipped inside. Phew. Finally. You've come. The woman exhaled in relief, removing her mask and taking off her hat and glasses, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. It was none other than the renowned pop diva, Dong Pia Piao, who boasted countless fans. Su Yuyu turned to glance at Dong Pia Piao, taken aback by her appearance. Despite her traditionally bright and delicate features, fatigue marred her striking eyes, which were shadowed by dark circles, visible even through her meticulous makeup. Her usually smooth skin appeared dull and lifeless, and her complexion was alarmingly poor. Dong Pia Piao, it seems your troubles are quite serious, Su Yuyao remarked, her tone grave. Gone was the glamorous aura of the goddess. Dong Pia Piao wore a mournful expression as she lamented, I haven't slept in 7 or 8 days. Su Pijiao, am I doomed? Do not be so pessimistic. Which doctor did you consult? Of course, it was the most famous psychiatrist, Lu Haiqing. What advice did she offer? To calm my mind, relax, avoid excessive pressure, and increase my rest time. She sighed. I could recite her advice by heart. Ultimately, Dr. Lu referred me to Vice Director Hua at the Yindu Mental Hospital, but the problem is, I just came from Vice Director Hua. Could it be a hormonal imbalance causing the mental turmoil? Not at all. I've undergone a comprehensive examination, and everything is normal. That is indeed perplexing. Do your parents know about this? I dared not tell them. After pondering briefly, Su Yuyao said, I will take you to see someone who should be able to help. Curiously, Dong Piapiao inquired, who? Chen Haoyu. Su Yuyao picked up her phone and dialed Chen Haoyu's number. My dear, it's only been 3 hours since we last saw each other, and you're already missing me? Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's affectionate address, Dong Piapiao displayed an expression of disbelief. Having known Su Yuyao for over a decade, she understood her character well. Aside from a brief affair with a certain man for less than 3 days, Su Yuyao was as frigid as a stone. Now, suddenly, a man was addressing her as wife, which astonished Dong Piapiao. Could it be that the stone maiden had bloomed? Where are you? Chen Haoyu asked. Cooking at home. If you don't want to eat hospital food, I can bring you something once I'm done. No need. My best friend is here. We'll be home in 15 minutes. Got it. I'll prepare a few extra dishes. All right, that sounds perfect. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuyao started her car and drove towards the parking lot. Dong Piapiao immediately inquired, So, Su, do you have a boyfriend? Yes. Are you living together? Indeed. What does he do? He is a doctor at a clinic. Are you serious? If all goes as planned, he will be my future husband. My goodness. A stone woman has blossomed. 15 minutes later, Su Yuyu returned home with a fully equipped Dong Piapiao. Chen Haoyu emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Welcome. Goodness, what an intense aura. Chen Haoyu's gaze toward Dong Piapiao was filled with astonishment. Dong Piapiao, taken aback, asked, What aura? Having lived with Su Yuyao for some time, Chen Haoyu was no stranger to such energies. Are you suggesting she carries something unclean? Chen Haoyu nodded, exactly. The negative energy has permeated her, severely affecting her brain and internal organs. If not addressed promptly, this beauty will undoubtedly perish within a week. Su Yuyao inquired. Do you have a solution? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow. Please convert your question mark into a period. Su Yuyu joyfully exclaimed, That's wonderful. I knew you could do it. Of course. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to boast, a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen. Oh no, my dish. He shouted, rushing back into the kitchen. Dong Piapiao removed her gear and softly remarked to Su Yuyao, Is this somewhat frivolous man truly your destined partner? When did your judgment become so questionable? Su Yuyu retorted. Could you consider your own situation before disparaging others? There may be many who can heal you, but he is the only one I know. Dong Piapiao giggled, Don't worry. My voice is so soft, he won't hear. Sorry, I already did, Chen Haoyu said as he emerged from the kitchen with a plate of stir-fried meat. Upon seeing Dong Piapiao's stunning beauty, he paused slightly. You look familiar. Aren't you that famous singer? What was your name again? Song Piapiao? Yes, is your name Song Piapiao? Su Yuyao couldn't help but laugh. Dong Piapiao furrowed her brows, indignantly replying, My surname is Dong, not Song. Chen Haoyu shrugged. Apologies, my memory isn't the best. Dong Piapiao huffed. Your apology lacks sincerity. Chen Haoyu countered. Someone just called me frivolous and said my wife has poor taste. For someone like that, it's a wonder I haven't scolded her thoroughly. Dong Piapiao protested. Not only are you frivolous, but you're also petty. Chen Haoyu nodded. I concede that point. I am indeed rather petty. Dong Piapiao was left speechless. Su Yuyu laughed. All right, let's put an end to your banter. With a slight curl of her lips, Dong Piapiao remarked, This young lady would never stoop to the level of a certain individual. Chen Haoyu responded with a gentle smile. I appreciate your kindness, Miss Dong. In truth, he found no aversion towards this immensely popular superstar. At the very least, she engaged with him, an ordinary person, without displaying an air of superiority. Chen Haoyu harbored a strong disdain for those celebrities who feigned approachability, as if speaking to you were a rare privilege bestowed upon the unworthy. He had encountered such film icons before in the Yanhai Film City, exhibiting 2 distinct personas, one for the public and another in private, which was utterly repugnant. Chen Haoyu prepared a fish stew, sautéed 4 dishes, and crafted a tomato and egg soup, which elicited continuous praise from Dong Piapiao, who seemed to entirely forget the earlier banter between them. Indeed, this renowned star bore no grudges. Chapter 96. The Nightmare Technique After Finishing Their Meal. Dong Piapiao gave Chen Haoyu a thumbs up, exclaiming, Your culinary skills are remarkable. No wonder the elusive Su Yuzhao, who typically dismisses men, has been captivated by you. You've conquered her heart through her stomach. Chen Haoyu scoffed. Oh, spare me. I assure you, my cooking is merely a trivial aspect of my many virtues. Yuzhao is primarily enamored by my looks, charisma, character, and talent. Hearing Chen Haoyu's self-aggrandizing remarks, Dong Piapiao burst into laughter, nearly losing her composure. Su Yuzhao shot Chen Haoyu a disapproving glance and said, Let us get serious. Piapiao has been experiencing. Before Su Yuzhao could finish, Chen Haoyu interjected, Nightmares. Sleepless nights, am I right? Dong Piao, taken aback, asked, "How did you know?" Chen Haoyu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he replied in a low voice. "You've made an enemy, and they intend to use some dark arts to bring you harm." Dong Piao's expression changed. "What dark arts?" Instead of answering her question, Chen Haoyu pointed to the bracelet on Dong Piao's wrist and asked, "How long have you been wearing that small rosewood bracelet?" Dong Piao glanced at the bracelet and replied, "For over 10 years. It was a birthday gift from my grandmother when I turned 9. Su Yuzhao chimed in, "I know about this. She has always worn it since school. Is there a problem?" Chen Haoyu replied coolly, "A significant one. Remove the bracelet and inspect each bead carefully. Look for any discrepancies." Upon hearing this, Dong Piao promptly took off the bracelet and scrutinized each bead with diligence. When she reached the 6th bead, she gasped, "This one feels a bit rough. It seems different." Chen Haoyu explained, "That's an ebony bead. Its texture is similar to that of rosewood." Su Yuzhao furrowed her brow. "Are you suggesting someone tampered with Piao's beads, replacing one of the rosewood beads with an ebony one?" Chen Haoyu nodded, precisely. Confused, Dong Piao asked, "Even if it is an ebony bead, what does it matter?" Chen Haoyu replied, "In ancient times, there existed a malevolent technique known as the nightmare technique. Practitioners of dark arts would collect the blood of deceased infants, soak an ebony bead for 49 days, and then bury it in a cursed location. After 100 days, the bead would be infused with the vengeful spirit of the child before its death. If I am not mistaken, you have already become ensnared by that spirit's wrath." Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Dong Piao hurriedly threw the rosewood bracelet to the ground, her face paling instantly. I do indeed have nightmares every night, often dreaming of a bloody child." Chen Haoyu affirmed, "Then it is indeed true. It is astonishing that such insidious practices still exist in this world." Dong Piao pleaded. "Chen Haoyu, no, brother-in-law, if I discard this bead now, will everything be all right?" Chen Haoyu smiled gently. "It is not as simple as you imagine. However, given that you've referred to me as brother-in-law, I am willing to assist you in resolving this matter." Dong Piao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "How do we resolve this? I can hardly endure it any longer." Chen Haoyu entered his bedroom and retrieved the jade ruby he had procured, presenting it to Dong Piao. "This is a rare treasure. Place it beside your pillow and sleep soundly. Everything will be well," he advised. Dong Piao examined the jade ruby in astonishment, asking, "Is it really that simple?" Chen Haoyu scoffed. "Simple? Let me clarify. This jade ruby is likely unmatched in the entire world. After I infused it with energy, you were the first to utilize it. For anyone else, I wouldn't part with it for less than 5 million. The so-called infusion involves the practitioner channeling their power into the artifact, akin to opening a valve, allowing it to function as intended. Last night, Chen Haoyu had infused the jade ruby, initially intending to hang it on the wall, but now it was to be used by Dong Piao first. 5 million for a single use? You must be joking," she exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in irritation, retorting, "Enough chatter. Will you heed my advice or not? If not, return the jade ruby. I have no desire to lend it to you." Dong Piao quickly acquiesced. "Fine, I will listen. Given the circumstances, I shall treat it as a last resort." Chen Haoyu instructed, "Wife, please arrange a bedroom for this esteemed star immediately. If she fails to rest properly, her mind may suffer." Su Yuzhao nodded and said, "All right, Piao, go rest in my room." Dong Piao paused, asking, "You two do not share a room?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I would like to, but she does not consent." Su Yuzhao shot Chen Haoyu a glare and turned to Dong Piao, "This is not the time for your curiosity. Hurry and rest." After settling Dong Piao, Su Yuzhao stepped out of the bedroom. Seeing Chen Haoyu toying with the ebony bead belonging to Dong Piao, Su Yuzhao inquired with curiosity, "Is this bead truly so powerful?" Chen Haoyu dismissed her curiosity, stating, "The nightmare technique is merely a lowly method within the realm of sorcery. A millennium ago, only mediocre sorcerers would resort to such tactics." After saying this, he crushed the ebony bead effortlessly and discarded it in the trash. Su Yuzhao asked, "Is that sufficient? No further actions needed?" Chen Haoyu smiled. "Prior to shattering it, I had already dispelled its malevolent energy. Do not overestimate such objects. This bead is, at best, a minor artifact imbued with negative energy. Once the trinket is gone, the negative energy will dissipate naturally, unless one encounters an exceptionally potent artifact, which, when destroyed, could release negative energy across a vast area. The danger is minimal. However, such artifacts are exceedingly rare." Su Yuzhao gazed at Chen Haoyu, who spoke so confidently, and remarked, "You certainly possess extensive knowledge." Chen Haoyu replied with pride, "Of course, your husband is quite impressive." Su Yuyo smacked her forehead, saying, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have praised you earlier." Chen Haoyu interjected, "Let us return to serious matters. It seems that there may be an issue with those surrounding this illustrious star student. It would be prudent to investigate." Su Yuya nodded and remarked, "To acquire Pia Piao's bracelet and skillfully substitute one of the beads without her even noticing, only someone in her closest circle could accomplish such a feat." Chapter 97. Troubles Beside You. Chen Haoyu remarked, "To execute the nightmare technique, a minimum preparation period of 149 days is required. If we consider a more lenient time frame, they began plotting against Dong Pia Piao at least 6 months ago." Su Yuyu furrowed her brows and inquired, "What kind of enmity could be so profound? They must be intent on eliminating Pia Piao." Chen Haoyu responded, "The entertainment industry is notoriously treacherous. I suspect she must have offended someone or obstructed the path of a particular star, prompting them to seek her demise. Once Dong Pia Piao awakens, she can reflect on whom she has crossed or who she has posed a threat to over the past year, and she will likely identify the culprit." A thought crossed Su Yuyao's mind, and she said, "Master Chen, aren't you able to divine the heavens and the fates of all beings? This matter should be a simple calculation for you." Chen Haoyu replied, "My assistance here is already a courtesy to you. To expend my spiritual energy in deducing the identity of the one who has harmed Dong Pia Piao would require a fee of at least 100 million. Su Yuyu retorted, "You are indeed fixated on wealth." With a playful grin, Chen Haoyu said, "The feng shui of the Yuning Villa district is quite favorable. I am considering purchasing a villa there as our future marital home." Su Yuyao's face instantly flushed crimson as she chastised, "I never said I would marry you." Chen Haoyu approached her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and declared, "Su Yuyao, let me assure you, you shall never escape my grasp." With that, he leaned in for a kiss. Su Yuyao feigned a struggle for a moment but ultimately allowed him to indulge. After their affectionate exchange, her cheeks were flushed, and she clenched her fists, delivering a light punch to him, saying, "Chen Haoyu, should you ever betray me in the future, I will never forgive you." Chen Haoyu replied earnestly, "I will honor you with a Taoist wedding and publicly vow to never let you down in front of all our family and friends." Su Yuyu felt touched and said, "I hope you uphold your promise." Chen Haoyu smiled, "It is imperative." Su Yuyu rewarded him with a kiss and stated, "I must get to work." Chen Haoyu suggested, "Then let us depart together." Su Yuyu asked, "Where are you going?" Chen Haoyu answered, "I shall spend the afternoon at the Sunshine Orphanage, playing with the little ones. Once you finish work, I will come to escort you home." Su Yuyao glanced at her bedroom and immediately understood his intention, remarking, "Not bad. You even know how to avoid suspicion." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "In this regard, I am undoubtedly a non-inspection unit." Su Yuyao teased, "Are you afraid you might succumb to the allure of beautiful starlets?" Chen Haoyu scoffed, "If I can resist your allure, what chance do they stand?" But as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly clarified, "Actually, I take a shower every night to cool my thoughts." Su Yuyao conceded, "I'll grant you that quick reaction. Let us be off." The two descended the stairs, shared a kiss farewell, and then each drove away in their respective cars. Chen Haoyu first visited a clothing store, instructing the staff to make a trip to Sunshine Orphanage in the afternoon to measure the children's heights and sizes. He intended to purchase several sets of summer and autumn clothing for each child. Subsequently, he made his way to a fruit shop, where he procured 20 boxes of assorted fruits before heading to the orphanage. The children, naturally, were overjoyed, bouncing around in excitement. Chen Haoyu spent the afternoon playing games with them and only left when he noticed Su Yuyu was finishing her shift. After picking up Su Yuyao, the two went to the supermarket to buy some groceries. Upon returning home, the door to Dong Pia Pia's bedroom remained firmly shut. Su Yuyu felt a sense of relief, knowing that Dong Pia Piao had not awakened, indicating that she was sleeping soundly, free from the torment of previous nightmares. Chen Haoyu waved the crabs and vegetables in his hands and inquired, "What should we do? Wait for her to join us for dinner, or shall we eat first?" Su Yuyao replied, "Of course, we should wait for Pia Piao to eat together." Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "All right, I'll go prepare." As soon as she got up, she immediately started cooking. Su Yuyao remarked, "Thank you for your hard work." Dong Pia Piao slept soundly until 8 in the evening. Waking up refreshed, her previous lethargy completely vanished. Upon opening her bedroom door, she saw Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao cuddled together watching television. With a hint of annoyance, she exclaimed, "The moment I open my eyes, I'm greeted with a mouthful of dog food. It's truly speechless." Chen Haoyu stood up and said, "At least you have dog food to eat. We've been waiting for you and haven't eaten yet." "You haven't had dinner?" Dong Piapiao gasped, her face flushing with embarrassment as she sheepishly replied, "How awkward." Chen Haoyu responded, "As long as you know, I'll go make dinner." After saying this, he hurried into the kitchen. Dong Piapiao quickly freshened up, retrieved her jade talisman from the bedroom, and sat beside Su Yuyao. "Su Posey, this thing is miraculous. I slept the entire afternoon without a single nightmare," she exclaimed, shaking the jade talisman in her hand with a beaming expression. Su Yuyao smiled. "It's great that you're feeling better." Dong Piapiao marveled. "This jade talisman is fantastic. Su Posey, could you please ask your husband if I could buy it for 100 million? Don't even think about it. This is a true priceless treasure. Not just 100 million, even 1 billion. We wouldn't sell it." Su Yuyao decisively refused. "You? Su Posey, are you really going to marry him? Will the Su family agree? What does their agreement have to do with me? I'm the one getting married. As long as I agree, that's enough." "You're impressive. Su Posey, as a gesture of our long-standing friendship, could you lend me the jade talisman for a month? I feel like I can't sleep well without it." "That would depend on Chen Haoyu. To be honest, Piapiao, the issues with your bracelet indicate something. Don't you realize?" Dong Piapiao's charming face instantly turned cold, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "It must be that wretched Zhao Zilan who bribes someone around me to create trouble." Su Yuyu felt a stirring in her heart and inquired, "Are you referring to Zhao Zilan, who competes with you for the title of the best music composer in Xia country?" Dong Piapiao replied disdainfully, "What music composer? She is hardly deserving of such a title. This woman is utterly shameless. She lacks any understanding of true creation. Most of the songs she performs were exchanged for her body from unscrupulous music creators. 6 months ago, I exposed her true nature to the media." Su Yuyao nodded and remarked, "It is no wonder she has chosen to retaliate against you." Dong Piapiao coldly stated, "I will not let this wretched woman escape my wrath. Nor will I forgive the one who betrayed me." In that moment, Dong Piapiao showcased her formidable and ruthless nature as a reigning diva. Chapter 98. Investigating the traitor. Su Yuyu was not particularly surprised by this. In the cutthroat entertainment industry, one cannot reach such heights without a certain level of cunning. "How do you plan to identify the traitor?" Dong Piapiao raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's quite simple. There are only 2 or 3 individuals who could have accessed my jade pendant. I merely need to have a micro-expression expert or a psychologist come to Yin Hai to ask them a few questions, and I will be able to discern the truth immediately. Once we identify the traitor, everything will become clear and the truth will be revealed." Su Yuyao's heart stirred as she said, "There's no need for such trouble. Chen Haoyu is a psychological consultant and possesses various skills. He can easily assist you." Dong Piapiao, taken aback, inquired, "What exactly does your husband do? He seems somewhat mysterious, as if he harbors many secrets." Su Yuyu replied, "Mysterious is precisely the point. To be honest, I still feel that way." After a brief exchange of whispers, Chen Haoyu served 4 dishes and a soup at the table. Su Yuyao produced a bottle of red wine, and the 3 began to drink. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Dong Piapiao said, "Brother-in-law, I have a favor to ask of you." Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "No." Dong Piapiao retorted, "You haven't even asked what it is, yet you refuse?" Chen Haoyu shot her a glance and said, "Is there really a need to ask? You are undoubtedly coveting my jade pendant." Dong Piapiao countered, "I only need to borrow it for a month. Is that acceptable?" Chen Haoyu set down his chopsticks and stated, "The life-affirming energy emitted by the jade pendant has entirely dispelled the negative energy within you. Your issue has been resolved. Keeping the pendant with you serves no purpose. Should it be lost, it would be impossible to compensate for my loss." Su Yuyao chuckled, "Piapiao, did you see that? I knew this would be the outcome." Dong Piapiao pouted, "If you won't lend it, then fine. I don't need it anyway." Su Yuyao then said, "Chen Haoyu, if you won't lend the pendant, surely you can assist Piapiao with a small matter?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Are you asking me to help find the traitor?" Dong Piapiao gave a thumbs up, saying, "Clever." Chen Haoyu inquired, "How many options do I have?" Dong Piapiao responded, 3 options. Chen Haoyu gestured an OK sign and remarked, "A trivial matter. As long as you bring them before me, I assure you I can identify the traitor within half an hour." Dong Piapiao exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. I will summon them right away." Chen Haoyu hesitated, saying, "Aren't you being a bit too hasty?" Dong Piapiao took out her phone, dialing her manager's number while stating, "The sooner we find the traitor, the better." Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Chen Haoyu opened the door to find a middle-aged woman accompanied by 2 young women. The middle-aged woman was Dong Piapiao's manager, Mei Ping. while the two young women were her assistant, Sun Lei, and her personal bodyguard, Zhou Yueling. Mei Ping politely inquired, "Are you Mr. Chen Haoyu?" Chen Haoyu replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am Chen Haoyu. Please, come in. Dong Piapiao is inside." Mei Ping expressed her gratitude and entered with Sun Lei and Zhou Yueling. Upon seeing Dong Piapiao's radiant demeanor in the living room, Mei Ping was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Piapiao, have you recovered?" Dong Piapiao nodded and said, "Aunt Mei, my illness has been cured by my brother-in-law." Mei Ping was taken aback and asked, "Where did you get a brother-in-law?" Dong Piapiao pointed to Su Yuyao and explained, "This is my sister, Su Yuyao, and Chen Haoyu is my brother-in-law." Mei Ping understood and remarked, "I see. Miss Su, Mr. Chen, I am immensely grateful to both of you. Piapiao's previous condition nearly frightened me to death. Now, it seems the storm is past." Dong Piapiao interjected, "Aunt Mei, someone wanted to kill me?" "What?" Mei Ping exclaimed in disbelief. "Piapiao, you must be mistaken. Who would dare?" Dong Piapiao held up her bracelet and explained, "Someone replaced a bead in my bracelet with one made of ebony and used a nightmare technique on me. Had it not been for my brother-in-law, I would have succumbed to the malevolent energy within a week." As an accomplished agent in the entertainment industry, Mei Ping's reflexes were astute. Upon hearing Dong Piapiao's words, she immediately grasped why Piapiao insisted on bringing the three of them together. Her expression darkened considerably. She turned to Sun Lei and Zhou Yueling, coldly asserting, "The only ones who could have silently accessed Piapiao's bracelet are the three of us. If it wasn't me, then it must be one of you two. Speak now, and I can intercede on your behalf with Piapiao." Zhou Yueling furrowed her brow and stated, "It was me." Sun Lei shook her head vigorously, insisting, "It couldn't possibly be me. I wouldn't dare." Mei Ping chuckled, "So you imply it was me?" Sun Lei quickly clarified, "That is not what I meant. Mei Jia, Piapiao Jia, I believe this matter may not necessarily involve the three of us. It could be someone else." Dong Piapiao waved her hand, saying, "Aunt Mei, Sister Zhou, Little Lei, you are the people I trust the most. I would never wrong any of you. The purpose of inviting you here is primarily for my brother-in-law to ask a few questions. He is a psychological expert capable of detecting lies through micro-expressions." Chen Haoyu smiled and added, "Do not misconstrue. I am merely a psychological consultant with some expertise in hypnosis. Anyone I hypnotize will not utter a single falsehood. You three should have no issues, correct?" Without hesitation, Mei Ping affirmed, "Of course." Sun Lei and Zhou Yueling nodded in unison. Compared to Mei Ping, the two appeared somewhat anxious, especially Sun Lei, whose nerves were fraying, causing her legs to tremble slightly. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he said, "Please wait a moment." He returned from the kitchen with a glass of water, adding a pinch of salt while stirring it with chopsticks. "Miss Zhou Yueling, as Dong Miss's personal bodyguard and her most trusted confidant, you shall go first." Chen Haoyu smiled as he handed Zhou Yueling the glass of water. Zhou Yueling, without uttering a word, accepted the drink and consumed it directly. Chen Haoyu remarked, "Miss Dong, please accompany us to the bedroom." "All right," Dong Piapiao replied, following Chen Haoyu and Zhou Yueling into the chamber. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chen Haoyu emerged, poured another glass of water, and urged Sun Lei to drink it before leading her into the bedroom. Yet another 5 minutes passed, and Chen Haoyu handed a glass to Mei Ping. Smiling as he said, "Madam Mei, it is your turn." After finishing her drink, Mei Ping inquired with curiosity, "What about Yueling and Xiaolei?" Chen Haoyu chuckled, "They are fast asleep." Mei Ping nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Mr. Chen is truly remarkable." As they entered the bedroom, Mei Ping observed Zhou Yueling and Sun Lei peacefully resting on the bed and gave Chen Haoyu a thumbs up. He instructed Mei Ping to lie beside Zhou Yueling, close her eyes, and began to perform the hypnosis. "Madam, I will gradually count from 1 to 20, pausing every 5 seconds. With each number I utter, your body will relax further, and your mind will attain greater tranquility." Chapter 99, Masterful Performance. Chen Haoyu sat on the chair at the bedside, whispering into Mei Ping's ear for approximately 3 minutes before softly calling out, "Ms. Mei, are you asleep?" Mei Ping did not respond, nor did she open her eyes. Chen Haoyu turned to Dong Piapiao, saying, "I have put her into a trance. You may inquire now." Dong Piapiao nodded and asked, "Aunt Mei, are you the one plotting against me?" Mei Ping murmured, "No. Do you know who it is?" "I don't know. Could it be Zhao Zhilan?" "Perhaps." Dong Piapiao sighed and remarked, "Brother-in-law, it's none of them." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "This is a good sign. It suggests your associates are quite trustworthy. I shall awaken them now." With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, "Awake." Mei Ping, Zhou Yueling, and Sun Lei simultaneously opened their eyes. Mei Ping sat up from the bed, putting on her shoes as she asked, Pia Piao, what was the outcome? Dong Pia Piao replied coldly, Aunt May. How would you not know the outcome? Mei Ping's body trembled as she looked up at Dong Pia Piao, noticing the frosty gaze directed at her. She then turned to Zhou Yueling and Sun Lei, both of whom also wore expressions of icy disdain. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended everything and bitterly smiled. I was deceived. Was T.I.? Chen Haoyu nodded. I do possess some knowledge of hypnosis, yet I did not employ it on any of you. Miss Zhou and Miss Sun were entirely forthright. It was only you who was acting all along. Dong Pia Piao took a deep breath, saying, let us discuss this outside. The five exited the bedroom, and Su Yuyao gazed at Chen Haoyu. He pointed at the silent Mei Ping, prompting a look of astonishment from Su Yuyao. Among the three, Mei Ping's demeanor was the least indicative of a traitor. It was unexpected that she turned out to be the one. Su Yuyao mused, Aunt Mei's performance was truly commendable. It would be a pity if she did not pursue acting. Dong Pia Piao regarded the agent who had brought her out with an exceedingly complex expression, asking, Aunt Mei, why? Mei Ping lifted her head, revealing a bitter expression as she responded, if I were to say I did not know that thing would harm you, would you believe me? Dong Pia Piao gazed deeply at her and replied, I would believe you, for you have had ample opportunities to harm me. Mei Ping's eyes reddened. And with a sense of gratitude, she said, thank you. It is I who have betrayed your trust. Dong Pia Piao inquired, why did you do this? I do not believe it was for money. Mei Ping pressed her lips together, stating, do not ask. I will absolutely not divulge. Su Yuyao coldly interjected, Ms. Mei. Your use of nightmare techniques to cause harm to Pia Piao involves superstitious practices. While the law and police may not take action against you, it does not imply that we are without means to deal with you. Mei Ping replied, I am aware of Pia Piao's background, as well as yours. The most beautiful woman of Yindu. Since I have erred, I shall bear the consequences alone. Do as you will. Dong Pia Piao declared, Aunt Mei, you may leave. I do not wish to encounter you in the entertainment industry again. A tear trickled from Mei Ping's eye as she spoke in a quavering voice, Piao Piao. I am sorry. After uttering these words, she covered her face and fled in tears. Sun Lei remained somewhat incredulous, asking, why would Aunt Mei do such a thing? What benefit does it bring her? Dong Piao Piao replied calmly, for Aunt Mei, her son studying abroad is of utmost importance. I suspect that her son may have encountered some trouble, and the other party has leveraged this against her. Aunt Mei had no choice but to comply with their demands. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu's eyes glimmered with admiration. The ability to deduce the reason behind Mei Ping's betrayal in such a short span indicated that Dong Piao Piao's intellect was indeed sharp. Brother-in-law, did you already know that Aunt Mei was a traitor? Dong Piao Piao inquired. Chen Haoyu nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. Previously, I mentioned that I possess hypnotic abilities and intended to hypnotize the three of them. Both Miss Sun and Miss Zhou exhibited signs of anxiety, which is a normal reaction for an ordinary person upon realizing that their secrets might be exposed. However, Mei Ping remained remarkably composed, even appearing somewhat eager for me to proceed, which was rather illogical. Dong Piao Piao realized her performance was somewhat excessive. Chen Haoyu chuckled, precisely. In truth, her heartbeat was racing close to 180. Her outward calmness was merely a fade. Dong Piao Piao paused, asking, how do you know? Chen Haoyu pointed to his ear, saying, I possess acute hearing. As long as it's within 5 meters, I can perceive the sound of a racing heartbeat. Dong Piao Piao exclaimed in surprise, is that true? You must be joking. Chen Haoyu shrugged, you may consider it boasting. Su Yuyao interjected, all right. Piao Piao. Your internal team issues seem resolved, but what about external matters? What do you plan to do? Dong Piao Piao responded, now that I know it was Aunt Mei. The rest will be simpler. I will have someone investigate the entire situation thoroughly. No matter who the puppet master is, I shall not let them escape. Su Yuyao furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. What worries me is that the one wielding the nightmarish technique may strike again. Chen Haoyu reassured her. There is no need for concern. Since they have chosen to employ the nightmarish technique to kill, it indicates that they have yet to step into the realm of sorcery, rendering them no different from an ordinary person. Su Yuyu replied, if that is the case, then there is no issue. Piao Piao, where do you reside? Dong Piao Piao displayed a look of grievance, saying, are you asking me this with the intention of driving me away? Chen Haoyu's expression shifted, interjecting by saying that. You don't mean to imply you wish to stay here, do you? Dong Piao Piao retorted, is that not permissible? Chen Haoyu responded without hesitation, of course not. A bright light such as yourself would severely disrupt our marital life. Dong Piao Piao scoffed, oh please. You two aren't even sharing a bedroom. Where is this marital life you speak of? Rest assured, once the concert concludes, I shall leave immediately. Chen Haoyu found the situation amusing, saying, when you need me, you call me brother-in-law. When you don't, you simply use my name. Dong Pia Piao, you truly are remarkable, a star in your own right. Dong Pia Piao responded. Who prevented me from residing here? Sister Su, this is your place. Please, give me a clear answer. Am I allowed to stay or not? Su Yu replied. If you wish to stay, then stay. Instantly, Dong Pia Piao's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, our dear sister Su is the best. Sister Zhou, Chalet. You may return to the hotel for now. Please come to pick me up at 9 tomorrow morning. All right, Zhou Yueling and Zhang Lei replied before departing. Su Yuyao then remarked, Pia Piao, speaking of the concert, I was just about to ask you. Do you still have any tickets? Dong Pia Piao replied candidly, 20 tickets. Is that sufficient? Su Yuyao smiled. That will be more than enough. I don't need that many. Dong Pia Piao responded, it's no issue. You could invite relatives and friends to join. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuyao agreed, that's a good point. Thank you. Dong Pia Piao replied, it's my pleasure. Chapter 100, Zhang Yuandong's scheme. At that moment, Chen Haoyu's phone, resting on the coffee table, rang. Su Yuyao picked it up, and, upon seeing it was a call from Chao Cheng, her expression shifted. She understood that the call was undoubtedly related to the upcoming duel in 2 days. Chen Haoyu took the phone from Su Yuyao, offered her a slight smile, and said, it's merely a trivial matter. You two discuss while I take this call. As Chen Haoyu stepped into the bedroom and closed the door behind him, Dong Pia Piao remarked, how secretive. Supposi, what exactly is going on? I can sense something amiss in your demeanor. Without holding back, Su Yuyao briefly explained the situation regarding Chen Haoyu and the 8 Extremes sect. A duel? At the mention of Chen Haoyu's impending contest, Dong Pia Piao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having never witnessed a martial arts duel within the realm of traditional Chinese martial arts, she felt a surge of anticipation. Supposi, I believe you are worrying unnecessarily. Although Dong Pia Piao was eager to witness the event, she quickly sought to comfort Su Yuyao. Why do you say that? Su Yuyao inquired. Dong Pia Piao replied, Chen Haoyu's boldness in transforming a passive situation into an active challenge against the formidable 8 Extremes sect, and making such a grand spectacle of it, surely indicates he possesses ample confidence. Your concerns, in my view, are entirely unfounded. Su Yuyao nodded, saying, I hope that is indeed the case. Inside the bedroom, Chen Haoyu learned from Chao Cheng that Zhang Yuandong had arrived at the Yan'ai Huiguang Hotel half an hour prior. With a smile, he remarked, knowing that I share a close relationship with President Yi, Zhang Yuandong still chose to stay at Huiguang Hotel. This must be a deliberate show for my benefit. Dr. Chen, Zhang Yuandong's eagerness to come here suggests he intends to make an appearance. His participation will only lead to a more humiliating defeat for the Yuandong Transportation Company. Chao Xiao, have the invitations been sent out? They have been dispatched. All schools within the Yan'ai martial arts community have accepted the invitation without exception. That's good to hear. We shall see each other in 2 days. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's chamber of the Huiguang Hotel, Zhang Yuandong sat upright in a chair, manipulating 2 iron balls in his hands. With a posture as straight as a sword and a gaze radiant, he exuded an aura of supreme authority. Beside him sat 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short, both with stern faces and an imposing presence, though still somewhat overshadowed by Zhang Yuandong. The shorter man, named Zhang Ge, was Zhang Yuandong's nephew, serving as his driver and bodyguard. The taller individual, Zhang Qingxiang, was Zhang Yuandong's second disciple. Among the 8 Extremes sect, aside from Zhang Yuandong and Zhang Mingchen, they were the strongest, both having reached the pinnacle of Mingjing mastery. Upon learning that Chen Haoyu intended to challenge the entire 8 Extremes sect, Zhang Yuandong's wariness heightened, compelling him to act swiftly. He immediately brought Zhang Ge and Zhang Qingxiang along. As Zhang Mingchen entered the room, feeling the overwhelming presence of Zhang Yuandong, he exclaimed, Master, have you broken through to the transformative stage? Zhang Yuandong nodded, a smile gracing his lips, and replied, Your observation is keen. After 56 years of martial practice, I have finally achieved some success. Generally speaking, martial arts masters experience a decline in physical strength and vitality after the age of 45, making it nearly impossible to break through to higher realms. However, Zhang Yuandong, at the age of 62, astonishingly managed to attain the stage of Huajin, which left Zhang Mingchen quite taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that just a few days prior, Zhang Yuandong had spent a considerable sum to acquire a century-old wild ginseng, leading him to entertain some speculation. Master, if the breakthrough to Huajin is deemed a significant achievement, then other sects might as well weep in despair, Zhang Mingchen remarked. Hearing this, Zhang Yuandong could not help but burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Your flattery has reached an extraordinary level." "I merely speak the truth," Zhang Mingchen replied. "It is common knowledge that Huarjin represents the dividing line between masters and grandmasters. In the entirety of the Xia Kingdom's martial arts community, there are only 3 grandmasters, all over 80 years old and incapable of engaging in combat. This implies that you are now the foremost expert in the Xia Kingdom's martial arts realm." Zhang Yuandong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The martial arts community is rife with hidden talents. It is difficult to assert that there are no Huarjin experts among sects like Shaolin, Wudong, Taiji, Baguazhang, and Xingyiquan. It is wise for us to remain modest. Let us discuss this Chen Haoyu. His audacity to challenge our entire badgeman, could there be someone behind him pushing this?" Zhang Mingchen replied. "We investigated Chen Haoyu thoroughly and discovered that he is not part of the martial arts community and has no ties to other martial arts sections." Zhang Yuandong inquired, "What about Yizong? Did you not mention that the Yi family is very supportive of Chen Haoyu, even risking our ire for his sake?" Zhang Mingchen explained, "We have clarified the matter. The Yi family protects Chen Haoyu because their granddaughter, who suffers from depression, was treated by him. They owe him a great favor that cannot go unreturned." Zhang Yuandong nodded, understanding. "I see. In that case, it seems Chen Haoyu is courting danger." Zhang Mingchen added, "It could also be that high skill breeds great boldness. Aside from the fight video with Zhang Cha, we have found no other information regarding Chen Haoyu, making it difficult to assess his martial prowess." Zhang Yuandong stated solemnly, "This competition is of great significance. Regardless of Chen Haoyu's abilities, we must exert our utmost effort and ensure that no mishaps occur. Qingxiang, you will be the first to compete. Mingchen, you shall follow." Zhang Qingxiang, who had been silent, furrowed his brow and asked, "Master, do you intend to lower yourself to fight Chen Haoyu in the 3rd match?" Zhang Yuandong chuckled. "If he reaches the 3rd match, it indicates that this young man possesses at least peak dark energy skills, making him a formidable opponent, thus negating any notion of lowering oneself." Zhang Qingxiang declared, "I shall not allow him the opportunity to challenge you or the senior brother." Zhang Yuandong greatly admired Zhang Qingxiang's confidence, replying, "That would be most excellent." The impending duel between Chen Haoyu and the badgeman stirred a considerable uproar within the Yanhai martial arts community. Many were unfamiliar with Chen Haoyu and sought to uncover his background. A number even visited his clinic, overwhelming him to the point that he decided to close it. The practitioners of martial arts in Yanhai harbor a rather unfavorable impression of the Far Eastern 8 Extremes sect. Although they are unfamiliar with Chen Haoyu, they nonetheless hope that this local talent can triumph over the 8 Extremes sect and deliver a severe blow to their arrogance. However, upon discovering that Chen Haoyu is merely a clinic doctor, with his only notable achievement being the defeat of Zhang Cha, disappointment washed over the crowd. Several martial arts sects began to deliberate on who might continue the fight against the 8 Extremes sect should Chen Haoyu falter. Chapter 101. Raising the stakes to 1 billion at 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Haoyu arrived at the Shitian Fitness Center accompanied by the 3 stunning beauties, Su Yuyao, Li Shaoran, and Dong Piapiao. Li Shaoran, well informed within the circle of affluent heirs, had learned about the upcoming duel and visited Su Yuyao's home the previous evening. Upon entering, she was thrilled to encounter the renowned star Dong Piapiao, instantly transforming into an enthusiastic admirer, peppering her with questions and snapping over 30 photos, leaving Dong Piapiao somewhat speechless. The Shitian Fitness Center is remarkably spacious, occupying the top 3 floors of a commercial building. The first 2 floors are dedicated gyms for men and women, while the highest level features a martial arts hall primarily used for boxing practice. As the son of Yanhai's wealthiest tycoon, Chao Chang certainly had the means. His establishment of the Shitian Fitness Center stemmed purely from personal passion rather than a profit motive. Unexpectedly, however, his unintentional endeavor flourished, garnering popularity among numerous white-collar workers and establishing itself as a venue for gatherings within Yanhai's martial arts community. The membership revenue alone generates approximately 1 million in pure profit for Chaoqing each month. Chen Haoyu's duel with the Bejiquan school is scheduled to take place in the Sword Discussion Hall. This hall is essentially a boxing ring, albeit significantly larger than the average one. While a standard boxing ring measures 6.1 meters by 6.1 meters, this arena spans 10 meters by 10 meters. Encircled by robust ropes, the Sword Discussion Hall boasts ample space, accommodating up to 500 spectators. Numerous television networks select this venue for filming boxing matches, and it stands as the premier choice for internal competitions within Yanhai's martial arts community. Chao Cheng arranged for Su Yuyao and her companions to occupy the best VIP seats, then turned to Chen Haoyu and said, Dr. Chen, many in the martial arts community wish to meet you. Would you like to greet them? Chen Haoyu waved his hand and replied, I'll do so after the duel. I need to familiarize myself with the arena first. Chao Cheng responded, Very well, allow me to escort you. Chen Haoyu cast a reassuring glance at Su Yuyu before following Chao Cheng onto the arena. The flooring of the ring is composed of reinforced plastic, capable of withstanding immense impact. After taking a lap and testing the floor's resilience and strength, Chen Haoyu remarked with a smile, Chao, you may need to replace the flooring tomorrow. Chao Cheng replied earnestly, As long as I can witness 3 thrilling duels, I would willingly sacrifice not just the flooring, but even the entire sword discussion hall. You truly are a martial arts enthusiast, Chen Haoyu noted. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt several piercing gazes directed at him. Turning to look, he saw a group of 7 or 8 robust men surrounding an elderly figure entering the hall. Their eyes were sharp as blades, their temples bulging, and they strode forward with a commanding presence, exuding an impressive aura of iron and blood. The elder, clad in a black robe and traditional cloth shoes, appeared like an ancient mountain, each step he took instilling a profound sense of awe among those present. As Chen Haoyu's gaze met that of the elderly man, the air seemed to ignite with intense sparks. Chao Cheng introduced, This venerable figure is the Grandmaster of Bejiquan, Zhang Yuandong. To his left is his eldest disciple, Zhang Mingchen, and to his right is his second disciple, Zhang Qingxiang. Chen Haoyu offered a slight smile and corrected him. You are mistaken. He is not merely a Grandmaster but a great Grandmaster of Bejiquan. Chao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, He has entered the realm of Huajin? Chen Haoyu nodded, explaining, He has just begun his journey into Huajin. His energy can be unleashed but not yet retracted. The entrance of the Bejiquan sect, comprised of a Huajin Grandmaster, a Dark Energy Master, and 6 Bright Energy Masters, sent ripples of shock through the crowd. The formidable aura and overwhelming killing intent felt as if 1,000 troops were charging forth. Many timid young heirs turned pale with fear. Li Sharon swallowed hard and remarked, It's terrifying. Sister, do you think brother-in-law can win? Su Yuyo's expression mirrored her concern, but she steeled herself, asserting, He will certainly prevail. Upon Zhang Yuandong's arrival, Yisong, seated in the front row, could no longer contain himself and stood up, disbelief etched across his face. Brother Zhang, when did you enter the realm of Huajin? Yisong inquired, cupping his fists in respect. Zhang Yuandong withdrew his gaze from Chen Haoyu, returned the gesture, and replied with a smile, Brother Yi, your keen eye remains sharp as ever. I recently stumbled upon an opportunity that led me to Huajin. At this revelation, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. My goodness. Another Grandmaster has emerged in the martial arts community of Xia country. The concept of Huajin, during the peak of martial arts in the Republic, represented the pinnacle of expertise. Given Zhang Yuandong's age, how could he still achieve such a breakthrough? This certainly meant that Chen Haoyu was destined to lose. Those martial arts sects that had initially planned to challenge the Bejiquan sect upon Chen Haoyu's defeat now wore expressions of dread. They understood all too well the implications of reaching the Huajin level. With such a Grandmaster at the helm of Bejiquan, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to challenge them for the next decade. Dong Piao curiously asked, Is Huajin really that formidable? Su Yuyo, her eyes filled with worry, responded, I have heard Chen Haoyu mention that martial arts are divided into 3 levels, Bright Energy, Dark Energy, and Huajin. Renowned masters from the Republic era, such as Hui Yuanjia and Huang Feihong, were Dark Energy Masters. In recent days, Chen Haoyu had been teaching Su Yuyo the Bingyu Gong while sharing much about the martial arts community. Dong Piao gasped. So Zhang Yuandong is even more powerful than they were. Su Yuyao nodded. In terms of skill, that is indeed the case. Dong Piao then inquired, What level is Chen Haoyu at? Su Yuyu replied, He only claims to be the world's greatest master without disclosing his specific level. Dong Piao was left speechless, remarking, Your husband is quite the braggart. Upon learning of Zhang Yuandong's ascension to Grandmaster status, those who had harbored hopes for a miracle now lost all faith in Chen Haoyu. Only Yi Tsong and Chao Cheng retained a flicker of hope, because Chen Haoyu mentioned that behind the strength of transformation lie the energies of Dan and Gang. Zhang Yuandong greeted his old friends from the martial arts community of Yanhaigua, then turned to Chen Haoyu on the arena and said, Young man, fists and feet are unpredictable. I advise you to concede. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and replied, A few days ago, I visited the Pingding Villa area, and the feng shui there is truly exceptional. I am considering purchasing a villa there as a marital home for my girlfriend and me. Zhang Yuandong furrowed his brow and inquired, What does this have to do with today's match? Chen Haoyu responded, a villa in the Pingding area costs 10 billion. I do not possess such wealth. Betting 6 billion against you seems somewhat insufficient. Shall we elevate the stakes to 10 billion instead? Chapter 102. The disparity. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. Has he lost his mind? I suspect that Chen Haoyu is utterly oblivious to the significance of the master of the Huajin realm. He is the most audacious young man I have ever encountered. Without exception. While his courage is commendable, it borders on foolishness. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Li Sharon exclaimed, Sister, does brother-in-law truly wish to marry you in a fit of madness? Su Yuyao gazed at Chen Haoyu, his face brimming with confidence, and replied, I believe in him. Zhang Yuandong scrutinized Chen Haoyu anew, then suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Excellent. It has been many years since I have encountered a young man so unafraid of tigers. A wager of 1 billion, I accept. The question is, do you possess such wealth? Chen Haoyu gestured toward Chao Cheng, stating, I do not. He does. Chao Cheng stepped forward, declaring, Master Zhang, the wager will be funded by the Chao family. Please allow me a moment to draft a new betting contract. Zhang Yuandong fixed a penetrating gaze upon Chao Cheng and asked, Do you have such confidence in Mr. Chen? Chao Cheng shook his head, saying, I have only witnessed Dr. Chen's medical prowess, not his martial capabilities. However, having cured both my niece's ailment and my father's leg, I must repay such immense kindness. Zhang Yuandong responded, Very well. Gratitude is a virtue. Brother Yi, your disciple possesses admirable character. Yitsong chuckled, Indeed, my disciple is beyond reproach in matters of martial virtue. Before long, the betting agreement was prepared. Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu signed and affixed his seal. Zhang Yuandong carefully reviewed the document and, upon confirming its accuracy, inscribed his own name and stamped it with the seal of the Yuandong Transport Group. Chao Cheng read aloud the terms of the agreement, stating, The contract is now in effect. The duel may commence. Master Zhang, who do you intend to send into the arena first? Zhang Yuandong replied, The first match will feature Zhang Qingxiang, followed by Zhang Mingchen. Should Mr. Chen manage to defeat both, I, as an elder, will have no choice but to accompany a gentleman to the grave. Chen Haoyu remarked nonchalantly, Let your two disciples take the stage together. I wish to take my girlfriend shopping and celebrate my impending fortune of 10 billion with a lavish dinner, so I have little time to waste on your antics. Zhang Yuandong's expression darkened, his voice icy as he said, Since the establishment of the Yuandong 8 Extreme School, it is the first time I have been so openly disdained. Chen Haoyu chuckled, Mr. Zhang, I have shown considerable respect to your sect. Were it not for your mastery of Huajin, I would have summoned all 3 of you to engage me. Good, good, good. Zhang Yuandong's face flushed with indignation. Mingchen, Qingxiang, did you hear that? He does not regard us at all. Zhang Mingchen coldly replied, Master, rest assured, we will ensure Mr. Chen remembers this day and the legacy of the Yuandong 8 Extreme School. Chen Haoyu yawned, Have you finished with your threats? If so, hurry up and come forth. I do not wish to squander my time on you. Zhang Qingxiang stomped his right foot, causing the surrounding carpet to tear apart in an instant. Harnessing the force of the recoil, he leapt onto the stage, positioning himself a mere 5 meters away from Chen Haoyu, his gaze icy as he declared, I am Zhang Qingxiang from the Far East 8 Extreme School. I seek your guidance. Chen Haoyu furrowed his brows and replied, Have I not made myself clear? Or have you simply failed to comprehend? Zhang Qingxiang retorted, You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of the sky. If you wish to spar with my master and senior brother, you must first defeat me. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and said, Only after our match will we discern who truly sees the world from a limited perspective. Come, Master Zhang. Let me witness whether your 8 Extremes fist has indeed reached its pinnacle. Dr. Chen, do not underestimate him. Chao Cheng whispered, quickly descending from the stage. As the duel commenced, all eyes were fixated on the 2 combatants. Zhang Qingxiang's gaze was piercing, his bones cracking ominously as the blood surged within him like a roaring tide, a palpable aura of lethal intent brewing intensely around him. An undeniable sense prevailed among the spectators that once Zhang Qingxiang's momentum peaked, his strike would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Meanwhile, Chen Haoyu appeared unfazed, maintaining a languid demeanor as he inquired, Master Zhang, how much longer must we wait for you to unleash that punch? At last, Zhang Qingxiang's energy reached its zenith. He stomped his left foot, his formidable physique resembling a towering mountain, propelled forward by a suffocating gale aimed directly at Chen Haoyu. Such ferocity, gasped several spectators in astonishment. Su Yuyao's heart raced uncontrollably, her expression tense as she gazed at Chen Haoyu. Indeed, he surpasses Zhang Cha by a significant margin, Chen Haoyu mused, suddenly extending his right hand, fingers splayed and raised high. As Zhang Qingxiang approached, delivering a straight punch towards his chest, Chen Haoyu's palm came crashing down. A tremendous gust of wind surged downward, sending a shiver down Zhang Qingxiang's spine, his hair standing on end as his clothes billowed wildly. Danger! Darkness clouded Zhang Qingxiang's vision, and an intense wave of anxiety surged within him. He quickly altered his technique, executing the two dragons playing with pearls maneuver, his fist striking towards Chen Haoyu's palm. One after the other. Boom, boom. Two deafening sounds echoed as Zhang Qingxiang's arms fractured, his body propelled backward by an overwhelming force, sliding 3 meters before collapsing to the ground and rolling 5 or 6 times before finally coming to a halt. Wow, Zhang Qingxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling briefly before losing consciousness. The hardwood floor bore 2 deep gouges from his fall. The entire arena felt as though it had been frozen in time. All present stunned by the spectacle. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Qingxiang's full-force punch would be countered by a single slap from Chen Haoyu, resulting in his arms breaking and leaving him severely injured on the ground? Had they not witnessed it firsthand, none would have believed that the previously formidable Zhang Qingxiang could be vanquished so swiftly and so thoroughly. A silence enveloped the crowd for a full 5 seconds before fervent discussions erupted. What did I just witness? Zhang Qingxiang's punch, which embodied the full strength of a peak master of Ming Jin, was effortlessly swatted away by a mere slap. The magnitude of such power is astounding. A true master. Chen Haoyu is undoubtedly among the elite. Observe the ground beneath Chen Haoyu's feet. It lies shattered, a testament to his overwhelming force. Could it be that Chen Haoyu is also a master of transforming energy? What initially appeared to be an unremarkable contest has now taken an exhilarating turn. Zhang Sharan, gripping Su Yuyao's hand, exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, my brother-in-law is extraordinary." Su Yuyu let out a long sigh of relief and replied, "It's good that he won." Dong Piapiao gazed at Chen Haoyu, standing confidently on the stage, and for the first time, she realized just how handsome he truly was. No wonder Su Pozi has taken a liking to him.